Chapter 1. In the tumultuous waters of the Grand Line, beneath the heavy clouds of the Empire, fierce winds and torrential rains rage, accompanied by the crack of thunder and the roar of cannon fire. In the cargo hold of a merchant ship under siege lay a recently deceased dark-haired youth, clutching a peculiar fruit adorned with strange patterns. Suddenly, the boy's heart began to beat once more, and his wounds ceased to bleed. Before he could fully comprehend the terrifying reality before him, a tremendous impact reverberated through the air, and he plummeted rapidly into the dim depths of the ocean. In the year 1507 of the sea-round calendar, amidst the great voyage, as the dawn had yet to break, the clamor began to rise. Tang Ge awoke from his slumber. A scene he had once experienced replayed in his dreams, allowing him to repeatedly feel that sense of helplessness and fear. It was akin to a nightmare. Gazing at the rudimentary iron bed, he could distinctly hear the murmurs and snores of his companions, yet their words eluded his memory. Outside the glass window, the sound of crashing waves mingled with the distant clatter of the kitchen brigade preparing breakfast. Tang Ge let out a soft sigh. It had been a year, and nothing had transpired. This place was known as Nabaran, a naval fortress designated G8, and today marked the 366th day since he had arrived in this world. A full year had elapsed. As for the nature of his current situation, he remained perplexed. Was it a transmigration? A rebirth? A dream? All of this demanded answers from him. Donned in the white sailor uniform, symbolizing a mere deckhand, with weighted bands of 10 kilograms strapped around his calves, he gently pushed open the door to the dormitory and commenced his morning exercises. The Nabaran fortress was, in fact, a vast island, surrounded on all sides by towering cliffs that soared to heights of 100 meters. Within the fortress lay an expansive inner lake, its waters fraught with hidden reefs, and at its center stood a steep central tower. Along the cliffs flanking the inner lake were numerous balconies styled in a Western fashion, some aglow with faint lights. The only passage connecting the cliffs and the central hill was a grand steel bridge, with a labyrinth of corridors carved into the mountainside. Emerging from the lowest chamber at the heart of the lake, he navigated the maze-like corridors of the fortress, where the emblem of the Navia seagull clutching a scale was ubiquitous. After winding through several turns, holding his breath, he exerted his strength to pull open a massive wooden door adorned with a grand naval insignia. A nauseating stench, a foul amalgam of sweat, foot odor, and faint traces of blood assaulted his senses. This was the largest martial arts arena within the fortress, spanning approximately 1,000 square meters, and Tang Ge's duty was to clean and organize this space before 8 o'clock each morning. He flicked on the lights and surveyed the disarray of the room, his mind briefly recalling a group of burly men who spent their days bellowing the slogan spirit of the gale, leaving him somewhat speechless. Truly, they are exuberant, muscle-bound fellows, he mused, hefting a heavy sandbag as he made his way toward the equipment area, his thoughts drifting back to all he had learned about this world over the past year. This was a chaotic realm, reminiscent of Earth's age of exploration that began in the 15th century. Pirates wielded power across the globe. Acting with impunity, the Navy established bases to capture these marauders and uphold justice, and a world government, formed by over 100 nations, loomed above all. It was also a wondrous world, with predominantly Western architectural styles. Unique scripts that all could recognize fragments of culture from Earth's major nations were visible. A diverse array of ethnicities existed. With tales of peculiar and fantastical species, the technological landscape varied by region, with advanced technologies emerging ceaselessly and the sea harbored treasures and devil fruits, granting bizarre abilities to those who consumed them. Recalling the myriad descriptions of this world from the base's library, Tang Ge felt a flicker of yearning in his eyes. He picked up a broken bamboo sword and approached a training dummy clad in heavy armor. Yet alas, for Tang Ge, this was a nightmarish world. He had a fondness for martial arts dramas, where heroes roamed the world with justice, cultivating their inner strength while honing their physical prowess. He adored Xianxia tales, where sword energies soared and magical spells flourished, capable of reaching for the stars or diving into the depths to capture dragons. But such narratives were absent in this world. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ge quickened his cleaning pace. The Ironman triathlon for the morning still awaited completion. As the clock in the martial arts arena struck 7, the space had been tidied. A new day dawns, and men must strive to strengthen themselves, forging their bodies like steel through 100 trials. Yet, it was not entirely devoid of promise. Clad in a weighted vest, Tang Ge's heart brimmed with anticipation as he began to scale the cliffs. In a realm only he could perceive, a once vibrant plus sign button had faded to gray. It resembled a mark in a beloved game, signifying skill upgrades and leveling up. He referred to it simply as a cheat code. When he had traversed into this world and encountered the devil fruit, he absorbed a surge of warmth from it, causing the plus sign to turn red. In a moment of desperation, as he sensed his vitality waning, he pressed the red button, and ultimately he revived. Unlike the game's plus sign, which could enhance levels, experiences, and skill points, this button served a simpler purpose. It merely enhanced his physical constitution. Moreover, the enhancement was not as miraculous as it seemed. At least, its effects over the past year had only manifested as an extraordinary increase in stamina. There was no automatic strengthening, no immediate results. Panting heavily, Tang Ge stood at the pinnacle of the fortress, gazing at the stronghold, which revealed its true, fearsome visage under the sun. The cliffs jutted with jagged rocks, the distant mountains cloaked in dense forests, and the inner lake flanked by towering turrets nestled within the cliffs were more than a dozen docks. And the lake's surface was dotted with Navy vessels, their white sails gliding in formation as numerous sailors shouted rallying cries in synchronized drills, while a massive naval flag fluttered proudly at the fortress entrance. Leaping from the highest point, he plunged into the lake like a cannonball. Today, I shall swim 20 laps. Only through relentless training, step by step, could he unlock the limits of his physique, every drop of sweat contributing to his strength. Yet, reality did not unfold as Tang Ge had wished as he swam along the inner lake. He reached a turning point. After a year of unwavering dedication, he finally experienced a qualitative transformation. A tingling sensation began deep within, gradually radiating outward, as his internal organs, blood, bones, and muscles underwent a baptism akin to a rigorous tempering, his heart beating rapidly to circulate blood throughout his body, enveloped in a warm, prickly sensation that contrasted sharply with the cold lake water, creating an irritably restless feeling. Immersed in the icy waters, he assumed a fighting stance and delivered a powerful punch forward. The sheer strength of his arm, combined with the explosive force of his strike, created a multitude of circular bubbles in the water, erupting into a cascade of white splashes. I feel stronger, yet it seems as though nothing has changed. Tang Ge quietly contemplated the changes within his body. His strength had not increased outright, rather. His punches felt lighter, and the fatigue following each strike dissipated more swiftly than before, with an increase in the strength of his muscles and bones. With the same forceful punches as before, he sensed that he could maintain this for half a day, inching closer to his goal of training for an entire day. After that sudden surge of transformation, his body was once again brimming with vitality, as if he possessed boundless energy, sweeping away the mental fatigue accumulated over time. The strength he had attained was comparable to the weight of 3 small cars, categorizing him as a formidable entity. Yet in this world, he could only be regarded as a rather formidable super soldier. Just as Tang Ge tilted his head in the water, lost in thoughts of his cheat code, a voice broke through nearby. "What are you doing? I thought you had fallen into the water again and needed rescuing." The newcomer was a white man in his 30s, seated in a small boat, sporting a sun hat emblazoned with the naval insignia, dressed in a casual naval shirt, and wielding a fishing rod, his most distinctive feature being the handlebar mustache adorning his lips. "Commander Jonathan, surely you haven't been fishing in the lake all night? Miss Jessica will not let you off lightly," Tang Ge remarked playfully. "Ah, well, Jessica has been occupied researching recipes all night, so she hasn't had time to keep tabs on me," the man replied, his brows knitting together at the mention of Jessica. "And how many times must I tell you? Call me Commander." Hearing about Jessica's culinary endeavors, Tang Ge felt a pang of sympathy and saluted, "Understood, Commander Jonathan." Observing Tang Ge's feigned ignorance, the commander crossed his legs, a smirk playing on his lips. "Tang Ge, Chief Petty Officer, with the prowess of an elite officer, why do you willingly serve as a mere deckhand in this fortress? What is your intent? Tang Ge could only maintain his ruse of ignorance. He could hardly confess that he once believed. I do not belong here. I await a return to my original world. However, with the dream of returning home shattered, new thoughts began to emerge. Report to Commander Jonathan. The serviceman is also a proud member of the fortress, and I take great pride in my work. Should there be any shortcomings on my part, I humbly request your guidance in the future. Ah, what an energetic young man. Upon hearing such a different response, Jonathan chuckled and adjusted his crossed legs slightly. I shall. I happen to have a question for this proud soldier, Tang Ge. If a tiger were to infiltrate a flock of sheep and continually bully them, what would you suggest I do? Commander, I believe the tiger should be returned to the sea, for that is where it truly belongs. Ah, indeed. Jonathan was somewhat taken aback by this answer, just as he was about to respond. At that moment, a head poked out from the fourth floor of the central tower. A blonde lady shouted impatiently, "Commander, please come to the dining hall for breakfast at once." Ah, again with the dreaded broccoli and carrots, he replied. Well, I must take my leave. It has been delightful conversing with you. Do make sure to eat breakfast early. Even strength training requires one to heed their limits. As the commander maneuvered the boat to the shore, he observed the somewhat flustered figure of Tang Ge departing and couldn't help but think. Underestimating this seemingly refined man is a grave mistake. His grave must be over 3 feet high. Commander Jonathan, the commander of the barren fortress, a seasoned angler and a chess master, had been in charge of G8 Fortress for less than 3 years, yet he commanded the utmost respect from all personnel. He was renowned as a benevolent and astute leader. In this era of rampant piracy along the Grand Line, it was his formidable strength that transformed Barren into an impregnable fortress, capable of subduing the entire sea region. Tang Ge knew all too well that it was Jonathan who had once cleaved the ocean, vanquished pirates, and rescued him from the depths of the sea. As he disembarked from the shallow waters of the fortress bridge, wringing out his clothes and holding his weighted vest, he stood at the entrance of the corridor, gazing back at the lake and the distant figures of his naval comrades beginning their busy routines. Indeed, life in the Navy is rather splendid. Those rascals from the 88th Unit are truly insufferable. They always leave the training room in utter disarray. Thankfully, training room number 1 isn't our responsibility to clean. Those gorilla-like members of the 55th Unit are practically demolishing the place. They're indeed like gorillas. Why can't we go eat now? I long to see Miss Jessica. Jessica belongs to me, you scrawny fool. Before even returning to the duty room, Tang Ge could hear his 2 subordinates venting their frustrations from afar. The 8th duty unit consisted of 3 members. There were 10 such units throughout the base, each tasked with maintaining their respective training areas, perpetually the second to rise and the second to dine. After completing their cleaning duties, they prepared to gather for breakfast. Boss, you're back. Upon seeing Tang Ge push open the door and stand at the threshold, a burly man resembling a koala promptly stood up straight and saluted. Another lanky fellow hurried over to take the wet clothes from Tang Ge's hands, his face beaming with joy. Boss, you've worked hard. Casting a glance at their sweat-drenched uniforms, Tang Ge felt his irritation dissipate slightly. He placed the weighted vest on the table without saying much. Fools, put on your hats. Quickly, it's time to eat. Yes, they replied in unison. Though weary, the mention of food instantly revived their spirits. The more robust one was Penny, affectionately nicknamed Lazy Penny by acquaintances. He was boisterous yet timid. The slender one was Sheldon, a braggart and a news junkie who seemed to know every maritime affair, while only half of what transpired on land. Tang Ge internally dubbed them the troublemaking duo. In the first month after joining the Navy, Penny had been the leader of the trio. However, after an encounter where he witnessed Tang Ge's terrifying strength and endurance, he willingly stepped back to take the second seat, relishing the opportunity to poke fun at Sheldon. As they walked, Tang Ge listened attentively to the duo discussing the major news from the newspapers. He was baffled by how Sheldon, after a busy morning, still managed to keep up with current events. Upon entering the fortress headquarters, they encountered a group returning from breakfast. The troublemaking duo scurried behind Tang Ge like frightened mice. The lead figure of the group, a muscular man with a dark complexion, said nothing but stared intently at Tang Ge. After exhaling a puff of white air from his nostrils, he slightly cleared the path. Accompanied by a cadre of similarly muscular men, they bellowed slogans like Spirit of the Gale as they left, while Tang Ge maintained his stoic demeanor and continued on. These gorilla-like men, is it really necessary for them to hold such a grudge over just a few scuffles? Tang Ge scratched his head and muttered softly to the duo behind him. He recalled Jonathan's words from earlier. Someone must have reported him. Otherwise, the commander would not have taken such an interest in the matter. Boss, you didn't just tussle with them a few times. Including the day before yesterday, you fought them a total of 5 times, and you even sent them all to the medical ward once, Sheldon cautiously added. You also blocked the entrance to the medical ward and sent them back in as soon as they were discharged, Penny chimed in. Is that so? No wonder they seem so weak. Tang Ge chose to selectively ignore the crucial number of encounters, curling his lip in response. The 2 individuals behind him were suddenly rendered speechless. They had no way to respond to such a statement. It was not that they were lacking in strength, but rather that your skin was excessively thick. Following the conclusion of a topic, Sheldon wisely pivoted to another subject. I overheard from the brothers of the 88th Unit that the Gale Squad is preparing to mobilize against the chief. Just moments ago, Penny, who had been hiding behind, seized Sheldon by the collar, spewing, "You bastard! Why didn't you mention such crucial news earlier?" I thought I had heard something, Sheldon defended weakly. Besides, if you hadn't insulted others by calling them the Gorilla Squad and provoking them into a fight, would the chief have stepped in to help you and sent them to the medical bay? Sheldon's justification was feeble. You missed out on Miss Jessica's culinary delights this morning. Huh. Impossible. Only Jessica's sauce is not to be shared with you. Well, if you don't keep up, you'll be assigned to clean training room 1 tomorrow. Tang Ge, without looking back, pushed open the cafeteria door and stepped inside. The entire Gale Squad here. Almost 100 individuals were present. Indeed, it was time for a change of personnel. Such scenes unfolded countless times a day, and with these 2 clowns bickering incessantly nearby, life had become infinitely more enjoyable. Let them argue. The cafeteria was the sole dining facility on the base. Located on the 3rd floor of the central island, capable of accommodating over 200 diners at once. With nearly 1,000 permanent staff members stationed at the fortress, they could only eat in shifts. The layout of the restaurant resembled a vast circular buffet, styled somewhat like the Mediterranean, with the kitchen at one end and a serving counter in between. In the center were over 20 tables adorned with beautiful green checkered tablecloths. And by this time, the number of diners had dwindled significantly. The remaining patrons were engaged in conversation. To the left was a grand floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the light blue inner lake. To the right was a high-level private room within the base. Its door conveniently ajar, revealing 3 round tables. The rightmost table was the commander's exclusive seat, adjacent to a panoramic window. Tang Ge and his companions made their way directly to the serving counter. The duo peeked into the kitchen, but, upon failing to spot their desired individual, let out a despondent wail. A few chatting sailors paused to observe Tang Ge, whispering among themselves, "Look, Tang Ge is here. I heard he single-handedly took down over 10 members of the Gale Squad a few days ago." An uninformed bystander quickly inquired, "Which one is Tang Ge?" "That one, carrying 2 oversized trays. I said, even 20 yet. Could he really eat that much? That's enough for 10 people. Not even 20? He grown so tall. He must be nearly 2 meters. Quite intimidating. Our captain mentioned that Tang Ge already possesses officer-level strength. That can't be true. Shoo. Hurry, he's coming this way." Tang Ge's current physique was indeed imposing. Standing over 2 meters tall, with well-defined muscles, broad shoulders, and a robust build, his powerful arms exuded remarkable strength. Ignoring the idle chatter of the ordinary soldiers, Tang Ge settled at a clean round table by the window with his 2 oversized trays and began to eat heartily. He was uncertain of the age of this body, only knowing that a year prior, he had appeared as frail as a high school student. Yet, with an increasing appetite, he transformed from weak to toned and strong, his height soaring from 1.7 meters to around 2 meters. Judging by his physique, he hardly resembled a mere 17 or 18-year-old. In his previous life, such stature would have marked him as an exceptional athlete. But in this world of extraordinary strength, it was merely average. Here, height and build were not considered innate talents. Beside him, the disappointed duo mused aloud. Why isn't Miss Jessica here? Is she ill? Don't be a harbinger of doom. Jessica is an angel. Such misfortune is impossible. The duo commenced their usual banter. The Jessica they referred to was the new chef at the naval base, a stunning blonde with a fiery temperament. Inwardly, Tang Ge added, as he picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and stretched lazily, what a delightful meal. Since Jessica's arrival at the naval base, the quality of the kitchen's offerings had undergone a remarkable transformation. In this bastion filled with muscle-bound sailors, Jessica's presence had undeniably sent their masculine hormones into overdrive. However, Tang Ge was aware that Jessica had already set her sights on someone else. No amount of posturing by the others would change that. Jessica's affections were clearly directed towards the strongest individual in the base, Commander Jonathan, a man who embodied both strength and gentleness, wit and wisdom, leaving Jessica in a conundrum that it was only natural that the duo did not see her. That fiery woman was likely supervising Jonathan's meal at that moment. Suddenly, a wailing alarm echoed throughout the fortress. The base's loudspeakers began broadcasting. Emergency alert. All lieutenants report to Command Room 1 to await orders from the commander. All other combat units remain vigilant and ready for action. The announcement continued, repeating the previous message. The entire fortress sprang into action, with groups of sailors quickly assembling, unit leaders counting heads, and logistical personnel hastily transporting ammunition onto the warships. Sailors aboard the vessels raised the sails. The atmosphere in the fortress grew tense. Before long, the reason behind the alarm was uncovered by the well-informed Sheldon. Chief, we're in big trouble. Sheldon had an exceptional knack for gathering information, but possessed a rather weak constitution. Relishing in exaggerated tales, fool, what trouble could possibly come to the naval base? Which insignificant pirate has ventured into these waters? Penny remarked, tapping Sheldon lightly on the head. Ever since Commander Jonathan arrived at the naval base, the pirates in this region had either perished or fled under his formidable presence. Some ill-fated new pirates were swiftly captured by him. But now, it was no mere trivial matter. Colonel Joseph's 3 warships had returned from the Gaia Sea in dire defeat, suffering significant casualties, with holes blasted through the ships. What? Tang Ge's eyes widened. The damage to the 3 warships marked one of the gravest defeats the naval base had faced in recent times, and no wonder the alarm had sounded throughout the fortress. The naval base was stationed in a region notorious for frequent pirate activity, particularly in the Gaia Sea. Whenever pirates appeared in the vicinity, the naval forces were compelled to set sail to confront them. This organization, known as the Navy, upheld the justice of the sea and safeguarded the peace of the region. Shortly after grasping the situation, the trio exited the cafeteria and made their way to the corner of the fortress. This was dock number 8, typically reserved for the repair of minor damage to smaller warships. But now all repair personnel had been diverted to assist in the larger docks. The 3 severely damaged warships would be sent there for repairs. The duo busied themselves tidying up the cluttered ground, though they spent most of their time conversing. The events that had just transpired were sufficient to occupy their discussion for an entire day. They could transition from the minor skirmish in the Gaia Sea to the rising pirate supernovas of the Grand Line, eventually encompassing the entire maritime situation that in essence. It was utterly nonsensical chatter. Meanwhile, Tang Ge was engaged in a series of extreme, stretching exercises nearby. In his previous life, he was an ordinary individual, and upon inexplicably arriving in this world, he remained fundamentally just that, an ordinary person, albeit endowed with a modicum of brute strength. The stretching routines were derived from the foundational physical techniques documented in the Fortress Library, aimed at enhancing physical flexibility and agility. The existence of external enhancements did not render this body's innate talents overwhelmingly powerful. Mastery of any skill was not instantaneous. To fully master this simple regimen of extreme stretches, Tang Ge invested only a fraction more time than the elite within the fortress. Upon realizing he could not return to his former world, a sense of unrest stirred within him, igniting a fervor. There was animosity directed at the pirates who had slain the original owner of this body, as well as dreams that belonged solely to him, of exploring this extraordinary and resplendent world. Yet there was also fear, the helplessness and darkness that haunted his dreams, tormenting him daily. All of this stemmed from his perceived weakness, not only in body but also in spirit and mind, that he must become stronger. Regrettably, after repeatedly confirming with Commander Jonathan and enduring a condescending gaze, he ultimately accepted the reality that this world lacked martial arts manuals or mystical techniques. The only path to strength lay in the rigorous training of the body in combat. As for the methods of training and fighting, that purely depended on one's own comprehension, that it was exceedingly disconcerting. To achieve strength, he could only rely on his own ingenuity. After completing his stretching exercises, he approached his designated training apparatus, a slab of military-grade steel armor, 20 centimeters thick, originally affixed to the exterior of a large warship to withstand cannon fire. This relic had been salvaged from Dock 88. With a determined stance, Tang Ge planted his feet firmly, aligning his fists, waist, spine, and legs to unleash his full force. His fists launched forth in a straight line, delivering the entirety of his strength into the steel surface, which erupted with a dull thud under the strain of his extraordinary power. This was the first move of his self-created martial art, the most fundamental naval boxing technique, combined with the horse stance he had learned in his previous life. Through relentless training day and night, his self-developed techniques gained remarkable potency. From the very first day he arrived at the barren fortress, he practiced in this manner without fail. Initially, he could throw a punch 10,000 times a day, but now he had escalated to 30,000 punches daily. Many within the Navy were diligent and persistent, yet perhaps he was the only one to have practiced a simple boxing technique to such an extent. The results were strikingly evident. He had transitioned from merely relying on brute strength, often to his own detriment, to now being able to wield his full power without harming himself. The center of the thick steel plate gleamed brightly, deeply indented from the countless punches, surrounded by dried, dark red bloodstains. This was the inevitable cost of evolving from weakness to strength, the necessary actions to bear his dreams. Foundational training was the essential pathway for all who sought to grow stronger. Among the myriad of naval recruits, Tang Ge dedicated the most time to basic boxing. Today, having just achieved a breakthrough, his energy surged, and he unleashed his fists in rapid succession against the steel plate while firmly anchoring his legs to the ground. Boss seems even more formidable today. Indeed, he appears entirely different. Even though they had grown accustomed to it, Penny and Sheldon were still taken aback by Tang Ge's almost masochistic approach to training. What are you two staring at? Get to it. 100 sit-ups and 100 push-ups. To realize his dreams, one must exert effort as they completed their tasks. Murmuring to each other, Tang Ge's roar echoed, startling them. Yes, gritting their teeth, the duo dropped to the ground for push-ups, chanting numbers as they went. 0.12. Penny and Sheldon harbored dreams of their own, aspirations to reach the Navy headquarters for this dream. The once lazy pair, spurred on by Tang Ge, began their arduous foundational training. However, people are inherently different, especially ordinary individuals compared to those who possess extraordinary enhancements. After merely half an hour, the duo was panting heavily, their bodies trembling slightly, while Tang Ge remained invigorated and full of stamina. Observing him, one could surmise he could continue training for another day without issue. As Tang Ge continued to punch, he sensed something different about his strikes today. Although he couldn't quite articulate what it was, he pressed on, delivering punch after punch against the steel plate. Gradually, as time slipped by unnoticed, he felt a transformation in his punches. Each strike required no deliberate exertion of force nor conscious control. He could strike with full power precisely where he intended. It was effortless, fluid, and liberated. With a resounding whoosh, a punch released a faint rush of air. A shallow imprint appeared on the steel plate. While the pure steel armor could withstand his full-force punches, other materials might not be so resilient. The steel plate was affixed to a protruding rock, and now that rock, fused with the mountain, emitted a subtle tremor. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. With an exhilarated shout, Tang Ge unleashed his fists with even greater ferocity. Finally, a crack resounded. The sound of the rock fracturing echoed in the astonished gazes of the duo. As the rock and steel plate flew away as if struck by cannon fire, ISR boss, some sort of monster in human guise. The thought simultaneously crossed their minds. What a wondrous sensation. Exhaling heavily, Tang Ge gazed at the displaced steel plate, a broad smile illuminating his face. His self-created martial art was indeed viable. The feeling of effortless control over strength and precision was no mere illusion. It was the culmination of countless punches. Regardless of the world, time never betrays those who are diligent and willing to think critically. From a mere brute, only capable of throwing punches, to mastering the art of controlled strikes, it all boiled down to two words: perseverance. His first self-created martial art had succeeded, leaving only one task remaining: to name it. Names like sky-bearing, king-bearing, or dragon-bearing felt overly ostentatious. Whatever it was, humility was key. Contemplating the posture of his technique, an unassuming yet fitting name surfaced in his mind. Black Tiger Heart Extraction. Tang Ge beamed with satisfaction at this name. That I've grown stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he escape the confines of barren fortress, pursue greater endeavors, and fulfill his dreams. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and the world spun around him, eliciting a muffled groan of discomfort. Boss, are you all right? The duo immediately reacted, rushing toward Tang Ge. I'm fine. He halted their intentions to assist, a slight smile gracing his face. The recent breakthrough in his boxing technique had momentarily drained immense energy, reducing his physical capabilities to a state of weakness. This sensation of fatigue after exertion was novel. Previous training, while taxing, had allowed for swift recovery, at least affording a buffer period. Unlike now, where the surge in strength had accelerated his energy depletion, akin to a rushing river, and wonder-skilled fighters often unleash their ultimate techniques with abandon. Previously, he had found it perplexing when watching dramas, observing powerful individuals engage in protracted exchanges before finally revealing their trump cards to settle the score. T wasn't T that they didn't T want to. They simply couldn't T that if one started fighting from the outset, their stamina would falter before long. The simple duo, influenced by Tang Ge's exuberance, began to cheer, linking arms and bouncing in place. They both understood their boss had undoubtedly become stronger. Observing these two lively souls, Tang Ge felt a flicker of hesitation. Over the past year, the three of them had enjoyed a pleasant camaraderie in the moments of utmost solitude and helplessness for Tang Ge. It was precisely then that they bestowed upon him their greatest care and assistance. Boss, Penny called out, you should pursue your aspirations without concern for us. This seemingly rough fellow, in truth, harbored a more delicate heart. Although reluctant to part with this protective and formidable leader, he understood that, given Tang Ge's capabilities, it was impossible for him to remain indefinitely in the service squad, merely tidying up. Yet Sheldon, typically so loquacious, suddenly hung his head in silence, which stirred something within Tang Ge. Sheldon was aware of this too, that moment. Penny refrained from admonishing Sheldon further, merely thumping his chest, assuring, do not worry, after the boss departs. I will continue to look after you. Our service team 8 will remain the strongest. The boss need not fret. No matter where he is, he will always be the mightiest. It was rare for the usually lazy Penny to adopt a serious demeanor. Tang Ge, having made a resolution, thought to himself, who says that if I leave service team 8, you too will abandon me? Boss, is that true? Penny, the somewhat slow-witted fellow, had yet to grasp the implication, while Sheldon, already enlightened, spoke with anticipation. I will request the commander to transfer you both alongside me. Wherever I go, you shall follow. Without your daily updates on the world's affairs, reading the newspaper alone can be quite taxing. Now, let us get to work. There is much to be done today. The two simple-minded fellows, relieved to know they need not part ways, resumed their optimistic selves, shoulder to shoulder, merrily engaging in their own amusement. Everyone possesses dreams, and to realize these dreams, one must attain sufficient strength that, in order to grow stronger, one must cultivate more martial skills and techniques, given that their physical capabilities had already reached their zenith. The swiftest route to enhancement lay in joining combat units. Firstly, real combat can rapidly bolster one's strength, and within a combat unit, one can hone practical skills and innovate new techniques. Secondly, combat units provide greater opportunities to encounter devil fruits. With their current physical state maxed out, any further enhancement necessitates energizing their capabilities through external means, compelling them to venture out to seek devil fruits before Tang Ge and his companions could commence their duties. An orderly hastened over to announce the order from Vice Admiral Johnson. Soldier Tang Ge, report to Command Room 1 for a meeting. With that, he turned and departed. Tang Ge rubbed his forehead, reflecting on how swiftly Johnson's attention had arrived. Truly a man with a penchant for vengeance. Upon entering a meeting room of approximately 100 square meters, dimly lit, Tang Ge did not anticipate having the chance to speak. Given it was his first time attending such a gathering, out of habit from his past life, he brought along a small notebook and a pen, casually selecting a seat in the back row to quietly observe the proceedings. In the center of the room stood a long table, with Vice Admiral Johnson seated at its head. In front of him lay a chessboard, and opposite was a blank white wall, with over a dozen officers seated along either side. The presence of Tang Ge at such a high-level meeting stirred a murmur among the attendees. Upon noticing the commander's impassive expression, they were compelled to keep their thoughts to themselves. At this juncture, Vice Admiral Johnson commenced his address, his tone markedly more serious than usual. Tang Ge has been specially approved to attend this meeting. With pirates proliferating, the Navy requires fresh, potent blood. He possesses that capability. Lieutenant Drake, you may begin. A bearded white officer on the left promptly stood, moving to the desk behind Johnson. He pressed a button on a colossal snail-like creature, causing its eyes to illuminate and project an image onto the wall opposite. Thanks to Sheldon's frequent explanations, Tang Ge recognized the snail-like creature as a transponder snail, a piece of advanced technology in this world. Typically, two corresponding transponder snails can communicate within a certain range by using their sound tubes. Akin to mobile phones on Earth, some larger transponder snails can connect multiple smaller ones simultaneously, functioning like a broadcast. Among them, the large one on the table was a projection transponder, resembling a projector. For every electrical device conceivable in his previous life, one could find a corresponding transponder snail species here. Tang Ge also recognized that the projected images depicted several pirates who had recently gained notoriety along the Grand Line. This world refers to the oceanic belt akin to Earth's equator as the Grand Line, the primary theater of operations for pirates and the Navy. The bounty notices were issued by the Navy headquarters to incentivize naval forces and bounty hunters to capture pirates. The currency utilized for bounties is known as belly, the universally accepted monetary unit in this realm. This world does not possess a clear hierarchical classification of strength. There are no defined levels, such as what status one achieves at a certain power threshold. Generally, a person's strength is gauged by the amount of their bounty. The Navy headquarters exercises great diligence in determining bounties, with a primary focus on the notoriety and power of the wanted criminals. The greater the strength and renown, the higher the bounty awarded. Of course, exceptions exist. Some brutal pirates, in their quest for elevated bounties, deliberately slaughter civilians, resulting in inflated assessments of their capabilities. Overall, evaluating pirate strength based on bounty amounts is a feasible approach. Since the Pirate King Joel D. Roger ignited the great age of pirates just 7 years ago, countless pirates have flooded the Grand Line in search of the legendary treasure One Piece. These ruthless marauders have committed heinous acts of arson, murder, and pillaging, inflicting significant losses upon nations worldwide. The following are the latest bounties issued by headquarters, with a few individuals warranting particular attention. Treasure Hunter. This individual recently emerged from the West Sea. Known solely for his title of Treasure Hunter, he possesses an extraordinary interest in the treasures buried across the ocean. Following a treasure legend, he invaded Gem Town in the West Sea, resulting in substantial casualties. With a bounty of 10,000 belly, Rockstar, Rock, a pirate from the West Sea, has made a name for himself in a region teeming with powerful pirates. It is only a matter of time before he arrives at the Grand Line. With a bounty of 10,000 belly, Underworld Godfather Capone Beach. This individual is a formidable leader of an underworld gang. Though not a pirate, his threat level is on par with that of pirates. With a bounty of 8 million belly, Mountain Bandit Sig. Active near the East Sea Escoya Kingdom, he carries an initial bounty of 1 million belly. The previous mention pertains to initial bounties. Now, let us discuss adjustments. Red-haired Shanks. Captain of the red-haired pirates. Merely his past as an intern aboard the Pirate King's ship compels us to accord him the utmost attention. His strength is also considerable, currently boasting a bounty of 880 million belly. His crew members are no less formidable. Ben Beckman carries a bounty of 30,000 belly, making such a pirate crew capable of dominating even in the New World. Tang Ge noted, "It's the first time I've seen such a high bounty, surpassing what could be considered a martial arts drama-esque supreme ruler." With a flurry of movement, Tang Ge diligently took notes. Busier than anyone else present, Crocodile. Hailing from the West Sea, he is the possessor of the Sansan fruit, a natural-type devil fruit that, in the first half of the Grand Line, natural-type devil fruit users are virtually invincible. This time, headquarters assigned him a bounty of only 10,000, which seems rather dismissive. The fact that a natural-type devil fruit user possesses notable potential yet has a bounty of only 10,000 indicates his strength is not particularly high. Don Quixote da Flamingo, captain of a family-style pirate crew, his devil fruit ability remains unknown. Although his family members are not widely recognized, each possesses formidable strength. Da Flamingo's ability to escape from a confrontation with Vice Admiral Tsuru. The Chief of Staff attests to his considerable prowess, with a bounty of 10,000, a family-style pirate crew. This mode of piracy is a novel concept for Tang Ge, who took note of this information. Tyrant Kuma. Tang Ge felt that attending this meeting held significant importance. Devil fruits are unique fruits found in the ocean, which bestow superhuman abilities upon those who consume them. They are categorized into 3 types. The most common, Paramecia, which can vary in strength depending on the user's mastery. The animal type, which enhances strength and speed, some even granting unique abilities. And the rarest, Logia, which, as Sheldon described, represents invincibility. However, users of devil fruits share a fatal flaw. All who consume them are cursed by the sea and lose the ability to swim. Moreover, akin to a telephone bug, it becomes feeble and powerless upon contact with seawater. This may well be the price one must pay to acquire extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, regardless of the nature of the power, caution is imperative. Tang Ge silently reminded himself that it was not until Drake suddenly excitedly revealed a bounty notice that his mind snapped back to attention. Upon seeing that familiar face, his eyes narrowed slightly, radiating a dangerous glint. Itsu, Spade, the gaunt man with an octopus hairstyle atop his head, a member of the long-handed tribe. He was the captain of the pirate crew that attacked merchant ships during Tang Ge's traversal, the very instigator of the original host's demise. Most critically, Spade had snatched the devil fruit from Tang Ge's grasp. After learning from Shelton that the fruit, adorned with peculiar patterns, was indeed a devil fruit, Tang Ge had located Spade's bounty notice, memorizing his visage, and had been contemplating the day he would exact vengeance and reclaim that precious devil fruit. Ideally, that fruit remains in your possession, for it holds considerable value. The devil fruits, capable of directly enhancing one's strength, have always been in high demand. After all, who would not desire greater power? The scarcity of devil fruit users within the entirety of the Nabaran fortress underscores their rarity. Tang Ge had discerned the reason behind the commander summoning him to the meeting. The Sea Walker, Spade Water, with a bounty of 1 million berries, a water spider user, was precisely this ability that had allowed him to escape from Rear Admiral Jonathan's grasp, as he had been operating in the waters near Nabaran. Half a year ago, there were whispers of his entrance into the latter half of the Grand Line. However, just days ago, our secret forces in Gaia Magic Valley reported Spade's return. 3 naval ships had sustained damage in the Gaia waters, and it bore his mark. Drake was compelled to pause as the conference room buzzed with chatter, the officers whispering amongst themselves, all discussing Spade. Pirates who can navigate back from the latter half of the Grand Line are exceedingly rare. Silence. Commander Jonathan rose, and the chaotic meeting room fell silent in an instant. Within Nabaran Fortress, Jonathan commanded absolute authority. He was well aware of the officers' discussions. Generally, pirates returning from the latter half of the Grand Line do not survive. Those who manage to do so have undergone significant transformations in strength. According to intelligence from the naval headquarters, Spade had retreated from the New World, his pirate crew annihilated, with only himself escaping, thus alleviating our concerns. Jonathan calmly stated, "We are all aware that Spade has previously attacked merchant ships near Nabaran and slaughtered civilians. This time, having returned alone from the New World, he will wager our Nabaron's honor and will not escape again. We must apprehend him in Gaia. I hereby announce the operational deployment. Jonathan unfurled a map of Gaia, positioning several pieces around the island. Lieutenant Colonel Bruce, you will lead the Titan Baradin bombardment on the western sea of Gaia. Lieutenant Colonel Nelson, you will command the Balraman bombardment on the eastern sea. Colonel Fraser, you will lead the flagship and 10 warships in a frontal assault from Gaia Island. Lieutenant Drake, you will spearhead 10 elite combat units in a landing operation to capture all pirates. Currently, there are not many powerful pirates in Magic Valley Town. Your forces are sufficient to clear out the riffraff. Spade, formidable yet solitary, will likely, as before, abandon his pirate comrades and flee alone. The northern waters are rife with turbulent currents, ill-suited for naval pursuit. Thus, he will undoubtedly attempt to escape through the north. At that juncture, I shall await him here. Jonathan placed the Queen's Piece heavily on the northern section of Gaia. Understood. Yes, yes. Then hasten to prepare. We depart in 10 minutes. Tang Ge remained pensive, familiar phrases like surrounding 3, lacking 1, feinting east while striking west, and scooping grass to catch rabbits flitted through his mind. This mustachioed man exuded an aura of decisiveness and lethal precision. Once the others had departed, Commander turned to Tang Ge with a smile. Soldier Tang Ge, accompany me to confront your old nemesis, that moment, on Gaia Island, in a clandestine location within Magic Valley Town. Doflamingo, Spade has already handed over that devil fruit to me. What shall we do next? A towering figure was reporting to the distant telephone bug how he executed the plan to eliminate Spade. To prevent him from revealing our operations? Ha ha ha, Mr. Virgo, you are indeed quite ruthless. The telephone bug, resembling a pair of sunglasses, echoed with exaggerated laughter. Even seemingly weak adversaries inevitably harbor a joy for bloodshed within. One must not entirely deny others the chance for survival. However, a stray dog from the New World, upon receiving a gift intended to procure his fleeting freedom, becomes devoid of value. Worthless things are of no need to the Don Quixote family. Wouldn't you agree, Virgo? Understood, the burly man replied coldly. The hedgehog of Nabaron Fortress is no trifling matter. Loki has already set out to retrieve you. With that, the man abruptly hung up the telephone bug. On the second floor, beside a window of a bar in Magic Valley Town, a square-faced man with an octopus-like hairstyle held a drink, coldly observing the revelry of his subordinates outside. What a bunch of foolish weaklings. How comfortable it is to remain in paradise. The pirates outside were celebrating their joining of the formidable sea spider pirate crew, lured by Spade's promises of great rewards upon his return to Gaia. Little did they realize that the strong backing they believed they had, Captain Spade, had just suffered total annihilation upon entering the New World, if not for the unutilized devil fruit still in Spade's possession. He might have never had the chance to return to paradise. Every recollection of his recent experiences in the New World sent shivers down Spade's spine. Fearful nightmares, the latter half of the Grand Line, which the strong call the New World, the weak deem a graveyard for pirates. Conversely, the former half of the Grand Line is referred to as paradise by those pirates who have met with failure in the New World. The starkly contrasting appellations of the two halves of the Grand Line underscore the notion that it is a treacherous path, where only the strongest pirates thrive. Spade merely encountered the aftermath of battles between two powerful pirate crews. His ship sank, and he was barely rescued, waking to find himself treated like a slave. After enduring such a hellish ordeal, the remnants of his adventurous spirit were extinguished, leaving only a desperate yearning for survival. He bartered the devil fruit buried near Gaia and the treasures acquired through a life of plunder for a chance to return to paradise offered by the Don Quixote family. Alas, a single individual cannot consume 2 devil fruits. Otherwise, reflecting on his crushing defeat, he felt a mix of terror and an undercurrent of unwillingness. It's all in the past. Spade, still shaken from his recent ordeal, took a hearty swig of his drink, vowing never to set foot in the New World again, choosing instead to relish his freedom in paradise. The magnetic chaos of the Grand Line rendered ordinary compasses utterly useless. Navigating between the various islands necessitated reliance on record pointers, which could only document the magnetic direction of a single island at a time. There were a total of 7 primary routes along the Grand Line. The islands along this route, plagued by magnetic disturbances, experienced wildly erratic weather patterns that changed with astonishing rapidity. One moment, a tempest would rage, and the next, the sun would shine brightly, only to be followed by a heavy snowfall. However, once one entered the magnetic field surrounding an island, the climate would stabilize, giving rise to the unique meteorological phenomena of the Grand Line. Among these, some islands were perpetually blanketed in snow, existing in a frigid climate and thus dubbed winter islands. Others enjoyed a year-round spring, brimming with lush vegetation, known as spring islands. There were also summer islands, where rain and thunder were constants, autumn islands, with temperate and pleasant weather, and islands with various peculiar phenomena. Gaia Island was one such spring island. Over 4 centuries ago, its main section, which housed a city, mysteriously lost most of its population, leaving the island ungoverned. With its favorable climate and picturesque scenery, several routes of the Grand Line led here. Gaia gradually transformed into a haven for criminals and adventurers. With a multitude of individuals congregating and the Navy's defensive presence in the area being relatively weak, it eventually evolved into a pirate-dominated settlement known as Devil's Valley. A veritable den of iniquity for pirates looking to offload their plundered treasures along the earlier segments of the Grand Line. The inhabitants of this place were notorious for their lawlessness. At noon, the naval fleet stationed near Gaia sprang into action, and the sudden emergence of the formidable Navy fleet threw the loosely organized pirate town into a state of chaos. The pirates, who had come merely to indulge in revelry, were unprepared for a confrontation with the Navy. As the battle commenced, the tide quickly turned against them. Over 30 naval warships formed a triangular blockade, bombarding Gaia Island from a distance. Explosive shells crafted from black powder detonated in succession on the island, igniting wooden structures in flames. The deafening roar of explosions and the shockwaves sent debris flying, striking down the unfortunate souls caught in their path. Near the beach, the ships designated for landing lowered their gangplanks, and squads of Navy soldiers, clad in crisp white uniforms, disembarked under the command of their officers on the southern shores of Gaia Island. The island trembled under the thunderous cannon fire, with smoke from the black powder explosions darkening the sky. The pirate vessels in the harbor were reduced to splinters in the Navy's initial onslaught. Littering the sea, the once boisterous and chaotic pirates found themselves caught off guard, their cries of despair echoing as they fled in panic. With their ships destroyed, escape became an impossibility, witnessing the Navy's successful landing. Most pirates lost their will to fight and surrendered on their knees. A handful of defiant pirates, despite possessing some strength, were swiftly apprehended by the overwhelmingly superior numbers and equipment of the Navy. Only those unfortunate souls injured in the bombardment lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Groups of pirates, shackled and in chains, were herded onto Navy ships. In this direct confrontation, Commander Jonathan's meticulous plan unfolded flawlessly. Meanwhile, in the northern jungles of Gaia Island, 2 figures raced towards the coastline, intent on evading the Navy's encirclement. Suddenly, from the dense foliage, 2 sharp blue energy blades shot forth, aimed directly at the 2 hurried individuals. The burly man on the left narrowly evaded the sudden assault, leaping onto a sturdy tree branch, his expression grim as he surveyed the situation ahead. The right, Spade, having transformed into his massive spider form, lacked the strength to dodge and was struck head-on by the energy blade. The tremendous force sent him crashing to the ground, creating a sizable crater, dust billowing into the air. His pained cries resonated for a brief moment before falling silent. As the dust settled, Spade lay motionless, 2 of his 6 legs broken, a gash resembling a sword wound bisecting his torso, nearly severing him in 2, unconscious and unable to maintain his transformed state. He reverted to his original form amidst a series of convulsions, one arm hanging limply, a deep wound on his chest oozing copious amounts of blood. Commander Jonathan, draped in a Navy cloak and exuding a formidable presence, emerged, his gaze fixed on the man who had evaded his earlier attack. This towering figure, with an imposing muscular physique shaped like an inverted triangle, appeared exceptionally powerful, standing at approximately 3 meters tall and wielding a steel rod over 2 meters in length. It seems I underestimated you, Jonathan mused, his expression growing serious. "With such strength, you shouldn't remain inconspicuous. State your name." The hulking man, as unyielding as steel, offered no words, his taut muscles radiating a rising intensity as he plunged down from the tree. The steel rod swung downwards towards Commander Jonathan with unrelenting force. "How rude!" Clang. The sound of solid metal clashing echoed through the IT was as if a high explosive bomb had detonated, unleashing a tempestuous wind that tore through everything in its vicinity, scattering leaves and debris to Jonathan's feet, as unyielding as iron, held firm against the descending steel rod, and scathed, though he felt the weight of the blow. Such power! Shave! In an instant, Jonathan vanished from sight, reappearing behind the burly man, his fingertips glinting with a metallic sheen. Finger gun. Barracuda. Yet this technique, capable of piercing steel, only grazed the man's back, inflicting a superficial wound that failed to deliver a fatal blow. Seizing the opportunity, the burly man retaliated, delivering a swift kick that sent Jonathan crashing backward into the trees. Thud. Thud. The trees splintered as Jonathan shielded his head from the oncoming force. But before he could regain his footing, the burly man charged after him, his steel rod descending with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. Such speed! Paper drawing! Swim! In midair, Jonathan maneuvered with the grace of a fish navigating turbulent waters, narrowly evading the onslaught. Boom! The ground where the steel rod struck erupted into a crater, leaving Jonathan shaken and alert, his mind racing with strategies. What manner of creature is this? Not only is he immensely strong, but his speed is remarkable as well. How has he conditioned his body to be as resilient as stone? The burly man, refusing to grant Jonathan a moment's respite, turned and attacked once more. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the metallic sounds of their confrontation reverberating through the air. Neither possessed the powers of a devil fruit. Their battle was one of pure physicality and martial prowess. The burly man's might was overwhelming, each strike delivering tremendous destructive force, while Jonathan's attacks seemed to have little effect on him. However, Jonathan's speed allowed him to evade the man's blows, darting around in search of an opening to strike. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Nearby, Tang Ge, who had accompanied Jonathan to lay in ambush among the trees, stood in stunned silence, watching the fierce duel unfold. Is this what combat looks like in this world? Is this the martial prowess of this realm? The straightforward techniques showcased a direct clash of power and speed, while the air was occasionally filled with slicing energy blades akin to sword or knife attacks, along with the fleeting agility of light-footed movement. The aftershocks of their battle sent earth and trees flying in all directions. The display of strength capable of unleashing energy blades and the near-invisible speed of movement left Tang Ge, who had previously felt a sense of pride after creating his own martial technique, utterly shaken. There are no techniques, no tricks, just a pure clash of physical bodies. This direct style of combat ignited a fervor within Tang Ge, hidden in the shadows. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Thud, thud, thud. The cacophony of intense explosions shattered the dense foliage along the coast of Gaia. Towering trees were severed at their midsections, and solid rock was pulverized by iron rods, sending splinters and debris soaring through the air. The destructive force of the combat between Jonathan and the burly man could only be likened to that of humanoid cannonballs. The two adversaries, evenly matched, found themselves in a stalemate for the time being. Meanwhile, Spade, wounded by Commander Jonathan, lay feigning death on the ground, acutely aware of the battle shifting away from him. Cautiously, he began to emit fine white threads from his mouth, meticulously wrapping his severed arm back together before stealthily making his way toward the coastline. Damn it, how did that accursed hedgehog from Baroque come so swiftly? Spade, like a startled bird, harbored no intentions of teaming up with the burly man to eliminate Commander Jonathan. His courage had been entirely eroded by the new world, and now he only wished to flee to the sea, utilizing his abilities to escape at a distance. Curse the Don Quixote pirates. Let the two of you fight it out. I shall take my leave. Ha. Though his bravery had dissipated, it did not hinder him from voicing bold thoughts in his mind. The water spider fruit endowed him with extraordinary instincts, particularly acute in sensing crises. It was this heightened intuition that had allowed him to narrowly evade Commander Jonathan's lethal attack, enabling him to survive in the New World. Yet now, after surrendering that cursed devil fruit to the cadres of the Don Quixote pirates, he distinctly sensed a hidden malice that it felt as if he were being watched, like a small, helpless creature surrounded by ferocious beasts. There was no doubt that after relinquishing the devil fruit, the cadres of the Don Quixote pirates were preparing to dispose of him. At this moment, the fierce battle between his two formidable foes afforded him a fleeting opportunity to slip away, akin to divine intervention. Surviving a great calamity surely heralded good fortune. It was high time for Spade to reap the benefits. Ha ha! Had he not feared attracting the attention of the two men, he would have laughed aloud in triumph, contenting himself instead with a sly smile. As he neared the coastline, he transformed into his spider form, utilizing his webbing to leap swiftly through the trees. Once he reached the surface of the sea, no one would be able to catch the agile sea spider. The ocean was but a step away. And just as Spade believed victory was within his grasp, he was suddenly seized from behind by a figure, who forcefully propelled him forward in a full sprint, before Spade's smile could morph into panic. His body was already out of his control. Hurtling toward the it was Tang Ge. Having noticed Spade's attempt to sneak away, Tang Ge had remained motionless until the moment Spade approached the shore. Seizing the opportunity as Spade let his guard down, he lunged forward, enveloping Spade's massive frame, which spanned over 3 meters, with hands gripping Spade's body tightly, his muscular arms strained, and his feet pressed desperately against the ground. Blood surged rapidly through his veins. Like a rocket ignited and ready to launch, the liquid fuel burned fiercely, generating tremendous force that propelled both their bodies forward. They shattered through the webbing Spade hastily spun. Indifferent to the sharp barbs scraping against his arms, tearing flesh away, or the agonizing sting of the spider silk piercing his chest. And no matter how Spade struggled, Tang Ge's singular focus was to exert every ounce of strength and surge ahead. The two combatants engaged in the nearby woods provided Tang Ge with a vivid lesson, revealing his own shortcomings. While his strength was sufficient, his speed faltered, and his practical experience could not compare to the seasoned pirates who danced on the edge of a blade. In direct confrontation, he would surely fall short against Spade, resulting only in his escape. Thus, Tang Ge resolved to take a calculated risk. Once Spade entered the water, he would be finished. Although his abilities allowed him to traverse the surface of the sea swiftly by utilizing the water's surface tension, any contact with seawater would lead to the same grim fate for all devil fruit users: helplessness in the face of slaughter. This was Tang Ge's plan that in a life-and-death struggle, there could be no room for negligence. Yet who could have anticipated the depths of Tang Ge's concealment? The consequence of carelessness was failure. Spade's anguished roar echoed as he attempted to break free from his restraints, but everything transpired too swiftly, leaving him no time to struggle. Thud! The powerful inertia carved a straight path through the water, churning up a spray that extended over 10 meters before they plunged into the depths. Commander Jonathan, unable to apprehend the enigmatic man, rushed over to the shoreline, observing the splashes erupting on the sea's surface, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief interval, he finally exhaled in relief as Tang Ge surfaced. Clutching the unconscious Spade, a throng of naval soldiers had already begun to converge towards their location. Meanwhile, submerged in the water, Tang Ge felt no rush of exhilaration from his first true battle. Instead, he experienced a euphoric thrill akin to winning the lottery, one worth $1 billion, a torrent of energy far more potent than any previous surge coursed through his grasp on Spade, and the one stem in his mind rapidly turned red, signaling a clickable state. However, now was not the time to act. Tang Ge, momentarily pulled from his ecstatic reverie, regained his senses. Hiss! A sharp pain coursed through his body, causing Tang Ge to grimace. Pirate Spade, you are under arrest. The deep-seated vendetta from a year ago has finally been avenged. The medical operations at Baroque Fortress proceeded remarkably smoothly, encountering minimal resistance, with only a few unfortunate souls sustaining minor injuries during the fierce retaliation of the valiant pirates. The only one who appeared severely injured, Tang Ge, was promptly escorted to the medical ward at Baroque Fortress under Jonathan's supervision. Strict orders were issued for him to cooperate with treatment, with no allowance for discharge. Pirates were not afforded such privileges. Whether severely or mildly injured, they were treated within the confines of a prison. Wrapping his upper body in bandages, Tang Ge was engrossed in perusing a book authored by the master of combat, Bruce, which emphasized the significance of physical defense. Beside him lay a pile of books he had already perused, all focused on enhancing bodily defenses. These tomes were borrowed from the base library at Tang Ge's behest. Courtesy of Penny and Shelton, within the dense jungles of Gaia, he had witnessed a true battle, a collision of strength and speed, with muscles clashing like ferocious beasts, and razor-sharp air blades revealing a tantalizing glimpse of the martial arts in this world. In light of this, the importance of bodily defense, or rather, the fortitude of the body, became strikingly evident. That mysterious man had survived Jonathan's piercing finger and remained sprightly, while Jonathan himself, despite sustaining heavy blows, remained unscathed. In stark contrast, Tang Ge found himself bloodied and bandaged, having been ravaged by Spade's desperate counterattack. But how on earth does one enhance their physical defense? What are the principles behind the legendary iron cloth, the golden bell shield, or the indestructible nature of the diamond? Setting the book aside, Tang Ge furrowed his brow. All the literature on bodily defense within the fortress was at his disposal, yet the specifics of enhancing physical strength remained an enigma. What a nightmarish world this is. Not a single reference book in sight, let alone a martial arts manual to follow. He really Tang Ge. I've heard he defeated a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10,000. I also heard he seems quite young. To possess such formidable strength at such a young age is truly astounding. Just a week ago, he was merely a petty officer, and no one had any inkling of his true capabilities. In the medical room, a cacophony of noise disrupted the contemplative musings of Tang Ge. Although the battle on Gaia Island had concluded less than half a day ago, the news of the unremarkable duty Officer Tang Ge personally capturing the notorious pirate Spider Spade, who bore a bounty of 1,000,000 berries, had swiftly circulated throughout the fortress. Now, Penny and Sheldon strode with an air of pride, eagerly boasting to anyone willing to listen, their exaggerated tales amplifying Tang Ge's accomplishments many times over. He was acutely aware of the truth. In a direct confrontation, as a novice martial artist skilled in only a single technique, he could not hope to apprehend the seasoned and bloodthirsty Spade. Ignoring the incessant chattering of the nearby nurse, Tang Ge retrieved another book and resumed his reading. The path to strength required no tedious gossip. True power could not be blustered. It was only through the application of wisdom and the creation of a martial art that could enhance his defensive capabilities that he would achieve his true objective. After a flurry of familiar faces had come to visit, only Tang Ge remained. The night was tranquil, with a gentle breeze wafting through. A fervor ignited within his heart. With his focus sharpened, an interface materialized in his mind. The vibrant red hue symbolizing his current emotions, and no longer willing to wait, he directed a finger, born of intent, to the red plus sign. In an instant, the crimson faded, and a surge of immense energy erupted within his body. Boom! A brief void enveloped his consciousness. Subsequently, his awareness seemed to unlock in inner vision, observing the transformations occurring within. Countless streams of fine energy appeared throughout his body. Some regions seethed with warmth, while others exuded a cool and soothing essence, violently reshaping Tang Ge's physique and enhancing his constitution. His bones became denser under the searing energy's transformation, while his joints acquired a glistening liquid armor. All his muscles, akin to being forged anew, became increasingly robust, and his internal organs, encased in the refreshing energy, grew more resilient. After a long while, his awareness gradually returned. The sound of waves crashing against rocks resonated clearly, and myriad scents flooded his nostrils. A testament to his heightened auditory and olfactory senses, his vision blurred, a tingling sensation arose, and a liquid trickled from the corner of his eye. Wiping it away, he discerned it to be dark sludge. Illuminated by the moonlight, he descended from the hospital bed, feeling an unusual sense of buoyancy as he acclimated to his transformed body, making his way to the restroom to cleanse the impurities of metabolism. Without the need to throw a punch deliberately, Tang Ge could sense the immense energy now residing within him. While his strength had not dramatically increased, the ceiling that once constrained his potential had vanished. And the familiar feeling of being able to grow stronger through training had returned. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, Tang Ge smiled. His countenance remained ordinary, marked by a hint of defiance, a touch of radiance, and an abundance of fearless resolve. The wounds sustained during the day had completely healed, leaving behind only faint scars, and the once robust physique had become remarkably toned, devoid of any excess flab. Stretching his body slightly, a sensation of liberation washed over him, intoxicating in its allure. Like a bough at rest and a pine standing tall, the familiar rhythm of impassioned lyrics flowed from his heart, compelling him to hum along. Now, only he could comprehend the meaning behind those words. With a sweeping motion, he imagined a sweeping staff and a piercing spear. Standing before the mirror, Tang Ge crouched in a horse stance, resembling an inverted bell, each punch producing a subtle sonic boom. The mantra of external training for sinew and skin, an internal cultivation of breath and spirit echoed in his mind. How to enhance his bodily defenses? An idea began to form in Tang Ge's mind. Before he knew it, dawn broke anew. Despite Tang Ge repeatedly asserting that his body had fully recovered, the hospital's physicians, adhering to Commander Jonathan's orders, forbade him from leaving, insisting he remain in the medical facility for a full 7 days. Commander Jonathan, for reasons unknown, personally escorted the captured pirate to Justice Island, leaving Tang Ge with no avenue for appeal. Rest it is, then, that I shall find a way to sneak out. Midday, Tang Ge was entrenched in a horse stance, his body taut, while Penny and Sheldon wielded stout wooden rods, striking his back with fervor. Put some more strength into it. Tang Ge gritted his teeth, his voice muffled. The crimson lines crisscrossing his back attested that enduring such punishment was no trivial matter. The principles behind martial arts, such as Iron Shirt and Golden Bell, remain elusive. But they all begin with the ability to withstand blows, and that much was certain. External training for sinew and skin, 100 refinements transform the body into steel. Tang Ge resolved to create a martial art aimed at bolstering his defensive capabilities. The aspiration of becoming indestructible, impervious to blades and bullets, seemed to be the dream of every warrior. Yet, given his limitations, he could only draw from the hard-hitting training he had observed in his past life. Since morning, he had maintained this posture. Even as the fiery pain seared across his back, his spirits remained high, brimming with enthusiasm. After his constitution had once again been enhanced, he sensed a significant rise in his physical limits, at least tenfold. The magnitude of his strength increase surpassed anything he had previously experienced. Now, with the same training regimen, he could augment his power by dozens of kilograms rather than just a few. His already abundant stamina could now only be described as boundless. Completing the Ironman decathlon each day left him with no trace of fatigue. He was delving deeper into the realm of muscular prowess. Meanwhile, the duo beside him, gripping their wooden rods, found that they were more fatigued from striking than he was from receiving blows. In the ensuing days, Tang Ge's life became remarkably simplified. Each day was filled with practicing punches, reading, and enduring strikes, a fulfilling routine. The progress of his impact training was slow, yet he persevered. The last time he had devised a new technique took an entire year. This time, with the increased difficulty of creating a martial art, it would undoubtedly require even more time. However, the bearded Captain Drake abruptly arrived with a contingent, disrupting their secluded training. With a grim countenance, Drake stood firm and, without further ado, unfurled a letter to read aloud before Tang Ge and the two standing beside him. Commander S. Appointment. Soldier Tang Ge, having captured the notorious pirate Waterspade with a bounty of 1 million during the operation on Gaia Island, demonstrating exceptional strength and courage, is hereby promoted to the rank of lieutenant and appointed as the captain of a unit, effective immediately. Penny and Sheldon erupted in cheers, their excitement surpassing even their own promotions. Why must they be assigned to the Gale Force unit? Surely it was a deliberate ploy by that rascal Jonathan. Tang Ge silently scoffed. Yet having experienced this battle, his perspective had shifted. It mattered not where he went. Drake produced another document and read it aloud. Commander S. Appointment. Duty officers Penny and Sheldon, for their years of diligent service and outstanding contributions, are hereby transferred to a new unit, effective immediately. Ignoring the duo, whose faces had darkened like charred coal, Drake handed both appointment letters to Tang Ge. The lieutenant's unit was the fortress's elite force, and it was hoped that under his leadership, it would uphold the illustrious reputation of the Gale Force. The reputation of the Gale Force? In his mind flashed the image of the brawny men who had been thoroughly beaten. Tang Ge did not perceive them as particularly renowned. Yet he understood the need to honor Jonathan's authority. He would not betray the commander's trust. After bidding farewell to Drake, Tang Ge returned to his quarters, observing the still despondent duo. Cheer up. If we wish to go to the Navy headquarters, we must possess strength. The Gale Force would be their first destination. Speaking of their dream of reaching the Navy headquarters, the duo became invigorated. You're right, without strength, we cannot enter the Navy headquarters, duty officer. Silly, from today on, you must call me Captain. Yes, Captain. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in training room number 1 of Barren Fortress, over 100 brawny men stood in orderly rows on the training field. Their eyes wide as saucers, fixated on Tang Ge and his companions as they walked through the midst of the training area. An invisible aura descended upon them, causing the duo to tread cautiously, as if walking on thin ice. However, he lifted his head high, refusing to lose the imposing presence of their leader. Tang Ge was unfazed by such a display of intimidation from this lower echelon. Over 100 warriors, essentially weaklings, could not effect a qualitative change through mere numbers. Their aura was rather lackluster. To subdue this band of arrogant fighters without resorting to excessive violence. A strategy of both reward and punishment was necessary. As Tang Ge reached the center of the training ground, the 2 squad leaders gathered their men around and stood at attention. The leader of the first squad, Grena, had met Lieutenant Tang Ge before, as had Johnston, the leader of the second squad. The 2 tallest individuals stepped forward and saluted him. Grena, tall and robust, with a full head of hair and dark skin, was the quintessential embodiment of a muscular warrior. Known for his strict adherence to discipline, which had often led to conflicts with his subordinates, his lieutenant, Pan and I, once remarked that he resembled a gorilla, which sparked a confrontation. Most of his men shared his dark and muscular physique. Johnston, on the other hand, was a stout Caucasian whose bulk conveyed strength rather than flabbiness. His squad was a mix of various physiques, tall and short, stout and lean. Tang Ge returned the salute, surveying the crowd, noting some familiar faces that dared not meet his gaze, before declaring loudly, "Some say you are the most elite force within the fortress. However, I perceive you as nothing more than a flock of weaklings." The duo gulped nervously, their hearts racing as they beheld the enraged Gale Force, yet their leader continued unabated. "Now, I present you with an opportunity. Come at me all at once. Either your Gale spirit defeats me, and I depart, or I vanquish you all, and you shall obey my commands." The training ground erupted in commotion. The already hot-blooded Navy personnel, spurred by his taunts, were stirred into a frenzy. Tang Ge continued his provocation. "Is the Gale spirit merely a collection of spineless wretches? If you lack the courage, then return home and weep in the corners." Incensed, the Gale Force, led by the 2 squad leaders, encircled him with fierce determination. Winning hearts through intimidation was a tactic he had long detested in his past life, and he had no intention of employing it now. Only those who possess strength are entitled to assert reason. A commanding officer must be powerful enough to lead them to victory with minimal bloodshed. This is benevolence. Strength must prevail, and those who resist must be subdued. This is authority, stopping the duo who wished to assist him. Tang Ge stood, bare-chested, casually in the center of the arena, grinning malevolently. "Your spirit is commendable, yet mere intimidating stares will not slay me. What are you waiting for? The victor speaks not, and the vanquished remain silent. You a bunch of gorillas who can only shout slogans. Come at me." At last, a group of sailors, nostrils flaring with fury, could bear the insults no longer and charged forth, their battle cries echoing fiercely. They were determined to teach this arrogant boy a lesson, to show him the might of the Gale spirit. The atmosphere was charged with indignation, morale surging as curses erupted. Half an hour later, with a resounding thud, Tang Ge pressed Grena's head to the ground, creating a dent in the wooden floor. The training ground fell silent. The once boisterous shouts replaced by the pained groans of various bodies sprawled awkwardly across the spacious area. Standing tall like a javelin, Tang Ge surveyed his trembling or unconscious subordinates. A faint smile gracing his lips, "It appears I have emerged victorious. Henceforth, this place shall heed my command, that my first order. Tomorrow is a holiday. No training. The second order. Assemble here at 8 o'clock the day after for training. The regimen will include 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, a 10,000-meter run, and 1,000 repetitions of basic boxing techniques. Remember this well. Savor your last days of leisure. You weaklings. 2 days later, at dusk, the sky was painted with a red hue, resembling overlapping fish scales. The blaring horn that had been clamoring since 8 in the morning finally subsided, revealing a scene of exhausted musclemen sprawled across the bridge. Tang Ge approached, carrying an enormous steel beam. "Weaklings, have you given up so soon? Pathetic elite force." The musclemen, drained and weary, looked upon Tang Ge not with shame or indignation, but with respect for the strength he embodied. They had completed 200 push-ups while Tang Ge managed 2,000, all while bearing a barbell weighing a ton. The solid wooden beam they could barely lift was effortlessly hoisted on his shoulder. He had run countless laps, while they merely swam beneath the bridge. They began their training at 8, with breaks, yet aside from meals, they had not witnessed Tang Ge rest, his stamina seemingly boundless. This man is a monster. In the Navy, only the strong earned genuine respect. Even Pan, Ni, and Shelton, who had tirelessly endured alongside him, garnered the admiration of the muscleman throughout the grueling day of training, even earning a modicum of respect. Having spent an entire year under Tang Ge's tutelage, sensing the shift, Tang Ge refrained from further mocking his subordinates. "Grenna, Johnston, take the squad back for dinner. Tomorrow, we will conduct standard training at Training Ground 1. Once the trembling group departed, Tang Ge turned to face the newcomer, Commander Jonathan, who had been absent for nearly 10 days. "Have you enhanced your strength once more? Such a monstrous physique, Lieutenant Tang Ge." Before Tang Ge could respond, Jonathan, observing his enhanced stature, smiled and spoke first. "If I hadn't witnessed your absurd strength, I might have believed it." Tang Ge shrugged, noting the weariness etched on Jonathan's face. "Commander Jonathan, where have you been recently? Surely, escorting those bounty criminals does not require your personal involvement." Facing the sea breeze, gazing at the darkening sky, Jonathan settled at the edge of the steel bridge, opting not to directly answer Tang Ge's inquiry. "Tell me, Tang Ge, what do you think of the Baroness' strength?" "Report, Commander. With your presence, this fortress is an impregnable stronghold." Tang Ge, perplexed, sat down to watch the naval vessels entering the dock. He too found it curious that the barren fortress, strategically situated in the midst of the Grand Line, served as a forward base for the Navy headquarters and was the largest facility in the vicinity, its designation as G8 underscoring its significance. Having a commander of Jonathan's caliber stationed there was understandable, yet the battle readiness appeared quite inadequate. There was only one general, and although there were some officers, their strength was lacking. Tang Ge firmly believed he could single-handedly defeat them all. The combat troops below were merely ordinary sailors, relying solely on numerical and equipment superiority to overcome pirates. In contrast, while the pirates were fewer and scattered, the number of those with bounties exceeding 10 million was staggering, let alone the extraordinary pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions, most of whom were devil fruit users. The disparity in mid-level combat strength was glaring. The fact that even capturing a minor figure like Spade necessitated the base commander's personal involvement underscored the greatest issue facing Barren Fortress: the absence of strong generals. Jonathan sighed heavily. "That it seems you are aware. Ever since that scoundrel Roger ignited the pirate era, the influx of pirates into the Grand Line has increased exponentially, with those of great strength and notoriety emerging one after another. To contend with this pressure, the Navy headquarters has had to station some officers at the lower bases. Yet, casualties continue to rise, especially among the ordinary soldiers. That I was just passing through Judicial Island when I went to Marineford because Admiral Zifa proposed a change to this situation." As he spoke, Jonathan suddenly grew animated, his voice rising before trailing off. Initially, the proposal by Admiral Zifa was agreed upon by Admiral Sengoku and Fleet Admiral Kong, but it is evident that the world government has other plans. Tang Ge had never seen Commander Jonathan appear so powerless. "What suggestion did Admiral Zifa propose?" Jonathan looked up, gazing into the distance. Admiral Zifa recommended that the Navy headquarters open the learning of the 6 styles to all officers and establish a training camp dedicated to training Navy officers to be deployed across all Navy bases. 6 styles? Tang Ge's eyes brightened. The martial techniques Jonathan had employed on Gaia Island had left him envious. Rapid movements, air-slicing techniques, especially the martial arts that render the body as unyielding as steel. These were indeed the creative inspirations behind his self-developed techniques. Precisely, the 6 forms. When on Gaia Island, you witnessed my combat. That instantaneous movement technique is one of the 6 forms. The 6 forms are the treasures that empower the Navy to dominate the seas. If more naval officers were to master even 1 or 2 forms, the Navy's casualties would significantly diminish. However, the world government, under the pretext of preventing pirates from becoming more formidable by learning the 6 forms, rejected this proposal. Observing the discontent in Jonathan's demeanor, Tang Ge could empathize. The seemingly justifiable rationale of the world government was fundamentally aimed at ensuring its military superiority, compelling all elite forces to pledge allegiance to its cause. Reminiscent of certain nation stranglehold tactics in the past. Only within the confines of the world government-controlled Navy headquarters is true safety assured. With the rapid evolution of pirates, their primary strength also stems from the powers of the devil fruits. Without the systematic training of the Navy, how could one easily learn the 6 forms? Even if a minuscule fraction manages to grasp them, they would hold no advantage against the Navy. What then? The Navy headquarters exerts overwhelming dominance over the world's seas, naturally not a domain for the incompetent to govern. Those who discern the underlying issues are certainly not few. Later, upon reflecting on this, Jonathan exhibited a blend of joy and concern. Subsequently, in response to protests from the senior ranks, the world government made concessions. The Navy headquarters established a training base for the 6 forms, selecting a substantial number of junior officers to learn them under the supervision of Admiral Zifa. Similarly, the world government set up multiple secret departments beneath the Navy headquarters. Aside from the admirals and the fleet admiral, others were entirely barred from inquiry. With the dawn of the great age of exploration, the number of pirates surged, and the Navy organization grew increasingly vast. Military strength expanded. The challenge of controlling it escalated. This time, through mutual concessions with the Navy headquarters, the world government directly embedded its influence within the Navy. This ominous trend could not help but raise Jonathan's apprehensions. Can I learn the 6 forms? The high-stakes power struggles seemed too distant from Tang Ge, who is currently only intrigued by the matter at hand. Particularly captivated by the martial art known as the 6 forms. Jonathan first emitted a melodious laughter before stretching languidly. Oh dear, I still haven't eaten since arriving at the Navy headquarters. This matter truly leaves me devoid of energy to respond. How is it that you haven't perished from hunger along the way? The journey from the Navy headquarters to that baron was quite extensive, and not eating is simply absurd. However, Tang Ge was no stranger to this seemingly cultured commander. I'll treat you. Oh dear, how could I possibly accept such generosity? Does this imply I need not pay? Ahem, that is not what I meant. Given your earnest invitation, I shall reluctantly acquiesce, though the journey has left me rather parched. Jonathan cleared his throat, his expression unchanged, casting Tang Ge a knowing glance. Just this display of composure was enough to inspire deep admiration. I shall fetch the finest wine. Damn it, this rascal not only expects me to treat him to a meal, but also has his eyes set on the few bottles of fine wine I procured in secret. Yet, in seeking assistance, one must make concessions. On Gaia Island, Tang Ge had endured a modicum of pain to swipe a few bottles of fine wine from a bar in Magic Valley Town. But it seemed he could not evade Jonathan's keen eyes. T-Dock number 8, a makeshift table assembled from wooden planks, was laden with delectable dishes, and 2 bottles of fine wine had already run dry. Burp! What a satisfying meal! Nothing beats the comfort of meat. Jonathan exclaimed contentedly, a slight blush of wine adorning his cheeks. Dining in the Central Tower's Navy restaurant, he had been strictly monitored by Jessica, where he could hardly enjoy meat, let alone indulge in wine. This was precisely why he sought refuge in this secluded locale. Ahem, Tang Ge remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Jonathan, punctuating the quiet with a series of dry coughs. Having eaten and drunk, one would think it was time to discuss other matters. Yet he expressed himself in too subtle a manner. Jonathan continued to speak, only to be interrupted by a few conspicuous coughs that interrupted his flow. At the dining quarters and headquarters with the weasel and the others, the food is indeed exquisite, but they are exceedingly boisterous, often erupting into quarrels over trivial matters that I tell you. Ahem, Commander Jonathan, I wonder what exactly the 6 forms entail. Ah, I almost forgot. My apologies. Jonathan scratched his head sheepishly, stroking his thick beard as he gathered his thoughts. The 6 forms, properly termed the Navy's 6 forms, are a culmination of martial arts expertise amassed by generations of Navy masters. They consist of iron block, gale foot, finger gun, paper drawing, shave, and moonwalk. Each technique is profoundly powerful. To describe their characteristics in simple terms, iron block renders the body as hard as steel. Finger gun channels all bodily strength into a single finger, delivering unparalleled penetration. Gale foot allows one to kick forth blades of air. Paper drawing involves relinquishing all bodily strength to evade attacks. Shave is a technique for rapid movement over short distances, while moonwalk enables one to walk in the air. Most individuals will learn 1 or 2 forms based on their strengths and weaknesses, compensating for their deficiencies, with only a select few mastering all 6. Shave and moonwalk are fairly straightforward, akin to lightness skill and its advanced variant. Iron block is akin to rigorous martial training. Finger gun is a fortified version of claw techniques. Paper drawing resembles an enhanced version of muscle relaxation techniques. Yet, gale foot stands out. Blade energy is emitted from swords, sword energy from blades, but what do we call the energy emitted from a kick? Tang Ge's lips twitched. Commander, how many forms have you mastered? All of them, of course, young man. The standard for becoming a naval leader are exceedingly high. Mastering the 6 forms is merely the foundational requirement. Perhaps due to the effects of the wine, Jonathan took considerable pride in having mastered all 6 forms. Then, might I learn the 6 forms? You are my most capable subordinate, and I wholeheartedly recommend you to learn at headquarters. However, the slots are limited, and they claimed your strength was insufficient, thus rejecting your application. So, of course, it was not that they overlooked you. Noticing Tang Ge's hands gripping the table, indicating an inclination to overturn it, Jonathan swiftly shifted his tone. However, if you were to comprehend them independently, that would be a different matter altogether. That rascal is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Policies above, countermeasures below. The world government forbids the Navy from openly granting access to all officers. Ultimately, it all hinges on one's own efforts, as he spoke. Jonathan rose, surveying the secluded dock, an area ample enough for him to demonstrate. Shave is the simplest to grasp. Observe closely. Whoosh, the sound reminiscent of the wind ripping through the air resonated, and in an instant, Jonathan vanished from sight, leaving only a fleeting afterimage that traced a winding line through the dock. Even with Tang Ge's enhanced vision from his improved physique, he could only perceive a blur. Highlighting the formidable nature of Shave. The essence of Shave lies in the ability to rapidly stomp the ground multiple times, leveraging each step for acceleration, directional change, and visual obscurity. Its weakness, however, is the necessity of a solid surface to push against. Boom, boom, boom. A rapid succession of sonic booms suddenly filled Tang Ge's ears as Jonathan, who had previously been invisible, hovered in midair, the sound emanating from beneath his feet, where a visible white ring formed in the air. With his feet poised in the air, his body slightly lowered before soaring back up. Moonwalk represents a more advanced application of Shave. Mastery of Moonwalk can effectively mitigate the shortcomings of Shave. The secret of Moonwalk lies in speed and power. By exerting sufficient force and velocity against the air, one can achieve the ability to suspend in midair. Whoosh, as Jonathan hovered in the air. He suddenly swept his leg horizontally, unleashing a wave of blue energy from his foot, accompanied by a sharp whistle as it sliced through the air, aimed at a solid steel plate that had been secured in place. The blade cleaved through the steel, leaving a neat incision over 10 centimeters deep, a testament to Gale Foot's ferocity. With a bit more strength and speed, one could undoubtedly learn Gale Foot. And what of Iron Block? Among the 6 forms, it was Iron Block that Tang Ge yearned for most, for it grants the body the resilience of steel. Everyone harbors the dream of being impervious to blades and bullets. And given his limited progress with his self-developed martial arts, the moment felt serendipitous, as if fate had aligned perfectly. What a perceptive fellow! Jonathan landed back on the ground. His mentor once imparted that shave. Moonwalk and Gale Foot are all tremendously powerful techniques. Once mastered, the enhancement of combat prowess becomes most evident. However, the iron block and paper drawing are the most crucial elements within the six styles. The iron block imbues strength into the body forged through rigorous training, granting it an iron-like hardness. Strike with all your might. Standing still, the body beneath the Navy uniform suddenly inflated, exuding a metallic sheen. Such an opportunity to directly experience the power of the iron block was something he had long desired. Tang Ge had long harbored a disdain for this old fellow and immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage without reservation. Moreover, this rascal had extorted a hefty sum from him today, leaving him feeling quite vexed. With a heavy step, Tang Ge surged forward, swift as thunder, his fist striking forth like a dragon. Black tiger prowling heart. Though Jonathan had instructed him to unleash his full strength, he still held back, delivering a punch with 70% of his power, which still bore considerable force. Bang! It sounded as if it struck a solid iron pillar, producing a dull thud. The essence of the iron block lies in controlling blood flow and muscle, the only drawback being that one cannot move freely while employing it, standing firm to receive Tang Ge's punch. Jonathan remained unflinching, not even breaking a sweat. Although slightly surprised by the force of Tang Ge's strike, the defensive strength of the iron block could not be easily breached. Unable to move freely? Does that mean one can only endure passively? In Tang Ge's initial imagination, even if the iron block lacked the miraculous qualities of indestructibility, it should possess the formidable strength akin to the diamond shield. He never anticipated that the iron block merely allowed for a stationary defense. Humph. Seemingly aware of Tang Ge's disappointment, Jonathan snorted coldly, his form flickering, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the steel plate. With his right hand drawn back, he concentrated the unique hue of the iron block on his index finger. Akin to a bullet soaring through the air, it struck the steel plate in a flash. Iron block. Arrow fish thwack. It pierced as though penetrating a block of clay. Jonathan's fingertip completely penetrated the more than 20-centimeter thick pure steel armor, his chin slightly raised as if to boast. Although the body utilizing the iron block cannot move freely, concentrating its power in a specific area does not hinder mobility. Subsequently, Jonathan explained, while demonstrating the paper drawing technique, that by the time he had showcased all six styles, Tang Ge had grasped the general concept. The six styles of shave, moonwalk, and Gale Foot emphasize strength and speed, with control as a secondary focus. The iron block, finger gun, and paper drawing lean more towards control. To some point, Tang Ge had taken out a small notebook and was fervently jotting down everything Jonathan had just explained, along with some questions of his own. Jonathan, seeing Tang Ge's enthusiasm, was exceedingly pleased that, this attitude towards learning is commendable. After Tang Ge diligently filled several pages, Jonathan produced a notebook from his pocket and tossed it to him. This was given to me by my teacher. Now I pass it on to you. A martial arts manual. Tang Ge felt his heart race. It was akin to receiving answers before a critical examination. Study it well. Be here at the same time tomorrow to await my arrival. With that, he stood up and departed with a flourish. After a long while, Tang Ge finally calmed down, feeling the weight of the book in his hands. He clenched his fists, watching Jonathan's retreating figure. Have I become a pivotal point in the struggle between the Navy headquarters and the world government? No. It should be seen as a mere pawn. The true cultivation of power ought to occur in the newly established six styles training camp. Jonathan had left half of his thoughts unspoken. The world government, as the superior organization to the Navy headquarters, would not concede merely upon protest. The concessions made by the Navy headquarters would undoubtedly be more significant. A strategic standoff existed between both parties, with the world government's plans rivaling, if not overshadowing, the comprehensive cultivation of six styles practitioners. Tang Ge understood clearly that his initial physical aptitude, in terms of strength and speed, bore no distinction, merely exceptional stamina. Such qualifications, among the vast millions within the Navy, were not particularly outstanding. However, now, Feeling the extraordinary potential within his mind and glancing at the notebook in his hand, Tang Ge realized that a life augmented by such potential was indeed different. Beneath the luminous moon and amidst a sky full of stars, having dined, Tang Ge returned to his new quarters and switched on the light. This was a lakeside single room assigned to him after his promotion to lieutenant by the fortress command. In one corner stood a standard bed, accompanied by a wardrobe that, in front of the bed was a desk, upon which lay a simplified nautical chart of the fortress's vicinity. Sitting at the desk, he turned on the lamp and retrieved the notebook given by Jonathan. Opening it, the first page bore a singular phrase: "Those reliant on the powers of devil fruits cannot become true strong warriors." Zifa. Wasn't this the infamous Black Arm who never killed a general? Just this opening line resonated profoundly with Tang Ge. The flawed abilities of devil fruits could not compare to the martial arts he could create himself. He continued to peruse the pages until the depths of night. Rubbing his swollen eyes, he processed the contents within the notebook, a myriad of emotions surging within him. This was not a ready-made guide to mastering the 6 styles, but rather a diary penned by Admiral Zifa during his own training, serving as a compendium of insights regarding the 6 styles. He had anticipated it quite eagerly. The elite book repository indicated that the world government's prohibitions were indeed effective. The Navy could only teach the 6 styles to junior officers in a roundabout manner, unable to openly compile a manual for widespread dissemination. Nevertheless, Tang Ge understood why Jonathan referred to the 6 styles as the Navy's treasure for dominating the seas. To draw an analogy, if the Navy were the sole martial arts sect in a world of martial heroes, the 6 styles would be the sect's ultimate martial arts secret. This manual instructs practitioners on how to train their bodies effectively, how to surpass human limits, and provides guidance when faced with challenges, alongside imparting powerful offensive and defensive techniques. Conversely, pirates are akin to self-taught practitioners, reliant solely on their own efforts, their prowess shaped entirely by experience. Under the same conditions, those training in the 6 styles would undoubtedly be far superior to pirates. The 6 styles excel in their capacity to produce formidable warriors en masse. Once the 6 styles are popularized within the Navy, as Jonathan asserted, there would indeed be a significant surge in the foundational strength among lower-ranking personnel. However, this world also harbors the existence of devil fruits. Even with the proliferation of the 6 styles, it merely equips certain naval officers with a means to contend against those endowed with devil fruit abilities, insufficient to entirely alter the course of battle. The 6 styles are not merely 6 combat techniques, but rather a method of training that transcends physical limitations. In Zifa's view, the cultivation of the 6 styles is not confined to rote learning of techniques, but is a holistic enhancement. Particularly, at the end of the diary, one phrase stood out: "The 6 styles can transcend limits." And limits are the foundation for reaching greater heights. Greater heights? Tang Ge found himself puzzled. Now was not the time to seek that answer. The priority was to create his own martial arts. As proven, the martial arts manuals within this world are rather rudimentary, veiled and ambiguous, requiring exceptional reading comprehension to uncover the correct methods. With this in mind, Tang Ge retrieved his meeting notebook and began recording diligently. Self-created martial art, first move, Black Tiger Prowling Heart. With a horse stance punch, practice 30,000 times a day, mastery achievable within a year, strength permeating the entire body, control will dot. He even sketched a few crooked little figures at the back. I need to find a professional artist to illustrate this better. That would be the perfect martial arts manual. Under a clear sky, the following morning, having spent a sleepless night, Tang Ge completed 10 rigorous iron body exercises and entered the No. 1 martial arts arena, carrying a pile of wooden sticks of varying thicknesses. The earlier display of authority had yielded significant results. The previously bustling training ground fell silent, all members of the Gale force awaiting Tang Ge's orders with bated breath. They were genuinely concerned that he might subject them to the same grueling training as the day before or the brutal beatings from earlier. Panny, Shelton, step forward. The rest continue. The duo scampered over, eagerly accepting the wooden sticks Tang Ge carried. Although the others resumed training, the atmosphere was notably subdued, many casting furtive glances at Tang Ge, uncertain of what outrageous antics this eccentric new captain might have in store. Continue, Tang Ge instructed, handing each of the duo a stick as thick as his fist. Now strike me with all your might. Huh? The duo glanced at the thick wooden clubs in their hands, then at the protruding ironclad tips, momentarily taken aback. This was no ordinary stick. It was a wolf fawn club. What a perverse request from the boss. Has he grown so discontent with standard clubs? What is going on? Didn't you here? Strike me with all your might. Boss, you asked for this, so don't blame me later when I tell you it was Penny who said it. He added, spitting into his palm and rubbing it together. Although Shelton was somewhat perplexed by Tang Ge's intentions, he nonetheless rolled up his sleeves and assumed a fighting stance. Begin. Tang Ge inhaled deeply, settling into a horse stance. The duo unleashed their wolf fawn clubs with all their strength, striking Tang Ge with a resounding thud. The pain was significantly greater than that of a mere wooden stick. Yet for the pursuit of perfecting his horizontal training technique, such discomfort was trivial. Tang Ge's muscles tensed, holding his breath, unwilling to relent. The limitation of being unable to move freely while wielding the iron block was a glaring vulnerability in the indestructible technique. The consequences of such vulnerabilities could be observed in the supporting characters of films and television, or in those novel characters who meet their demise within mere chapters. Therefore, Tang Ge was compelled to devise a form of horizontal martial arts devoid of such weaknesses. However, even self-created techniques required proficiency with the iron block first. Having acclimatized to the force, Tang Ge waved his hand, signaling the panting duo to step aside and replace them with 4 new opponents. He bellowed at the now-still Navy personnel, instructing them to switch out as soon as they deemed unfit, emphasizing that they could not stop without his command. "I'll take over," he declared. The onlookers observed Tang Ge enduring the blows without retaliation, prompting eager volunteers to step forward. Soon, 4 robust Navy men emerged, each wielding wolf fawn clubs twice as thick as the previous ones, forming a circle around Tang Ge. Tang Ge thought, these rascals are seizing an opportunity for revenge. The impact was significantly louder this time as the protruding tips of the clubs struck flesh with force. The 4 men gritted their teeth, swinging their clubs with all their might, targeting every part of Tang Ge's body except for his head and lower regions. It was as if their captain had transformed into an adversary. All the Navy personnel halted, forming a circle, ready to take their turn. The principle of the iron block is to channel strength into a body honed to perfection, rendering it as solid as iron, akin to the principles of hard qigong. In a state of closed-eye breathing, Tang Ge gradually relaxed his entire body, attempting to control the accelerated flow of blood and the heightened movement of his muscles. Mastering the iron block necessitated extraordinary control, and after achieving mastery in his self-created black tiger heart extraction technique, he found his command over his body's power and muscles akin to an extension of his will. This greatly aided his mastery of the iron block. The sounds of heavy impacts akin to a bovine drum and the snapping of wood echoed behind him. Tang Ge opened his eyes, slightly vexed, observing the 10 or more individuals who had collapsed beside him. They had barely begun to see results before stopping, a most unsatisfactory feeling. "You weaklings, keep going. Are you so feeble that you can't even endure standing while being struck? I've seen those seeking a fight, but never one so eager to be beaten." Drenari and Johnson approached, their nostrils flaring with exertion, seizing the thickest club. "Let us take our turn," they declared, with the final club's impact resonating. Tang Ge surveyed his reddened skin, noting faint bruises in some areas. The effects were quite commendable. His blood flowed slightly quicker, and the muscles in his right arm accelerated in movement, visibly taut and more compact, resembling a layer of tough bark. However, the moment he slightly moved his right hand, that instinctual gathering of muscle dissolved, and his skin returned to its normal state. This must be the defect of the iron block as Jonathan had described. Utilizing the iron block requires the body's muscles to instinctively concentrate in one area. Yet moving the body simultaneously demands muscle power as well. The inability to employ both mind and body concurrently is the source of the iron block's flaw. He also comprehended the principle behind Jonathan's ability to execute finger strikes while in motion. It was not that he had eliminated the iron block's drawbacks, but rather it was inertia. Jonathan's body, propelled by formidable strength, moved with inertia, leaving his muscle power unoccupied, thus allowing him to employ the iron block. However, achieving such fluidity and ease as he did necessitated extensive training. The 6 forms of the iron block are undeniably powerful. This much was true, yet its conspicuous shortcomings destined its potential to remain limited to Jonathan's demonstration. To some extent, mitigated the iron block's flaws, but it required time to transition. Against weaker foes, this was not apparent, but when confronted with formidable adversaries, especially those with speed, that transition time became the iron block's vulnerability. Sigh. Tang Ge sighed silently. The iron block was far inferior to his expectations of horizontal martial arts. Horizontal martial arts are passive skills, a testament to physical training that achieves a hardness rivaling steel, capable of enhancing bodily strength for defense and delivering formidable strikes. Due to its rigidity, it embodies both offense and defense, leaving little room for flaws. While the 6 forms of the iron block also bolstered the body's resistance to impacts and increased cellular density, it could not condition the body to withstand blades or bullets. Resembling more of an active stance for absorbing blows, the deficiencies are glaring. Why is it that others possess a standard iron cloth shirt, a golden bell shield, or the indestructible technique, enabling them to cultivate powerful bodies and become impervious to blades? Meanwhile, he was left with a half-finished manual on horizontal martial arts, and to attain a complete version, he must rely on his own understanding and creativity. Tang Ge felt utterly despondent, just as he was drowning in frustration. He caught a glimpse of his subordinates, each flushed with exhilaration, seemingly deriving immense psychological satisfaction. Clearly, the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate universally. If they do not connect, then let fists bridge that gap. With a flurry of punches landing on flesh, he observed his subordinates sporting bruises and bumps, nodding in satisfaction, his spirits lifted. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of individuals are not interchangeable. The duo, the Gale Force unit. Everyone, fall into formation. Now let me teach you the art of boxing, that if you wish to be as strong as I, you must train while singing that we are the souls of the Gale. We are the elite of the Baron. Sing it out. The Gale spirit is our pride. Louder. Weren't you all energetic just moments ago? Time slipped by in this fervor and passion. Under the luminous moonlight, Tang Ge held 2 bottles of the finest wine. Arriving at Dock 8 half an hour early, only to discover Jonathan had already been waiting inside. His nose twitched slightly as Jonathan rushed over, eagerly accepting the wine. This must be the Petrus from St. Milion. I never expected you could procure such exquisite wine. Is there a technique within the 6 forms that hones one's sense of smell? This fellow can discern the type of wine, even through the bottle and cork. This was thanks to the online orders from Little Ladybug. Tang Ge mused, astonished that even in the perilous seas, there existed a door-to-door delivery service. Tang Ge, not particularly versed in wine, had only purchased it upon the enthusiastic recommendation of a salesperson. It was indeed pricey, yet seeing Jonathan, the connoisseur, pleased was sufficient for him. Recalling the salesperson he encountered earlier named Leslie, he couldn't help but marvel. That individual could sell anything with such flair, easily surpassing the vast majority of influencers he had encountered in his past life. Moreover, the audacity to drift on the ocean selling goods while riding a massive snail was truly commendable. He must have faced intense competition to resort to selling in these treacherous waters where pirates could emerge at any moment. So it turns out they are the sort willing to risk their lives for money. Good wine, Jonathan exclaimed as he uncorked the bottle, downing a generous gulp, his face turning crimson, and 1,000-belly wine sprayed forth from his mouth. Cough, cough. What did you say? You've grasped the iron block. His expression was one of utter disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. What? What's the matter? The iron block. I isn't that difficult. I was perplexed by Jonathan's expression. The diary contained merely 30 pages, indicating that Admiral Zephyr had mastered the entire 6 styles in just 30 days. Although one's innate talent could not be compared to that of the Admiral, he possessed a solid foundation in martial arts, having endured a barrage of blows for over 10 days. Thus, mastering the iron block of the 6 styles in a single day seemed rather trivial. Not difficult, Jonathan echoed. Sensing that Tang Ge was feigning ignorance, he resolved to validate this with the simplest of methods. In an instant, he lunged at Tang Ge with the swiftness of a cheetah. The 2 fists collided with a resounding clang, reminiscent of metal striking wood, a deep yet melodious sound. The air between their fists was compressed to its limits before it explosively dispersed. sending ripples radiating outward. Incredible. After exchanging blows, disbelief flickered in Jonathan's eyes. There was no mistaking that sensation. It was undoubtedly the iron block of the Six Styles, although Tonga's execution lacked hardness and finesse. It was merely a consequence of the limited time he had practiced. What a formidable individual! To grasp the nuances of the iron block in such a short span, Jonathan had taken over 10 days to master the simplest of the Six Styles. The shave. His teacher, Zephyr, had mastered the essence of the iron block in less than a day, but that was a Marine admiral, an epitome of supreme combat prowess. Was this man a genius? Jonathan's thoughts wandered. But Tang Ge interrupted. "Commander Jonathan, what shall we do today?" This guy had indulged in that exorbitantly priced wine, yet here he was, lost in contemplation. Was he being lazy? Fortunately, Tanga's somewhat acerbic tone snapped Jonathan back to reality. Today we will focus on strength and speed training. Strength and speed training? Indeed, only with sufficient strength and speed can one practice the remaining Six Styles. Jonathan reiterated his words with conviction, seemingly to bolster his persuasiveness. However, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon a bundle of wooden sticks in the dock, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. What he had actually prepared was impact training. Wait a moment. With that, he left Tanga alone and dashed off in haste. Tanga thought, is this guy really unprepared and just taking advantage of me? Thankfully, Jonathan did not keep him waiting long. 10 minutes later, he returned, breathless, carrying 2 silvery boxes. Without missing a beat, he proclaimed, for today's training, "I went to great lengths to procure these props from headquarters. Why didn't you bring them earlier?" Tanga refrained from exposing this blatant lie and watched as Jonathan opened the silver boxes, revealing a set of gray-black weighted gear. Such trivial items required connections to obtain. "Commander, your connections must be rather cheap." However, it soon became clear that Tanga had underestimated the situation. These weights were heavy. As he grasped one of the weighted rings, he estimated its weight to be several kilograms. This was a secret material developed by the Navy's scientific department, unavailable on the market, with a density over 10 times that of gold and harder than diamond. "I had to plead with a rather unpleasant and irritable friend to acquire this equipment," Jonathan confessed, though a slight smirk betrayed his true feelings. It was evident that obtaining such materials was no easy feat. Without his strong connections, he wouldn't have been able to bring them out of headquarters. Being a tech-savvy individual, Tanga did not perceive Jonathan's true emotions and quickly donned the entire set of equipment, bouncing and testing its feel. What is next? Next, we will engage in practical combat drills. Jonathan felt slightly tipsy from the earlier wine, staring vacantly as Tanga effortlessly donned the total weight of kilograms. Initially, he intended for Tanga to try on just 2 weighted rings. This monstrous feeling was reminiscent of his training sessions with the 3 oddities at headquarters. Practical combat drills? Regardless of what one practices, real combat is always the most efficient method. For the foreseeable future, I will be battling you. Whether you can grasp the essence of the Six Styles during our sparring depends on your talent," Jonathan declared with solemnity. The confidence that had been shattered by those 3 oddities would be reclaimed through this little monster. Time was of the essence. Prepare yourself. As he spoke, Jonathan vanished from sight, his feet pounding the ground rapidly, accelerating to a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, delivering a fierce, thrusting punch that sliced through the air. What he unleashed was the shave, a combination of the iron block. Not daring to be careless, Tanga's eyes locked onto the rapidly moving Jonathan. His muscles tensed, channeling all his strength into his fists, executing his strongest move. Black Tiger Dig's heart. Yet, Jonathan twisted his body, sliding to Tanga's side just as they were about to collide, delivering a powerful sweeping kick that struck Tanga, whose reactions were slowed by the near half-ton of weight he bore. Boom! Struck by such immense power, Tanga lost his balance and crashed against the rock wall, sending debris flying in all directions. The enemy would not engage you head-on. To avoid being hit, one must first possess sufficient speed that a smile curled at the corners of Jonathan's mouth as he paused nearby, adopting a tone as if to say he was doing this for Tanga's benefit. That scoundrel! Again, Tanga, having been slammed against the rock wall, raised his fists once more as if in scathe. Jonathan moved with ease, circling behind him and delivering another kick that sent him flying. Once, twice, 10 times. Time became indeterminate. For Jonathan, it felt as if it were dragging on, the calm composure on his face replaced by growing unease. Throughout this time, Tang Ge resembled an inexhaustible beast. Regardless of how many times he was sent flying, he would immediately rise again. The most astonishing aspect was that this creature bore half a ton of weight. The most terrifying part was that with each blow, he seemed to gain even greater speed. Indeed, he was faster. This man was evolving at an unimaginable pace right beneath Jonathan's nose as Tang Ge grew accustomed to the weight. He meticulously observed Jonathan's movements during their exchanges, particularly when he executed the shave. Suddenly, two piercing sonic booms echoed through the air. Tang Ge's feet pounded against the ground in rapid succession, propelling him forward at an alarming rate. Tearing through the air and leaving behind afterimages. The air was shredded as if it were cloth. This sound effect was only possible when speed reached a new level. Then, with a resounding crash, his body, propelled forward, could not halt its momentum and collided directly with the rock wall. The combination of his weight and the velocity shattered the surface of the wall, sending sharp fragments soaring through the air with a shrill whistle. Jonathan, barely managing to evade, witnessed the scene unfold before him. Gazing at the over 10-centimeter deep crater in the rock wall, a chill ran down his spine, and an exclamation of disbelief escaped him. Nanny, was that just the shave? The incredulous thought took root in his mind, refusing to dissipate, as if to validate his absurd conjecture. Tang Ge emerged from the wall, shaking his slightly dazed head. In an instant, he moved so swiftly that he appeared as a black streak. The familiar sound of air being sliced came once more. Whoosh! Indeed, this was the shave, although he could currently only perform it in a straight line. Mastery was merely a matter of time. It was truly the shave. What was happening in this world? How could someone grasp two techniques of the 6 styles in a single day, while he himself was utterly exhausted? And this individual was thriving under half a ton of weight. There's a saying about last year's watch. Should I even mention it? Who in their right mind would teach someone else this? I can't withstand this blow. Stop. A flicker evaded the brutal onslaught as Jonathan, in a fit of despair, raised his right hand to signal for a halt, directly seizing the 2 bottles of Petrus wine and retreating to a corner. The bitter liquor coursed down his throat with a resounding gulp. What a weakling. Is practical combat truly the most efficient form of training? Is this all? A scrawny man of mere bones. Yet, Tang Ge refrained from voicing his ridicule, as it was only fitting to spare the commander a modicum of dignity. The Marine's 6 styles possess remarkable power. The shave, being the most elementary technique, offers an unimaginable boost in speed. The moment Tang Ge grasped the essence of shave, he felt the pressure of the air around him. That elusive, seemingly vanishing mode of movement made aiming with firearms a daunting task, truly a nightmare for any ordinary pirate. Having mastered the fundamentals of shave, Tang Ge recognized that the next step lay in honing his proficiency. With diligent practice, he could develop techniques uniquely his own. Jonathan appeared somewhat dispirited. He had initially intended to showcase his skills before Tang Ge, only to find himself repeatedly thwarted. His own style, a vision of Jonathan's fish-like agility, flashed through Tang Ge's mind. Surely, that must be a technique he had devised based on shave. However, Tang Ge held little interest in techniques per se. His priorities lay in enhancing his strength and cultivating martial arts that bolster his physical defense. These were of paramount importance. Commander Jonathan, this burden seems rather light. Is there any chance of acquiring something heftier? Light? Half a ton of weight is deemed too light. It appears that adjusting to the peculiar speech of these beings is somewhat universal. Fortunately, Jonathan had long been accustomed to you think such materials are as common as cabbage. This is sea stone, developed by the scientists of the Marine Science Division, who have yet to achieve mass production. Sea stone, indeed, its purpose extends beyond mere weight. Its most intriguing feature is its ability to emit energies akin to the sea, effectively countering those with abilities. The Marine Science Division is a newly established entity under direct governance by the world government. IT is said to house a cadre of exceptionally skilled scientists, with sea stone being merely one of their research outcomes. This substance can negate the powers of those with abilities. Tang Ge raised his arm to examine the gray ring, apart from its greater density. It exhibited no extraordinary qualities that it is common knowledge that seawater can nullify the powers of devil fruit users, yet no one would carry seawater with them. Sea stone, however, is solid and can even amalgamate with metals. Once mass production commences, the era of sea stone weaponry will dawn. In other words, the age of those with abilities shall come to an end. Speaking of those with abilities, did not that scoundrel Spade steal a devil fruit from you? Where has he concealed it? Jonathan cast a glance in his direction. According to Spade, that devil fruit was entrusted to an officer of the Don Quixote pirates, the very man with whom you clashed. Codenamed Red Heart. Beyond that, he was unaware. This mention. Tang Ge couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. A single devil fruit. If he did not consume it, he could have given it to another, or, at the very least, sold it. It is said that at an auction, any devil fruit fetches a price exceeding 100 million berries. In an instant, one could attain financial freedom. The Don Quixote pirates, you say? Their stronghold lies in the North Sea. How could they venture into the New World? When faced with the incomprehensible, it is best not to dwell. Those scientists in the Marine Division also intend to integrate sea stone into the hulls of warships, allowing the ship's aura to meld with the ocean, thus rendering them impervious to attacks from colossal sea beasts in the calm belt. Jonathan's words were laden with information, but one phrase struck Tang Ge like a bolt of electricity. Merge into one. The iron block imbues strength into well-defined muscles yet restricts free movement. Conversely, paper drawing allows one to relinquish bodily strength in favor of an extraordinary mode of movement. Furthermore, Jonathan had mentioned that exceptional practitioners of paper drawing had developed a state known as life restoration, enabling them to infuse their consciousness into any part of their body, thereby exerting control over it. For instance, one could accelerate metabolism, promote rapid hair growth, hasten gastrointestinal motility, significantly enhance digestion and absorption of food, and even allow the body to instinctively evade attacks. In essence, it grants the ability to alter one's physical form at will. But what if one were to instill the consciousness of being an iron block into the body? Would it not then be possible to maintain freedom of movement while invoking the properties of the iron block? This notion ignited like a spark in Tang Ge's mind, illuminating the path toward creating his own martial arts. Who knows what fleeting thoughts danced through Tang Ge's mind as he endeavored to forge his own martial arts? Electric shock, consuming iron, crushing boulders with his chest. At last, he had conceived a feasible plan to merge paper drawing with the iron block. Paying no heed to Jonathan's presence, Tang Ge let out an exuberant shout, then plunged wholeheartedly into the practice of paper drawing. Jonathan. The bitter liquor coursed down his throat with a resounding gulp. Regardless of the antics of this peculiar creature, nothing could truly astonish him anymore. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. In the serene environment of Barren Fortress during the second month of the year, 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar. Tang Ge had spent a fulfilling 6 months. Yet the tumultuous waves of the Grand Line raged on, since the death of Roger, the strongest pirate, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, who possessed the might of the Pirate King but had no desire for the title, faced a formidable challenge from the supernova pirate, Crocodile. Ultimately, Crocodile was defeated and vanished without a trace. Similarly, the Pirate Queen, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, reigning over the New World, encountered an equally powerful challenger in red-haired Shanks. Their clash yielded no clear victor, prompting the red-haired pirates to withdraw from the New World and embark on a journey across the seas. Yet, everyone knew how fearsome a pirate could be when they managed to escape from a confrontation with the Emperors of the Sea. When they returned, the dynamics of the New World would undoubtedly shift. The pirate known as Kaido of the Beasts, reputed for his one-on-one supremacy, boldly infiltrated the Marine Grand Fleet, battling for 7 days and nights before being captured. He subsequently escaped by destroying the prison vessel transporting him, sending shockwaves throughout the world. The legendary pirate, the great swordsman known as the Blade of Night, Dracul Mihawk, was defeated by the little-known pirate Joricole Mihawk. One after another, the notorious pirates who had already made names for themselves during Roger's era faced powerful challenges. The victors reaped all, while the vanquished fell silent. A new generation of formidable pirates was stirring the very winds of the Grand Line. If the power struggles among pirates were merely the latest sensational news on the Grand Line, Then today, a piece of news that had just spread across the world would etch itself into history, causing the world to tremble. Sheldon produced 100 berries and placed them in the newsbird's pouch. Upon receiving the payment, the newsbird promptly retrieved a stack of newspapers with its beak, depositing them before swiftly taking flight. A single newspaper costs 100 berries. The true profiteers are the sellers. Sheldon flipped through the paper, grumbling, when suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief at something he read. He snatched the newspaper and hurried toward Dock No. 8. Dock number 8 had undergone a complete transformation. No longer a shipyard, it had become a fortified training ground. Two figures were engaged in rapid combat, their movements so swift they seemed to teleport from one location to another. Whoosh, whoosh! Two Marines employing the shave technique flashed through the air at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Bang, bang! The sound of their fists and feet colliding reverberated in waves. Stormfoot, Scythefish. After a series of exchanges, Jonathan leaped high into the air, unleashing a flurry of scythe-shaped blue energy blades that surged forth like a dense school of fish, swift and unpredictable. Yet, Tang Ge remained firmly rooted to the ground. His exposed upper body muscles rippling with a metallic sheen, his fists poised like a rapid-fire cannon. The first layer of his self-developed martial arts. Horizontal training. Iron block. Boom, boom, like the thunderous roar of cannon fire. The air before the fist was explosively shattered, releasing swirling white gas clouds that collided head-on with a blue blade of air. The intense and rapid explosions echoed throughout the dock as the shockwaves from the two opposing air currents splattered against the surrounding rock walls, sending stones flying and dust billowing. Kiangnissen, who had previously appeared half asleep, was suddenly jolted awake. The new world had been tumultuous for the past 3 months, and even the pirates from the earlier days had begun to stir in rebellion. He had been on edge every day, hardly managing to catch a good night's sleep. After being severely struck by Tang Ge's 2 techniques 6 months ago, the intervals between their practical training sessions had grown increasingly longer. Their last spar had taken place a month and a half. It was not for lack of desire, but he sensed that if they continued training in this manner, he would be unable to keep up. What would become of his reputation as the base commander? At this moment, Kiangnissen's eyes widened in alarm, feeling a surge of adrenaline rush into his chest, causing his heart to race alarmingly fast. Iron block? Quite evident, Tang Ge replied nonchalantly, noting that such a feat had been achievable a month prior. Was his vision failing him to require such an obvious question? He observed that ever since Kiangnissen had officially entered into a romantic relationship with Jessica 6 months ago, the latter's condition had steadily declined. Each time they met, he would gaze vacantly, and, at times, his heart would race and breathing would become labored. This was a clear sign of physical weakness. Alas, it seemed the influence of a woman indeed hindered the path to strength. No, what I mean is, how are you able to utilize iron block while simultaneously attacking? Taking a deep breath, Kiangnissen endeavored to calm the tumultuous emotions within him and asked eagerly. That's a lengthy explanation. Ignoring the countless hours of diligent effort and positive contemplation that lay in between, he knew it would take considerable time to recount. Following a burst of inspiration 6 months ago, he dedicated a month to perfecting iron block, and then another month and a half to refine paper drawing. Thereafter, he instilled within every part of his body the consciousness that it was indeed iron block. This was the most challenging part, as it contradicted instinctive behavior, taking an arduous 2.5 months to achieve success. As for how he accomplished this feat, how could he articulate that? It was hardly feasible to present Kiangnissen with a diary of insights akin to Admiral Zephus. Moreover, given his limited vocabulary and lack of expressive ability, Tang Ge could only provide a concise summary. I spent a month perfecting iron block, then another month and a half mastering paper drawing. After that, I merged the two, allowing me to wield iron block freely. A breath caught in his throat. Kiangnissen's face flushed crimson as he fixated on Tang Ge, who spoke with such confidence. One could glean more wisdom from a single conversation with him than from hours of discourse. There were likely not 100 members of the Navy who had mastered all 6 styles, yet they had not discovered the potential to fuse iron block and paper drawing to overcome the limitations of iron block itself. Fool! What I mean is, how did you manage to merge them? The tone and attitude conveyed a sense of frustration. Was it too brief? Or perhaps too profound? A man in love often loses his intellectual faculties. Consequently, Tang Ge decided to rephrase his explanation. You mentioned that mastering paper drawing allows for instilling consciousness in various body parts. Remember? All I did was instill the belief that each part of my body is iron block. Understand? In that way, I can utilize iron block while attacking .d. Oh, you comprehend? This should clarify things. It's important to note that instilling such consciousness is quite difficult. Had he not steadfastly believed in one principle, he might not have succeeded. The strongest defense is an offense. Rather than passively enduring blows, one should believe their fists are made of iron and crush their enemies. Kiangnissen. Though Tang Ge's condescending tone was irksome, the key information was not lost on him. Unwavering belief, indeed, constituted strength. If one could instill an unwavering conviction in the body regarding the consciousness imparted, then such power could indeed enable free movement while defending. However, that was a higher level of strength, and he had not observed any external manifestation of that power in Tang Ge. This young man had approached a level of power that was almost within reach purely through his creativity. Yet he did not comprehend the significance of such an achievement. But as the base commander, Kiangnissen was all too aware. This young lad possessed the potential of a formidable warrior. Noticing that Kiangnissen had once again lapsed into a dazed stupor, his eyes vacant, Tang Ge realized that his physical state had fallen behind. Was it truly so difficult to grasp this simple concept? Could he not exercise a bit of restraint during the passionate phase of love? It seemed necessary to purchase a few items for the commander from the Little Ladybug catalog. As both pondered their thoughts, Sheldon rushed over, panting, clutching a newspaper in hand, and shouted from a distance. "Boss, a major event. A world-shattering explosion of news." Seeing that Kiangnissen was still in a dazed state, Tang Ge moved beside Sheldon and took the newspaper from his hands, unfurling it. St. Mary Geos has been attacked. The glaring headline was accompanied by a massive photograph of a palace engulfed in flames. Tang Ge's pupils constricted sharply on February 15th of the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar. During the carnival night, the fishman adventurer Fisher Tiger accomplished an unprecedented miracle. He scaled the heights of St. Mary Geos atop the Red Earth continent, igniting the world nobles' palaces during the festivities, liberating thousands of slaves, and ultimately vanished without a trace. Enclosed was a bounty notice for Fisher Tiger, amounting to a staggering 230 million berries. Handing the newspaper to the now alert Kiangnissen, Tang Ge gravely stated, "The world is about to change, Kiangnissen. No one expected that this year would begin with such a seismic news event. What would follow was even more unpredictable. Even Tang Ge, who sensed the brewing storm, could not foresee the monumental events that lay ahead." Subsequently, a deluge of news reports flooded in, all detailing the attack on Mary Geos. From the top-tier global media to small city newspapers, extensive coverage was devoted to the incident. Information regarding the world nobles' enslavement of others was unearthed, only to be swiftly suppressed, with all related reports vanishing overnight. The owners of major newspapers were unable to defy the will of the world nobles, who wished to keep their actions shrouded in mystery. Regardless of their deeds, maintaining secrecy and distance remained the cornerstone of their power. As a result, the focus quickly shifted to Fisher Tiger's race. The fishmen, already a marginalized and oppressed group, found themselves once again in the global spotlight. Even the Merfolk nation, which had already joined the world government, faced public condemnation and scorn. The world was in turmoil, and public opinion proved difficult to quell. With such a staggering event unfolding at Mary Geos, the world government found themselves in a precarious position, prompting swift and aggressive action that on February 17th, 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Navy headquarters announced that Vice Admiral Kazuru would be fully responsible for the pursuit of Fisher Tiger, regardless of life or death. 3 days later, without convening a world conference, the world government devised a shocking new system known as the Shichibukai system. Citing the growing strength of pirate forces that was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress, the world government declared that they would recruit 7 pirates of immense power and renown to form the Shichibukai. The Shichibukai would operate directly under the world government, tasked with aiding and suppressing the pirates encroaching upon the Grand Line. In return, the government would annul the bounties on the Shichibukai and grant them legal rights to plunder. In an instant, the already fervent public discourse ignited into an explosion of outrage, with citizens across nations voicing their opinions in a cacophony. The tide of the era surged forth with unstoppable force. Sweeping across the globe, TC, pirates who reveled in acts of violence and looting rejoiced, becoming ever more brazen. Ambition-driven individuals seeking dominion sprang into action. Incidents of pirate attacks on towns and even naval bases skyrocketed to alarming levels. Chaos and panic erupted at the very moment the Shichibukai system was announced. Centered around Mariewa, the influence spreads across the globe. Governments worldwide are engulfed in outrage and confusion, their inquiries and objections raining down upon Mariewa like snowflakes, ultimately sinking into oblivion. The world government offers no response to these grievances. In light of the world government's obstinacy, the affiliated nations possess no means of checks and balances, awaiting the next world conference to collectively demand the abolition of the Shichibukai system. Ultimately, power dictates authority, those of lowly status, regardless of their justifiable reasons or their position on the side of absolute righteousness, remain powerless to effect change. The mighty, fortified by their stature, carve out truths beneath the cannon's roar. The delineation of good and evil, of righteousness and wickedness, is inherently contingent upon strength. Similarly, within the Navy, whose duty is to capture pirates and uphold justice, dissent is potent enough to threaten the very roof of the Navy headquarters. Especially under the command of Admiral Zephyr, the Navy once forcefully breached Mariewa. The ultimate outcome remains uncertain. Only the subsequent monumental events that reshaped the world may provide insight. The Navy headquarters yielded. Retreated as this news spread, naval forces around the globe found themselves engulfed in confusion, chaos, doubt, anguish, and vitriol. Some, deeply perplexed by the system, even resorted to self-destruction, their loved ones slain by pirates, with the eradication of piracy becoming their singular conviction. Now, however, the Shichibukai system has shattered that belief. More monumental events are unfolding. A month later, the world government announced Admiral Zephyr's reassignment as the chief instructor of the Navy. In recent years, Admiral Zephyr had shifted his focus toward nurturing the Navy's reserve forces. Yet this appointment clearly indicates a punitive response to the recent upheaval in Mariewa. Former Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong ascended to the position of Supreme Commander, while Admiral Sengoku temporarily assumed the role of Fleet Admiral. Following this, two new admirals emerged. The vacancy left by Admiral Zephyr was filled by Vice Admiral Akainu, who would command the Navy branch in the New World, while the formidable Vice Admiral Kazan was elevated to Admiral. Known as Akiji, numerous mid-level naval officers were promoted, infusing fresh blood into the Navy headquarters. The shifting tides of time and the whirlwind of personnel changes speak volumes. The world was abuzz, and internal discourse within the Navy became incessant. In the span of merely 6 months, the world, the Navy, and the pirates underwent seismic transformations. The world revels, trembles, feels despondent, engages in slaughter, and endures suffering. The strong remain unperturbed by storms, while the weak lament in despair. All of this feels distant to Tang Ge. Irrespective of the magnitude of events unfolding, he focuses solely on one endeavor: to grow stronger, to become the strongest, whether the world changes or not. It is the strongest who dictate the outcome. As the sun rises, its warm rays illuminate the sea. Around the periphery of the Balong Cliff, tumultuous waves crash against jagged rocks, in the nearly unsteady waters. Only Tang Ge's head remains above the surface, bracing against the waves, striking forward with powerful punches, humming a tune only he comprehends. With pride, he laughs at the surging waves, his fervor rivaling the red sunlight. When he was a child, this song embodied his spirit, inciting wild fits of kicking and punching whenever he heard it. Even as an adult, hearing it in remote places prompts him to instinctively mimic the movements. Now, he seems to grasp the essence and meaning behind the lyrics. Regardless of the world, unwavering diligence and resolute willpower are essential qualities for growth. After more than 7 months of relentless training, he has increased his strength by over 30 tons, approaching a total of 40 tons. Such immense power, coupled with the speed of his punches, is formidable. Beneath the turbulent surface of the sea, the water, akin to jelly, is displaced, forming a circle of bubbles that swiftly succumb to the overwhelming pressure. Individual strength pales in comparison to nature's might. In this ever-shifting situation, powerful pirates sprout like weeds, prompting Tang Ge, who has only recently developed his martial arts, to immediately devote all his energy to creating a second punch technique that he feels woefully inadequate. A mere punch technique lacking 9 or 10 variations is simply insufficient. The Black Tiger heart-picking technique can no longer keep pace with his growing strength. He must devise an even more potent strike, gather energy from the sea and sky, continuing to hum his tune. Tang Ge resembles a dragon raging through the waves. As he practices his martial arts, the color of the iron blocks on his body deepens, infusing his punches with an unwavering determination to pierce the sea. Suddenly, the sensation of his punch changes. It feels as though the entire ocean stands before him, an invisible force impeding his quest for greater strength and speed. The power he has cultivated seems to erupt from the tip of his fist, causing the water ahead to explode violently, revealing a 3-meter-long tunnel of white spray beneath the surface. This phenomenon momentarily halts Tang Ge, invigorating his spirit even further. With my 100 points of brilliance, I unleash 1,000 rays of light. It has appeared, the familiar sensation. After over a month of punching, he experiences a feeling akin to a martial arts novel's pinnacle, a breakthrough imminent. Boom, boom, below the surface. Water erupts in a series of explosions, the swirling currents meeting the ocean's waves in a clash that appears equally formidable. Finally, the song concludes. In the midst of his punching, the resistance and pressure of the water suddenly vanish. Tang Ge feels a lightness. The resistance and pressure have not disappeared. Rather, his fist has broken through a barrier, allowing him to strike the ocean. With unwavering conviction, his fist pierces the sea. There is no explosive roar, no violent commotion. The splashes of water are obliterated, and the thick currents are pushed back by an invisible wall of energy, creating a circular hole in the retreating surface of the sea. The ocean has not been pierced, but it has been repelled. Tang Ge is a seeker of ultimate strength and speed, and thus his martial arts reflect this trait. He has not developed intricate and varied techniques based on the 6 forms. His self-created second punch technique is a straightforward thrust built upon the use of iron blocks throughout his body. Its defining characteristics are immense power and rapidity, and no matter the multitude of variations, he can break through them all with sheer force. As for the name of this technique, he has no time to ponder, because a warm energy suddenly manifests at the surface of his body, darting about like a fish. If the successful execution of the second punch technique was a natural culmination, then the emergence of this energy is an unexpected delight. Has he truly cultivated inner strength? This stream of energy can move freely along the surface of his body, yet it cannot penetrate inside, remaining at his fingertips, where it flickers with a black luminescence. Inner strength, a unique advanced power from the realm of martial arts novels, not only enhances attack potency, but also possesses miraculous effects for healing and prolonging life. However, as the novels describe, inner strength originates from the dantian, flows through the meridians, and resides within the body. That is what inner strength truly is. What is this energy that merely roams the surface? External force, surface energy, and how is it to be utilized? In martial arts novels, inner strength circulates within the body's meridians, empowering leg techniques to vanquish foes invisibly. One could say that possessing inner strength and lacking it places individuals on entirely different levels. The inner strength of this world, not similar. Contemplating this, Tang Ge focuses the energy at the tip of his fist and directs it towards the cliff wall with a self-created punch. Like a hot knife through butter, his arm swiftly penetrates the wall, which has been solidified by the relentless waves. The overwhelming force erupts from within the rock face like a volcanic explosion. Boom! Countless fragments of shattered rock roll and scatter, ultimately plunging into the sea. As the dust settles, a hemispherical crater emerges before Tang Ge, the sheer destructive power rendering him momentarily speechless. The potency of inner strength in this world is astonishing. Just moments ago, he distinctly felt that the energy at the tip of his fist rendered his skin extraordinarily resilient. significantly enhancing his destructive capability. Wait a moment, is this not the very characteristic of the martial arts he has longed for? Forged from the strongest of metals, impervious to blades and spears, yet capable of augmenting its destructive force. This is the essence of true martial prowess. Though the iron may be wielded at will, its core remains a mere densification of muscle. Should an adversary's assault exceed a certain threshold, it will inevitably shatter. Yet, the unique characteristics of this internal energy have ignited within Tang Ge a glimmer of hope for the second tier of his self-developed martial art. Moreover, he must bestow a name upon the recently perfected second punch technique. Recalling the overwhelming force that repelled the ocean's waves, he gazes at the deeply sunken rock face before him. Thus, he names this second form of his self-created fighting style, Raisan Daohai. With a resounding strike, he hammers the already battered rock wall, causing it to burst asunder once more. However, this time, he refrains from using internal energy, resulting in a somewhat diminished area of destruction that a comparison of the devastation wrought by both punches reveals that the application of internal energy has indeed doubled the destructive capacity. This is a level of power that surpasses even the most formidable abilities depicted in martial arts literature. Alas, if this continues, the entire rock face may be obliterated. A deep male voice cuts through the cacophony of ocean waves, reaching Tang Ge's ears with clarity. Thus, the tranquility of his life draws to a close. He has but a singular intuition. The visitor is none other than Captain Jonathan. Upon hearing the voice, Tang Ge's form blurs momentarily, and he reappears atop the rock face. He gazes in astonishment at the gaunt and haggard figure of Jonathan, whose once meticulously groomed mustache now lies in disarray upon his lips, rendering him particularly unkempt. Commander Jonathan, it has been some time since our last encounter. You appear to be in rather poor condition. Ever since the Seven Warlords system spread across the globe, pirates on the seas have descended into madness. The abolition of bounties and the grant of legal plunder rights have proven immensely alluring to pirates who thrive on looting. Within a mere span of a month, 4 nations have fallen to pirate attacks. Countless islands have been ravaged, and innumerable towns have suffered assaults. The battles among pirates in the first half of the Grand Line have intensified, leading to the obliteration of hundreds of pirate crews. The Gaian Sea, under Baroness watch, has become a gathering place for pirates, and for over a month, Jonathan has tirelessly led the Navy in extinguishing the flames of chaos, utterly fatigued both physically and mentally. It's nothing. Jonathan manages a strained smile, striving to mask his despondency from Tang Ge. However, the only conceivable reason for such a downcast demeanor from a man like Jonathan must surely be the impact of the Seven Warlords system. Even while engrossed in his training, Tang Ge remains well informed about the world outside. The pirates, once deemed a menace to be eradicated, now possess the legal right to plunder, and the cancellation of bounties means that capturing them is no longer feasible. This is a bitter pill for Commander Jonathan, who firmly believes in justice, to swallow. Tang Ge salutes, proclaiming loudly, "Commander Jonathan, Lieutenant Tang Ge stands ready for action at your command." He is aware of the recent developments and comprehends Jonathan's purpose for being here the moment he arrived. To spare this reserved man any embarrassment, he takes the initiative to address it. Jonathan gazes at the towering figure of Tang Ge, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Tang Ge, I am indeed formidable. Heroes have always emerged from youth. As a member of the Navy, I have no reason to shy away, do I? Tang Ge smiles, his tone resolute and confident. Heroes have always emerged from youth. Jonathan echoes the phrase. He is not one to indulge in sentimentality. He dispels the expression of regret from his face and regains his composure, exuding an air of sagacity. Lieutenant Tang Ge, I hereby issue a command in the name of Baron. The commander, support Maya Island. After months of rigorous training, Tang Ge's combat prowess has visibly escalated, a fact Jonathan has experienced firsthand. With such formidable strength at his disposal, it is enough to alleviate the recent precarious situation. Maya, is it due to the 7-star sword? Tang Ge stands at attention, slightly taken aback. Maya Island is merely a remote locale with a sparse population, devoid of treasures that would attract pirate interest. Save for the ancient legend of the 7-star sword that permeates these waters. Following the worldwide dissemination of the Seven Warlords system, pirates vying for the world's government's favor have engaged in fierce bloodshed within the Grand Line, using the blood of both pirates and civilians to bolster their notoriety. An increasing number of pirates are desperate to acquire power. The sole possibility that draws these power-hungry pirates toward Maya is the hope of obtaining the legendary seven-star sword, which is said to wield dominion over the dark world, thus offering them a chance to vie for a position among the seven warlords. It must be said that placing one's aspirations for power upon an ancient legend is indeed the hallmark of the weak. Considering this, the pirates attacking Maya Island are unlikely to be overwhelmingly strong, yet they are not to be underestimated either. Indeed, only the seven-star sword could entice those thirsting for strength to venture forth. Though Colonel Mombar, stationed at Maya, has successfully repelled 2 pirate incursions by leveraging the terrain, the Navy has still suffered significant losses. According to his intelligence, the pirate crews assaulting Maya Island are the Horn Pirates and the Outlaws Pirates, led by Captain Mad Bull Dallas with a bounty of 64 million berries, and Captain Twin Guns Greyfus of the Outlaws Pirates, whose bounty stands at 100 million berries. These 2 crews have not dispersed, but rather merged to prepare for another assault. Could a naval colonel possess such strength as to repel pirate captains with bounties exceeding 20 million? Unless the seven-star sword truly possesses the legendary might attributed to it. If it were indeed that powerful, no one would dare covet Maya Island. Regardless of whether it possesses such power, as long as the legend persists, pirates in pursuit of strength will continue to flock to Maya Island. That is human nature. Gazing out at the boundless expanse of ocean beyond the barren S domain, Jonathan's expression grows somber. This damned era, those wretched scoundrels, the recent sights and sounds have left even one as seasoned as he feeling unsettled. Pirates run rampant. Countless civilians and soldiers have perished, and the Navy remains a loss. Their resolve to uphold justice facing unprecedented challenges. The world government's reluctance to allow the Navy headquarters to comprehensively train users of the 6 styles is one such reason. The Seven Warlords system stands as a testament to this folly. They believe that employing pirates to suppress other pirates is a prudent strategy. However, how could pirates wielding formidable power ever be content to become mere hounds bound by chains? The attrition within their ranks will only give rise to stronger adversaries. The ensuing chaos will undoubtedly surpass the current turmoil. Time will reveal the magnitude of the blunder committed by those fools. The notion of erasing the legend is a well-conceived one. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, gazing out at the sea, harbors thoughts divergent from Jonathan's. Circumstances give rise to heroes. True heroes can avert catastrophe even amidst the most adverse conditions. Now that a grand era has dawned, one must with unwavering resolve forge ahead, cleaving through obstacles and soaring ever higher. When shall I depart from Maya? Now. The warship awaits outside the fortress, and I must hasten to Wool Island, where the battle elephant Tefilade is currently launching an assault. The situation is dire. Wool Island, rich in iron, serves as the armory for the nearby Navy, with a Baroness deputy stationed there. The bounty on battle elephant Tefilade stands at 83 million berries. A pirate of such high repute is beyond the capacity of a mere deputy to contend with. Should the pirates prevail, it remains uncertain how many lives will be lost to the very weapons forged by the Navy itself. Understood. Tang Ge, present, return alive. Standing on the deck of the warship, Tang Ge watches the flagship of the fortress recede into the distance. Surely, there has been a misunderstanding. The one who should truly tread carefully is you, is it not? It is uncertain whether it is due to an excessive recent training regimen or the remarkable surge in strength, but a palpable aura of vulnerability emanates from Jonathan, suggesting he is not as formidable as he once was. Nonetheless, there is a flicker of anticipation within him. This is the inaugural unveiling of his self-created martial art. What sort of adversaries will he encounter? The waters surrounding Maya Island are shrouded in smoke. The echoes of cannon fire still resonating that a battered pirate ship, accompanied by desperate cries, gradually succumbs to the depths of the ocean following a recent bout of conflict. The captain, having engaged in a face-to-face confrontation, was slain during the first exchange, while the ship is riddled with gaping holes from cannon fire, flames licking hungrily at the remaining space aboard. Survivors among the pirates either leap into the sea or plead for mercy. The Horn pirate crew, one of the two pirate factions that had recently assaulted Maya Island, has been completely obliterated. The battle rages on, with the outlaw pirates desperately resisting their fate. Two pirate vessels flank them, one in front and one behind. Despite their valiant efforts to withstand the onslaught, they find themselves unable to defend against attacks from both sides, gradually succumbing to the tide of defeat. It is only a matter of time before they are sunk. Gazing at the pirate flag fluttering atop the enemy's ship, Double Gun's Grayfus is engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair and regret. Why have these two lunatics appeared here? Just an hour prior, he had forged a formal alliance with Mad Bull Dalisk, preparing to consolidate their forces to return to Maya Island and seize the seven-star sword when an unexpected and formidable enemy launched a direct assault. Although initially caught off guard, the enemy's initial attack was not as formidable as anticipated, leading them to believe they could mount a counterattack. Thus, he and Dalisk made a decision they would both come to regret profoundly. There is no exception. The enemy is not invincible. They can retaliate. The outcome was clear. Everything was a trap laid by the ambushing pirates. Eager to claim the substantial bounty on the enemy's head, Dalisk was the first to charge at the enemy's ship, only to be overwhelmed in less than a minute. His body left battered and broken that he missed the last opportunity to escape, ensnared by a smaller pirate vessel, and now finds himself unable to flee. The pirates aboard recognized the flag of the enemy's ship, a symbol of the ruthless pirates from their own waters. "Surrender, Captain! We are no match for them. Surrender is futile. These madmen leave no survivors." Desperate cries echo into the heavens. Boom! At last, with a deafening explosion, a massive fireball erupts, thick plumes of smoke rising into the sky, transforming the pirate ship into a blazing pyre adrift on the sea. The surviving pirates struggle in the water, desperately trying to distance themselves from this cursed area. After sinking the outlaw pirate's vessel, a larger and a smaller ship converge together. Hee, big brother, these fools truly believed we were weak. Their cries of despair are the sweetest melody in this world, cackles a pirate with a brown mohawk, his mouth filled with jagged teeth. Beside him stands a towering bald man, over 3 meters tall. Wielding a massive spiked club, he gazes at the struggling pirates in the sea, a cruel smile growing ever more pronounced, licking the enormous scar that stretches from his mouth to his eye. "Hey, Ronald, these people are too weak. Only through slaughter can we gain recognition from the world government." It was this bald man who, with incredible fortitude, single-handedly annihilated Mad Bull Dalisk in a volley of fire, leading to the complete defeat of the Horn pirates. Big brother, you speak the truth. Pirates with bounties under 100 million are no longer worthy adversaries. There are only 7 positions within the 7 warlords. Once we obtain the 7-star sword, coupled with your abilities, we shall be invincible. The world government will undoubtedly recruit us as 7 warlords, and this sea will belong to us. The pirate named Ronald's laughter grows increasingly fervent. The 7 warlords are merely our starting point. Our true ambition lies in the new world, the ultimate treasure, the title of Pirate King. You pursue the 7-star sword. I shall take charge of the navy at Maya. Let the slaughter commence. The bald man bellows, issuing a cruel order to annihilate the defeated foes, declaring that only the strong can survive in these waters. Let suffering, despair, and wails resound throughout every inch of our passage. As you command, Captain Regent S. Night descends. A colossal full moon hangs in the sky. Wool Island is closer to Nabaran, and Jonathan is the first to arrive for support. The sounds of battle on the island have just ceased. The main road from the port to the weapon factory is littered with the remnants of conflict. The defeated pirates stand dejectedly, hands raised behind their heads, under the leadership of their captain. War Elephant Efferade, they were on the verge of conquering this island of weapons, but naval reinforcements have arrived. The captain was slain in the ensuing skirmish by Jonathan, the commander of Nabaran. The navy has welcomed a brief respite. Jonathan, bandaged and seated at the main table, listens as Drake, who accompanied him for support, reports the situation. "Commander Jonathan, all surviving members of the attacking pirate crew have been captured. We have also compiled the casualty figures on our side. Please take a look." Alas, he sighs upon receiving the report from Drake, the sight of which he dreads the most. Each time he encounters such a document, it signifies sacrifice, the shattering of families. War Elephant Efferade is no weakling. With a bounty exceeding 80 million, he is clearly qualified to venture into the new world that Tio defeat him. The Navy has paid a steep price. The deputy base commander station at Wool Island is severely injured. 2 officers have perished, and the casualty rate among the remaining personnel has soared to an astonishing 30%. That a weapon base with such severe combat losses will attract pirates like a rising tide. And the situation will undoubtedly grow more precarious in the near future. The disparities in human potential lead to different perceptions of the future. Jonathan harbors a pessimistic outlook, while his officers rejoice at the swift execution of War Elephant. Indeed, Commander Jonathan, known as the Porcupine, even the bounty of 83 million for War Elephant was no match for you. Exactly. Even pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million are no match for him at Nabaran. I heard that Commander Jonathan and Admiral Akainu are contemporaries. Is that true? No wonder he is so formidable. Just as the conversation threatens to veer into an undesirable direction, Jonathan furrows his brow, interrupting the enthusiastic chatter of his subordinates. But you have nothing better to do? Get back to your tasks. Drake, check on the situation with Lieutenant Tang. Once everyone exits the room, he rubs his temples. The establishment of the 7 warlord system has plunged the Navy within the fortress into a state of confusion. This recent victory should bolster morale significantly. Yet, some matters can only be perceived from his vantage point. The Grand Line is a pathway to strength, the pirates pouring in from the 4 seas. Upon reaching the Nabaran waters, rarely possess bounties exceeding 10 million, essentially cannon fodder. Those with bounties between 10 and 100 million indicate potential for further advancement. However, once the bounty surpasses 100 million, the situation becomes dire. Such pirates can stir up storms even within the New World. As for those exceeding 300 million, they are to be allowed passage. He has no desire to lead his subordinates to their doom. War Elephant Efferade is merely a promising newcomer. Defeating him is not a monumental achievement, but the emergence of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million would be a cause for concern. Tap tap. The sound of hurried footsteps interrupts Jonathan's musings. Commander, bad news. Drake rushes in, having just returned from contacting the main fleet about the situation in Maya, cold sweat dripping down his face. Remain calm. What is the situation with Tang? The ominous premonition weighs heavily on Jonathan's heart, but he forces himself to remain composed. His demeanor steadies Drake, who calms down but still speaks with a tone filled with shock and fear. The naval vessels supporting Maya have just reported that the Horn Pirates and the Outlaw Pirates, which attacked Maya a few days ago, have been completely annihilated. The wreckage of their ships and their bodies are scattered throughout the Maya waters. What? Based on the pirate flags they observed on the Maya coast, it is the Cray Brothers pirate crew who has eradicated these 2 factions. The Cray Brothers? How could they possibly be in the Grand Line? Snap! The ever-composed Jonathan suddenly rose from his seat, knocking a chair to the ground, and erupted into an incredulous roar. The news struck him like a bomb, resonating through his mind, leaving it in a cacophony of chaos and blankness. Drake's expression was equally grave as he gritted his teeth and continued, confirming the intelligence from Major Bernard, who was supporting Maya. It was indeed the Cray Brothers pirate crew, and Lieutenant Tang had already landed on Maya. This was yet another bombshell. It nearly overwhelmed the already fatigued Jonathan. He was well aware of the details concerning the Cray brothers, and the more he understood, the more frantic he became. Captain Reginald Cray had a bounty of 120 million, while his first mate, Ronald Cray, was valued at 86 million. That these 2 were notoriously ruthless in the West Sea, having repeatedly sacked islands guarded by the Navy. Exhibiting an insatiable thirst for blood. Just a month prior, they had laid siege to the naval branch in the Long Barrow Islands, resulting in the demise of Brigadier Feynman and numerous naval officers stationed there. The headquarters was preparing to send a force against them, but unexpectedly, they had stealthily entered the Grand Line in the 4 seas. A bounty of 120 million and 86 million was ample evidence of the brothers' prowess and their degree of savagery. Maya was in peril. The Navy was in jeopardy. Tang was in danger. Quickly notify Mamba and Tang to organize an evacuation. Jonathan urged. He understood far better than Drake the implications of such bounties before even entering the Grand Line. Pirates of this caliber had reached the threshold of the 7 warlords of the sea, if he himself had no confidence in overcoming them? How could Tang? Furthermore, he commanded that everyone on the flagship prepare immediately. They must go to the aid of Maya. But Commander, Wool Island is at least a day's journey from Maya. Regardless, I must go as long as there is hope. Jonathan regretted allowing Tang to head to Maya. Yet if Tang hadn't gone, Mamba's forces would have had even less chance against the Cray brothers. Meanwhile, the naval base on Maya Island was engulfed in the thunderous cries of battle. The dull thuds of blades piercing flesh echoing incessantly. The Navy was facing an unprecedented crisis. After enduring 2 previous pirate assaults, the branch had become utterly exhausted. Yet, they remained vigilant against the potential return of those 2 pirate crews. What they did not anticipate was that before the 2 crews could strike again, they would be confronted by a far more vicious and powerful enemy. Under the cover of night, the pirates surged upon a strategically advantageous naval base. In particular, the towering figure over 3 meters tall was nothing short of a monstrous force, plowing through the naval defenses amidst a barrage of gunfire. Under his command, the pirates had completely flooded into the base. Colonel Mamba of the Mayan Naval Branch watched with anticipation, his shoulder cannon heated to a blistering degree, ready to unleash shells capable of penetrating the thick armor of naval warships. Arrogant pirates. Surely, you are doomed now. However, his hopes were abruptly dashed. A colossal figure emerged from the smoke of the explosions, brushing off the black marks left by cannon blasts on his chest. Hey, are you tickling me? Navy, I am Reginald. Show me your true prowess. The self-proclaimed pirate Reginald laughed maniacally, the scars on his face adding to his menacing visage. Boom! Several more cannonballs whistled through the air, yet Reginald did not flinch, allowing the shells to strike him directly. After the flash of fire, he remained unscathed, continuing toward Mamba, a devil fruit user. Despair gripped Mamba as he shouted to the surrounding naval soldiers, "Run! They are not an enemy we can defeat." "That is an order." "Haha, I truly relish that look of despair in your eyes, Navy," Reginald cackled, observing Mamba, who was prepared to stay behind. "What can you do, Colonel? None of you will escape. Tonight, on Maya Island, no one shall leave. It is destined to be a night of slaughter, wail, despair, suffer." Under their captain's lead, the pirates launched into a frenzy of killing. Even the fallen Navy soldiers were mercilessly stabbed by the frenzied pirates. As numerous naval soldiers witnessed their comrades perish one by one, instead of heeding Colonel Mamba's command to flee, they rallied behind him, firing together at Reginald. Clang. Whether bullets or cannonballs, none inflicted even the slightest harm on Reginald. Not even a trace was left behind. "Ha! Continue. Navy, keep up your futile performance. In the end, I shall bestow upon you despair." With each heavy step, Reginald barreled forward like a tank, crushing the naval ranks. Boom! A multitude of Navy personnel were hurled into the air from the impact, while Mamba, who bore the brunt of the collision, was sent crashing back against the base's wall, where he finally came to a stop. "Savage pirates, aren't you afraid the naval headquarters will send someone to hunt you down?" One enraged Navy soldier shouted. "Hunt me down? Foolish Navy! Once I acquire the 7-star sword and become a warlord of the sea, with the world government backing me, who would dare pursue me?" Reginald was in no hurry to eliminate the Navy before him. He aimed to methodically shatter their psychological defenses. Inflicting despair upon the Navy was his true desire. A blood-soaked figure staggered toward him. It was Mamba, who had just been knocked back. "For justice," he sputtered, blood frothing from his mouth, his consciousness fading. Yet he still did not retreat. "Justice? Do you know what became of the last Navy who uttered those words before me?" Reginald sneered cruelly. Then he leapt high into the air, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! The Maya naval base was situated atop a mountain surrounded by sheer cliffs, with only a single path leading to its summit. It was precisely due to this geographical advantage that the Navy and the Maya people had managed to fend off the assaults of the previous 2 pirate crews. However, this time, the Cray brothers' attack was too overwhelming. The Navy and the Maya had not yet had the chance to unite when they were confronted by formidable foes. The Maya residential area lay close to the naval base. Once beautiful wooden houses were engulfed in ferocious flames. Illuminating the battlefield in the darkness, the pirates brandished torches and set fire to everything, while armed Maya men fought to thwart them. the Maya people, residing on the islands of the Grand Line, naturally possessed the strength to defend their kin, but the pirates had attacked under the cover of night, and their numbers were overwhelming, placing the Maya in dire peril to the center of the battlefield. A tall Maya man wielded a traditional long sword, battling a monstrous creature, while a woman stood atop a nearby platform, cradling 3 purple gemstones that emitted a glowing light, forming a violet barrier to protect the elderly, women, and children within. The beast resembled a hyena standing upright, contorting its body before transforming into a hybrid of human head and beastly form, a bushy tail swaying behind it. Its nearly 3-meter-tall frame was rippling with muscular power, greedily eyeing the softly glowing long sword, emitting a series of sinister giggles. The legend of the 7-star sword was undoubtedly true, despite being an animal-type devil fruit user. The creature had yet to defeat an ordinary person whose strength had only recently reached the extraordinary, primarily due to the immense power contained within the 7-star sword that it had to be obtained. Hand over the 7-star sword. The power of the 7-star sword is truly wasted in your hands. It cackled, seemingly sensing the overwhelming scent of blood in the air. The sword named 7-star trembled slightly, its green glow intensifying, radiating an ominous and bloodthirsty impulse. Grip the sword tightly. The Maya leader shouted in fury. Delusional pirates! The 7-star sword must never fall into the hands of those stained with blood. However, its power appears to be spiraling out of control, trembling more violently than before. The green radiance emanating from the blade flows into his body like blood, causing his form to swell slightly, while a frenzied desire for slaughter begins to erode his will. The clash of claws and sword blades reverberates through the air. The green light, cascading from the 7-star sword, manifests as a searing fireball, repelling Ronald's assault. Moreover, the 7-star sword seems to have become the focal point of the conflict between the two, its power surging once more, flooding into the body of the Maya tribe leader. The uncontrollable surge of power causes the Maya tribe leader's body to expand further, showing signs of beastly transformation upon his head. The tearing pain compels him to wield the long sword in his grasp to obliterate everything in front of him. Do not be swayed by the 7-star sword's power, Xiaoyang. The woman standing atop the platform is fraught with anxiety. She must withdraw the purple barrier and use the power of the gem to seal the 7-star sword. An opportunity. The pirate with a brown rooster comb, seeing the purple barrier vanish, instantly lunges towards the platform. Even though it is filled with defenseless old and weak women and children, his claws show no mercy. Despicable, the leader of the Maya tribe, resisting the encroaching power of the 7-star sword, glares with fury as he brings his sword down, unleashing a green flame slash aimed at Ronald. Yet Ronald moves swiftly, leaving an afterimage in the air, and the flame slash cannot obstruct his strike. Loya, be cautious. Loya, who is using the gem's power to seal the 7-star sword, finds herself unable to activate the barrier again in time, helplessly watching as the pirate brandishes his sharp claws toward her. Success. The cries of the weak echo. Ronald's eyes flash with a frenzied bloodlust, his manic grin stretching wider, in the blink of an eye. A figure hurtles in from the distance, appearing like a flicker of lightning, positioning itself before Ronald. Mountain-crushing punch. A fist capable of shattering mountains crashes into Ronald, who is caught off guard. Wham! Ronald's body is nearly folded in half, rebounding with a howl, uprooting trees and structures in its path, finally crashing into the ground and carving out a deep trench of over 10 meters. The cacophony of battle abruptly falls silent. A gust of wind sweeping through, ruffling the astonished faces of those present. Neither the pirates nor the Maya tribe have yet to come to terms with the situation, as what should have been a decisive blow against the Maya tribe's resistance is effortlessly neutralized. The second in command, witnessing such an attack, knows that survival is now unlikely. Their gazes shift to the figure standing atop the platform, the moonlight casting shadows that obscure his face, yet his attire is recognizable to all who are not blind. It is the Navy. The figure is none other than Tang Ge. Upon arriving at Maya, he quickly discerned that the situation had veered into the unknown and hastened to rescue the women and children of the Maya tribe. With a crack, the solid surface of the stone platform shatters beneath him, leaving only a ring of debris where he once stood. That he does not pause. Having landed a solid punch, he recognizes that his opponent is a Zoan-type devil fruit user, known for their resilience to blows. His form flickers as he dives into the dust, seizing the moment of weakness. Indeed, a chorus of pained, animalistic howls emerges from the dust, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce struggle. "Arrogant Navy! Who are you?" Ronald sneers. "The Navy on Maya Island cannot possibly possess such strength. You must be Cly Ronald. I never expected you, who just committed heinous acts in the West Sea, to appear in the Grand Line, attempting to feign death to escape. How cunning." Having just endured a devastating blow, Ronald realizes he is outmatched and attempts to play dead amidst the chaos. However, his relentless pursuit exposes his plan. The two engage in a rapid exchange of blows, their strikes sending shockwaves that disperse the dust, revealing the fierce confrontation before them. It is a one-sided beating. The once arrogant Cly Ronald, who is so certain of victory, finds himself utterly defenseless, his body taking repeated heavy hits. One arm twisted beyond recognition. In terms of both strength and speed, Tang Ge holds the upper hand, striking mercilessly, moving with ghost-like speed around Ronald, landing blow after blow. Ronald, inseparable from his brother Cly Ligena, is here in the Maya tribe while Ligena remains at the Navy base. With this thought, Tang Ge intensifies his assault, yet Ronald, a Zoan-type cat fruit user in hyena form, possesses remarkable speed, nearly matching Tang Ge's own 6 forms. Moreover, he evades direct confrontation, relying on the Zoan user's exceptional physical defense, making it difficult for Tang Ge to inflict fatal damage. Bang! Another heavy punch lands in Ronald's abdomen, propelling his body like a cannonball into the thicket, blood spilling from his mouth as if it were free. However, after crashing through countless trees and rocks, Ronald suddenly twists his body and rebounds from the ground, disregarding his remaining subordinates, and leaps towards the mountain's peak. The resilience of a Zoan-type devil fruit user is truly formidable. Tang Ge's form flickers as he prepares to pursue. But then, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. The Maya tribe leader, having used the 7-star sword multiple times, succumbs to the overwhelming evil power within, transforming into a beast driven solely by destruction. The green flame slashes through all living beings in sight, whether pirates or Maya tribesmen. If he continues this rampage, no life will remain in this place. When severing ties, one only invites chaos. Whoosh! Tang Ge, chasing after Ronald, swiftly appears before the Maya tribe leader. The 7-star sword has only granted him power and a desire for destruction, without enhancing his combat instincts. Thus, when Tang Ge materializes before him, the leader is caught unawares. The 7-star sword, now devoid of its host, clatters to the ground, ceasing to emit its green glow. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Ge knocks the deranged Maya man unconscious before rushing with all his might towards Ronald's previous direction. With the 6 forms, he possesses absolute dominion and speed. In mere moments, he spots Ronald's fleeing silhouette amidst the trees. "Foolish Navy! Come chase me. You have no idea what awaits you. When the time comes, I will surely twist your head off." Ronald, sprinting ahead, notices Tang Ge trailing behind and vows to himself. Following an upward mountain path, the two race through the woods, one in pursuit of the other as Tang Ge approaches the Navy base. He hears the anguished cries of his comrades. Without hesitation, he accelerates, appearing behind the unsuspecting Ronald and delivering a sweeping kick that strikes him squarely in the back, bending him into a painful arc. Like a baseball, Ronald is propelled towards the towering figure assaulting the Navy. The bald pirate wielding a spike club is caught off guard, and the two, driven by immense inertia, crash into the Navy base's interior. Boom, boom, boom. Following the sound of crumbling walls, the arena falls into a brief silence. Tang Ge lightly lands on the surrounding wall, his gaze growing icy as he surveys the scene within. Mamba lies dead, his body sprawled in the center of the Navy base training ground. As if crushed by a colossal force, his chest completely flattened, the steel cannon he once bore now reduced to a pile of scrap. Few Navy personnel are left standing. White-clad corpses litter the square, as pirates mercilessly slaughter the remaining soldiers. This is the cruelty of this era. "You are all damned." Tang Ge coldly utters 4 words, and the wall beneath him suddenly explodes, a myriad of stones soaring through the air, shrieking as they strike the vital points of the pirates with deadly precision. Puff, puff, puff. The pirate grunts fall as if swept by a machine gun, blood erupting from their bodies, collapsing in waves. However, the number of pirates was overwhelming, and some fled the naval base in terror. Ignoring those who escaped, now was not the time to concern themselves with them, that a colossal figure, standing nearly 3 meters tall and wielding a spiked club, charged forward with great speed. Tang Ge did not evade. Instead, he executed a side kick with his right leg, reinforced by iron. The clash of metal against flesh produced a resonant, dull thud at that moment. Ronald suddenly appeared behind Tang Ge, his claws glinting ominously as he lunged upward towards Tang Ge's groin. With threats coming from both directions, the force behind the spiked club intensified, landing a solid blow on Tang Ge. The immense power slammed into him, as if he had been struck by a speeding train, shattering the surrounding wall and carving a deep trench in the earth that extended into the forest. "Ha ha! Foolish Navy! Die!" A rotund figure and a slender one laughed maniacally under the dimly lit crimson moon, embodying a terrifying arrogance. "What are you two laughing at?" Not far away, Tang Ge emerged from the woods, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, tearing away the remnants of his tattered naval uniform to reveal muscles as solid as tempered steel. "Are you reveling in the last moments of your pathetic lives? You fools!" His gaze was frigid, akin to that of a beast thoroughly enraged. Ronald's laughter abruptly ceased as he beheld Tang Ge's unscathed form, caught his throat, unable to continue to ha-ha. "Have I angered you? Do you wish to avenge your comrades? This is the world where the strong can do as they please." Reginald continued to laugh, further provoking him. Compared to Ronald, Reginald's strength was significantly greater, even with his iron defense. Tang Ge felt a tremendous impact on his insides from the earlier blow. Silently, he approached the entrance of the naval base, memories of the kind yet robust Mamba he had encountered at Barren resurfacing, along with the image of naval soldiers mercilessly slaughtered and the devastating losses suffered by the Maya clan flashed before his eyes. His expression returned to calm, devoid of any hint of murderous intent. No more words. Such scum could only be eradicated to honor those brave Navy who fought to the death. Suddenly, Tang Ge vanished, a black streak propelled by a resolute killing intent, charging towards Reginald. "Come on, Navy!" Reginald stood his ground, still taunting. He had absolute confidence in his abilities. In an instant, Tang Ge, utilizing the six-style shave, appeared beneath Reginald, his nearly 2-meter height appearing diminutive against the towering figure. Raising his hand, muscles bulging, he delivered a heavy punch to Reginald's chest. Black Tiger Heart extraction. Clang. The impact lacked the anticipated destructive force, akin to iron striking the hardest alloy. Reginald stood unmoving, a triumphant smile gracing his face. He bore down with a bear hug, attempting to constrict Tang Ge, while Ronald circled around his rear. Once trapped, Tang Ge would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious predicament, besieged by both in a flash of lightning. Tang Ge ducked beneath the embrace, spinning behind Reginald to land another punch on his lower back. However, it felt as if he had struck an iron mountain. The effect was minimal, leaving only a faint white mark. Meanwhile, Ronald, quick on his feet, maneuvered to Tang Ge's rear, forcing him to abandon his assault on Reginald. Utilizing the recoil from the strike, Tang Ge accelerated towards Ronald, intent on eliminating the despicable, cunning hyena first. Yet, noticing Tang Ge's movements flickering, Ronald swiftly retreated beside Reginald. With a swift motion, they distanced themselves, and Tang Ge regarded the two brothers, truly formidable fools. Reginald appeared arrogantly boastful, while Ronald, seeming timid and frail, was in fact treacherous and unscrupulous. Swift in his attacks from behind, their seamless coordination explained their dominance in the West Sea, even daring to assault the Navy in the Grand Line to ha-ha. "Incompetent Navy, are you merely tickling me? I'm a man of the hard fruit. My body is harder than steel." Reginald, sensing Tang Ge's apparent helplessness, laughed maniacally as he provoked further. "The hard fruit? This ability is indeed troublesome." Tang Ge furrowed his brow. Even as a man of iron, he was confident he could pound it flat. However, This ability's user S hardness exceeded that of all known metals, an extraordinary toughness. Since iron was ineffective, he would attempt to harness his inner strength. He activated 6 style shave again, leaving behind an afterimage .1 yang finger. A finger, gleaming with a black sheen, struck at Reginald's throat, who was still laughing uproariously. The principle behind the finger gun was similar to the iron block. Yet the finger's penetrating power was greater, concentrating force into a single point sufficient to pierce iron. However, Reginald's fruit ability proved formidable. Tang Ge's finger halted at his throat, unable to penetrate, leaving only a shallow mark. No weaknesses. His entire body could become impenetrable. The additional inner strength was insufficient to breach this man's throat. With a push against Reginald's leg, Tang Ge swiftly distanced himself, evading a sweeping strike from his arm. Seeing this, Ronald dared not confront Tang Ge alone and retreated. Perched atop a crumbled wall, Tang Ge's expression remained unchanged, though his mind raced, strategizing for this pivotal battle. Indeed, one should never underestimate any pirate who has made a name for themselves upon the seas. Such an adversary could not be easily defeated. Ronald posed no threat. Already injured, he would only attempt to ambush from behind, and with the iron block as defense, Tang Ge felt secure against his attacks. Only Reginald, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, was truly formidable. His strength was only slightly inferior to Tang Ge's mastery of the 6 styles, yet the true challenge lay in his hard fruit ability. It was impossible to break through. Have you given up avenging those weak navy? Come, kill us, Reginald provocatively challenged, his body exuding a palpable intensity as he charged at Tang Ge. Ronald maintained a safe distance, flanking Tang Ge in their exchange of offense and defense. Neither exhibited any weaknesses. The bricks beneath their feet shattered as Tang Ge, propelled by the force of the broken wall, evaded the 2-pronged assault. Darting into the woods beside the naval base. Boom! Boom! Reginald barreled forward like an ancient giant, his unstoppable momentum carving deep grooves into the earth as he followed Tang Ge's elusive figure, the massive spiked club crashing down behind him. The tremendous force splintered trees along the way, and the resulting gust sent debris hurtling toward Tang Ge. Allowing the shattered stones and timber to strike him, Tang Ge pressed on into the depths of the forest without looking back. Reginald's overwhelming strength relied primarily on his impenetrable devil fruit ability. His raw power was immense, yet his speed was lackluster compared to Ronald, who possessed animal fruit abilities. Not to mention, Tang Ge, skilled in the 6 styles, outmatched him in agility. Ronald, capable of keeping pace with Tang Ge, lacked the strength to match, nearly falling victim to Tang Ge's lethal intent. You coward! Only capable of fleeing. Damn Navy, weren't you supposed to avenge those weaklings? Come on, Reginald's furious shouts echoed as he recalled the Navy soldier wielding the ridiculous steel cannon who did not retreat an inch. Suddenly, Tang Ge halted in his tracks, turning to face the 2 arrogant pirates. Ahead lay a cliff, and there was no path for retreat. Behind them, the 2 pirates felled trees, blocking any chance of escape. Dahaha, it seems there is no way out. This was the path you foolishly chose. Reginald and Ronald, witnessing the precipice ahead, could not contain their laughter. The impotent are never short of rage. Just moments ago, you were seething with the desire to avenge the Navy, yet now you scramble to save your own skin. How pathetic. I'm the strongest. You will never have a chance to kill me. The strongest? What nonsense are you spouting? 2 imbeciles. Tang Ge's power erupted beneath his feet, instantly fracturing the rocks beneath him, sending shards flying. His form surged forward like a cannonball, propelled by an unwavering momentum. Everything in his path was shattered and flung aside. Dahaha! How splendid! It was astonishing to see Tang Ge forego the art of instantaneous disappearance and instead charge straight ahead. Although this trajectory allowed for greater speed, it was not beyond capture. Reginald's heart swelled with joy, his devil fruit powers activating, rendering his body as resilient as adamantine, resembling an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex as he barreled forward to meet him. He had never feared a direct confrontation with anyone. Boom! Like a meteor striking the earth. Avalanche. Tang Ge's fist collided with Reginald's spiked mace. The dull clang of flesh meeting iron reverberated, the air at the point of impact compressed to its limits, bursting forth into countless chaotic gusts, sending debris and fallen leaves spiraling away. That if such weaklings can be deemed the strongest, then I am. Bracing against Reginald's mace, Tang Ge's form swayed as he unleashed the sixth form once more. In an instant, he appeared before Reginald, his left fist raised in a powerful stance, honed through countless repetitions, striking Reginald's chest with the force of a thunderclap. The strongest among the strongest. Clang, over 40 tons of force erupted from a single point. This force was sufficient to warp a steel column. However, for Reginald, who had consumed the hard fruit, the only consequence was a shallow imprint left upon his exposed chest, merely staggering him back a few meters. But it was not over. In less than a second following the left punch, as Reginald's body lost its balance, Tang Ge raised his right fist high and struck down with ferocity. Bang! Another move. The black tiger pounces. The violent force dented Reginald's hardened muscles, propelling his massive form towards the woods with relentless momentum. Boom, boom! In the instant following the right punch, Tang Ge's power erupted once more, twisting his body as the sixth form carved a dark arc through the air, flashing above Ronald's head. His true target was never Reginald. It was Ronald. This fellow had a penchant for ambushing from behind, and without neutralizing him first, Tang Ge could never fully engage Reginald. This cliff seemed to offer Tang Ge no escape. Likewise, Ronald found himself devoid of options for a stealthy approach. As Tang Ge charged directly at Reginald, he could do nothing but watch helplessly from the sidelines. Yet he had no choice but to intervene. Little did he know that Tang Ge's objective had been him all along. Terror and disbelief flickered in Ronald's eyes. Above him, Tang Ge's body resembled a drawn bow, his toes like the arrow, all his strength emanating from that point. Raging foot breaks the door. Buzz! The air seemed to shatter, producing a thunderous roar as a blue energy blade, accompanied by a sharp hum, struck Ronald's unprepared back. The energy blade propelled Ronald's body forcefully into the ground. The earth exploded, dust billowing. Not far away, Reginald's body, having smashed through trees, also crashed to the ground. As the dust rapidly settled, a pungent scent of blood assailed Tang Ge's senses, nearly inducing nausea. In the center of a half-meter deep crater, Ronald had reverted to his true form, blood gushing from his mouth, still emitting a ghastly, discordant laugh, such an unpleasant laugh. Tang Ge stood in silent contemplation, gazing at the gaping wound that nearly cleaved Ronald in two. The vitality of a Zoan-type fruit user was indeed formidable. Ronald continued to writhe in agony, and after a moment of reflection, Tang Ge resolved to play the role of the benefactor. With one hand, he lifted Ronald's battered form. No, Ronald from the depths of the forest. Reginald roared as he rushed forward, an unprecedented rage threatening to burst forth from his chest and spill from his eyes. Life and death often hinge on a mere moment, in just a few seconds. From his confident charge towards Tang Ge to Ronald's current state, hellish reality stood before him. The crisp sound of cracked vertebrae echoed. Ronald's body went limp. Even a Zoan-type user could not escape death when his cervical vertebrae were crushed. For a merciless pirate like him, the path to righteousness was to grant a swift death. No, I shall dismember you, the only family I had, right before my eyes, crushed to death by another. This hatred and fury drove Reginald into a complete frenzy. He discarded the obstructive mace as his devil fruit powers surged to their zenith, that he would tear this accursed Navy officer limb from limb. The howls of the powerless. You are next. Tang Ge took a heavy step forward. The iron block activated, a surge of inner strength pooling at the tip of his fist as he thrust it forward with great force. Eluding. Exhaustion. Nonsense. To pierce the strongest defenses and vanquish the fiercest foes is the path of a true warrior. In the narrow path of confrontation, the brave shall prevail. Kill. In an instant, the two fists collided. Boom! Crack! The explosive sound of air bursting and the sound of bones fracturing, audible only to Tang Ge, resonated in his ears. He quickly discerned a slight fracture in his right arm. Even though the iron block granted him a body as resilient as steel, the inner strength he had cultivated rendered his fists immensely hard. Yet Reginald, empowered by the hard fruit, surpassed steel in resilience. As both parties collided at high speed, Tang Ge's body bore the brunt of a force capable of shattering mountains. However, this was exhilarating. The blood within him surged as if boiling, his fighting spirit soaring to unprecedented heights. In a rapid spin, he infused his left fist with a sudden surge of inner power, driving it straight toward Reginald's chest. Black tiger pounces. Reginald's body was as hard as iron. Yet his attack speed was sluggish. Without Ronald to hinder him, he was utterly incapable of matching Tang Ge's assault speed. Clang! The left fist struck as if against an ancient bell, producing a deep, resonant sound. Even the destructive force of the enhanced inner strength failed to inflict significant damage on Reginald, leaving merely a shallow mark upon his chest. Nonetheless, the tremendous force propelled Reginald backward, his legs carving two shallow grooves of 3 meters into the ground. Useless, Navy, your strongest abilities cannot break through mine. Your meager strength is only fit to tickle me. You killed my brother. I shall reduce you to fragments. Kill, with blood-red eyes, Reginald, relying on his impenetrable body, pressed forward once more. This Navy officer seemed to be lacking in intellect, choosing to engage him head-on rather than utilizing that instantaneous movement. This delighted him immensely. If this Navy officer continued to expend his energy, Reginald might indeed turn and flee. Without stamina, the fruit's powers could not be activated as for the death of his younger brother. That kind of hatred could not eclipse his own life than a frog at the bottom of a well. Unaware of the vastness of the sky, your abilities are but trifles in the grand scheme. In a cacophony of shattering sounds, Tang Ge shot forward like an arrow, hurtling towards Reginald, relying on his impenetrable body. Reginald focused solely on offense, his fully activated powers rendering him devoid of weaknesses. His fists flew in a rapid series of strikes, shadowed by multiple punches, colliding head-on. How splendid! The black tiger pounces on the heart and the mountain-toppling wave. Tonga's punches were executed with astonishing speed. His right fist unleashed a torrent of force, while his left delivered a lethal strike akin to a black tiger's claw. Each blow was accompanied by the deafening roar of the air being torn asunder. The two combatants collided with an unwavering resolve. The resounding clamor of metal-on-metal clashes echoed through the atmosphere. Surrounding air was crushed as if by an invisible hand, dispersing into a myriad of high-frequency shockwaves that shredded trees, stones, and earth alike. Despite Reinhardt's devil fruit abilities, his strength paled in comparison to Tanga, who was augmented by external enhancements and the 6 styles. His legs sank into the ground, forcing him to retreat. After exchanging hundreds of blows, a myriad of punch shadows erupted, and Reinhardt's offensive was decisively shattered, leaving him severely drained. This what you call strongest. I only threw 2 punches, and you're already faltering. Tanga, emboldened by the fight, let out a triumphant roar. Did you say 2 punches? That was clearly hundreds, merely 2 techniques, to be precise. Reinhardt, filled with frustration, coughed up blood. His attacks were sluggish, often landing a single blow only to receive 2 in return. Moreover, the cursed fists of the Navy, imbued with strange powers, struck him accurately in the same spot on his chest. Even with the formidable defenses of his hardened fruit ability, the relentless bombardment on the same area inflicted substantial internal damage. And even his prideful fruit-enhanced skin and ribs felt excruciating pain. After all, he had yet to develop his powers to the extent that they could render his insides impervious, with both his momentum and stamina severely suppressed. Reinhardt's emotions shifted like an avalanche, the fury ignited by witnessing his younger brother's death rapidly extinguished. The instinct to survive surged within him, planting a thought in his mind that would have been unthinkable before. He could not win. He must flee. The virtues of piracy are many, and one of them is the alignment of thought and action. Otherwise, countless individuals would not venture into the seas, lured by the tantalizing whispers of legendary treasures. Reinhardt was a distinguished pirate. As soon as the notion of escape took root, he acted upon it immediately, lest he be left with no strength even to reach a ship. Yet, you wish to flee? You, who incessantly claim to be the strongest, dare to run. Do you not wish to avenge your brother? Do you not covet the 7-star sword on this island? You have insulted me. I end battle. Even the slightest hesitation is detected. Tang Ge instantly sensed Reinhard's wavering resolve. Rage ignited within him. He had just summoned a fierce momentum and was prepared for a final showdown. The cowardly pirate dared to flee. This was unacceptable. Like a dragon in flight, with the spirit of a blazing fire, Tang Ge clenched his fists. The resistance of the air seemed non-existent as he surged forward, crashing into Reinhard, who was turning to escape. Unleashing the pent-up fury and boundless power from his fists, the black tiger pounces on the heart, the mountain-toppling wave. Reinhard, hearing the barrage of accusations, became increasingly convinced that the Navy officer before him had lost his mind and was utterly deranged. What insult had he endured? Was it not natural to retreat when faced with defeat? Remaining would only lead to the dark abyss of impelled down or the hellish depths of despair. Surely, fleeing was the sensible choice. Before he could fully comprehend his thoughts, Reinhard felt as though he were being charged by a herd of enraged elephants, sent sprawling through the air by the relentless force. The devil fruit's abilities faltered as his stamina waned, and the pain from the crushing blow to his chest intensified. He felt his ribs straining under the pressure, on the verge of breaking. Fear and despair painted Reinhard's face. However, Tang Ge would not grant him the opportunity for repentance. "I ask this your confidence. Is this what you deem as the strongest? Let me enlighten you on what true strength entails." Tang Ge advanced with swift strides, his fists raining down upon Reinhard with relentless ferocity, each strike targeting the same spot. The black tiger pounced on the heart, the mountain-toppling wave, under the unending barrage of punches. A deep imprint formed upon Reinhard's chest. Trees along the path shattered. The ground cracked beneath the onslaught, and stones and dirt were sent flying in all directions. In a classic television series, there was a line that Tang Ge cherished: "When the world is in turmoil and bandits run rampant, how does one subdue them?" At that moment, a familiar theme echoed in his ears, merging his body, will, and momentum into one. The internal force coursing through him surged more than tenfold, transforming from a mere thread of darkness to the width of a pinky. All concentrated into his right fist. Progen. The air warped and tore as the tip of his fist revealed a grain-sized blackness, a torrent of ferocious power coalescing at a singular point, striking Reinhard's chest where the imprint had formed. Vajra. With a colossal punch infused with all his strength, momentum, and will, Tang Ge shattered Reinhard's hardened fruit ability on the spot, causing his ribs to fracture instantaneously. The overwhelming force coursed through him, leaving a distinct imprint on his back, while his clothing erupted with a loud pop, creating a gaping hole. With a resounding thud, Reinhard's body soared through the air before crashing into the Navy base. His chest collapsed inward, and fragments of his internal organs poured forth from his throat. His head lolling weakly to one side, facing the lifeless form of Colonel Mombar, whom he had crushed to death. Such a weakling. I still had one final technique yet to unleash, and you've already fallen. There are no inherently strongest devil fruits, only the strongest individuals. A truth clearly lost on you. This was the last thought Reinhard grasped before plunging into an abyss of darkness. As the dust settled, the scene seemed to freeze. After the two captains pursued the Navy officer beyond the base, the remaining pirate crew clashed once more with the surviving Navy soldiers, a blood feud, relentless and unforgiving. Yet, the pirates' morale soared far above that of the Navy. After all, their captain was the one in pursuit. The distant sounds of turmoil and the rising clouds of dust invigorated them, believing it to be a sign of the Navy's impending defeat. However, shortly thereafter, a heart-wrenching cry of anguish from their captain pierced the air, casting a shadow of unease over the pirates. Moments later, a body hurtled through the air, crashing into the center of the battlefield. The grievous injuries on the fallen figure's chest and the familiar visage, coupled with the imposing silhouette that loomed behind, left the remaining pirate crew paralyzed, their eyes wide with disbelief. Heaven and hell reversed in an instant, leaving them questioning their sanity. A chilling breeze swept through, colder than the harshest winter wind, causing the pirates' teeth to chatter uncontrollably. They were gripped by fear. This was the taste of terror, having followed their captains through a path of bloodshed and villainy. The pirates now experienced the bitter flavor of dread, despair blossoming within their hearts. The instinct to survive ignited a frantic struggle to move their legs, yet they felt as though their limbs were encased in lead. Utterly immobile. Familiar sounds of slicing air echoed around them as they watched their comrades' heads explode like watermelons under a merciless assault. The Cray brothers' pirate crew, aside from their two formidable captains, consisted of ordinary individuals, their hands stained with blood. They had spread terror, slaughter, and despair, and now it was their turn to taste these horrors. With no possibility of resistance, the remaining pirates fell in droves. Signaling the conclusion of this fierce battle, the infamous Cray brothers' pirate crew, along with their delusions of becoming warlords of the sea, faced total annihilation on Maya Island. The moon, unbeknownst to them, was gradually shrouded by ominous clouds. Boom! The dazzling blue and white lightning spread in a tree-like fashion through the pitch-black clouds, its deafening crackle resonating in the air that a storm was imminent on Summer Island. The remaining naval officers approached, devoid of the euphoric exuberance of victory or the exhilaration of survival after calamity. They trudged silently behind Tang Ge, supporting one another in solemnity, ignoring the two warm streams coursing through his body. Tang Ge stepped lightly before Meng Ba, slowly crouching down to gently close his eyes. Colonel Meng Ba and all the naval personnel at this base epitomized the most ordinary of navies in this pirate era, lacking in strength, yet steadfastly upholding justice, resolutely fighting to the last breath. The Clyde brothers' pirate crew represented the archetype of piracy in this age, engaging in rampant pillaging and unspeakable atrocities, under the leadership of a captain endowed with the powers of a devil fruit. They could effortlessly conquer cities and commit heinous acts. This was the stark truth of the times. Bloodshed and carnage were the predominant hues of the seas, while adventure and valor merely served as fleeting embellishments. The establishment of the Shichibukai system further plunged these already blood-soaked waters into chaos and brutality. Assisting the naval soldiers in carrying a stretcher, Tang Ge's expression remained impassive, enduring the pain, his right hand dangling limply at his side. Having faced off against a devil fruit user like Reginald, he was not unscathed. Cracks had formed in the bones of his arms. The final punch, infused with all his strength and conviction, had slain Reginald. Yet it had also inflicted damage upon his own muscles. Fortunately, in this extraordinary world, he possessed a body capable of healing such injuries with mere milk and a night's rest. Yet, in the aftermath of the battle, the harsh reality before him extinguished any flicker of optimism. Around him, the naval base, having endured several rounds of pirate invasions, now housed only a quarter of its original naval soldiers, with more than half of them wounded. The few who were still capable of cleaning the battlefield numbered only a handful. The bodies of fallen comrades required dignified arrangements, while the corpses of pirates could not be left exposed to the torrential rain. Especially those two pirates with bounties on their heads. Their bodies had to be recovered. The headquarters demanded their heads if they were to issue the bounties. From the darkness, muffled sobs of profound sorrow occasionally emerged, mingled with whispers of comfort and encouragement. Yet, much of the darkness remained silent, an absence of sound stemming from the dwindled numbers. After enduring 2 rounds of fierce combat, the naval base lay in ruins. Thankfully, the Maya tribe, having gathered a group after the pirates retreated from their encampment, arrived at the naval base under the leadership of their captain, upon witnessing the annihilation of the pirate forces and the devastation of the base. The Maya people returned to fetch some tents, ensuring that the injured naval officers would not be exposed to the impending downpour. The howling winds preceding the storm were ferocious, bending the trees in all directions. A photograph was swept to Tang Ge's feet by the wind, and he used his strong left hand to pick up the dust-covered image. Wiping away the grime revealed a group photo taken at the entrance of the naval base, where all the naval personnel stood in a line according to their heights, with Meng Ba positioned in the middle of the last row, a small cannon resting on his shoulder, all faces beaming with bright smiles. After gazing at the photograph for a lengthy moment, Tang Ge began to survey the area. In the picture, a small figure was perched on Meng Ba's shoulder, his son, Duma. This little fellow had accompanied his father to the Balon, where Jonathan had even suggested that Meng Ba leave his son there for upbringing. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Tang Ge continued to search around the base. The brilliant flashes of lightning occasionally illuminated the darkness. At last, Tang Ge discovered the blood-soaked Duma, trembling beneath the body of a fallen pirate. The child was still alive, though clearly terrified. As Tang Ge pulled him out, Duma clutched a small dagger tightly, its blade embedded deep within the pirate's corpse. It was unfathomable how such a small child could summon such strength. Was it true that even the tiniest of beasts possessed the courage to shed blood? Once cradled in Tang Ge's arms, the trembling Duma seemed to sense his newfound safety, gradually calming down, his breaths becoming steadier. Yet as he gazed upon the scattered pirate corpses that had yet to be moved, Tang Ge was suddenly engulfed in confusion. Was it because today marked his first act of killing? Including his previous life, today was indeed the first time Tang Ge had taken a life with his own hands, and he had done so on a grand scale, claiming the lives of over 100. Initially, as he shot down the pirate henchman from afar, he felt little more than a twinge of discomfort. Life slipped through his fingers far too swiftly. Who is not a life? After all, Ronald, who followed behind, felt a significant alleviation of guilt within his heart. Perhaps, in the heat of battle, there was no time for sentimentality. Defeating Reginald had left him devoid of sorrow or joy. Justice had triumphed over evil, and that was enough. Yet, from where did this sense of confusion arise? Or perhaps it was not confusion at all. It was akin to the oppressive atmosphere before an impending storm. The anger of lightning flickering ominously in the clouds. Yes, Tang Ge finally discerned what surged within him. It was anger and fear. Since arriving in this world, he had grasped one undeniable truth. This world was no sanctuary. The pirates of the seas were as numerous as the stars, endlessly slaughtering and evading capture, the root cause of the world's turmoil. The naval recruits' textbooks articulated this notion clearly. Witnessing the brutality of the pirates firsthand, Tang Ge found their cruelty to be, as described in the books. That night, the atrocities committed by pirates occurred in countless locations, repeating endlessly. Thus, he was filled with rage, just as he did not wish to find himself like Colonel Mengba that night, powerless against formidable foes, ultimately sacrificing his life in valor. Every ounce of strength he could muster was dedicated to ensuring that such events would not transpire in Ballon. The fallen naval officers were not Jonathan, nor the Gale Brigade, nor Penny and Shelton, nor anyone he held dear. Therefore, he felt fear. The root of it all lay in his own weakness. Whether it be anger or fear, both were manifestations of fragility. Looking down at the peacefully sleeping Duma in his arms, Tang Ge's gaze turned resolute. Previously, his desire to grow stronger stemmed from a wish to navigate this pirate-infested world with the ability to protect himself and those he cherished amid the tumultuous tides of this era. Now, however, his aspiration for strength was imbued with an additional purpose. This era must be brought to an end. This age requires a true strongest. The storm raged on until dawn, and the sun rose, as usual. The morning after the rain was somewhat hazy, and the Maya island began to bustle. The bodies of the pirates had been properly attended to, with the exception of Reginald and Ronald, awaiting the arrival of the Ballon enforcers for identification. The others would be dealt with according to protocol. Tang Ge had now become the highest-ranking officer of the Maya Navy, tasked with commanding all naval personnel on the island. At that moment, he was in the Maya tribe's forge, wielding a hammer to assist the weaponsmith in shaping a glowing red wolf-tooth club. Originally constructed of pure steel, this club had been repeatedly imbued with Reginald's powers, rendering it harder than ordinary steel. He intended to fashion 2 swords from this club, one for little Duma and one for himself. Within the base, the morale of the Navy gradually revived, as the messenger relayed reports of the previous night's battle to the phone bug, which sported a mustache. We suffered 78 fatalities, with Colonel Mengba perishing in action. 22 were injured but will return to duty after healing, resulting in a casualty rate of half. The naval base has sustained severe damage and requires funding for repairs. Furthermore, 14 residents of Maya Island were killed by the pirates. The entire pirate force has been annihilated, with a bounty of 120 million on Reginald and 86 million on Ronald, both slain on the spot by Lieutenant Tang Ge. Commander Jonathan sat beside the phone bug, remaining silent. Commander Jonathan, are you still there? Only when a voice emerged from the other end did Jonathan snap back to reality, as if awakening from a dream. He had not been silent. He had merely been mumbling incoherently about Reginald and Ronald being slain by Lieutenant Tang Ge. This astonishing news struck deep within his heart, for they were pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, two of whom possessed the powers of devil fruits. Once they reached the New World, their bounties would undoubtedly soar once more. Yet now, the Clive brothers have been slain on the obscure Maya Island. What a terrifying individual! Cough, cough, I understand now. You have performed admirably, and I am en route to Maya. T present. Everything on Maya Island is under the command of Lieutenant Tang Ge, as reminded by Jonathan. His aide, who finally recalled the main matter and spoke up, "It is Commander Jonathan." Hearing the sound of the transponder snail being hung up, Jonathan rose and began to pace back and forth. Ultimately unable to restrain himself, he clenched his fist and swung his arm vigorously. Well done, Tang Ge. Ever since he learned of the Clive brothers' pirate crew attacking Maya Island, he had not relaxed for a moment, even regretting sending Tang Ge there. However, the events of last night's battle took a surprising turn. First, Maya Island was ambushed by pirates, resulting in the death of Mamba and heavy losses for the Navy. In a situation where hope seemed lost on Maya Island, Tang Ge appeared just in time, turning the tide and defeating the Clive brothers. This little fellow certainly had concealed himself well. After pondering for a moment, Jonathan dismissed his aide and dialed a transponder snail. Zifa-sensei. Good day to you, WY Noon. The rain for the previous night had completely evaporated, leaving no trace of dampness on the ground. The entire island was a lush green. The Navy personnel shouted slogans as they began to fell trees, move stones, and repair the base. Tang Ge emerged, wielding a long and a short blade. The short sword measured only 80 centimeters, simple and unadorned. Resembling a standard Navy military knife, he solemnly handed the short sword to the grief-stricken young Duma, saying, "Duma, you are the good son of Colonel Mamba. Strive to grow stronger, so that he in the heavens may hear of your reputation. This is the best solace you can offer him." Tang Ge's words ignited a flicker of flame in young Duma's vacant eyes. Tears streamed uncontrollably down the face of this child who had lost his father, ultimately culminating in a heart-wrenching wail. The long-suppressed sorrow burst forth like a river breaching its dam, pouring forth unabated. After a considerable time, young Duma, clutching a blade that was more than half his height, approached the straw man and, with reddened eyes, began to strike. The 2-kilogram steel sword wielded by him exuded considerable might. The little fellow possessed a remarkable talent for swordsmanship. Otherwise, he would not have been able to slay an injured pirate at such a tender age. It seems he should create his own swordsmanship style. Tang Ge drew forth his own blade. It was a thickened and widened tang sword, entirely black, unsharpened, and lacking intricate carvings. Rather than a sword, it resembled a block of iron shaped like one. As for its name, this dark blade was simply called the Black Blade. After a moment's thought, realizing he did not yet know how to wield it, he casually slung it at his waist and made his way toward the gathering place of the Maya tribe. The situation among the Maya was much improved. The burned houses were being repaired, and the injured lay beneath coconut trees, chatting amiably. Those accustomed to life in the Grand Line seemed to have grown accustomed to the cycles of life and death. After holding a grand collective memorial service, the remaining Maya people resumed their lives. As Tang entered the Maya settlement, he faced no obstacles along the way, even in the dim light of the previous night. All the Maya tribespeople recognized his towering figure. This was the Navy who had saved their entire clan from peril. After introductions, Tang Ge met with the leader of the Maya tribe, Zayajinma, who had recovered well. Last night's blow had merely knocked him unconscious. "Greetings, Chief Zayajinma. I am Tang Ge from Balong Fortress." Tang Ge extended his hand in preparation for a handshake. However, Zayajinma stood solemnly, placing his right hand over his heart and offering a slight nod. "Mr. Tang Ge, we are profoundly grateful for your timely arrival. By the grace of the Aska gods above, you shall forever be our friend." For the Maya, who worship the Aska gods, this was a solemn oath. There is no need for such formality. The Maya people are also my eternal friends, Tang Ge replied earnestly, sensing the respect of the gathered Maya tribespeople. After some cordial exchanges, Zayajinma led Tang Ge into the only well-preserved marble palace of the Maya tribe. Once they were seated, Tang Ge took the opportunity to survey the uniquely designed structure. It was evident that the Maya civilization had once flourished. The remaining architecture was exquisite and grand, having just held a grand funeral. The injured Dejima donned resplendent attire, wearing a crown resembling a peacock. Beside him stood a woman clad in red ceremonial garb, whom Tang Ge had glimpsed hurriedly the previous night. She appeared to be Zejima's wife and a vital figure within the Maya tribe. Without beating around the bush, Tang Ge directly stated his purpose. Chief Zejinma, the legend of the seven-star sword has spread throughout these waters, and the pirates from yesterday came in search of it. I wish to see this legendary sword, said to possess the power to dominate darkness. May I inquire if it is convenient? The remote location of Maya Island does not place it on bustling trade routes, nor is it affluent. Yet the legend of the seven-star sword has endured in the surrounding waters, frequently enticing pirates to attack. With the establishment of the Shichibukai system, pirates across various seas are seeking to enhance their strength. And the legendary seven-star sword, capable of wielding dark powers, is undoubtedly the reason the Clay brothers' pirate crew ventured into this isolated region. Tang Ge was eager to witness the allure of this timeless legend. Zejinma, seated at the head of the table, regarded Tang Ge's clear gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to his wife, the red-garbed priestess. Once the latter displayed no signs of opposition and voluntarily exited the room. Zejinma slowly began to speak. Mr. Tang Ge, I trust you. With your strength, obtaining the seven-star sword shall be effortless. However, please exercise caution, for the seven-star sword possesses the ability to bewitch the heart. Thank you for your trust. I shall be vigilant. Tang Ge replied with a smile. I have heard that the seven-star sword was originally a guardian sword. What caused it to transform into a vessel of evil? Such specialized inquiries require the insights of experts. The Maya must be the most knowledgeable regarding the legends of the seven-star sword. Zejinma turned his gaze to an elderly woman among the Maya tribespeople. The old woman, leaning on a wooden cane taller than herself and appearing to crawl along the ground, began to recount an ancient tale in her creaky voice. This sea once housed an ancient nation, the Aska Kingdom, whose citizens worshipped the Aska gods. However, every 100 years, this region would suffer a calamity known as the Red Moon Disaster. To ensure the safety of the Aska Kingdom during the Red Moon Disaster, the Aska gods bestowed upon the royal family the seven-star sword as a protective force. The wrinkles on the old woman's face resembled the bark of ancient trees, and her eyes were so squinted that one could hardly discern her pupils. As the oldest member of the Maya tribe, she was the most knowledgeable about the seven-star sword. The Red Moon Disaster? Indeed, the moon here is distinctly different, tinged with a faint crimson hue. In this region, a red full moon occurs every 100 years. Under the glow of the red full moon, people's negative emotions are magnified, leading them to become irritable and bloodthirsty. The seven-star sword was created to protect the kingdom. However, the old woman continued, revealing sorrow upon her wrinkled face. That moment, Priestess Liya approached Tang Ge, cradling a sword box, and slowly opened it. Inside lay a long sword of Chinese design, adorned with strange patterns. Gazing at it for too long could induce a sense of dizziness. This is the seven-star sword. It has ceased to represent the protective power of a divine sword. It is now an evil sword dominated by slaughter and bloodlust. The old woman stepped closer, fixated on the seven-star sword. Tang Ge rose, and under the gaze of all present, he grasped the hilt of the seven-star sword and drew it forth. As if sensing someone grasping it, the blade emanated a surge of green light. Instantly, a wave of twisted desire for slaughter and possession surged through Tang Ge's soul, conjuring a vision of a blood-soaked mountain of corpses in his mind. Slaughter, blood, darkness. This sword seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, tempting those with weak wills in a frenzied killing, capable of infinitely amplifying one's negative emotions. Indeed, it is an evil sword. Tang Ge remained utterly unmoved, his gaze crystal clear. Though he had only been in this world for a little over a year, his unwavering dedication to rigorous training had rendered his willpower exceptionally resilient. The allure of such levels of temptation and the negative psychological impact felt merely like a gentle breeze upon his face. A man who had no desire to consume the devil fruit would certainly not be perturbed by such a trivial ability with adverse effects. The green radiance emanating from the seven-star sword surged forth, causing the blade to tremble slightly. as an even more potent desire for slaughter assailed Tang Ge's spirit. "Be honest," he commanded, his voice imbued with an unwavering momentum as he flicked his fingers against the sword's body. To the astonishment of the Maya tribespeople, the seven-star sword, which required 3 precious gems to subdue, obediently ceased its movement. This terrifying man, he must truly be a monster. This cursed sword is a bane. Have you never considered destroying it? Upon hearing Tang Ge's inquiry, the Maya people snapped back to reality, though their expressions betrayed a hint of helplessness. Cough, cough. The seven-star sword cannot be destroyed. The hunchbacked old woman shook her head. Continuing to recount the ancient tale, she had not yet finished. The story began on a blood moon night, when 3 princes of the ancient Aska kingdom encountered a beautiful sorceress, all of whom fell in love with her simultaneously. In a bid to win her favor, the 3 princes drew the seven-star sword, a symbol of royal power, and waged war against one another, their blood soaking the seas and their corpses piling high. Throughout the protracted conflict, the seven-star sword absorbed the anguish and resentment of countless souls, transforming into a demonic sword imbued with malevolent power, bringing forth endless wars and calamities upon the Aska kingdom, which ultimately led to its downfall. This tale is quite melodramatic. Yet, Tang Ge did not interrupt the old woman's narration to prevent the continuation of such tragedies. The sorceress sacrificed her precious life, awakening the 3 princes who had fallen under the sword's control. To honor the sorceress's sacrifice, the princes obtained 3 precious gems from the gods of Aska, which could seal the seven-star sword that we, the Maya, are the remnants of the Aska kingdom, and our ancient mission has been to seal the seven-star sword, preventing it from wreaking havoc upon the world again. For a long time, our ancestors have tried various means to destroy the sword, but to no avail. The sword's demonic power will resurrect with the next blood moon. Only 13 years remain until the next blood moon, when the sword's power will fully awaken, heralding disaster. Before she could finish her discourse, the seven-star sword trembled violently in Tang Ge's hands, shattering with a resounding crack, the blade disintegrating into a cloud of rust, revealing a faintly glimmering orb reminiscent of a red moon. Desperately attempting to escape, the palace echoed with the sounds of countless grievances and the roar of slaughter. With a swift clap of his enormous hand, the orb was trapped within, extinguishing all illusory remnants, leaving only a feeble green glow to disperse into the surroundings. It seems it wasn't so difficult after all. Tang Ge observed the old woman, whose hunched back had straightened, and clapped his hands vigorously, leaving nothing behind. He merely wished to test it. If he failed, he could always return to Maya Island in 13 years. However, it now appeared unnecessary. Earlier, when he employed his internal energy to sever the seven-star sword, he had not anticipated that the consciousness within, one that could corrupt the heart and brim with a desire for slaughter, would dissipate upon contact with his energy, like a mouse confronted with a cat, or winter snow melting rapidly under the warm sun, completely vanishing after being clapped away. Addressing the still dazed Maya people, Tang Ge spread his hands apologetically. "Je I truly apologize. I did not expect the seven-star sword to be so fragile. Legends are merely legends, so exaggerated, and yet it turns out to be this. Just a bit of internal energy, and the tales of this world are rather unreliable. It seemed that everything stemmed from Amaya's inherent weakness. The once mighty Aska kingdom had been manipulated by such power and subsequently destroyed, leaving one at a loss for words. That a chorus of gasps and an enveloping silence clashed as everyone stood in stunned disbelief at the spectacle before them. Jinma hastily retrieved his chin from nearly dropping to the ground, his throat bobbing rapidly. The previous scene had delivered a jolt akin to an invisible hand fiercely gripping his heart, rendering his heartbeat momentarily stilled. The seven-star sword was truly destroyed. He stiffly turned his head to gaze at his equally dazed wife, his eyes blinking as if in search of confirmation. The priestess, Luoya, regained her composure, hurriedly glancing down at the 3 precious gems cradled in her arms. The gems, pure and flawless, shimmered with a purple glimmer, conveying a clear message to her. The evil demonic power of the seven-star sword has been utterly vanquished. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Luoya's eyes as she covered her mouth and began to sob. As a priestess, she had borne the heavy burden of sealing the seven-star sword, with countless ancestors perishing due to it. Now that the sword had been vanquished, the shackles that had long bound her were shattered. Filling her with uncontainable joy, Jinma moved, embracing his tearful wife, his shoulders trembling silently. Those who wielded the seven-star sword met grim fates. It was akin to a curse that had loomed over the Maya for generations. From a young age, he had understood that the price of wielding the seven-star sword was one's lifespan. The excessive use of its power the previous night had rendered his body frightfully weak. Now, with the curse broken, he too was liberated. The Maya people present comprehended the significance and began to cheer. The destruction of the seven-star sword did not leave them despondent over the loss of power. Rather, they felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The nearly 1,000-year-old curse had been lifted, bringing forth a sense of liberation akin to rebirth. After a while, once their emotions had stabilized, Jinma and Luo solemnly expressed their gratitude to Tang Ge. Mr. Tang Ge, I truly do not know how to thank you. It is what I ought to do. Have you forgotten? I'm a just Navy officer. Tang Ge smiled, and of course, his actions were not solely motivated by being a Navy officer. Rather, it was the influence of Colonel Mumba and his crew that had inspired him. Surviving in such vast oceans is no easy feat, especially for those without great strength. Survival often hinges on luck. Tang Ge simply wished to do what he could to act within his capabilities. That I will spread the news of the destruction of the seven-star sword. This way, the pirates coveting its power will be significantly reduced, and Maya Island will return to tranquility. Thank you very much. Declining the Maya people's repeated offers of hospitality, Tang Ge departed from their dwelling with a light heart. Any looming disaster must be eradicated at its inception. Legends are meant to be shattered. Now that the seven-star sword has been annihilated, it is imperative that the tales surrounding it vanish as well. Pirates coveting power will no longer cast their gaze upon this remote island. On his journey to the naval base, Tang Ge exhaled deeply, focusing his mind as he activated his external abilities. The once vibrant red plus signs that appeared upon defeating a devil fruit user now barely reach half with the defeat of 2 users, indicating that the enhancement of his physique could not be furthered. Exiting his conscious space, Tang Ge bore no surprise upon his face, as expected. The higher one ascends in physical prowess, the more devil fruit abilities are required, and the conditions inevitably become more stringent. However, the more stringent the requirements, the greater the potential rewards that attain the next level of physique, for devil fruit users must be defeated. One could only wonder how many would be needed for the subsequent level. Whether through self-created martial arts or honed skills, even internal energy, these merely enhance combat power without significantly improving the body itself. To achieve true strength, one must fundamentally enhance their physique and then create even more formidable martial arts. Perpetuating this cycle, this is the most rational and powerful method of utilizing external abilities to attain the pinnacle of strength. More devil fruit power is still required. Jonathan arrived later than expected. It was on the 3rd day after the battle at Maya Island that he finally led a fleet, weary and travel-worn, to their destination. Along the way, they encountered an extraordinarily violent storm, forcing the fleet to seek refuge on an uninhabited island. Subsequently, they were obstructed by a colossal sea creature, which consumed a considerable amount of time. Upon reaching Maya Island, Jonathan made a beeline for the naval branch's base. There he saw Tang Ge practicing basic sword techniques. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy, his seriousness imbued each strike with a resolute intensity. In an instant, Jonathan, who had initially been in a rush, found himself enveloped in silence. At the naval headquarters, he had encountered many exceptionally gifted young naval warriors, such as the Peach Rabbit, who had become a master swordsman at a tender age, and T-Pig, who roamed the new world with unmatched prowess. There were also the new generation of naval commanders stationed at various bases around the world, their strength monstrous, hailed as the backbone of the Navy's future. Yet now, Jonathan believed that the man before him would inevitably join their ranks. Over a year ago, when he rescued Tang Ge from Barren Fortress, the lad had been frail, merely a boy of 17. In just over a year, that once weak youth had transformed into a figure as formidable as a mountain. the notorious Cray brothers' pirate crew serving as a stepping stone on his path to strength. Jonathan recognized in Tang Ge the essential qualities of a true warrior, and indeed, the finest of those qualities, relentless diligence and unwavering conviction. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the myriad thoughts racing through his mind. When did you start using a sword? Tang Ge had long been aware of Jonathan's presence as he practiced, but in the absence of an inquiry from the commander, he feigned ignorance, sheathing his black blade and disregarding the seemingly foolish question. Tang Ge turned to face the weary commander with an apologetic expression that, "I am truly sorry. I could not protect more people. If only I had arrived earlier, the Navy here would not have suffered such heavy casualties." Jonathan raised a hand to halt Tang Ge's lamentations. "There is no need for such self-reproach. This is merely fate's design. To die gloriously in battle is also a form of honor for a naval officer." The weighty losses were not just cold numbers. Jonathan felt a sharp pang in his heart upon realizing that more than half of the branch's navy had perished. Yet, there was little to be done. The tranquility of the seas was forged from the lives of these ordinary sailors. This was the Navy's destiny. Jonathan was well aware of the events leading to this tragedy. The Cray brothers had first annihilated the Horn Pirates and the Outlaw Pirates before launching a surprise attack on Maya. Colonel Mamba had led the Navy in a valiant defense, but ultimately lost his life during the pirates' assault. "Let us go. Take me to pay tribute to our fallen comrades," he commanded. They would honor the deceased naval officers, comfort the surviving wounded, and verify the fates of the slain pirates. By the time these duties were fulfilled, night had fallen as Jonathan and Tang Ge walked along the forest path of Maya Island. Both had much to say, yet neither found a suitable opening, resulting in a silence that enveloped them. Once, Maya Island had boasted a magnificent civilization, but now it lay in ruins. The cobblestone road was flanked by the remnants of collapsed structures, now mere heaps of rubble, overgrown with lush grass. The intact pyramids were etched with hieroglyphs chronicling the glory of Maya civilization. Though much of it was obscured by moss, they continued. They arrived at a vast circular lake. Its surface shone a deep azure, crystal clear to the bottom, reflecting the full moon above in a particularly enchanting manner. Numerous colossal columns jutted from the water, and on the shore stood a gigantic statue of a goddess. With remnants of stone columns forming a circular base, one could easily imagine that this place had once served as a significant site for rituals. Where the Maya held grand ceremonies, a cool sea breeze swept by, prompting Jonathan to finally speak. "The headquarters has confirmed the news of the Cray brothers' demise. Their bounty will be deposited into your account." The naval headquarters issued bounties for the capture or killing of pirates, with the Navy itself not exempt from such rewards. The combined bounty for the Cray brothers exceeded 200 million, a substantial sum indeed that I cannot possibly utilize such a fortune alone. Many of the fallen Navy's families are left behind. Please allocate those funds to them. Tang Ge gazed at the moonlit lake, refusing the considerable windfall. Furthermore, regarding Colonel Mamba's son, I hope the fortress can provide for him adequately. Very well, Jonathan agreed, understanding the pangs of guilt and remorse that lingered in Tang Ge's heart. He shifted the conversation. The bounty will be released in full, but those managing the bounty department are somewhat puzzled. How did you achieve this? What do you mean? Tang Ge appeared genuinely oblivious to the question, prompting Jonathan to directly voice the curiosity that had been gnawing at him. It wasn't merely the headquarters' confusion. It was his own. Ronald was merely a mediocre Zoan-type devil fruit user. Defeating him was not particularly challenging. However, Reginald was a bona fide Paramecia-type user with remarkable resilience, a master of the six powers from the West Sea. Jonathan himself had been unable to breach Reginald's defenses. How had Tang Ge accomplished it? "Oh, is that what you're referring to?" Tang Ge's expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed, that fellow specialized in sneak attacks to the groin, but fortunately his strength was average, and I seized the opportunity to finish him off with a single strike. You see, Zoan-type users possess tenacious vitality. Even when his body was nearly split in two, he refused to die that I couldn't bear to let him suffer further. As for Reginald, he was indeed tough. I struck him hundreds of times with my left hand's black tiger heart extraction and my right hand's mountain toppling blow. Yet none could penetrate his devil fruit defenses. Ultimately, it was my final technique, the wisdom of the diamond, that brought him down. As Tonga spoke, a spark of excitement ignited within him, demonstrating the moves he had executed, leaving Jonathan momentarily dumbfounded. What are these names? Black Tiger Heart Extraction, Mountain Toppling Blow, Wisdom of the Diamond. I've never heard of such techniques. I didn't ask you about your techniques for defeating Reginald. I merely inquired whether there was something different about your body that enabled you to breach his formidable defenses. Taking a deep breath, Jonathan mentally repeated calm 100 times, merely seeking to confirm his audacious speculation. Why is this so difficult? You're the one whose body has changed ever since you fell in love. Your hearing and vision have deteriorated, and you often daydream. Your comprehension skills have declined as well. Tonga silently lamented, exasperated. Why is it so hard for you to understand something so simple? There is nothing different. It's just Black Tiger Heart Extraction, Mountain Toppling Blow, and the final move, Wisdom of the Diamond. Accommodate this befuddled man. Tonga reenacted the battle scene, employing genuine strength. The final move, infused with internal energy, collided against a massive 3-meter-wide marble column. Boom! The solid column shattered under the force of his blow, debris flying into the air, with the largest fragments soaring towards the distant water's surface. In that moment, Reginald's body was sent hurtling, much like that fragment of stone, crashing to the ground, where he met his demise. Now do you understand? If you still don't get it, there's nothing more I can do. No, perhaps returning to singlehood might help. At least it could restore your comprehension. Patting his dust-free hands, Tonga turned to face Jonathan. Forget it. Returning to singlehood would not save you. The situation is beyond remedy. Poor fellow, you were once a brilliant strategist. A term that aptly described Jonathan's current state was petrified. Although he had long suspected as much, the moment he witnessed the faint, dark aura swirling around Tonga's fists, the reality crashed over him like a tidal wave, leaving him rooted to the spot. The universal dialect of the world emerged, accompanied by an adjective. Nanny, hockey. Indeed, it was hockey. Only it could shatter the defenses of a formidable fruit user. Jonathan had already examined Reginald's injuries, aside from the gaping wound in his chest. There were no other visible marks. The only way Reginald's chest could have caved in like that was through the power of hockey. From the moment he honed his abilities to such unprecedented heights. Jonathan had known Tonga would eventually master this higher level of strength, but this was far too soon. How old could he possibly be? 17 or 18, perhaps? He, as a commander, has not yet mastered this power. How distressing it is. The youngest wielder of hockey in the Navy's history is the legendary Admiral Karp, who was merely 17 at that time. Could it be that Tonga possesses not only the potential of a formidable warrior, but also the caliber of a higher king? Hockey. That punch just now was indeed imbued with hockey. Not to mention Jonathan, who has been reduced to a shadow of his former self. Even he himself is still astonished by the newly cultivated inner strength. With its overwhelming destructive power and unbreakable defense, that it is undeniably hockey. Jonathan. Does this fellow remain unaware of the tremendous strength he wields? Jonathan is increasingly disheartened. He has undergone extensive training at Navy headquarters without mastering such skills, while this guy has haphazardly stumbled upon them. Comparing oneself to others is truly disheartening. I understand the situation and will explain to headquarters. There's also a matter regarding you personally. Headquarters has accepted my recommendation, and next month you will be able to further your studies there. I refuse. Without the slightest hesitation, Tonga spoke directly. What a joke! To venture into a place teeming with seasoned veterans without even having left the novice village is tantamount to courting death. Moreover, enhancing one's physique requires the power of a devil fruit, which is highly necessary. That baron is a land of fortune. Within just over a year, he has encountered 3 power users, so I cannot leave. Jonathan is unaware of these matters and exclaimed urgently, "Why refuse? With your strength, headquarters is precisely where you belong." That he knows all too well what it means to further one's studies at headquarters. Once you emerge from there, your strength will undergo a qualitative leap. Furthermore, now that Tonga has awakened the power of hockey, remaining in that baron will only hinder him. The waters of this region require my presence, and the baron still needs me. Tonga gazes steadfastly into Jonathan's eyes, his tone resolute. This reasoning left Jonathan utterly speechless. Does that imply that without him, the Baron would be immediately vulnerable to pirate incursions? Does he truly believe that the title of Porcupine was conferred upon him by mere flattery? Awkward as it is, the thought that this fellow has awakened Haki and possesses far greater combat prowess than him. The commander is indeed hard to swallow. Restrain yourself. If I cannot win, I shall invite those who can to persuade him. The Navy headquarters at Marineford serves as the global naval stronghold, situated almost at the heart of the world. Within the office of the former admiral and current chief instructor of the Navy, Zifa, he sits behind his desk, diligently attending to his work. He lifts his gaze towards his old friend, who is indulging in food and drink upon his sofa. Carp, can't you keep it down? I have many matters to attend to. Would you care for some, Senbei? The crunching sound of his snacking only grows louder as he relishes the moment. The man known as Carp is an elderly figure with a white buzz cut. His blue shirt straining against his muscular frame, a long scar runs along his left brow, resembling a centipede resting upon him, adding to his fierce demeanor. Zifa, is it not merely the selection of officers to come to headquarters for training in the Six Powers? You need not be so busy. It is time for the younger generation to shoulder some responsibilities. Shut your mouth, you rascal. You know all too well the foolish ambitions of that group within the world government. We must identify promising naval candidates and cultivate their potential. Speaking of which, I entrust my 2 grandsons to you for training. They must be molded into the strongest sailors when the time comes. No matter what those imbeciles plan, it will amount to naught. Carp's laughter booms as he thinks of his grandsons, who are naturally endowed with the potential of kings, destined to surpass even the admirals in strength. Do not. What kind of bloodline could possibly be suited for a stable naval career? Zifa's special purple hair contrasts sharply with his serious demeanor. What do you mean by that? You know in your heart. Just look at your son, rascal. As their argument escalated, the phone bug on the table rang. Zifa picked up the receiver while Carp nonchalantly resumed his snacking. They have been friends and comrades for decades. It is improbable that a trivial matter would lead to a falling out. This is a warning. The incident involving Carp's son is genuinely earth-shattering. We must be cautious of the world government's retaliation. Jonathan, is that you? Yes, Teacher Zifa. The voice of Jonathan comes through the phone bug respectfully. What is it you need? I just saw the news. That little fellow you recommended possesses commendable strength. He has eradicated the Cray brothers' pirate crew. Let him report to headquarters that, there has been a change. Tang Ge has refused to further his studies at headquarters. Zifa was somewhat taken aback. Is there truly someone in the Navy who would decline to receive his training? Moreover, he felt a vain throb on his forehead as he noticed Carp, that old rascal, laughing maniacally, seemingly delighted that someone could refuse him. You old devil. How can you not choke on your own laughter? It is futile to direct his anger towards this tough-skinned fellow. Zifa could only redirect his frustration towards the phone bug. Why? He claims that the Baron cannot do without him and that he has already mastered Haki. I believe it is imperative for him to go to headquarters for further studies. Jonathan felt helpless. How many people eagerly sought to train under Teacher Zifa, while this fellow rejected the opportunity? To put it bluntly, he is regressing. He cannot persuade him. So let someone who can do the convincing take a shot. Haki, are you certain? Absolutely certain. He shattered Reginald's hard-fruit ability with a direct blow. I personally witnessed him employing armament Haki, and he has even improved the Six Powers, merging iron block and paper drawing to counteract the flaws of iron block. I even estimate that his method could enhance the probability of awakening Haki. If a young sailor has truly mastered Haki, it would astonish the 2 men at the pinnacle of the Navy. Furthermore, if this sailor has simultaneously improved the Six Powers, and that improvement increases the likelihood of awakening Haki, it would leave them utterly dumbfounded. The phone bug fell silent. Exactly. That is the reaction we anticipated. A smile crept onto Jonathan's lips, his heart soaring like sipping a cold beer on a summer day or enjoying a hot pot in winter. Surely he cannot bear all this alone. Can he? Jonathan, you understand this is no joking matter. Do elaborate on how he accomplished this. Zifa and Carp both gathered by the phone bug, their expressions grave. No one understands better than they what Haki signifies. If it can indeed increase the probability of awakening Haki, the Navy's overall combat strength would surge dramatically in the foreseeable future. that IT is true. According to what he said, I attempted to practice a bit. Not only can I utilize iron block while moving freely, but I also feel that I am but a step away from truly awakening hockey. Jonathan had been aware of this, but verified it personally for the sake of caution before reporting IT. IT was precisely due to his significant power increase that he found it less strenuous to slay battle elephant efferate. Silence reigned once more. Such relief. How did that young man achieve this? At that moment, a loud voice boomed from the other end, not from Teacher Zifa, but from Admiral Karp. "Hello, Admiral Karp," Jonathan quickly greeted. Karp is a legendary figure in the Navy, the apex of naval combat strength, the strongest gatekeeper that a series of exaggerated titles only serves to illustrate one thing. Karp is extraordinarily powerful, nearly unrivaled within the Navy. Haha, Jonathan, you have struck gold. Do hurry and share. Yes, just as Jonathan prepared to organize his thoughts and relay Tanga's words, Zifa suddenly interjected. Hold on, let us pause there. Jonathan, let this matter remain unspoken. If that young lad is unwilling to come to headquarters, then let him stay in that barren for now. The recent surge in pirate numbers presents an excellent opportunity for you to assist. Zifa shifted the conversation back to the original topic. Understood, teacher. Jonathan, perplexed but obedient, exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up the phone bug. With a click, the receiver fell silent, its eyes closing into a state of quietude. Yet beside the phone bug, Zifa and Karp were anything but calm. For the news they had just received was truly staggering. The iron blocks and paper drawings within the 6 dials were originally conceived by the martial arts masters of the Navy. Based on their mastery of hockey, they represent 2 fundamentally distinct methods of harnessing power. Now, it is astonishing that someone has managed to amalgamate these 2 forms, not only addressing the drawbacks of the iron blocks, but also. The might of this individual is not as breathtaking as one might expect. After all, when compared to the 2 of them in their youth, this level still falls somewhat short. However, in terms of imagination and creativity, it is truly remarkable. Zephyr, did you not just admonish Jonathan to be more meticulous? Karp, you are soon to return to the East Blue to see your grandson, correct? Zephyr approached the desk, responding with a non sequitur. His lips moved slightly, and a sound emerged that only Karp could hear. Regardless of the bizarre abilities of the devil fruits or the ever-evolving technological prowess, we must exercise caution. If what Jonathan claims is true, we cannot become the villains of history. Karp's brow initially furrowed, but then he burst into hearty laughter. It has been ages since I left the East Blue. I must return to see my grandson and will now request leave from Sengoku. After Karp departed, Zephyr picked up a rather obscure newspaper and began to read intently. 3 days prior, the bounty of 120 million berries was placed on Clay Reginald and 86 million on Clay Ronald, who were both slain near Maya Island by the little-known Lieutenant Tang Ge of the Navy. According to reliable sources, Lieutenant Tang Ge is merely the captain of a unit called Soul of the Gale stationed at the naval fortress. Yet his strength is indeed as formidable as that of a fierce tiger. Given time, yet another naval star shall rise. The tiger of the naval fortress, Tang Ge. I truly wish to meet this lad. After resolving the matters on Maya Island, Tang Ge returned to the naval fortress aboard Jonathan's warship. The clouds drifted lazily, the sea breeze was gentle, and amidst the azure waters, the naval vessel surged forward. Cutting through the waves at a flock of seabirds trailed behind the ship, preying upon the dazed fish that had been struck by the vessel, their cheerful cries echoing in the air. Occasionally, a large fish would leap from the water, snatching an unsuspecting seabird mid-flight. The naval soldiers were busy maintaining the cannons aboard the ship, while the sailors followed the navigator's commands to adjust the sails and maintain their course. Tang Ge frowned deeply, staring at the black and white chessboard before him. Feeling utterly befuddled, he was a terrible chess player, yet Jonathan delighted in dragging him into matches, under the pretext of balancing labor with rest and emphasizing the importance of intellectual growth. However, to Tang Ge's ears, this translated to a singular sentiment: jealousy. Jealousy that you, Tang Ge, have surpassed me, Jonathan, in strength on Maya Island. Jonathan was once again taken aback. Now he could only seek solace in the game of chess. Observing Tang Ge's furrowed brow and deep contemplation, Jonathan couldn't help but smile with pride. What a monstrous man he was! His strength was indeed extraordinary, but even more remarkable was his unwavering desire to grow stronger, coupled with boundless imagination and creativity. Lieutenant Tang Ge, you still have a long way to go. Indeed, Tang Ge had been promoted again. With the rank of lieutenant, he would soon possess his own warship upon returning to the naval fortress. This marked the fastest promotion record in the history of the naval fortress. Just like Drake, who spent 10 years ascending from soldier to lieutenant, Tang Ge, who was merely a humble aide over a year ago, now stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Tang Ge resignedly made a haphazard move on the chessboard. General! Ha! You lost. Strive harder in the next round. Jonathan's laughter boomed, his handlebar mustache quivering, giving him an annoyingly jovial appearance. Tang Ge squinted dangerously at Jonathan, thinking that one day he would shave that ridiculous mustache off this mischievous rascal. Before the next round could commence, the ship suddenly began to pitch violently, swaying from side to side with considerable force. The soldiers stationed in the lookout tower cried out in alarm, "Be careful. A giant Sea King Island turtle has appeared to starboard. Turn the helm to the left." The shrill alarm pierced the air, heightening everyone's senses. The warship braced itself for battle, as the cannons on the right side were adjusted to aim toward the vessel's front right. The soldiers began to shout commands. Tang Ge stood at the starboard railing, gazing in awe at the massive creature slowly breaking the surface of the water, and exclaimed, "What a colossal turtle!" The gargantuan, turtle-shaped marine creature emerging to the right of the ship was simply enormous. The portion visible above the water alone exceeded 100 meters in length, with a height nearing 40 meters that Jonathan's medium-sized warship was merely half the size of its head. Its gray shell resembled a vast expanse of land, and it stared vacantly in their direction, chewing on a large fish yes, it's that one. Truly a vengeful creature, Jonathan remarked with a hint of resignation, having approached the railing as well. Have you seen it before? Tang Ge asked incredulously, astonished at Jonathan's unexpected social prowess. Well, on my way to Maya, it obstructed our path, and I struck it a few times. I never anticipated it would hold a grudge and follow us all this way. Jonathan felt a twinge of fear. This was merely its juvenile form, as an adult. It would be several times larger, a veritable island. What? It will be several times larger? Tang Ge gasped, his mind racing with incredulity. And are you certain your strikes had any effect? Perhaps it merely followed you because your incessant scratching felt good. Jonathan seemed to find Tang Ge's shock amusing and continued to elaborate on this giant sea king residing in the calm belt, where the colossal marine creatures could reach lengths exceeding 100 meters. Tang Ge lowered his head in silence. Jonathan assumed he was stunned by the information, reveling in a sense of vengeful satisfaction, as he had endured a similar experience over the past year. Reflecting on his own journey through the calm belt, he had witnessed an enormous sea king that had terrified him far more than Tang Ge seemed to be now. The largest warships were not even sufficient to fit within the nostrils of these colossal sea kings, and the calm belt was home to countless such beasts. Fortunately, most of these oversized sea kings were docile and would not attack unless provoked, nor would they venture outside the calm belt. Otherwise, this vast ocean would surely fall under their dominion. Haha, this world is truly fascinating, is it not? Jonathan exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. There are countless wonders awaiting our discovery. Tang Ge raised his head and laughed heartily, his demeanor exuberant. This moment, Jonathan felt no joy, silently wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The thoughts of these monsters were simply too different. Tang Ge also discreetly wiped his brow, relieved that he had managed to salvage his dignity. Yet, this world was utterly absurd. It was difficult to imagine breaking through the shell of such a colossal creature with their current strength. The giant island turtle posed no threat to the warship. It merely followed along, its massive eyes fixed on the vessel. That emotionless gaze sent chills down the spines of everyone aboard. They could only take up their oars, and all available personnel began to row, hastening their return to the naval fortress. The iron gates of the fortress slowly descended as the warship navigated through the narrow rock walls into the inner lake, where the naval soldiers erupted in cheers. Soul of the Gale's Black Tiger, the iron fist of the naval fortress, well done. The enthusiastic shouts from the surrounding sailors echoed various fierce and imposing nicknames. Unquestionably, The duo had exaggerated Tanga's achievements manyfold, spreading tales throughout the base. However, this moniker felt somewhat awkward. Black Tiger. Was it merely because his signature move was called Black Tiger's Heart Extraction? In this world, names often adhered to certain conventions, typically based on physical characteristics or animal names, with some derived from techniques. Overall, the pirate side tended to choose more sensible names. For instance, the infamous pirate known as Whitebeard was named simply for his white beard, while the supernova red-haired was aptly named for his red hair. Alongside monikers like Beasts and Heavenly Ikshada on the naval side, Buddha Sengoku was relatively acceptable, but names like Red Dog and Blue Pheasant were rather haphazard. Moreover, there were others like Flying Squirrel, Demon Spider, and Hedgehog. Was it a veritable zoo? Other naval personnel might not care about the names, but he certainly did. Black Tiger felt akin to a bandit or highwayman's title that would be short-lived on television. Tanga feigned a smile, while inwardly feeling discomfort akin to constipation. Upon disembarking at Dock 1, he noticed an exaggerated banner hanging above, which only intensified his feelings of unease. Congratulations to Lieutenant Tanga of the Black Tiger Brigade of the Naval Fortress for his triumphant return. Must one truly bear such a name? The Gale Brigade, comprising over 100 individuals, occupied the very heart of the gathering, standing in perfect order as they vociferously sang the Gale song taught to them by Tanga. Their excitement palpable, as if they had just secured a monumental victory. We are the elite of the Baron. Let you witness our Gale spirit. Tanga observed the look of terror and sorrow etched on Jonathan's face and gestured for his subordinates to raise their voices even louder. Misery loves company. Boss Tanga, you are truly formidable. Even the notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million has been vanquished by you. Jonathan, seemingly transformed by Shelton's influence, approached with unusual eagerness, staring blankly at Jonathan's naive round face. Tanga clearly struggled to comprehend this transformation. This was not entirely Jonathan's fault. Ever since Penny and Shelton were assigned to his squad, he had sought their counsel on how to evade the captain's wrath. The idea of a welcoming banner and the singing was, in fact, conceived by Jonathan and the duo. The outcome appeared promising, Jonathan mused. Unaware of the backstory, Tanga first patted Jonathan's shoulder in encouragement before smiling and inquiring. Did you write the words on this banner? Why Black Tiger? Reporting, Major, this is the commander's intention. He stated that this is how it was written in the newspaper. Jonathan, with keen intuition sensing something amiss, promptly divulged the mastermind behind the idea. Turning to Jonathan, he noticed him engaging in lip-reading while giving a thumbs up. The implication was clear. You've been given a catchy title. No need to thank me, Oh, it was you scoundrel. Am I to traverse the world with a moniker like Black Tiger? Just as Tanga was seething inwardly, Shelton and Penny approached, their experience in such matters evident as they pinpointed the crux of the issue. Boss, the commander is merely jesting. The newspaper declared you the fierce tiger of the Gale Brigade at Baron Fortress. Tanga stroked his chin, murmuring, fierce tiger of the Gale Brigade? Not bad. There's room for redemption. His emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster. Truly, a man who bears a grudge is no hero. I find the name Black Tiger quite impressive, and it aligns perfectly with your peculiar techniques. Jonathan remarked, his mustache furrowing as he sought to contest. But Tanga denied him the opportunity. There's no rush regarding the name. Penny, has the gift I bought for the commander arrived? It just arrived today. The delivery man, Lysels, is still here. Perfect. Call him over to introduce to the commander. Let the professionals handle their craft. Oh dear, that might not be appropriate. No work, no reward. Jonathan feigned reluctance, though his heart brimmed with anticipation. That young fellow is affluent. Moreover, he is willing to spend. Perhaps some fine wine, like that Petrus from last time, would be ideal. Your Excellency, the commander has worked hard lately. I specially purchased some gifts for you as a token of my appreciation. So please accept them. Tanga appeared quite enthusiastic. Ha. In less than a moment, Penny arrived at the dock with a man whose face bore the unmistakable mark of shrewdness. His name was Lysels. A champion salesperson for Ladybug Mail Order. It was said that since his entry into the industry, he had consistently claimed the title of champion, with no rivals in sight, a testament to his sales prowess. Dear Mr. Tanga, it is an immense honor to see you again. Like a gust of wind, Lysels rushed towards Tanga upon spotting his esteemed patron. his face adorned with a humble smile, his voice imbued with an irresistible allure for purchasing his wares. Tang Ge had witnessed this man's promotional skills before. It was akin to having consumed the sales devil fruit. Given a moment, he could empty the pockets of everyone present. Pointing towards the eagerly awaiting Jonathan, Tang Ge smiled and inquired, "Mr. Lysels, where are the items I purchased?" "Those are gifts for His Excellency, the Commander. Please provide him with a thorough introduction, that if he is satisfied, I shall consider further purchases." Yes, yes. Unfazed by any interruption, Lysels focused solely on the last statement. Moreover, if he could establish a good rapport with the commander of a base, then what can be said about the power of money? The naval personnel present were about to discover its impact, as Lysels swiftly retrieved a plethora of items from the shell of a massive snail and laid them before Jonathan. "Esteemed Commander, I am Lysels, your dedicated Ladybug mail order representative, and these are the finest products from our company. Guaranteed to satisfy you. Oh dear, this is quite embarrassing. Please introduce them to me." With a beaming smile, Jonathan was thoroughly impressed, having caught a whiff of the wine. The rest of the Navy also gathered around, intrigued, as it was their first time witnessing a sales pitch at a naval base. How novel. The welcome party had transformed into a product showcase. Yes, Lysels was practically grinning from ear to ear as he hastily unwrapped the packages. "Now, allow me to introduce our number one product, Sea Cucumber Kidney Treasure Pills. Simply consume a bottle, and your body will return to its youthful peak, brimming with energy." The name is unfamiliar, but it seems to replenish energy, which is excellent. I certainly need to recuperate after the recent pirate captures. Jonathan happily accepted a multitude of small bottles. Next, we present our finest product, Brain and Kidney Revitalizing Elixir, crafted using the highest technology from a new world, invigorating your mind and replenishing energy for your weary brain. This Brain and Kidney Revitalizing Elixir bore a similarly peculiar name, seemingly designed to stimulate the mind. Indeed, the constant paperwork had taken its toll, and energy restoration was required. While accepting the gifts, Jonathan also gave Tang Ge a thumbs up. The lad is quite perceptive. The path ahead looked promising. That it seemed he was honing his swordsmanship. He needed to seek out that stoic figure for the secret techniques. "Tang Ge, what is this fellow praising?" Next, Lysels, worthy of comparison with the sales devil fruit users, embellished each product with prefixes such as number one, top tier, highest, best, precious, exclusive for nobles and royal custom, extolling them to the heavens and beyond, describing them as unique in the world. Without a doubt, Jonathan was already lost in a haze, opening a bottle of wine on the spot. Even the surrounding naval personnel were eager to place immediate orders. "What is this wine? The flavor is quite potent." Jonathan exhaled a gust of warm air, feeling an inexhaustible vigor within him, accompanied by a strange impulse. "Esteemed Commander, what you hold is our company's pride. The highest grade medicinal wine, crafted by a family of renowned healers who broke generational taboos, using precious ingredients such as ginseng, deer antlers, tiger bones, and goji berries. Not only does it replenish your waning strength, but it also restores your masculine vigor." The once lively atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. Even the dullest of the Navy grew quiet, leaving only Lysels to continue his relentless sales pitch. All of the aforementioned health products can be purchased in bulk, and today we are also offering a complimentary sweet suite from Neon Island, along with a delightful set sure to come in handy. Jonathan, some peculiar phrases had just wafted past his ears. Tiger bones, masculine vigor, sweet, delightful set, crash. That bottle of medicinal wine, touted as brewed by the family of renowned healers, shattered in his grip. Glass shards scattering across the ground, along with a soft, limp, stick-like object. The strange names echoed in his mind, each either related to brain or kidney, or even both. The expressions of those around him and their unspoken thoughts were clear without needing to see or hear. So Commander Jonathan's health was in such dire straits. It seemed that years of battle had drained his vitality. Poor Jessica. Jonathan felt the medicinal wine he had just consumed swirling tumultuously in his stomach, the absorbed essence transforming into a searing flame that erupted from his mouth, culminating in a resounding roar that echoed across the skies. "Tang Ge, I shall slay you, you scoundrel!" Boom! 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 The acrid scent of cannon fire still lingered. and a mere cannon fodder pirate crew had already declared the end of their piratical journey. Report to Captain Tonga. The body of golden-haired King Harold with a bounty of 43 million has been located, and the remaining members of the pirate crew have been apprehended. Should we return to Baron? Requesting instructions? The first officer aboard the warship was solemnly reporting to Tonga, his tone grave and earnest. "Reiner, loosen up a bit," exclaimed the captain. As the first officer and navigator of the soul of the fierce warship, I cannot afford to relax for a moment while navigating these treacherous seas, that I must remain vigilant to changes in weather, currents, and, sighing in resignation, Tonga mentally tuned out the first officer's incessant lecturing, allowing his thoughts to wander. Ever since Jonathan had suffered social demise that fateful day, this individual had sought revenge by appointing him as the captain of the soul of the fierce, at dispatching the raucous Gale Brigade. The very ones who had laughed the hardest that day, to serve on the ship. Their duty was to pursue the pirates traversing the waters under Baron S. jurisdiction, to assist him. The commander had specifically assigned a navigator named Reiner as the first officer aboard the warship. Thus, the torment began. Reiner was undoubtedly an exceptional navigator. Throughout this period, regardless of the adverse weather or tumultuous currents encountered, he expertly directed the warship to safety. The crew held deep admiration for Reiner's professional prowess. However, that admiration did not extend to a desire for close interaction. Even the typically dominant Narai and Johnson, who adhered to the belief that strength dictated leadership, kept their distance from the slender man, let alone the other soldiers. The reason for this aversion was Reiner's excessive meticulousness, which Tonga would describe as obsessive-compulsive behavior. The warship was maintained in pristine condition daily. Personal belongings had to be organized neatly. Uniforms impeccably pressed, and even the cannonballs and ammunition were required to be arranged with precision. Under his command, the ship's course was so straight and smooth that it left everyone groaning in exasperation. In addition to his relatively mild obsessive tendencies, Reiner possessed a more severe inclination toward lecturing, akin to a Buddhist monk reciting scriptures. Any deviation from expected behavior by the soldiers warranted hours of admonishment from him. And even Captain Tonga was not exempt, as he incessantly recited naval protocols and the virtues of an exemplary captain. Were it not for the knowledge that Reiner had displayed this same demeanor as a subordinate under Jonathan, Tonga would have suspected it was an intentional torment. "Captain Tonga? Captain!" A weightier tone pulled Tonga back to reality as he found Reiner gazing at him with a serious expression. Yes, you are absolutely correct. We must not let our guard down for even a moment. You are doing splendidly. Do keep it up. Captain, I was merely inquiring whether we should return to Baron. However, it was evident that you were distracted just now. Losing focus during navigation is a grave error. Reiner's frigid voice sent Tonga's hand, which had been poised to pat him on the shoulder, hovering in midair. Tonga made a gesture as if grasping at air, instinctively retracting his hand, suppressing the impulse to toss this verbose individual overboard to appease the sea creatures. "Mr. Reiner, the scourge of the seas has yet to be eradicated. We cannot return to Baron just yet. In fact, the pirates in this region have been nearly apprehended, with the remaining few fleeing to other waters. Your reputation as the fierce tiger has been firmly established in these seas." Adjusting his black-framed glasses, Reiner opened a notebook where he had marked off the pirates operating in Baroness waters, indicating that they had either been captured or eliminated. "Not loud enough. We must ensure that this title is recognized by even more." The moniker Fierce Tiger had been devised by Tonga, symbolizing steadfastness and dominion over the seas. That it was a significant improvement over the rather bandit-like Black Tiger. The crew had also embraced the name, for was it not simply the Gale Brigade transformed into the Fierce Tiger Brigade? Consequently, this title rapidly gained recognition in Baron, and now the seas bore witness to the rise of the Fierce Tiger. Hadn't the headquarters mentioned a pirate crew causing a stir in the Viking Islands that had arrived in Baroness waters, rumored to possess the potential to become a supernova? Reiner remained silent, his gaze fixed upon a specific point on the sea's surface. Following his line of sight, Tonga observed the remnants of a pirate ship still adrift. "So, this is the so-called supernova potential pirate, despite being pathetically weak yet absurdly arrogant. Has the headquarters lowered their standards so drastically? What of the infamous pirate Lord Henry Morgan mentioned by headquarters last week in Gaia's Valley Town?" Reiner watched as the captain sank into a morose state, a barely perceptible twitch of his lips betraying his amusement. Currently, the waters harbored fewer pirates with bounties than colossal sea creatures. Under the new captain's relentless campaign for over 3 months. Not only had the pirate crews that had lingered in Barren been completely eradicated, but even those passing through had been thoroughly imprisoned. Numerous pirates lurking outside Barren had also met their demise. With such a significant number of pirate crews vanquished, the name Fierce Tiger Tonga began to resonate in the surrounding waters, while the infamous Barren, likened to the Devil's Triangle, gained notoriety as a pirate graveyard. The once bustling town of Gaia's Valley, teeming with pirates, now lay eerily deserted. The 7 warlords of the sea system had led to an influx of pirates on the Grand Line, yet now, the pirate presence along the route to Barren had dwindled, with reports suggesting that some crews remained in Alabasta, too fearful to advance. "Captain, shall we return to Barren for a brief respite?" "Please, give your orders." "Very well," Tonga conceded. Over the past 3 months, he had systematically dismantled the pirate factions within Barren's territorial waters, primarily in pursuit of devil fruit abilities. Throughout this period, he had remained diligent, his internal reserves now sufficient to envelop his entire upper body. Yet, with each training session, the sensation of reaching a ceiling of power grew more pronounced. Thus, the quest for devil fruit users had become paramount. However, the sheer number of pirates, with their varying qualities, made the search challenging. Encounters with devil fruit users had been scarce despite eliminating numerous crews. It seemed that even on the Grand Line, devil fruits were a rare commodity. "Boss, the commander has issued a new order," just as Tonga prepared to give the command to return to Barren. Penny and Shelton rushed over in a flurry. Reiner's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he prepared to launch into lecture mode, but upon hearing the mention of the commander's orders, he managed to suppress it. "What is the order?" According to reports from the Naval Branch Station to Grand Island, a pirate presence had been detected. Commander Jonathan feared that there might be devil fruit users beyond the branch's capacity to handle, thus ordering us to investigate. "Eradicating all pirates is our undeniable duty as just Navy officers. Did you hear that, Reiner? Adjust our course immediately towards Grand Island." Rumor had it that pirates would become feverishly excited upon hearing tales of treasure, and Tonga felt his own excitement at the thought of encountering pirates, especially those with devil fruit abilities. He was determined to pursue them relentlessly. Understood. Standing nearby, Reiner appeared to be struggling with some internal conflict, but finally came to life upon receiving the command. After acknowledging the orders, he swiftly turned to Penny and Shelton. "Soldier Penny, Soldier Shelton." "Yes," the duo replied in unison, though their eyes were casting desperate signals toward Tonga for help. "Good luck to you. I fear him as well." Tonga pretended not to notice, leaping into the sea to commence his physical training. The Navy is a highly disciplined organization with strict hierarchies. You ought to address Captain Tonga as captain, and you should salute before reporting. Reiner admonished like a meticulous automaton, pointing out every mistake made by the duo. Finally, he straightened Penny's slightly wrinkled collar with a satisfied nod before making his way to the command room. "All hands, shift course to port, heading for Grand." Reiner let out a slight sigh of relief in the command room. Rather than fearing Reiner, the crew seemed to be more apprehensive of the captain himself. Due to his actions being sanctioned by the captain, it is noteworthy that when Commander Jonathan appointed him as the first officer aboard this warship, he was initially quite resistant. After all, not everyone can tolerate his temperament. However, witnessing Tonga, the young captain known as the Fiery Tiger, honing his skills amidst the vast ocean, Leonard's final vestiges of reluctance dissipated entirely. From the very first day aboard the vessel, the captain has refrained from excessively interfering with his exercise of authority as the first officer. Moreover, this Fiery Tiger major truly commands an air of intimidation. Not even pirates dare to confront him, and even Leonard himself, a naval officer, feels an overwhelming pressure, a sensation that Commander Jonathan has never instilled in him. Over the past 3 months, the Fiery Tiger has either been engaged in combat or training relentlessly, even utilizing his scarce leisure time to practice with his blade, exhibiting a diligence that is almost daunting. While Leonard has encountered several formidable commanders, they often stagnate after achieving a certain level of power or are burdened by superficial fame. None quite like Captain Tonga, who possesses a genuine warrior's heart. The waters under Baroness jurisdiction are expansive, centered around Gaia Island, encompassing 4 primary shipping routes: Rainbow Island to Gaia, Gaia to Chan Island, Wall Island to Gaia, and Gaia to Volcano Island. The recently visited Maya Island lies near the route from Gaia to Chan Island. Baron has persistently deployed warships along these 4 routes to ensure the safety of passing merchant vessels and to capture pirates. Grand Island, a winter isle, is situated a full 7 days' journey from Baron, marking the very edge of the G8 fortress's jurisdiction. Beyond lies the sphere of influence of the G10 fortress. 7 days later, the broadcast aboard the warship Fiery Soul was issuing commands. The course was steady, with a caution to heed the weather. They had now entered the climatic zone of the Winter Isle, where warm air currents rise and cold air currents descend, heralding the potential for hail and heavy snowfall. The prophetic forecast of First Officer Leonard instilled a sense of reassurance among the crew, prompting them to don heavy winter garments. Moments later, the temperature plummeted, and a sudden flurry of snowflakes descended like feathers from the sky. Ah, what a reliable fellow! On the deck, Tang Ge stood bare-chested, revealing his robust muscles cloaked in inner strength. Not far in front of him lay a large iron pillar. Over 2 meters in diameter, he wielded his black blade. Striking forward until the edge halted, just inches from the pillar, a blue air blade soared through the air, cleaving the iron surface and leaving a smooth gash behind. Yet he remained unsatisfied, pondering how to achieve the desired effect. Since the onset of his training, he had encountered a significant dilemma. His strength was simply too formidable. Back in Maya, his might was already near 40 tons, and after more than 3 months of rigorous training, he now boasted a strength nearing 100 tons. Such overwhelming power wielding the black blade often resulted in either the blade shattering under the immense force or breaking apart from the counter-impact. One strike would obliterate the enemy, but also the blade itself. Such a method of combat was impractical and wasteful. Conversely, not exerting his full strength would limit the damage inflicted, rendering his swordplay almost a farce. His inability to master the blade necessitated the invention of a technique that could harness his strength while preserving the integrity of his weapon. The properties of his inner strength conveniently aligned with the creation of a new sword technique. However, this inner force could only circulate on the surface of his body and could not be separated from it. Any forced attempt to utilize it externally would result in a rapid dissipation of power. Over these past 3 months, he had yet to uncover a viable solution to this conundrum. He had heard tales of a great swordsman in the New World capable of cleaving diamonds. He wondered how they achieved such feats. Did they carry numerous blades with them? Just as he found himself at an impasse in developing his sword technique, Gennari rushed in with news. "Captain, Commander Jonathan is on the line." This fellow had been rather reluctant to communicate with him lately, so Tang Ge approached the command room with curiosity. "Commander Jonathan, it has been quite some time. How have you been?" he inquired. Avoiding the subject would have been preferable. But as soon as it was broached, Jonathan felt a surge of ire, his phone bug's visage flushed with anger. Had it not been for that incident during which he had experienced an extreme emotional upheaval, leading to an unexpected leap in strength, he would have genuinely preferred to ignore this individual. "Excellent. Thanks to your fiery tiger, Major, my health is quite robust. HM. This fellow seemed to radiate vitality, as if he had partaken in some potent elixir or was under the enchanting spell of love, presenting an air of exuberance akin to that of celebrating a joyous occasion. Tang Ge felt perplexed, yet he had little desire to engage in frivolous chatter with Jonathan, being preoccupied with his own challenges in developing a sword technique. Alas, the joys and sorrows of individuals differ greatly. "May I inquire why you sought me out? I am nearing Gran." "Humph. The youth today lacks courtesy. It is worth noting that I made a special effort to consult with an acquaintance. Not particularly well-liked. To inquire about techniques for swordsmanship. 2 bottles of Petrus would not suffice. I require 2 bottles of Saint F. Licks to compensate for the previous mishap you caused me. Deal, for the sake of swordsmanship." Spending a little was warranted, but Saint F. Licks, the most expensive wine in the world, costs a staggering 10 million berries per bottle. Were it not for recently having taken down a multitude of bounty hunters, affording such luxury would have been improbable. The path has widened. I've already sent it to you. This sword technique is worth the price. although my friend possesses a rather disagreeable demeanor and a volatile temperament. He is indeed a true swordsman. Had he not later consumed a powerful devil fruit, the title of the world's greatest swordsman would be a matter of contention. It is only the weak, lacking confidence, who resort to consuming devil fruits. If he had any self-assurance, he would have long ascended to the rank of the world's greatest swordsman. Such bold claims. I intend to relay your exact words to him. I am quite eager to witness his reaction. Indifferent. Ignorance begets courage. I am genuinely curious about what will transpire when the two of you meet. Furthermore, regardless of the circumstances on Grand Island, do not act impulsively. Heed my warning, Jonathan concluded with utmost seriousness. Understood. After ending the call, Tang Ge perused the sword technique manual that Jonathan had procured at great expense. However, it became apparent that he should not harbor excessive expectations. This individual also had a penchant for journaling, more verbose than even Zifa. One might wonder if they were indeed master and apprentice. What was this nonsense about being able to sever everything yet nothing at all? Was this meant to lead one astray in their training? Is there not a more straightforward martial arts manual in this world? Who cares to know how many laps he can run while bearing a ton of weight? Or how many mountains he has shattered? Or how many days and nights he has sparred with a slothful fellow? Despite his grievances, after reading through the 30 pages transmitted to him, Tang Ge gleaned significant insights. Although Jonathan's friend may not excel in the art of journaling and exuded an air of arrogance, his expertise in swordsmanship was undeniably remarkable, and Jonathan's assertion of his prowess was likely no mere embellishment. This fellow's technique was called draw and slash, eschewing flamboyant tricks in favor of an unwavering focus on maximizing power and speed during the draw, emphasizing high damage and explosive impact, ready for combat in the briefest of moments. The snippets in the journal conveyed the volcanic intensity of his swordsmanship. Most crucially, he elucidated what it meant to reach the realm of a swordsman, also known as the realm of iron cutting. Infusing consciousness into the weapon one wields, as long as the intent is resolute enough, one could slice through steel with even a wooden stick. That phrase sounded familiar. Was it not the very method he had conceived to address the limitations of his iron block? Training paper to perfection allows one to channel consciousness into any part of their body. Now, it was merely a matter of directing that consciousness into the weapon at hand. With resolve, Tang Ge firmly grasped the black blade, attempting to extend his consciousness into its body. Clearly, he failed. The obsidian blade felt frigid, akin to a barrier against his consciousness, which could not permeate its surface. How does one infuse consciousness into an object? It is not an extension of one's limbs, but merely a lifeless piece of metal. With lingering doubts, Tang Ge reviewed the sword technique manual once more. It provided no answers. He thought of showing Jonathan's friend the watch he had purchased last year. Suddenly, a lightning bolt of inspiration struck his mind. Metal is not necessarily devoid of life. Just like the 7-star sword on Maya Island, it emanated a captivating consciousness, far more potent than that of an ordinary person. It is not that consciousness cannot extend to metal. Rather, it is that the consciousness is too feeble. By a stroke of coincidence, the method of cultivating awareness lies within the 6 forms of paper drawing. Initially, Tang Ge's practice of paper drawing was merely a means to compensate for the deficiencies of the iron block, without any emphasis on its role in cultivating consciousness. Perhaps this is indeed the true essence of paper drawing. Jonathan once remarked that the 6 forms serve as the treasure enabling the Navy to dominate the seas. Perhaps even he was oblivious to the genuine significance of the 6 forms. Mused Tang Ge. Alas, poor fellow, suffering from a dreadful blow to his intellect. It is hardly surprising. There is no time to dwell on that lovesick individual now. The pressing task is to refine the paper, drawing to the extent that consciousness can be infused into the blade. Suddenly, the body standing on the deck relaxed, and Tang Ge closed his eyes, entering a state of paper drawing cultivation. In the formless realm of the primary consciousness, the scattered awareness throughout the body resembled a net enveloping him, guiding the nerves and muscles to command every corner of his being. With a mere command from brain, it could even make suitable adjustments to the body's structure. This network of consciousness was established to compensate for the iron block's shortcomings. While it sufficed to control the body, it also resulted in an excessive dispersion of awareness. Now, With the presence of inner strength, the iron block had become rather superfluous. Upon this realization, the entire network of consciousness began to untangle in an orderly fashion. With countless fragments of awareness converging towards the primary consciousness like rivers flowing into the sea. More and more, faster and faster, the quantity precipitated a transformation in quality. Buzz, the realm of imagination, shattered abruptly. And Tang Ge felt himself being drawn into a void that no, it was not a void. It was a world filled only with sound. Whoosh! The sound of liquid flowing surged into his mind. Thus, he understood it was the blood coursing through his veins. As the sound of steel being pulled resonated, he recognized it as the movement of muscles. Was this not the legendary inner vision of the martial arts realm? Tang Ge's eyes flew open, wide with astonishment at the phenomenon he had just conjured. Even he himself was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that a realm of martial arts truly existed somewhere in this world? Otherwise, how could he have cultivated such a thing? However, it was different. Inner vision allowed one to see the body from a microscopic perspective, while this seemed more advanced as it provided direct knowledge. If one were to describe it, it resembled a tangible perception. Realizing this, Tang Ge found himself emerging from the state of merely sensing sound and saw a circle of Navy personnel surrounding him, their faces etched with concern. "Captain, are you all right? You suddenly became immobile and remained so for over an hour." "It's nothing, just a moment of enlightenment." "Has Graylin arrived?" He responded with a reassuring glance to the two, smiling. Over an hour had passed. Yet it felt as if only a few minutes had slipped by. "We've already spotted land, and the first mate saw that you were still unconscious, so we did not advance further. Inform the fleet to prepare for landing at Graylin." "At your command, Captain." In the distance, a massive island entirely draped in ice and snow came into view. Yet to Tang Ge, it seemed to emanate a faint breath of life, as if everything were alive. Glancing at the black blade in his hand, he understood why he could not infuse consciousness into it. His awareness was still not sufficiently resolute. What lay before him was a vast expanse of white. The surrounding sea frozen due to the island's climate, with the white peaks of mountains stretching endlessly, most of which were uninhabitable by humans. "Leonard, have you ever been to Graylin?" Breathing out a puff of white vapor into the air, Tang Ge felt a sense of discomfort. Such a state was unusual for him. The closer he approached the pristine island, the more something within him stirred restlessly, akin to suppressed pain or an anger seeking an outlet. This shift in emotional perception was a phenomenon that had only arisen after he cultivated the tangible perception. Leaving him bewildered, standing proudly against the biting wind, Leonard remained oblivious to Tang Ge's emotional fluctuations and spoke in his ever-constant tone. "I visited twice before Commander Jonathan was reassigned to Nabaron. Once to deliver supplies to the station navy, and once accompanying the then-commander to congratulate the new Lord of Graylin." His words were always meticulous and precise. Lord, this was the first time Tang Ge had encountered this term in this world. The myriad islands scattered across the sea varied in size. Some larger ones supported a greater population, forming the basis for a nation. Nations typically adhered to a monarchy, governed by a king. Smaller islands, with populations of only a few thousand, could only be termed towns, such as Maya, where leaders were either elected from within or appointed by the world government. Referred to as town mayors, that it was quite rare to encounter a title such as Lord. Graylin Island had not established a kingdom. It only possessed a single town, with the Lord serving as the highest administrative official, appointed by the world government. Why would the world government appoint a lord to such a small island? Leonard, usually so meticulous, appeared somewhat troubled by this question, yet out of a certain concern, he continued. "It is said that the current lord is a servant of the world aristocracy." Such vague rumors were typically beneath his notice, and now to utter such news made him feel quite uncomfortable. No wonder. The world government and the world aristocracy loomed as two colossal mountains overshadowing the world, and anyone associated with them was no simple character. It was no surprise that Jonathan had specifically cautioned against acting impulsively in Graylin. As Tang Ge and his crew drew nearer, the entire island resembled a gigantic whale thrashing within glaciers. Beneath the raised head of the whale, a town completely blanketed in ice and snow was meticulously distributed along the mountainside. The only town on the island, known as Whale Peak Town. The buildings in the town were all dome-shaped houses made of ice blocks, their tops laden with thick snow, resembling an array of varying-sized buns from a distance. The warship was entering the only ice-free port on the island, Whale Harbor. The harbor's waters were filled with merchant vessels from all corners of the world, with the leftmost side featuring a dock built vertically along the coastline. In stark contrast to the simple and quiet town not far away, the coastline connecting Whale Peak Town and the ice-free harbor was bustling with activity, showcasing luxurious residences everywhere. Both the multitude of merchant ships in the harbor and the opulent homes along the coast were due to the abundant harvest of the renowned giant ice sturgeon, which thrive beneath the thick ice layers of the Greenland Sea. The giant ice sturgeon, as translucent as ice and snow, boasted an exceptionally unique texture. Being cool, fresh, and rich at it was a delicacy reserved for the royal families and social elites around the world. Moreover, the roe of the giant ice sturgeon was exceedingly rare, and the fish roe sauce produced from it was a luxury exclusive to the world aristocracy. Thus, it was understandable why a servant of the world aristocracy would be stationed here. Where is the Naval Division's base? With Tang Ge's keen eyesight, he scanned the bustling coastline several times without spotting the seagull and Libra flags. Instead, he observed a cross pattern atop the roof of a lavish palace at the center. That was the symbol of the world government. Islands with naval divisions typically had their bases established in the most perilous locations, with ample space to withstand pirate assaults and protect fleeing civilians. It turned out that the base had been relocated to the far right end of Whale Harbor. Leonard glanced at the latest markings on the map before affirmatively stating, "Let us proceed." Tonga furrowed his brow as he gazed toward the far right, where he spotted a snow-covered lighthouse. Indeed, the lighthouse was a standard feature of a naval base. However, this particular outpost seemed exceedingly remote. Built in such a location, it hardly served any defensive purpose. Amidst the bustling merchant vessels, warships steered toward the far right. The naval detachment on Grand Island nestled within an inconspicuous bay at the extreme edge of the coastline, entirely enclosed by iron fencing, featuring merely a 3-story barracks and a tall brick lighthouse. Quite rudimentary, this hardly resembled a naval base. The more central coastal area boasted far more imposing structures, as Tonga disembarked with his subordinates. Only a handful of naval personnel were present to greet them. One of them approached, saluting. "Welcome, Major Tonga. I am Sergeant Ike on duty at the port." "Thank you, Sergeant Ike. Might I inquire where Colonel Bell is?" Tonga greeted, feeling rather uncomfortable in this isolated island and eager to verify the situation regarding the pirates with the commanding officer stationed at the Grand Detachment, Colonel Bowler Bell. Ike and the other sailors were clad in thick white cotton uniforms, appearing somewhat cumbersome. "There's a disturbance at the dock. Colonel Bell has gone to handle it." "A disturbance? Are they pirates?" "It shouldn't be." Ike hesitated, his honest face reflecting uncertainty. Just then, the iron gate to the base was forcefully swung open, and a group of sailors rushed in, carrying several severely injured individuals, urgently shouting for a doctor. Another attack by Valen's men. "Those brutes." Ike quickly joined his comrades to assist in transporting the injured, lowering his voice to inquire with his companions, who confirmed his fears. Once they entered the naval base's quarters, only Tonga's group remained standing within the compound, and a commotion erupted once more as a band of menacing ruffians kicked down the already ajar gate and brazenly entered with firearms. The leader, a man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, wielded a large shotgun. "Hey, Navy, where have you hidden those men from earlier?" The naval base was not extensive. Those who had just entered could only have retreated into the 3-story building. However, upon seeing the naval personnel standing there, the man realized they were not from the Grand Detachment and deliberately approached to assert his dominance. The man, having spoken, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his gaze a mix of intimidation and provocation. Interesting. Rather than becoming enraged, Tonga's eyes gleamed with cold determination. He had encountered arrogance before, but never of this magnitude. To storm into a naval base with such audacity was unprecedented. Moreover, it appeared someone had set their sights on him. "What are you laughing at, kid?" The man with the cigarette, noticing the leading naval officer, not only ignored him, but also smiled, felt his temper flare. He raised the shotgun, preparing to aim it at the foolish naval officer's forehead. Yet before he could fully lift his weapon, A massive arm, covered in dark hair, seized his arm, rendering him immobile like a vice grip. Narai snorted, expelling a plume of white vapor. "You intend to harm our captain? You big ape? What do you want? We are under the lordship of Valen." Ah, the sound of knife piercing flesh accompanied the gruesome cries. Abruptly cutting off the man's words, cold sweat broke out on his brow as he turned to see his subordinates collapsing lifelessly to the ground, blood pooling around them. Their firearms, raised only halfway, had been rendered useless as they fell like chickens to the slaughter. "Your subordinates entered the naval base armed and intended to attack our captain. It was entirely lawful to eliminate them on the spot." Narai chuckled cruelly, revealing his white teeth as if ready to devour. The cigarette-wielding man turned pale, realizing he had indeed struck a hard bargain. This group of sailors was not the meek lot from Grand Base, but rather elite forces capable of slaughter. "Narai, this man is yours. Ensure he divulges everything he knows. ASU command, Captain." Narai hoisted the now weak cigarette man back onto the ship, though he appeared spineless before Tang Ge. He was, in fact, an unrestrained brute, having pursued pirates relentlessly and exuding an aura of menace. "Johnson, procure some military uniforms from the Grand Base for me, that I will take a team to the coast to investigate, while you and a few others change into civilian attire to gather information about this lord." "Understood, Captain." Johnson departed with a cadre of men. Standing within the naval base, Tang Ge surveyed the vibrant scene of the coastline, suddenly bursting into laughter. Everything seemed too coincidental. The Grand Base Navy reported pirate activity. Upon arrival, their behavior was shifty and evasive, and they promptly abandoned their posts, only to encounter a band of provocateurs. The plotlines from television and movies he had watched in his previous life unfolded in a similar manner, but he had not anticipated experiencing it in this world. First, they disseminated information to lure in the curious. Then, a few minor characters arose to pique interest. Following that, they encountered antagonists seeking vengeance, and whether it was an inexperienced young hero, a chivalrous maiden, or a seasoned warrior keen on upholding justice, they would inevitably be propelled by their sense of righteousness to uncover the truth, ultimately revealing a hidden darkness entwined with a host of formidable villains. Now, they were utilizing a blade, and soon the villains would reveal themselves, exposing the underlying secrets. He already had a sense of who was orchestrating these events and who the ultimate antagonist would be. However, with others having set the stage, it would be remiss not to participate in this rare opportunity. Furthermore, he himself was eager to comprehend the emotions that had surfaced even before approaching Grand Island. "Leonard, let us venture outside. It seems trouble has come knocking." "Indeed, Captain," Leonard replied, his tone carrying an air of gravity. As dusk fell, the sky over Grand transformed into a dazzling array of colors, reminiscent of the auroras seen only in polar regions in his previous life, truly breathtaking. Tang Ge, accompanied by Leonard and a dozen sailors, traversed a wide thoroughfare. The prosperity of Grand Island was largely supported by the giant ice sturgeon. However, upon leaving the naval base, he found no seafood markets, only rows of small villas and expansive palaces. The naval base itself was dismal, not only secluded in a low-lying area, but also overshadowed by the surrounding tall buildings, rendering it impossible for any event to escape the watchful eyes above. The Navy's lack of prominence was indeed a rarity. "Leonard, during your previous visits to Gran, was it like this?" Tang Ge casually inquired, having unknowingly adopted a serious tone after spending time with the solemn figure. "No, that area used to be a naval subbase, adjacent to the market where residents sold the giant ice sturgeon they caught." Leonard gestured toward the palace at the center of the coast, adding, "This region originally had far fewer structures. It was merely a place for the residents of Whale Peak Town to store their fishing gear. The original naval base occupied a strategic position on the only route to Whale Peak Town, boasting formidable defenses. It was indeed a location difficult to assault. Now it has been repurposed and transformed into an impressive palace complex." "And what are the people here?" Tang Ge observed the pedestrians on the road, who fell into two starkly contrasting categories: the leisurely, well-dressed individuals and the hunchbacked, poorly attired ones. The island now housed a plethora of wealthy individuals, while the local residents relied predominantly on fishing for their livelihood. Yet, the ice sturgeon they caught was scarce, and the money earned barely afforded them a comfortable existence, as evidenced by the state of their homes. Leonard frowned at the pedestrians, feeling a discord between the two groups. Moreover, the sight of the coarse individuals donning elegant attire disturbed him. Those uniformly styled houses on the hillside appear far more pleasing that a series of gunshots suddenly shattered the oppressive calm. The pedestrians, each displaying different expressions, began to make their way toward the coastal center. The leisurely strollers remained unruffled, engaging in lively conversation, while the hunchbacked individuals appeared increasingly pained and panicked. Just ahead, it was not Johnson and his group. Tang Ge gazed toward the heart of the coastline and immediately made a judgment. This is it, the formal commencement. Let us proceed, for whatever may come knocking at our door, it is time to unveil it. And the righteous navy shall make its entrance. Justice shall prevail. What an intriguing plot! At the very center of the coastline, where the former naval base stood, there lay an expansive complex of palaces, occupying a third of the entire coastal area, resplendent and magnificent, a sight to behold. The reason for such grandeur was none other than the flag of the world government fluttering from the spires of the palaces. The foremost palace, with its domed structure, was entirely constructed of marble, with a grand staircase leading to its entrance. Inside the palace, the lights shone brightly as a lavish banquet was in full swing. Seafood merchants from across the globe flocked around the master of the palace, Villians, extolling his virtues, cautiously toasting and flattering him, for he was indeed a servant of the world's aristocracy. Amidst the clinking of goblets, Villians beamed with exaggerated delight, his head held high in a manner he had never dared in Mario. He reveled in the sensations of his masters. Some were enslaved and oppressed, yet once the shackles of servitude were lifted, they transformed into even more tyrannical oppressors. Villians epitomized this transformation. His life of exquisite indulgence, coupled with the deference afforded by the world government and the power he wielded in Whaletown, all fueled his insatiable appetite for dominance. At that moment, 2 gunshots rang out from outside, startling the timid merchants at the banquet, who screamed in terror. Villians, however, remained unfazed and turned to a butler clad in formal attire beside him. The butler, of considerable status himself, surveyed the crowd and announced loudly, "Fear not, ladies and gentlemen. This is a special program arranged by the illustrious Lord Villians. Please ascend the staircase to witness the spectacle in the square before the palace." Several individuals were bound to wooden stakes, including the elderly and children. The guards' guns, still smoking, had fired the shots, intentionally missing their targets. It was not out of mercy. Rather, it was to deepen the fear of the so-called criminals tied to the stakes and to draw an audience. Once a sufficient crowd had gathered, the guard who had fired spoke up. In accordance with the will of the great Lord Villians, I hereby declare the Mochas guilty and order their immediate execution. The Mochas referred to the 6 individuals bound to the stakes. The adults closed their eyes in despair, while the 2 children, terrified by the gunfire, were filled with tears and feared. What a splendid execution! To dare defy Lord Villians, this is their fate. A family. Together on their final journey, the elegantly dressed men and women in the crowd showed no compassion. Witnessing such an execution would merely serve as fodder for future conversations. Meanwhile, those with hunched backs covered their mouths in tears, their eyes a tempest of anger and despair. This was nothing like watching television or a movie, observing the scene before him, even knowing he had been deliberately led to witness this by Gran. The flames of rage surged within Tang Ge. Captain, Grand Island possesses autonomy. The Lord's power is protected by the world government, and the Navy cannot intervene, Leonard quickly reminded. Though the actions of the Grand Lord were indeed excessive, the Navy could not alter the situation. The guards raised their guns once more, this time with deadly intent. Tang Ge stepped forward from the crowd, striding directly toward the armed guards, a contingent of Navy soldiers following closely behind him. The Navy has returned. Has Colonel Bell arrived? The Mochas are saved, murmured the crowd, voices filled with mixed reactions. The arrival of the Navy seemed to introduce an unexpected twist to the execution. The captain of the execution squad was equally perplexed. For this public punishment, the Lord had deliberately created a distraction at the port to delay the Navy's main forces. Where had this contingent of the Navy come from? Naval forces. Halt! What brings you here? Do you not realize this is the palace of Lord Villians? The guard captain barked, firing 2 warning shots at Tanga's feet, creating small craters in the cobblestones. Around 20 guards simultaneously raised their weapons. This was the treatment they typically afforded the Grand Navy. Such actions usually silenced those cowards. Hey, what is the matter with this island? Why do people dare to attack the Navy with firearms? Do they think us weak and easy prey? Tanga's words drew a twitch from Leonard's mouth. Is this what you meant by having it under control? I believe you simply wish to incite chaos, he remarked, but as a soldier, he maintained his composure and made the correct assessment. The Navy Code stipulated that attacking naval forces equated to declaring war, granting the Navy the right to retaliate. Indeed, the fierce Tiger Brigade, following without hesitation, raised their weapons and pulled the triggers, unleashing their military might upon those who dared to fire upon their leader. They were truly unaware of the peril they faced. A barrage of gunfire erupted, and all the guards who had aimed at Tanga collapsed to the ground, leaving only the guard captain, stunned and drenched in cold sweat. The square descended into chaos. As those who had been watching leisurely now scrambled for cover, their panic palpable. They had not anticipated the Navy would dare to fire, let alone kill. How could they, when those were the guards of Lord Villians? Stop! Foolish Navy! Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? How dare you attack the esteemed guards of Lord Villians? Prepare to face the consequences from the Navy headquarters, as Tanga and his entourage approached the crumpled guard captain. A group from the audience, previously poised to witness the spectacle, began to disperse. Among them, a middle-aged man clad in a butler's uniform shouted indignantly, "You dare to kill him, Vidi? I will ensure you pay for this. Someone, shoot them!" Silence fell as the normally obedient guards remained unresponsive, waiting for the true master to speak. At that moment, a gentleman in a tailored suit emerged from the palace, standing atop the grand staircase with a glass of red wine in hand. His gaze scrutinizing whom do you owe your allegiance? Who permitted you to fire your weapons here? Are you unaware that this place is under the protection of the world government? His triple inquiry, delivered with an air of superiority, gave the impression of someone untouchable. As for the fallen guards, they were of no concern to him. Yet under Tanga's command, the Navy soldiers ignored him, searching for non-existent bloodstains on themselves. Who was this world noble's servant to presume such authority? Villians, who had previously exuded an air of superiority, now wore a face of fury, his glass heart shattered by the sheer disregard he faced since arriving in Gran. You wretches must hail from Nabaran. I see. How poorly is Commander Jonathan managing his troops? Silence, Tanga retorted, lazily resting a hand on the hilt of his sword, exuding an air of indifference. Leonard sighed in resignation, adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized Villians. Lord Villians, we are the Navy from Nabaran that we received reports of pirate activity on Gran Island. When we were fired upon, we had every reason to suspect it was from a pirate lurking on the island, and we acted in accordance with our lawful authority. Now it was the turn of Lord Villians to exhibit his arrogance. Choosing to disregard the situation entirely, he remained silent. Yet naturally, someone spoke on his behalf. The steward, who had just moments ago appeared as if mourning a deceased son, re-emerged with fervor. You foolish imbeciles. Those are Lord Villians' guards, not pirates. How dare you slay them? This is an egregious crime. This estate is protected by the world government. With its flag flying overhead, you seek to betray the world government. Kneel and beg for mercy from our Lord. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Leonard, disinclined to engage further with this sycophantic servant of a world noble, found the steward's obsequiousness quite discomforting. After being disregarded twice in succession, the steward could no longer maintain his composure. He collapsed at Villians' feet, weeping profusely. Great Lord Villians, you must stand up for me. Vide was innocent. Yet the Navy killed him. They are utterly lawless, showing no regard for your authority. His heartfelt lament was so poignant that it could evoke tears from any observer, leaving one to wonder if it was the Navy that played the villain. The steward's grief and fury were starkly different from the plight of the Mochas, who were tied to a stake. I am doing my utmost to play my part, Tanga thought to himself. Meanwhile, Lord Villians, already at a loss for words, found himself provoked by the steward's outburst. You despicable Navy! I will report you to the naval headquarters. You have trespassed into a military exclusion zone, infringing upon the legitimate authority granted to me by the world government. Such a serious accusation would have sent others into a cold sweat. Yet, in the face of Violent's indictment, Tang Leonard stepped forth, unperturbed. You are but a fool. I fear no one in a war of words. Lord Violence, according to Article 7 of the World Government's Charter for Member States, Gran is not a kingdom. It possesses only autonomy, not military sovereignty, per Article 19 of the Naval Military Operations Regulations. In Gran, which holds only autonomy, the Navy possesses all powers to deal with pirates, regardless of time or place. The original charter of the World Conference clearly states that as the Lord of Gran, you have no authority to establish a military exclusion zone in front of the Navy. You are only entitled to unconditionally cooperate with the Navy in capturing pirates. With that, Leonard straightened his crisp naval uniform, exuding an air of nobility that eclipsed the so-called world noble sycophant. Silence reigned. This was a profound silence, as Violins and his subordinates were left dumbfounded by Leonard's barrage of legal jargon. Akin to a legal expert demolishing an unlettered layman, respect and awe filled the air. Indeed, those who wielded words proved far more formidable than those who merely wielded blades. One could hardly miss the sight of the once arrogant Lord trembling, rendered speechless and unable to counter. Tang Ge discovered a newfound revelation and, following Leonard's lead, decided to put it into action. The individuals who attacked us were clearly pirates, and now there are those speaking on their behalf. They must be accomplices. We shall take them back for questioning. This is an inviolable right granted to us by the world government. Drawing his black blade, he pointed it squarely at the steward still prostrated at Violent's feet, his gaze fixed on Violence like a hawk. Military law is merciless. Anyone who speaks for pirate accomplices is a traitor to the world government and must pay with their life. The steward, consumed by thoughts of avenging Lord Violent's son, was evidently unprepared for the sudden turn of events. Lord Violence, begone! You wretched fool! Do not tarnish my garments. Tang Ge's imposing presence compelled Violence, filled with uncontainable rage, to kick the steward aside. His curses splashing cold water on the steward's fervor. As the Navy dragged him away, the steward stood frozen, unable to accept this harsh reality. There are surely more pirates on this island. Leonard informed the warship to seal off the port. No ships are to enter or exit. Observing the so-called Lord capitulate and expel his own, Tang Ge felt no need to linger any longer. Also, take away the civilian who nearly fell victim to the pirates. They are a witness to this pronouncement. Leonard could not suppress a downward curl of his lips. Well, this is truly a way to offend Violence to the utmost, to directly pin the blame on those guards. If the Lord's guards are pirates, then what does that make the Lord? The pirate king. What a farcical lord. Merely a lapdog of the world nobility. Wouldn't you agree, Leonard? Leonard had called out Violent's name numerous times, as if fearful that others were unaware of his identity. He had only spoken a few words of reproach before. Why harbor such a grudge? The clangor of the Navy's departure echoed, as Violence could no longer contain his fury, shattering a large porcelain vase at the entrance of the palace. These contemptible Navy not only seized his steward, but also took away the declared criminal, and the subsequent remarks that struck at his wounds utterly humiliated him. This indignity ignited a fierce rage within him, as he glared with fiery eyes at a burly man wearing sunglasses beside him. Osley, why did you not act just now? You worthless fools, boasting of your might, yet cowering in the presence of the Navy. The man named Osley, standing nearby, reeking of alcohol, first bellowed at the merchant still lingering on the stairs, then turned to Violence with a sycophantic grin. Respected Lord Violence, it was not that I did not act. But that Navy officer was formidable. If you cannot present a valid reason, then be off with you. That was merely a Navy major. Bell could hold his own against you. How capable could he truly be? Violence, brimming with suppressed wrath, erupted in curses that left Osley, eager to curry favor, with a throbbing headache. Fool! Just now, you were paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a word, and now you scatter your anger everywhere. While Osley maintained a facade of politeness, internally he had already cursed this world noble's sycophant into oblivion. Respected Lord Violence, News just arrived from the port. This afternoon, a warship entered the naval base, captained by the Flame Tiger Major Tang Ge from Barren Fortress. The name Flame Tiger had wreaked havoc in the Barren Sea for the past 3 months, annihilating hundreds of pirate crews, his reputation unmatched, leaving even Osley, who had taken refuge in Gran, trembling in fear. Observing Violent's bewildered expression, he felt a wave of disdain swelling within. This fool. What else could he do besides being a lapdog for the world nobility? He remains utterly oblivious to events transpiring right under his nose. Over 3 months ago, the Cray brothers' pirate crew, with a bounty exceeding 200 million berries, was obliterated on Maya Island by the Flame Tiger. Not to mention the countless pirates with bounties over 10,000 who have perished at his hands. Though Violence may be incompetent, he still possessed an understanding of bounties exceeding 100 million. He had witnessed Osley's strength firsthand, which was only around 70 million. But how could this be? Is that Navy officer a natural devil fruit user? In Violent's eyes, only those renowned for their invincibility as natural users could achieve such feats. Osley felt a surge of frustration. Was this truly the time to ponder whether others were natural users? Had he not heard the Navy's orders to seal off the port and pursue the pirates? With the assistance of the Grand Navy, it was only a matter of time before these pirates, hidden beneath the world government's banner, would be uncovered. The pressing concern was how to weather this storm. For years, they had enjoyed a smooth life under the protection of this fool, free from the Navy's relentless pursuit, reveling in luxury, a truly delightful existence. Only today did he realize that this fool had left all cunning behind in Mariewa. Suddenly, a man bearing a flamethrower rushed in. Lord Violence, dire news. That brat Dorn has been taken to the naval base. I heard gunshots nearby and did not pursue, but hurried back with the men. What? How dare the Navy rescue that wretch? You two, what are you still doing here? Go to the naval base and retrieve him. Anyone who dares obstruct us shall be killed. The arrival of the man ignited Violent's fury, making him forget Osley's earlier words, as he hastily placed the blame squarely on the Navy. However, the Flame Tiger is still in Gran. Osley stammered. This fool had just spewed forth a torrent of words, and yet he seemed utterly clueless. Before Violence could respond, the newly arrived man, startled, turned to Osley. The Flame Tiger? Has he arrived in Gran? Just now, when you were absent, he killed Wade, took Vale away, and intends to block the port while strictly checking for pirates that a few of my subordinates entered the Grand Base this afternoon, and they have yet to return. They must have fallen into the hands of the fierce tiger. Our identities will soon be exposed, Warren said urgently. Osley sighed. Fortunately, there is someone with an active intellect who understands what the real issue is. He is a formidable character. So many powerful pirates have been annihilated by him one after another. If we do not prepare early, they will be in danger point. 2 useless fools. A mere major has frightened you to this extent. Humph! The ones who will surely come to rescue are those foolish Navy men. They do not comprehend the unique status of that scoundrel Dorn. Now, he has conveniently provided me with a reason to seek retribution. As long as they dare to resist, they will be opposing the world government. Regardless of what drivel the fierce tiger may be, he must die. Wyland scoffed. A venomous plot was forming in his mind. Regardless of whether those Navy men resist or not, he would have them executed, conveniently eliminating Bell, who had always been at odds with him. The justification would be for harboring a criminal sentenced to death by Judicial Island. Although the plot was clever, the individuals tasked with its execution felt trepidation. Osley and the man with the flamethrower exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. Idiots! You think it through well, but if you push him too hard, everyone here together will merely be delivering him a bounty. Useless. You two are utterly worthless. Wylands fumed. I had already made arrangements with Spandane from Judicial Island. As long as your bounties increased a little more, I would recommend you for the 7 warlords. Now, with such a splendid opportunity before us, you 2 worthless fools actually dare not take action. 7 warlords. These 3 words seemed to possess a certain magic, firmly captivating the 2 men, whose faces gradually revealed a fervent and bloodthirsty expression. Those are the 7 warlords, pirates who can brazenly plunder under the sun, rulers of the first half of the Grand Line. Merely painting a picture was insufficient to spur these 2 fools into action. Wylands added fuel to the fire. To ensure safety, I have brought assassins from the Dark World, just in time for this occasion. Assassins? It is the White Killer. Wylands was brimming with confidence. In his view, that Major Fierce Tiger could not possibly surpass Jonathan S. strength. The assassin he hired, with a bounty of only 80 million, had killed a notorious pirate with a bounty as high as 10,000. Thus becoming renowned in this icy realm of Gran, that assassin would thrive like a fish in water. Humph. These two fools are of no further use. They will be dealt with together later. Osley, Warren, gather everyone and come with me to the Navy. If they dare to resist, shoot them on the spot, as you wish, the great Lord Wylands. The allure of the 7 warlords was too great, and the fame of the White Killer instilled an inexplicable confidence in Osley and the man with the flamethrower, making them believe that the previous plan could indeed work to end the brick-laden lower level of the Grand Navy base. Captain, we have ascertained the situation of the intruders who entered the base this afternoon, Granary said gravely, revealing that his heart was far from calm, as if there were words left unspoken. Continue. I just went to the Lord's Manor. There are indeed pirates on this island. Sensing Granary's concerns, Tonga pointed at the butler being held by his subordinates. Yes, they are all pirates, and their captain is the violent hammer Osley, with a bounty of 70,000, Granary stated. Tonga glanced at Leonard, who appeared troubled on the way back, as if he had something to say. Leonard? After standing quietly for a moment, Leonard retrieved a bounty notice from a folder he carried. Violent hammer Osley, captain of the Hammer Pirate crew, bounty of 70,000 berries. Active in the Baronne Sea 3 years ago, disappeared shortly after Commander Jonathan took office. Just now, there was a man in a suit beside Lord Wylands, although his appearance had changed somewhat and sunglasses concealed some facial features. He was indeed the same person as in this bounty notice. That Leonard's statement struck Granary like a hammer, solidifying the information obtained during the interrogation. There can be no mistake. The first mate has an electronic eye and an impeccable memory. Then it is certain. A glimmer of disbelief crossed Granary's face as he continued. About 3 years ago, Osley was under the protection of Lord Wylands of Grand Island, and the arsonist pirate crew was also under that protection. The sheltered pirates, with Wylands' assistance, escaped the Navy's pursuit and became his henchmen, helping him suppress the Grand residents who dared to resist his rule. Over the years, hundreds of civilians have perished at the hands of pirates. When that pirate revealed the truth, my mind went blank for several seconds. Speaking of this, the Navy tough guy appeared somewhat pained. This brutal truth dealt a devastating blow to his steadfast belief in justice. Comparable to the confusion that arose when the 7 warlord system was introduced, the collusion between a lord under the world government and pirates was a reality spreading among Navy soldiers, reigniting the confusion that had emerged since the announcement of the 7 warlord system. That don't be naive. Where there is light, there is darkness. What we must do is to uphold true justice. In contrast, Tonga remained quite calm. Regardless of the world, the narrative of unscrupulous landlords colluding with bandits to harm civilians unfolds. However, how can the complicity and protection of corrupt officials be absent from this scenario? Who was in charge of the Grand Navy base at that time? It was Colonel Nick, who was transferred to East Blue as a brigadier general a year ago. Are you suspecting? The one speaking was Leonard, as he alone could recall such precise information. Not suspicion, but certainty. We uncovered this in a single day. How could he, having been here for 2 years, fail to discover it? Moreover, we brought along a pirate accomplice. Didn't we? Just ask him, and we will know. The reality is not just about whether it has been discovered. The colonel named Nick has somehow managed to be promoted to brigadier general, and the relationships involved are likely not limited to the Baronne fortress. All eyes turned to the butler, who had been feigning ignorance. The murderous gazes felt like knives slicing at him, causing his psychological defenses to crumble. Ultimately, he was merely a villain wielding borrowed power. I ask, can I exchange for a life? The desire to survive triumphed over loyalty to his master, and his resentment toward his master for casting him out surpassed his fear of his master's authority. That depends on whether what you say is worth a life. Tonga remained non-committal. Understood. The pirates sheltered by Lord Wylands are not just the violent pirate crew and the arsonist pirate crew, but also some criminals and scoundrels originally on the island. Colonel Nick of the island's navy is fully aware of this. However, when Lord Wylands promised to help him rise in rank and provided him with a large sum of money. Colonel Nick feigned ignorance, failing to intervene against the pirates' misdeeds on the island, and even conspired to kill the civilians who sought to report them. The butler cooperated fully, divulging everything he knew. It seemed that Wyland's push had led him to abandon all restraint. At that moment, a sigh emanated from outside the lighthouse. Indeed, only then did the Navy inside realize that at some point a figure draped in a white cloak of justice stood outside the lighthouse. Tang Ge turned to gaze at the man who had just spoken. "You must have known all along, Colonel Bell." The newcomer was tall and stout, wearing a white fur hat, his small, round eyes resembling those of a standing polar bear. He was the base commander, Bora Bell this moment. His expression was complex, a blend of anger and disappointment, guilt mixed with a hint of surprise that I never expected to meet under such circumstances. "It is an honor, fierce Tiger Tonga." In fact, I did not anticipate that Colonel Nick had strayed so far from the path of justice, daring even to kill civilians who sought to report him. 3 years ago, the Baron Fortress received reports of pirates on Grand Island. Just a day later, Colonel Nick reported that the mayor of Whale Peak Town was colluding with pirates to attack Grand, directly sentencing the mayor's family to death. The subsequent ruling from Judicial Island also declared the mayor's family's crimes undeniable, sealing the matter. Now it seems that the individuals murdered in collusion by Wylands and Nick were indeed the mayor's family. Once justice is tarnished, trust from the populace is lost, and no wonder when I arrived in Grand, the residents despised Wylands and the Navy alike. Colonel Bell's small eyes turned towards the butler, seeking to glean the intricate details of the unfolding events. Lord Villians, upon his arrival in Grand, had aspired to augment the catch of the colossal ice sturgeon, aiming to amass greater wealth to that time. The mayor, elected by the residents of Grand, enjoyed the unwavering support of the populace. Under his leadership, many of Villians' policies failed to materialize. Ultimately, 3 years ago, Villians, unable to endure the opposition any longer, colluded with pirates and enlisted Colonel Nick to prepare a forceful suppression of the dissenting residents. However, the mayor became aware of the pirate conspiracy and promptly reported it to the Grand Base and the Baron's Fortress. Consequently, Villians resolved to act preemptively, assassinating the mayor and framing him for the collusion with pirates. After the Grand Base was reassigned, the butler and his son Weed frequently found themselves apprehended and severely punished by Bell. Hence, the butler harbored a natural fear of this formidable Navy colonel, divulging Villians' misdeeds with unrestrained candor. Following the mayor's demise, the remaining residents became disunited, compounded by the violent suppression from Osley and Warren. Villians coerced the inhabitants of Grand into fishing, confiscating all catches of ice sturgeon, and those who failed to meet the quotas faced execution. Today, the Mocha family met such a fate, publicly executed by his orders. And you were deliberately lured to the dock. At this juncture, the truth about Grand Island finally emerged. Villians, in conjunction with Colonel Nick, had conspired with 2 pirate crews, weaving a tightly knit web of terror that ravaged the peaceful community of Whale Peak. Take him away and ensure he is closely monitored. He may still prove useful, Tang Ge commanded, waving his hand to direct the Navy to escort the butler out, then turned to Colonel Bell, who appeared somewhat awkward. "Colonel Bell, was all of this orchestrated for my awareness? Should you not be forthright in your disclosures, whether reporting the presence of pirates in Grand or arranging the Navy at the Grand Base?" Only the highest commander there could have executed such plans. The surrounding Navy personnel, all subordinates of Tang Ge, cast glances at Colonel Bell imbued with a hint of coldness. This man dared to scheme against us. As the veiled machinations were laid bare, Colonel Bell's small eyes widened slightly. Yet he felt no shame. Rather, he sighed in relief. "I merely wish to implore you to save the people here," Major Tang Ge earnestly stated. "Commander Jonathan reassigned me to Grand due to his awareness of the issues here, yet Villians' sensitive status necessitates cautious handling, even by the Navy." Fixating on Colonel Bell's small eyes for a moment, Tang Ge calmly remarked, "Our dialogue has commenced on a promising note, Colonel Bell. This fellow was dispatched by Jonathan, indicating his reliability. My sincerest apologies. Major Tang Ge, I resorted to unsavory means that might have amused you." Colonel Bell, having cast aside his concerns, appeared somewhat endearing. "Let us discuss that later. I trust my arrival in Grand will not be devoid of follow-up." Tang Ge now yearned for substantive matters, He had begun to understand why Jonathan had repeatedly emphasized the importance of discretion. Colonel Bell was indeed audacious. Ahem. Major Tonga, your insight is truly commendable. I initially intended to collaborate with you to apprehend the pirates upon your arrival, to uncover evidence of their collusion with villains, and submit it to the Navy headquarters for the world government to hold him accountable. Colonel Bell's voice dwindled as he noticed Tonga's gaze, which resembled that directed at a fool. Is that all? Captain Johnson and the others have returned. Some are injured. At that moment, a Navy officer reported from outside the lighthouse, dissolving the awkward atmosphere. The medical room was strewn with blood-soaked cotton. Grand Island's climate was already frigid, yet it paled in comparison to the icy chill emanating from Tonga's eyes. Johnson had brought back over a dozen men, all injured, but after rudimentary bandaging, their conditions were deemed stable. The most severely injured was Penny, whose upper body was enveloped in thick bandages, his lips pale from excessive blood loss, now lying on the bed, groaning in agony. What is his condition? Tonga inquired of the military doctor stationed at the Grand Base. Worry etched on his face. I in this world. Penny and Shelton were his closest companions, with Jonathan trailing behind them. The military doctor, seemingly affected by Tonga's imposing presence, gently wiped the sweat from his brow. His physique is robust, and the injuries are not life-threatening. He has passed the most perilous period. With ample rest, he should recover without issue. Thank you. Please inform me if you require anything. Tonga exhaled softly, relieved by the doctor's reassurances. However, the intangible pressure within the medical room did not dissipate with his relaxation. Rather, it intensified, akin to a furious beast. Who did this? Why was no signal flare deployed? His voice was frigid, laced with a burning intent to kill, causing the Navy personnel present to flinch. Were the young Navy officers this fearsome? Feeling the palpable pressure, Colonel Bell discreetly glanced at Tonga. He had initially assumed that this Navy prodigy, favored by Commander Jonathan, would be strong but limited, perhaps slightly exceeding his own capabilities. After all, he had his own trump cards. Now, whether it was an illusion, it felt as though the aura radiating from Fiery Tiger surpassed even that of Commander Jonathan. This was perplexing. It was done by a subordinate of Villians, Johnson stammered, noting the captain's frightening demeanor, then added, they were pirates. He himself was injured, having extracted several bullets from his body, yet his muscular build had prevented any bullets from penetrating. The enemy is formidable. They didn't even afford us the opportunity to signal for help. Had the pirates not retreated, we would have been in grave danger. Boss, Penny, lying on the medical bed, weakly spoke. It is my fault, and I have caused you trouble. Severe blood loss had rendered him fatigued, and it took considerable time for him to articulate his thoughts. What transpired? Tonga gently urged Penny, glancing at Shelton, based on his understanding of Penny. This individual would typically shy away from such situations, yet he was the most severely injured this time, which seemed incongruous. Shelton, equally anxious, wiped away tears and led a silver-haired boy towards them. Boss, this is Don, and I implore you to save him. Don's family has perished, leaving him to scavenge for food. Today, we encountered those pirates bullying him, and he was injured while we rescued him. Shelton's somber voice clarified the earlier events. Johnson and the others had managed to reach the dock, and while Penny and Shelton hid in the back, they discovered Don rummaging through garbage for food. Upon learning of his tragic circumstances through inquiries with the ordinary residents of Grand Island, their compassion surged, leading them to rescue Don, only to be discovered by the pirates. Colonel Bell bitterly remarked that Don was the late mayor's grandson, and due to his tender age, he had not been executed. Villians had intentionally left him on the island and frequently sent people to torment him. Since Don had been declared guilty by Judicial Island, the Navy was powerless to assist him directly. Alas, he is an orphan. Those two fools are usually timid, yet they disregard their safety when confronting their own kind. Initially, Tonga felt a disconnect, as though experiencing a narrative from a distance. Yet now, genuine emotions crashed against his heart. Anger. A desire to overturn this lawless land. Crouching down, he gazed into Don's hollow eyes, causing a twinge in the heart of one who had lived two lives, sensing the difference in the person before him. Don produced a pristine white fish from his tattered clothing and extended it to Tonga, his eyes fixed intently, silent. Reaching out, Tonga ruffled Don's hair as he accepted the snowy fish. Don, We shall share this fish tomorrow." He then stood upright, flames flickering in his eyes. Vengeance would not wait, and with Don's plight in mind, there was no way to let that fool escape justice. Tang Ge suddenly broke into a grim smile and strode purposefully towards the room's exit. Whether wicked or virtuous, no one is worthless. Only the victor reigns, while the vanquished are despised. It was a contest of who possessed greater resolve and strength. The surrounding Navy personnel momentarily misinterpreted his words as mere expressions of anger. Until, boom, 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 a sudden explosion erupted at close range, illuminating the naval base amidst the darkness of the night. The immense shock wave sent a torrent of dust swirling into the barracks, shattering glass windows in a spectacular display. In an instant, chaos ensued. It was an enemy attack. The Navy personnel within the base, renowned for their elite status, quickly regained their composure following the explosion, seizing their weapons in preparation for a counterstrike. Outside the rudimentary iron fences, Villians took matters into his own hands, personally leading a throng of people to surround the naval base. .3 cannons positioned in the rear still emitted wisps of white smoke from their barrels. He believed he had identified the Navy's Achilles heel, confident that they would not dare to resist, reveling in his triumph. The humiliation he endured during the day, he was determined to make the Navy pay back 100-fold. "Villians, have you lost your mind? How dare you attack the Navy? Are you attempting to betray the world government?" Colonel Bell shouted in fury as he emerged from the barracks, only to realize that the assailant was indeed Villians. The remnants of flames, thick smoke, and searing heat surrounding him served as stark reminders that Villians was serious about his intentions. He glanced at Tang Ge, perched atop the barracks. Had it not been for this individual blocking the artillery fire, the Navy would have suffered catastrophic losses and been swiftly overwhelmed by Villians' forces. In such a scenario, the truth about Grand Island, along with the Navy, would be obliterated and branded as villains. It must be said. He had underestimated the ruthlessness of Villians, a sycophant of the world's elite. Villians cast a disdainful glance at Bell. That scoundrel Dorn was found guilty by Judicial Island. Whoever aids him is complicit in harboring a criminal and challenging the authority of the world government. As the appointed Lord of Grand, I possess the authority to deal with anyone who dares to defy the world government, including the Navy. I now offer you a chance. Surrender the criminal Dorn and kneel in supplication, and I may consider sparing your life." He could not help but laugh triumphantly at the thought of the Navy, especially that one named Leonard, begging for mercy. "Pa!" Bell spat disdainfully onto the snow, expressing his utter contempt. "What foolish delusions! I, Bora Bell, a man of renown, would never bow before a lackey like you. Moreover, given your collusion with pirates, the Navy headquarters would never overlook your treachery." The term lackey struck a nerve with Villians. A look of resentment flashing across his face. "You seek your own demise. The Navy's complicity with criminals is a fate they richly deserve, and the Navy headquarters will have nothing to say. Furthermore, in my plans, these pirates will also be dealt with once they have served their purpose." The outcome was clear. The Navy's protection of criminals would lead to their downfall, while he would gain accolades for eradicating pirates. A flawless scheme. Kill. The Navy harbors criminals and dares to resist. By the authority granted to me by the world government, I command that all Navy personnel be executed. The majority of those surrounding the naval base were pirates, long pursued by the Navy. Now that they had the opportunity to strike back, this reversal of roles sent the pirates into a frenzy of exhilaration. Yes, they rallied, obeying the great Lord Villian's command. The flimsy iron fence was toppled, and under the leadership of the bounty hunters Osley and Warren, the pirates surged into the naval base. Enough talk. Tonight, it is either your death or mine. With this rabble of pirates you've brought, you think they can kill me? As Colonel Bell witnessed the situation spiraling into chaos, he no longer held back. With a furious roar, his form expanded dramatically, his already towering frame doubling in size. Transforming into a nearly 4-meter-tall polar bear, he charged headlong into the oncoming horde of pirates. He was an animal-type devil fruit user, a fact Villians could not possibly know, as he had never revealed this capability during his encounters with the Grand Pirates. Moreover, that individual was still present tonight. Villians was clearly courting disaster. An animal-type user? This is bad. Osley, wielding a heavy warhammer, was struck by a massive paw, sent reeling backward as if struck by a mountain. Blood spewing from his mouth, he had never anticipated that the Navy, whom he had considered evenly matched, could conceal such potent strength. Transformed into polar bear form, Bell's combat prowess had more than doubled, catching Osley completely off guard. Shave. The colossal figure of Colonel Bell executed the six powers technique, barreling through the battlefield like a rampaging tank, aiming to eliminate Osley first. "Help me," Osley cried out, realizing he could not face Bell alone. Boom! A torrent of flames surged toward Bell, blocking his path. It was Warren, the arsonist. A cacophony of pained screams erupted. The earlier flames had spread widely, singeing part of Bell's form. The once pristine white fur was now charred black, and the stench of burnt flesh filled the air. His fur was highly flammable, forcing him to halt his pursuit. The six powers technique's speed enhancement was astonishing, yet Bell's expertise was not high enough to fully exploit it. He could only charge in a straight line, his massive size proving ill-suited for the agile maneuvers required. Meanwhile, Osley regrouped with Warren, and several pirates were caught in the flames, becoming erratic fireballs that ignited several tall buildings surrounding the base, illuminating the night sky. "Did you think I was unaware of your hidden cards?" Villians observed from his elevated position, unperturbed by Bell's transformation into a giant bear, even allowing a smirk to grace his features. Whoosh from the distant sky, a high-velocity shell soared toward Bell, accompanied by a frightening sonic boom. Bang! The shell detonated mid-air before reaching him, unleashing a shower of tiny bullets like petals scattered by the wind. Seastone, Bell's massive form gleamed with metallic luster. The defensive capability of the sea stone combined with the resilience of an animal-type devil fruit user was sufficient to withstand the barrage. However, upon contact with the bullets, an overwhelming weakness enveloped him, prompting a cry of despair. It was sea stone, the very substance designed to counteract devil fruit users, a strategic resource strictly controlled by the Navy headquarters. How could it have fallen into Villian's hands? Stripped of his bare form and its defenses, countless bullets pierced his body, the relentless softness and excruciating pain causing Bell to writhe agonizingly on the ground. Moreover, gazing upon the imposing figure emerging from the darkness, cold sweat poured forth, more than the blood flowing from his wounds, as the agony of blood loss intertwined with sheer terror, inducing violent tremors throughout his body. It was over. How could the White Reaper appear here? "Ha ha, fool! Your eyesight is remarkable. Did you think you were the only one with hidden cards? Now, how do you feel? This is the fate that befalls those who dare oppose me. Go forth and repent in fear." Villians chuckled triumphantly as he witnessed the despair in Bell's eyes, all his negativity evaporating in an instant. Fortunately, he had anticipated Bell's hidden trump card and, through an introduction, procured a killer with absolute strength to suppress him. Whether it was the animal-type devil fruit user Bell or that so-called fiery tiger, both would serve as stepping stones for Villians to ascend to greater heights. The inferno raged at the luxurious estate by the coast, flames illuminating the colossal figure concealed in darkness, a giant towering at 20 meters, wielding an enormous rifle over 10 meters long, with a pair of red-tinted binoculars perched upon its eyes, radiating an ominous crimson glow. Yeah, to personally send so many Navy personnel to their doom would surely be a thrilling spectacle. The giant let out a triumphant roar, raising its right hand skyward in a victorious gesture. This iconic pose belonged to Yeti Rocky. Not only did Bell recognize him, but many more Navy personnel also identified the giant. Just moments ago, when Colonel Bell transformed into a colossal bear and swept through the pirates, the Navy was filled with exhilaration. Now, witnessing this giant roar in the darkness, they were engulfed in despair. Leonard, having evacuated a multitude of wounded to the Flame Soul warship, gazed at the enormous silhouette flickering amidst the blazing coastal structures. He opened the folder in his hand and withdrew a bounty notice. White Killer Yeti Rocky, Snow Mountain Orc, bounty of 80 million. He gained notoriety after slaying the bounty of 10,000 berries on Mad Horse Gibbs a month ago, and is a sniper with extraordinary long-range killing capabilities. Does this bounty notice come with audio? Leonard glanced at Shelton, standing nearby, and instantly understood. He was the only one aboard the warship who could converse with him. Noticing Shelton's concern, Leonard uncharacteristically offered reassurance. Have faith in our captain. He is destined to reach the pinnacle, and such minor characters pose no threat. For the meticulous Leonard, such blind confidence would not typically reside in his heart. Yet it was uniquely reserved for that man, that if even he cannot ascend to the summit, then who in this world can? Of course, I firmly believe our leader is the strongest. No one is more convinced of this than I am. Shelton responded resolutely, then cautiously added, I noticed Colonel Bell seemed on the verge of being trampled by the pirates. Leonard looked toward the ground that had been trampled by the pirates, and indeed, the white navy cloak of Colonel Bell, who had just transformed into a giant bear, was tattered and torn. I could see this moment. He finally comprehended the phrase their captain often uttered. All ability users have their weaknesses. Indeed, utterly unreliable, the morale of the Navy at the Grand Naval Base plummeted like an avalanche upon the emergence of the giant known as Yeti Rocky in the darkness, with Bell, the tank-like embodiment of a raging bear. Now fallen, the battlefield situation tilted dramatically in one direction. The Navy soldiers at the front could no longer withstand the onslaught of Osley and Warren, either being struck by heavy blows or engulfed in flames. Screaming in agony as they fell, the defeat was catastrophic, with over 100 Navy personnel retreating in disarray from the Grand Base. Annihilate this group of Navy. The 7 warlords shall be ours. The situation took a sharp downer for the Navy, as Osley and Warren fully unleashed their pirate brutality, following the demoralized Grand Navy, engaging in widespread slaughter. Whoosh, 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 several cannonballs fell into the surging pirate throng. The explosions caused by gunpowder generated intense heat, shock waves, and flying shrapnel, devastating a large swath of pirates preparing to assault the fallen. The ground was marred with craters, devoid of any human presence in the midst of the cacophony of battle. There was suddenly a moment of silence. During this pause, the pursuing pirates and the retreating Grand Navy became disconnected. By the time the pirates regained their senses, the Navy before them had transformed into a force that was starkly different from the one moments ago. A Navy brimming with murderous intent. Led by Nori, the combat unit aboard the Flame Soul took a position near the warship, relying on the barracks, guarding a narrow strip of land. That we are the elite troops of Nabaran, the Fierce Tiger Brigade under the banner of Fierce Tiger. Today, let this group of pirates witness our military might that sweeps across the seas. Though few in number, their synchronized battle cries eclipsed all other noises on the battlefield, akin to warriors swimming against the current. Charging headlong into the revitalized pirates. Boom, boom, boom. The main cannons of the warship roared, unleashing a barrage upon the cluster pirates. The naval cannons, with a much larger caliber than land-mounted artillery, possessed a power beyond comparison. A single cannonball explosion often obliterated all within its vicinity. This moving artillery platform quickly caught the attention of Violence. Tonight, he was all in. He had to utterly crush the Navy to escape the impending reckoning. Rocky, destroy that warship. Drive them into the sea to drown. Such is the fate of those who defy me. Huh. The bloody carnage provided an overwhelming sensory thrill, his tone laced with brutal malice and the ecstasy of victory. At this moment, most of the Navy had lost their fighting spirit, with only a handful still resisting. However, their numbers were scant, and victory was already in his grasp. Roar! Raising the extraordinarily long rifle, which had a caliber akin to that of a naval cannon, Yeti Rocky aimed at the warship on the sea through his red-tinted binoculars. What a pity, it's within my range. One shot, and it'll be another grand firework. How delightful. His fingers covered in white fur. Squeezed the trigger, and a bullet the size of a cannonball shot forth from the chamber, emitting a chilling sonic boom. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated through the air, ferocious gunpowder igniting in a brilliant flash, illuminating the entire coastline. Buzz! Another blue light streaked past, the shockwave and smoke from the explosion parting, as a figure, unbeknownst to Wynn, shattered the air and soared towards the giant. It's the captain. Eliminate that long-haired beast-man. Captain, slay these arrogant fools who dare to act brazenly before us. Go, Fierce Tiger. Drawn by the mid-air explosion, the Fierce Tiger Brigade immediately spotted Tang Ge, who had been standing on the barracks roof, dashing like a bolt of lightning towards Yeti Rocky. who had shocked everyone upon his entrance. This was their unwavering belief and the pillar of their conviction and victory. They firmly believed that fierce tiger Tang Ge was the strongest. They had witnessed this man's unrelenting diligence and his steadfast will. More resolute than anyone else. Go, slay that damned snow mountain killer, and let the world know the name of the fierce tiger. With the hopes of the Navy resting upon him, Tang Ge surged forward, leaving behind circles of white footprints, reminiscent of a celestial ladder. Fool, you are now within my range as well. It was not that he had been merely posturing or ignoring the plight of others while watching Bell being defeated and the Grand Navy crumble. Rather, a sense of imminent danger had compelled him to wait in place for the enemy in the shadows to reveal themselves. Now, this giant beast man named Yediraki, in his arrogance, had indeed stepped into the light. Believing he had the upper hand, oblivious to the fact that he had already activated Moonwalk and was rapidly closing the distance. Arrogant and self-assured, such negative emotions caused this killer, who had recently slain a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, to lose the vigilance expected of a strong warrior. Just a moment ago, Yediraki had been basking in victory, preparing to celebrate the warship's destruction, when his expression suddenly changed, and he hastily aimed at the approaching Navy. Retreating rapidly, as an excellent sniper, his reflexes were undeniably swift, and the advantages of being a snow mountain orc were vividly displayed. He had been so engrossed in his own triumph that he only realized the Navy had closed into such a distance at the last moment. Fortunately, he could both retreat and aim forward while firing. This was the ultimate skill that allowed him to thrive in the world of assassins, with the advantage of the giant's long legs. As long as he was given time, he could once again create distance. To that point, he would surely leave this Navy soldier in a dire predicament, slowly exhausting him to death. His fingers, covered in white fur, pressed the trigger. At the same time, Tang Ge, who was now close enough, was enveloped in swirling black energy, his speed doubling as he instantly reached Yediraki's front. The air was rent with sonic booms, and the long frozen ground was upheaved by the shockwave, creating a snow dragon buzz. The blade fell swiftly, cleaving through the path of life and death. The blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp, resonant hum, cleaving through all obstacles in its path, delineating the boundary between life and death. First, the steel-forged barrel was severed as if it were mere wood, the bullet struck by the firing pin splitting in two and detonating within the chamber. The residual force of the blade continued unabated, severing the arm that wielded the gun, sending it soaring into the night sky. The explosive flash had yet to fully bloom, and the shattered fragments still scattered through the air. The severed arm lingered aloft, the agonizing pain not yet fully transformed into desperate wails of suffering. In an instant, Tang Ge appeared before Yediluachi's chest, his right hand drawn back like a taut bow. Plunging forward with ferocity, black tiger heart extraction, the air emitted a dull thud, as if it had been ruptured. The ferocious force of his punch shattered Luachi's massive ribcage, creating a crescent-shaped indentation on his chest. The ripples of bone and flesh radiating outward. Mountains overturned. Another simple, yet devastating strike. The overwhelming power erupted, lifting Yediluachi's colossal form off the ground. Blood mingled with shattered organs erupted from his mouth, and the force traversed through him, creating a circular shockwave behind. Cough. With a blend of dread and indignation, the ostentatious sniper lost all signs of life midair. The outcome had been predetermined the moment he emerged from the shadows into the light. A long-range sniper, so brazenly close to the battlefield, slain by Tang Ge, a mere brute force, could hardly be deemed unjust. Yet, some were far from pleased. Useless. I haven't to even unleash my third move, and he is already dead. How can he possibly be worth an 8 million bounty? In a flash, Tang Ge had dispatched Yediluachi, his voice erupting in an anguished roar, imbued with the frustrations of unspent power. This fool, with his immense reputation, ended up like this? Such a waste of the giant race's advantages, falling so easily, and he wasn't even a devil fruit user. Fortunately, he was not one to revel in the desecration of corpses. He redirected his gaze, locking onto Osley and Warren, who had plunged into the ranks of the fierce Tiger Corps. These two were rumored to also bear bounties in the tens of millions. With each step, he unleashed a series of white shockwaves as he charged toward the towering pirate captains. How could this be? The sniper, Yeti Luachi, famed for his 1,000-belly bounty kills, was felled in an instant, leaving Osley and Warren, who had just entered the fray, in utter disbelief. Just a minute prior, they were emboldened by their pursuit of the vanquished Bell. Yet in the blink of an eye, their greatest ally lay defeated. The concave dent in his chest left no doubt of his impending doom. The journey from heaven to hell had a direct route, taking merely a minute if they could not overcome Yeti Luachi. How could they hope to prevail? Run. Yet their thoughts of escape came too late. Tang Ge, fueled by rage, had already arrived. His upper body surged with internal energy. His fist, as large as a bowl, unleashed its full might. Boom! A circle of white air erupted. The earth-shattering force snapped Osley's arms, which had been raised in defense, and crashed into his body. There was no time for a response that Osley's form hurtled like an unstoppable cannonball into the Navy barracks. Boom! The barracks exploded, bricks and wood scattering, stained with droplets of crimson, as a violent gust of wind sent dust spiraling skyward, a futile effort. A single blow could not withstand such might. Tang Ge clenched his fist, scanning the bewildered pirates, akin to a ferocious tiger surveying its territory. Those caught in his gaze felt as if beset by countless negative auras. The hairs on the nape of their necks stood on end, their eyes wide with profound terror. In another flash, the ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web. Tang Ge shot forth like an arrow, aimed at Warren, who bore a large canister on his back. Osley! Warren, shocked by the sheer destructive force, cried out in despair. Let us die, together. Everyone perish. Realizing escape was futile, he cranked his flamethrower to its maximum, but a dragon of fire erupted into the sky, surging toward the surrounding crowd. Fear, an overwhelming dread, surged forth, transforming into a bitter concoction of regret. Before he could swallow this bitter pill, Tang Ge approached with a ferocity that eclipsed even the formidable Bell's earlier transformation into a bear. Buzz! One blade to ascend, a strike devoid of flourish. This was the culmination of countless basic sword swings honed to perfection. It was the most resolute slash yet. The blade sliced through the air like a knife through water. Explosive power surging forth along a slender fissure, manifesting as a blue aura that diffused through the atmosphere. The fiery serpentine tendrils were cleaved in two, bursting into a shower of sparks cascading downward. Everything in front was similarly severed. The night's chaos was thus divided in two by this single stroke. A.S. Warren, still gasping for breath, suddenly beheld a headless figure, clutching the severed remains of his flamethrower. Ah, this was indeed himself. Consciousness lingered at that moment, as an endless darkness enveloped him, swallowing him whole. Captain Warren, the once dominant Captain Osley, who had boasted of ascending to the Seven Warlords, was reduced to a bloody pulp by a single punch. While Captain Warren, flamethrower in hand, was cleaved in two, this dramatic reversal rendered the pirates as immobile as if their legs were filled with lead. The fierce Tiger Corps, still holding their ground, were equally astonished by the abrupt turn of events. But in an instant, that shock transformed into exuberance. Kill! They transitioned from defense to retaliation, toppling the paralyzed pirates, and under the leadership of the fierce Tiger Corps, the morale of the retreating Grand Navy surged. Amidst frenzied roars, they rallied from despair and defeat, joining the counteroffensive against the pirates. Stripped of their two captain support, fear spread like wildfire among the pirates. One dropped his weapon and fled, causing those around him to follow suit. Abandoning their arms and retreating, before the Navy could mount a counterattack, a rout ensued. Run! To the ship! To the sea! All pirates were in flight, and the Navy, having shed their earlier despondence, pursued fiercely from his elevated vantage. Veelens observed the scene with rapt attention. His expression was a tapestry of emotions. The joy of impending victory, the savagery of slaughter, the satisfaction of success, and the astonishment of the reversal of fortunes. So many psychological currents played across his face. The rapid shift was overwhelming, rendering him a mere observer, unwilling to accept the reality unfolding before him. Stories often begin in tragedy, yet through the relentless efforts of a benevolent protagonist, they culminate in the triumph of justice and the downfall of villains. Such tales, though somewhat cliché, are still immensely gratifying. You know what aspect of such stories I cherish most? A clear, ringing voice pulled villains back to reality as Tang Ge ascended the steps at a measured pace. Engaging in a self-answering soliloquy, it is the entrance. The thrill of a villain being overturned at the brink of success is undeniably exhilarating. Yet, it is the moment of entrance that captivates me most. That moment. Everyone has the potential to become the protagonist. The underdog can rise, the worthless can soar, the genius can falter, and the villain can triumph. Anything is possible. Just like tonight, you have displayed sufficient decisiveness, ruthlessness, and capability, wielding overwhelming strength at your entrance. Had it not been for that giant's need to show off, the outcome could have been far less certain. After listening to his lengthy monologue, Velan's finally regained his composure, adjusting his bow tie and smoothing back his disheveled hair. One must always maintain an air of nobility, like one holding the trump card for reversal. He spoke with a hint of disdain. The fate of the villain? Fool! Do you think you have one? You have no idea of the formidable forces behind me. Ignorant navy, whether it be Judicial Island or the world government. They are powers you cannot contend with. Moreover, I am a member of the lofty world aristocracy. Dare you lay a finger on me, and it is not just you, a mere naval lieutenant, but the entirety of your barren fortress that will face annihilation. With a final, anguished scream, it was due to his finger, which had reached out to point at Tang Ge, being severed. The pain of a severed digit, deeply connected to the heart, was enough to rend one's very soul. I have exchanged a few trifling words with you merely to confirm a statement, and yet you dare to overstep your bounds? However, Wayland C. could no longer utter a sound. Tang Ge, finding his wailing excessively loud, had removed his jaw, leaving all cries stifled in his throat. It was not Tang Ge's style to torment such a scoundrel, but he shook his head in disappointment. Even these paper tigers have been summoned. It seems you are truly out of options. You were correct. At the outset, when I learned of your misdeeds, my intent was solely to capture you and deliver you to the world government. Yet, your men nearly took my brother's life, and this debt can only be settled with you. Unfortunate for you. It is often said that villains perish due to their own verbosity, having spoken so much without any semblance of a twist. It only serves to affirm that you are not the villain. This Wayland C. is but a minor lord, yet the forces he commands are formidable. Even knowing this scoundrel is steeped in evil, I do not wish to personally execute him, for it would bring trouble upon myself. Based on years of watching television and films, I know that when a protagonist slays such a pawn with connections, there will surely be others seeking retribution. Thus, the protagonist must eliminate those seeking vengeance, only to have even more formidable foes emerge, leading the protagonist to ultimately receive experience points in a cycle that culminates in their ascension to the pinnacle of the world. Tang Ge does not believe himself to be that protagonist. One who has died without understanding does not possess such blind confidence. Contemplate confronting the ultimate powers of this world before even leaving the novice village is not bravery, but rather a path to self-destruction. However, Pan Ni's injury altered his resolve that he feared losing those he cared for, losing that relentless heart, sensing the resolute murderous intent emanating from the Navy officer before him. Wayland C. finally panicked. The fear that had eluded him even in the face of failure suddenly flickered in his eyes. He had assumed that this Navy officer would merely hand him over to the world government. Yet here he was, intent on murder. The facade crumbled. Forgetting the excruciating pain in his finger, he knelt and fervently begged for mercy. The confidence he once held dissipated. Do not engage in futile struggles. You have committed numerous heinous acts, and I shall arrange for a particularly special method of execution for you. Did you not enjoy binding people to stake for execution? I believe we can draw inspiration from that. The sight of Wayland C. in such a state extinguished any desire Tang Ge had to speak further. He commanded his soldiers to bind him securely and proclaimed loudly, "Leonard, notify the others that Lord Wayland C. of Gran is an impostor. Having conspired with pirates to harm the citizens of Gran and attempted to attack the naval base to cover up the truth at dawn, he shall be publicly executed in the square for all to witness. Leonard, who had been organizing the soldiers to tend to the wounded, did not respond immediately, waiting until Tang Ge approached him. "Captain, you had already intended to kill Wei Lunci the moment you first laid eyes on him. Hadn't you?" It was evident that he had overheard Tang Ge's previous words to Wei Lunci. "Haha, Leonard, now you truly resemble my subordinate." In response to the question, Tang Ge chuckled. Indeed, from the very beginning, he had no intention of sparing Wei Lunci. Although eliminating such a scumbag of a lord would certainly attract some trouble, the Navy forces behind him were not to be underestimated. This was a stepping stone he cast toward the Navy organization. "Aye, Captain." Leonard's typically unchanging expression bore a rare smile as he rendered a solemn salute. After Leonard concluded his report, Baron Kaido hung up the phone. His mind buzzing with thoughts, his usually pristine hairstyle now disheveled. His head ached. He had a modest understanding of the situation on Grand Island, but he was well aware of Tang Ge's temperament. Thus, he had repeatedly cautioned him before his arrival. Yet, in an instant, this troublesome scoundrel had stirred up such a commotion. Wei Lunci was indeed deserving of death. Leonard had recounted every event that transpired after Tang Ge's arrival on Gran, also providing an objective account of Wei Lunci's misdeeds. Even he himself wished to slay that scoundrel. Stopping Tang Ge now was out of the question. However, he raked his fingers through his hair once more. Jonathan only wished to send this scoundrel Tang Ge to the naval headquarters, so he could wreak havoc upon those there. Otherwise, he would surely be driven mad by the chaos Tang Ge would inevitably create. Yet before sending him off, he had to ensure that all was in order. Fortunately, Leonard had left a contingency, placing a charge against Wei Lunci that the world government could hardly contest. Gradually regaining his composure, Jonathan contemplated Leonard's report seriously. After a while, he dialed a number. This matter was beyond even Zifa's capacity to resolve, and he certainly would not wish to engage with the world nobles. "Sakazuki, it is that the sun rose above the horizon, heralding the dawn. After a night of tumultuous battle, the scarred earth operated by its own laws, choosing those fit to exist upon it. The opulent residences lining the coastline have been reduced to ruins. Many still ablaze, while others succumbed to the encroaching flames. One came to extinguish the fires, allowing the inferno to cleanse these entities that ought not to exist here. The snow-covered Whale Peak town was spared from the ravaging flames sweeping the coast. And the residents, who had endured hardship within, welcomed a new beginning amidst the blaze. They ventured forth from their homes, making their way to the square where Wei Lunci was to be executed. At this moment, merchants from Whale Port had also gathered here. After retreating to their merchant vessels docked in the harbor when the battle commenced, they had spent a night filled with trepidation. Only now, with the outcome seemingly settled, did they dare to disembark and witness the power of the victors. However, upon arriving at the square, they were met with astonishment at a battalion of Navy personnel clad in justice uniforms. Rifles in hand, stood in a neat formation, exuding an intimidating aura, their postures erect. Miraculously, the stake remained unscathed, now bound with numerous individuals. At the center stood Wei Lunci, a figure all recognized, who until last night had been the unquestioned authority of this island. His situation was dire. It was not the humiliating manner of his binding, nor the spectators' ravenous gazes, but rather a cannon positioned directly before him, its long fuse already ignited, compelling him to watch as the flame advanced, his life ticking down. As the crowd began to gather, Gennari stood upon the remaining steps, shouting into a transponder snail with fervor. Wei Lunci has impersonated Lord Gran for years, colluding with pirates to inflict harm upon the residents of Gran. Following the exposure of his crimes, he attempted to assault the naval base. Thankfully, under the leadership of Colonel Balabel and Lieutenant Tang Ge, the Navy bravely resisted, thwarting his nefarious scheme. Pirate Captain Violent Hammer, Osley, and arsonist Warren were eliminated on the spot, and the remaining pirates were all captured. Now, according to naval military law, Wei Lunci and the heinous pirates shall be executed. Instantly, the merchants, who were prone to whispering, fell silent, many revealing expressions of disbelief. They had not anticipated that Lord Wei Lunci was actually an impostor, and the audacity of the Navy to execute him outright sent shockwaves through those privy to the truth. The silence did not last long, as this powerful revelation stirred a tumult of public discourse. The assertion that Wei Lun-Si was an impostor was suggested by Leonard, who believed that framing it this way would provide some leeway should the world government and world nobles seek accountability in the future. Ignoring the commotion among the crowd, Gennari continued, "Form lines." The squad of menacing Navy soldiers, armed with rifles, advanced into the area with synchronized steps. "Raise your weapons." The crisp sound of bolts being pulled echoed in unison. "Fire!" The deafening gunfire erupted, bullets weaving through the air, piercing the hearts of those bound to the stakes, leaving gaping wounds. The once chaotic crowd fell into a profound silence, their heartbeats resonating with the gunfire. None daring to utter a single word. Though pirates were fearsome, it was the Navy, who had long suppressed their might, who revealed their bloody fangs for the first time before them. Check. Next batch. Dorn sat near the lighthouse. With a large pot set before him, flames roaring beneath it, Shelton, accompanied by 2 children clad in navy fur coats, sat beside him. Ever since the cessation of hostilities, they had been fixated on the fish simmering in the pot. Utterly motionless, Tang Ge moved an iron weight from the warship and placed it next to the lighthouse. Even after the battle had concluded, he dared not show the slightest hint of complacency, as he often remarked. What he cherished most were the moments when characters made their entrance in a story. At that juncture, the fate of the world hung in the balance, and anyone could become the protagonist. Yet, it was also a time of certainty, where the strong prevailed and the weak perished. He relished the emergence of those who grew stronger and turned the tide, while he despised being reduced to a character who could be usurped or reversed in others' narratives. Thus, he believed that seizing every fleeting moment to grow stronger was the only way to avoid regretting his past negligence when faced with an unconquerable foe one day. In other words, only through relentless effort could one attain invincibility in the world. This mindset was incomprehensible to Colonel Bell, who was swaddled like a zongzi. "Hey, do you have any joy in life? The fight is over, and yet you still push yourself so hard." Despite being battered and bruised, he considered himself fortunate. The pirates had refrained from delivering fatal blows while his body was restrained by sea stone. It was also Villian's wish for him to survive a little longer to fully comprehend despair. Leonard had rescued him promptly, and after the sea stone bullets were removed, he had relied on the extraordinary vitality of a Zoan-type devil fruit user to endure the perilous period. And now he could speak loudly. "Shut up, you pitiful excuse for a powerhouse. You truly bring disgrace to the ability user community," Tang Ge retorted without hesitation. Colonel Bell's performance the previous night had shattered Tang Ge's perception of ability users. It was a realization of their lowest limits, from transforming into a colossal bear with a grand entrance to collapsing on the ground after being struck by a sea stone bullet. The reversal was undeniably swift. Aside from causing Yetiraki to grow complacent, his greatest contribution was solidifying Tang Ge's resolve not to consume a devil fruit. That was an accident. Who could have known Yetiraki possessed sea stone bullets? Such items are rare even at the Navy headquarters. Had I known in advance, I surely would not have been hit. Bell weakly protested that "Mr. Bell, there are no accidents in this world. Ifs and maybes do not exist. We can only ensure that we give our all in every battle. That is the essence of a life without regrets. What you should contemplate now is how to avoid being struck by sea stone in the next battle." Tang Ge smiled. Although he had spent little time with Bell, he had already discerned his lazy nature. Fortunately, he was not a bad person and was willing to engage in conversation. He had encountered sea stone before, but had not anticipated its profound restraining effect on ability users. It was easy to predict that once the Navy mastered the technology for mass production of this material and applied it extensively, the end for devil fruit users would likely be at hand. I had only heard of it, but after experiencing its power firsthand, the constraint it imposes on devil fruit users is truly remarkable, Bell mused, growing somewhat melancholic. The widespread availability of sea stone would not bode well for him. After a moment's reflection, he cautiously inquired, "Although I yearn to see violins meet a gruesome end, handing him over to the world government would alleviate much trouble. Shouldn't we reconsider?" "What is there to reconsider? Trouble is something you can evade for a time, but can you escape it for a lifetime? I cannot find peace unless I slay that scoundrel, Tang Ge replied without a trace of hesitation. He recalled the final strike he had delivered the night before, adjusting his technique in accordance with that feeling, continually reinforcing his awareness of severing iron with his blade, ensuring each swing was more fluid and seamless. Bell suddenly fell silent, leaving only the sound of the air slicing as Tang Ge swung his blade. Minutes passed, and then, boom! A cannon's roar erupted from the square, causing Bell's heart to flutter in recognition of its significance. Even he was deeply shaken by the ferocity of the fierce tiger. Having come from a Navy headquarters with a father who was a vice admiral there, he had seen many things, but never had he encountered someone like Tang Ge, who treated the world's nobility with such disdain. Drip, drip, the sound of water falling grew increasingly dense. It was not the sound of rain. Dorn, who had been silent until then, could no longer contain his emotions upon hearing the execution's cannon fire. Tears streamed down his face like a river bursting its banks. Woo! His sobs contained unspeakable anguish and sorrow, an endless longing for lost loved ones. Even Tang Ge paused, stepping before the weeping Dorn, reaching out to stroke the child's hair. He did not know what would happen if they handed that scoundrel over to the world government. He only knew that if that scoundrel was not executed on this island, his sense of justice would be rendered meaningless. As for the consequences, who cared? On December 20, 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, as the year drew to a close, most people felt disheartened by their lack of progress over the past year, while simultaneously preparing to make grand plans for the coming year. However, for the Navy and pirates, two vast factions, the events of this day would be etched in history. The tumultuous warlord system officially came into effect after half a year's turmoil. Simultaneously, two formidable and renowned pirates accepted the world government's recruitment, officially becoming members of the 7 warlords of the SEAS. The pirate roster was announced in the Holy Land Mary Geos. Countless newsbirds took flight, spreading the information across the globe. Even faster than the newsbirds were the snail-like transponder snails, which transmitted the names of the 2 newly appointed warlords to the world at an astonishing speed. Instantly, public opinion erupted. The Navy, pirates, nobility, and commoners alike were abuzz with the ramifications of this newly enacted system. What is the world government and the Navy doing? This is a blatant trampling of the power and laws of nations. This absurd system must be abolished at the next World Conference. The age of pirates had arrived, heralding a time of bloodshed and chaos. A new order was emerging upon the seas. In an instant, the pirates who received the news would descend into even greater turmoil. Rivers of blood would flow. The Navy, too, was compelled to adapt. It was rumored that a candidate for the long-vacant 3rd admiral position had been chosen. The crux of the matter lay in these 2 warlords, who, having received the legal right to plunder, would undoubtedly stir up trouble during this period. What was the story with these 2? How could pirates, in pursuit of the ultimate treasure, willingly submit to the world government? What were they thinking, those 2 scoundrels among the pirates? Consequently, the newly emergent force of the 7 warlords of the sea would not be easily dealt with. They were bound to clash with the rulers of the New World. The world government and the Navy found themselves at the center of public scrutiny, facing skepticism from dignitaries and the populace of various nations. However, under the media's intentional guidance, the world's attention quickly shifted to the 2 official members of the 7 warlords. Moonlight Moria, bounty $320 million. Crocodile, bounty $81 million. It must be said that, in any world, news media and entertainment gossip possess unparalleled abilities to unearth information. These 2 pirates' backgrounds, birthplaces, ages, heights, appearances, and past achievements were meticulously investigated and subsequently published in newspapers for the world to discuss. Despite concerns that the warlord system might disrupt world peace, that was yet to occur. People tend to forget and forgive what has not happened. Soon, public interest shifted to debating these 2 warlords, while opposition to the system grew quieter, while the world focused on the warlord members. A news report regarding Gran went unnoticed in the ocean of public opinion. After all, a pirate impersonating the lore of a remote island being eliminated by the Navy paled in comparison to the warlords. Except for the parties involved. When the news report was published, Jonathan let out a sigh of relief. It had only been 6 hours since Villian's execution, yet it felt as though 6 days had passed. His hair had already thinned significantly. Even if he exerted tremendous effort to persuade his friend to intervene, he had no absolute assurance that the aristocrats of the world would cease their inquiries. In the eyes of that group of imbeciles, the lives and deaths of ordinary citizens were utterly inconsequential, and the minor transgressions of Walensi were of no significance whatsoever. A loyal sycophant was far more valuable than a navy officer who dared to defy them. Fortunately, in the end, his friend proved to be quite resourceful, successfully convincing the world aristocrats to abandon their pursuits, as evidenced by this very news report. The article outright labeled Walensi as a pirate impersonator, effectively categorizing the matter, rendering Tang Ge's execution of Walensi not only justifiable but commendable. Now, only one task remained. After some contemplation, he dialed a number. "Your Excellency, the commander, greetings. This is Leonard." On the other end of the line was a deep, serious male voice that, "Leonard, where is Major Tang Ge? I need to speak with him." "Captain, he is currently training with his sword, and it seems he has reached some understanding. I advise against disturbing him at the moment." "Are you truly Leonard?" Jonathan sensed an inconsistency in Leonard's tone, as if he were now protecting someone, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor aboard his ship. Moreover, what did it mean that Tang Ge had reached some understanding? That fellow had already awakened his armed color hockey. What more could he desire? "Commander, during your time on Wall Island, you violated the discipline that prohibits drinking during operational hours, and on Gaia Island you stop." "I believe you are Leonard." Jonathan hastily interrupted the transmission. The tone, the style, and these trivial disciplinary incidents left no room for doubt. "Inform your captain. The personnel from Judicial Island will arrive at Grand Island in 3 days to investigate the situation. Ensure that he does not cause any further disturbances and receives them with due respect. Understood? The personnel from Judicial Island will arrive in 3 days. I will convey the message. Rest assured." Standing before the iron post, Tang Ge gently wielded his black blade, employing a technique he had devised by integrating the 6 styles with his own interpretations. The posture exuded a sense of fluidity and grace, that moment. He once again entered a realm defined solely by sound, surrounded by a cacophony of breaths, the origins of which were unknown, yet overwhelmingly loud. The most pronounced breath emanated from the black blade in his hand. Despite its fantastical nature, Tang Ge recognized that this semblance of life was derived from an inorganic substance. This revelation prompted him, a product of 9 years of compulsory education and 7 years of higher learning, to re-evaluate his worldview. He continued his training, the intensity of the sensation of breathing growing ever stronger, until in a fleeting moment, a torrent of vibrant images, colossal and clamorous sounds, and myriad scents surged into his mind like a flood of information. Buzz! Tang Ge felt himself abruptly yanked from a world defined by sound into a realm of silence, stark and pale. Yet, everything within this silent world radiated a breath of life. Trees exuded their own essence. Soil emanated its fragrance. Stones bore their own aura. And humanity, too, had its own vitality. Even the trajectories of all things conveyed a lifelike essence, as if they were communicating impending events. A stone signaled its intent to remain still, while a leg indicated its imminent motion. The outcomes of all this information seemed to materialize directly within his mind. It was as if he sought to discern the number of individuals within a 10-meter radius and what they were engaged in. Instantly, an intuitive numeral formed in his consciousness. 37 individuals, 14 of whom were observing him, none exuding any hostile intent. This inexplicable intuition startled Tang Ge, prompting him to withdraw from that silent realm. Upon emerging, his first action was to count. His enhanced vision, fortified twice over, allowed him a clear view of the area surrounding the base, which had been scorched into a white expanse. Counting was a straightforward endeavor. The total comprised exactly 37 individuals, including both Navy personnel and civilians, with precisely 14 of them gazing in his direction. When the world was happening, the realization that his perception of the world had irrevocably altered left Tang Ge in a state of astonishment. Was it wonder, exultation, confusion? Perhaps all of them combined. It resembled the superintuition of a spider, akin to the spiritual powers found in a fantasy realm. More so, it felt like a synthesis of both, a tangible intuition. Had his consciousness strengthened to such an extent that it manifested this way? A series of questions surged within him. Fortunately, Tang Ge did not linger too long on these queries, for he now possessed an instinct that his inner strength could extend to the black blade. An intangible force surged forth, breaching the divide between life and metal, swiftly enveloping every corner of the blade. In this tangible intuition, the black blade emanated a breath of satisfaction, as if it had awaited this inner strength for an eternity. Once his inner power fully enveloped the blade, its already dark hue deepened, revealing a richer, more profound essence. While its external appearance remained unchanged, iron was still iron, and its hardness was unaltered. Tang Ge felt an inexplicable yet resolute confidence in it. It was indestructible and yet invincible. Gripping the hilt, he struck down fiercely upon the iron post. Just as the blade's edge approached the post, it halted abruptly, the force retracting effortlessly, while the inner strength coiled and burst forth. Whoosh! Another smooth sound resonated as a fine black line appeared upon the 2-meter diameter iron post, vanishing in an instant. Boom! The ground beneath the post collapsed, as if folding in half, the earth rising sharply on either side. Dust and debris blasting forth from the epicenter, resembling a localized earthquake that a slender line split the post at its center, rapidly widening with the ground's descent, ultimately severing it into two halves, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. One stroke had cleaved through iron, leaving the blade unscathed. This marked the inception of his self-created sword technique. The first form of his swordsmanship was aptly named, one cut ascending, 10,000 carvings becoming Buddha. As the dust gradually settled, revealing the scene akin to a minor earthquake, Leonard couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The captain remained ever formidable. Observing that Tang Ge had no intention of continuing his training, he approached and stated, "Captain, Commander Jonathan just called, informing that in 3 days, a contingent from Judicial Island will arrive to verify the situation, advising us to proceed with caution." Judicial Island? What business do they have here? With his strength elevated to a new echelon, Tang Ge felt a surge of joy within. However, the impending arrival of these individuals instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Hey, are you completely oblivious to matters beyond training and combat? You don't even know about Judicial Island? Bell, squinting his eyes and limping over, bore a lingering shock upon his face. After seeing the news report, he had finally relaxed, ready for a long slumber, only to be jolted awake by a violent tremor. Once the dust settled, he beheld a chasm over 10 meters deep at the center of his base. The earth folded upward, exposing the rocky layers beneath. This was an outright demolition. The previous night's pirate skirmish had not wrought such devastation. Oh, truly impressive for a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Having sustained such grave injuries, you're already able to move about freely. Licking his lips, a dangerous glint flickered in Tang Ge's eyes, a standing devil fruit user. One he had yet to defeat, who seemed to have calculated against him. Only 2 more devil fruit abilities were needed to elevate his enhancements once more. His thoughts swirled with perilous implications. Hey, what kind of look is that? I'm a Navy colonel. You're superior. The residual shock from the base's severe damage had yet to dissipate when Bell found himself under Tang Ge's intense gaze. Reminiscent of an ancient beast stalking its prey, causing him to shudder. After stepping back slightly, he hastily added, "That was quite timely," interrupting Tang Ge's dangerous thoughts. Indeed, this fellow is a Navy officer. It would be unwise to act rashly, especially for another critical reason. What precisely is that energy drawn from the abilities of devil fruit users? If it could adversely affect their powers, then it would be unwise to unleash it on Bell. Suppressing the impulse to thrash Bell, he continued with his earlier inquiry. "What were you about to say?" In the blink of an eye, the man exuded an almost menacing aura, only to pivot seamlessly into cheerful conversation moments later. Truly, he was a figure to be reckoned with. After cautiously creating some distance to allow for adequate reaction time, Bell, still shaken, remarked, What was I about to say? I lost my train of thought when that fellow startled me." Fortunately, Leonard timely provided a keyword, prompting Bell to recollect his intended discourse. Yes, Judicial Island. The Navy headquarters, Judicial Island, and Impel Down are collectively referred to as the three major organizations under the world government. The Navy headquarters, of course, requires no introduction as it oversees combat operations. Judicial Island serves as the direct judicial institution of the world government, and Impel Down is the facility for the incarceration and interrogation of criminals. Notably, Judicial Island acts as a gateway to the epicenter of global power, holding sway over all judicial proceedings in the first half of the Grand Line. However, what truly elevates its stature above that of the Navy headquarters is its control over the intelligence apparatus that answers directly to the world government and the global aristocracy. Through Bell's elucidation, the vast organization of the world government, which spans over 160 nations, revealed but a glimpse of its true nature beneath the surface. Tang Ge gestured for Bell to continue. The overwhelming power of Judicial Island was now apparent to him. Yet, the events transpiring on Grand Island fell under the jurisdiction of the Navy. Both Wilson and the pirates had perished, so what was their purpose in coming here? Did they seek to overturn the verdict? According to the information provided by Commander Jonathan, Judicial Island was intent on convicting Admiral Nick. Thus, they needed to investigate the circumstances surrounding the former mayor's demise. However, their objectives were unlikely to be so straightforward. Adjusting his glasses, Leonard spoke gravely. What do you mean? Wilson's crimes were irrefutable. Although we executed him in the name of piracy, we all knew that he was not a pirate, but rather a servant of the world aristocracy. Now that the truth has come to light, it is evident that Don's grandfather was not colluding with pirates, which cast doubt on the legitimacy of Judicial Island's ruling at that time. Leonard calmly analyzed. Are you suggesting that Judicial Island was complicit in Wilson's crimes? Bell expressed his disbelief. That I presume you are aware, Colonel Bell, that your status as an ability user is not widely known even within Baron Fortress. The appearance of Yeti Loci, along with his controlled-grade C-Prism stone bullets, indicates that Wilson's true target was you. It was merely our presence that disrupted his plans. Initially, Leonard believed it was merely Wilson utilizing his status as a servant of the world aristocracy. However, upon learning that Judicial Island was sending representatives to verify the situation, everything fell into place. The force directly backing Wilson was none other than Judicial Island. After all, the world aristocracy resides in lofty heights. A servant who had departed from Ariewa could not wield such immense power, as for the rationale behind targeting Colonel Bell, that remained unclear. Regardless of their intentions, had it not been for Tang Ge's formidable strength, they would have undoubtedly succeeded in their schemes. How could this be? Bell was Na'vi, yet not foolish. The evidence was irrefutable, yet he found it hard to accept. I suspect Judicial Island harbors two objectives. 1. To ascertain whether Wilson left behind any incriminating evidence against them. And 2. To target you, Captain, Tang Ge asserted, and he was not mistaken. It was precisely because he had thwarted Wilson's plans and eliminated him that Judicial Island would find it necessary to seek retribution, which was entirely understandable. He recalled Wilson's final words, recognizing that Judicial Island was one of the forces lurking behind him, and he had anticipated that killing Wilson would lead to considerable trouble. It was merely a case of facing foes head-on and fortifying oneself against the tide. What do we do now? Provoking Judicial Island is undoubtedly a path to ruin. Hearing the commotion, Sheldon approached, catching Leonard's words, and felt a surge of anxiety. There is no need for such concern. Although Judicial Island wields immense power, we have a Navy headquarters backing us. They cannot act overtly. Tang Ge grasped Leonard's implication and regarded him intently. Who would have thought? This obsessive individual possesses the potential of a strategist. Indeed, only he knows what resides within that electronic mind of his. Underhanded operations and the justice of the dark. This is Judicial Island's forte. Coming back to reality, Bell accepted the harsh truth. So, you have dealt with them before? Tang Ge inquired. Indeed, when I once escorted pirates to Judicial Island for trial, I became acquainted with their modus operandi, which is characterized by unscrupulousness in pursuit of their goals. Approximately 2 years ago, a Judicial Island intelligence operative was killed by pirates who had captured a soldier during a pirate invasion of a kingdom. The justification given was that the soldiers were too weak, and the killing was to prevent such incidents from recurring. Subsequently, Every member of that pirate crew was exterminated without exception. They adhere to the principle that the weak have no right to exist, practicing a necessary evil cloaked as dark justice. This is the nature of the world government's intelligence agency stationed at Judicial Island, Cypherpole. The mere mention of this fearsome organization sent shivers down Bell's spine. The Navy distinguishes between the severity of crimes when apprehending pirates. For instance, in Gran, the most heinous offenders are executed on the spot, while those with extenuating circumstances are sent to impel down for severe interrogation. And lesser offenders are confined to the upper echelons of impel down's prisons. Cypherpole, on the other hand, operates without regard for such distinctions, regardless of guilt or innocence. If they deem an individual necessary to eliminate, they will condemn them to death. Bell surveyed the shattered pit within the base and the barrack that had been obliterated by a single punch, feeling a pang of dread. Not underestimate the combat prowess of Judicial Island. Even within the highest echelons of the intelligence agency, P9, they're formidable fighters. Among them, 2 are renowned as the most gifted individuals in nearly 800 years. One of whom is the very person we just mentioned, who was only 13 at the time point 13. So, he is still quite young, perhaps even younger than our commander. Sheldon gasped in astonishment. He had heard of this news before, but had not realized the individual in question was merely 13 years old, capable of executing a soldier and annihilating an entire pirate crew. The combination of such power and temperament left him feeling uneasy. The Six Styles are a form of martial arts that remain largely inaccessible to ordinary Navy officers. However, for those in P9, mastery of the Six Styles is a prerequisite for all official intelligence operatives. Considering the prowess of those who have mastered the Six Styles, one can only imagine their might. Which I suspect you are more aware of than I am, Bell remarked, casting a glance at Tang Ge. From his observations, this naval prodigy had already mastered all 6 styles, and the power behind that recent strike was anything but ordinary, akin to the strength wielded by a commander of his father's caliber. Just average, Tang Ge shrugged that if one can master all 6 styles, then Jonathan is capable of that too. The classification of combat prowess in this world lacks a definitive system, but if we consider Jonathan as the standard, setting his strength at 1, then over 3 months ago, he had already achieved approximately double that. And now, with the enhancement of internal energy and mutated psychic power, he could match someone like Jonathan. Hence, to be proficient in all 6 styles is truly quite unremarkable. Bell, was it even possible to continue this conversation in good spirits? Having only mastered 2 styles, he was hardly even at a mediocre level. Since Judicial Island would not act openly, we need not concern ourselves with them, as for their covert maneuvers. Should they dare extend their hands, I shall sever their claws. Leonard and Bell made sure to convey this, and Tang Ge absorbed the message. Nevertheless, his guiding principle has always been that overwhelming strength trumps all schemes and conspiracies, especially since he was eager to witness the Navy headquarters stance. Very well, as long as you have taken it to heart. During your intense training, the world has undergone tremendous changes, Bell said, blinking his small eyes earnestly. Tang Ge, he wore a puzzled expression. What was this? Had he not only been training for a short while? With both Judicial Island and this upheaval, it felt as though days had passed in a blink. Sheldon promptly handed over a freshly printed newspaper, having come over precisely for this matter, albeit initially startled by the Judicial Island situation. Upon opening the paper, a striking headline dominated the front page. The 7 Warlords system officially implemented. Now, that truly was significant news. The 7 Warlords of the Sea and their associated topics have dominated global headlines for over half a year. Now, as their implementation unfolds, the world is poised to experience a profound transformation. The old order will be shattered, and a new equilibrium established. This is the essence of the adage no destruction, no construction. 2 notorious pirates, Gecko Moria and Crocodile, have accepted the title of warlords. Reports indicate that they have arrived at Mariewa to receive their official appointment from the world government, and their bounties have been revoked. It is truly unexpected that they would acquiesce to becoming warlords, Tang Ge murmurs to himself. Just yesterday, these 2 were engaged in fierce battles with the Pirate King in the New World. And now, in the blink of an eye, they have become the world government's subordinate warlords. With leaders like these, More pirates will undoubtedly accept the world government's invitation, and the number of fame-seeking pirates will swell, plunging the seas into further chaos. The government believes that the warlord system is a brilliant strategy, using pirates to suppress other pirates while conserving the resources of the government and navy, achieving two objectives with one action. However, how can pirates granted the legal right to plunder be content with mediocrity? They will become increasingly reckless, and it will be the ordinary citizens who suffer the consequences. Moreover, the warlord system itself resembles a dam attempting to contain a surging river. As long as the waters remain within manageable bounds, all is well. Yet, should a formidable force emerge within the currents, breaching the dam, the long-suppressed power will unleash a ferocity unmatched. Indeed, legal pirates. What a farce! It is absurd that the world government could conceive such a notion that a pirate is a pirate. How could they ever be satisfied simply with suppressing their own kind? Once they accumulate sufficient strength, significant upheaval is inevitable, and it will be the common people who bear the brunt of their actions. Bell harbors considerable dissatisfaction with the warlord system. Perhaps this is precisely the outcome desired by the world government. They need to perpetually play the role of savior. Ultimately, we remain too weak. Bell, a Navy soldier, is acutely aware that as long as the Navy exists, they must obey orders, and their status remains too low. With too little they can achieve. Handing the newspaper to Bell, he notices that the rest of the news is mundane, merely relating to the two pirates who have become warlords. The actions they took in Grand Island have gone unnoticed, at least not reported in this paper. Then why not go to the Navy headquarters and quickly rise through the ranks? Bell muses as he returns to his sickbed, taking a large sip from a glass of ice juice. Feeling quite content that he hints at encouraging Tang Ge to head to the Navy headquarters, knowing that with Tang Ge's talent and strength, that is where he truly belongs. The opportunities for further training at headquarters have been eagerly sought after by countless individuals. Opportunities that Tang Ge had previously declined. The mere fact that the chief instructor is the former Admiral Zifa speaks volumes. The current naval commanders, including the top combatants Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji, have all been shaped by his teachings. Navy officers trained at headquarters have the chance to learn advanced powers capable of countering and even overpowering devil fruit users. Aware of Bell's subtle intentions, Tang Ge simply smiles in silence. He is well aware that the Navy cannot thwart the warlord system. However, he understands that he will eventually have to visit the Navy headquarters, but not just yet. He still needs 2 more devil fruit abilities to fully recharge. At the very least, he aims to enhance his physical prowess before that time arrives. Reconstruction efforts on Grand Island are progressing smoothly. Once the enormous burden on its citizens was lifted, an astonishing fervor for labor erupted among them. In a brief span, aside from the naval base, Grand Island rapidly transformed back to its former state before Valen's arrival. Due to extensive overfishing, the population of giant ice sturgeons had already dwindled significantly, prompting the residents of Grand Island to reduce their catch to allow the fish populations to recuperate. The decrease in fishing volume has led to a marked reduction in the number of merchant ships in the harbor. And the wealthy individuals brought by Valens have suffered heavy losses in the aftermath of the Night-S battle, hastily departing from Grand Island. Everything seems to have reverted to the way it once was. Though the people and circumstances have changed, time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, a group of over a dozen children at the naval base followed Shelton, with Penny mimicking the call of an eagle. Circling around Shelton and gathering any stragglers, they were engaged in a playful game of eagle catches chicks. These children are orphans, having lost their parents during Valen's oppressive regime. Shelton and Penny, with Tang Ge's approval, gathered them together, intending to take them to Nabaran. The joy of the game brought smiles back to the children's faces. Don stood alone at the side of the base, practicing a set of martial arts with great concentration, sweat soaking his white hair as he muttered to himself, "Black tiger pounces on heart." Since that day of inconsolable tears, Don's personality has brightened, and his physique has grown robust. After the recent improvement in rations, he has developed an impressive appetite, capable of consuming a meal fit for an adult, especially when it comes to meat. He has taken to following Tang Ge closely, shadowing him wherever he goes and mimicking his stances. No matter how long Tang Ge trains, the little fellow remains determined to keep up. You have truly found a gem in Dawn, Bell exclaims, marveling at the boy's astonishing talent. You must teach him diligently. Do not let him waste his potential. Observing Don's grit as he persists in his training, Bell can't help but be impressed. The boy's father is a rear admiral, and having achieved significant merit. The headquarters has dispatched orders for him to undergo further training. That goes without saying. He is precisely the disciple I intend to take under my wing, Bell retorts. You better pay attention. In just a few years, Don will surpass you. Tang Ge is also quite taken aback by Don's aptitude. When he inquires about Don's age, the answer is 10 that regardless of the world, there are always those who are born extraordinary. And after enduring such hardship, Don's willpower is remarkably resilient. He understands that his own strength is the key to changing everything. Don is currently practicing the first form of his self-created martial art. Black Tiger pounces on Hart, the founder of his own martial technique. It is untenable for him to be the sole practitioner. His self-created skills require a successor. Thus, Don has become his prospective first disciple. And whether he is formally recognized will depend on his ability to persist. Perhaps not. The training I am receiving at the Navy Headquarters Special Training Camp is beyond ordinary. According to my father, anyone graduating from there will experience a substantial increase in strength. Who knows, you might not even be my match in the future, Bell boasts with confidence. The reputation of Chief Instructor Zifa is indeed formidable, known for his ability to cultivate remarkable talent from the ordinary. T-Sich, if you wish to surpass me, you ought to shed some of that excess weight, Colonel Bell. After spending several days together, Tang Ge has grown quite familiar with the lazy Bell, and their conversations have become increasingly casual. Why should I lose weight? That is my life-saving skill. It is precisely this that enables me to survive. Bell retorts, cupping his protruding belly with both hands and then letting it drop. His excess flesh jiggling, seemingly proud of it. Thanks to this layer of fat, I survived that night. Tang Ge is left speechless. This fellow is a veritable meat shield, both physically and mentally. His massive physique signifies strength. And with the enhancement of the 6-power Zoro technique, his agility is sufficient as well that if he can master the iron body technique during his time at headquarters, he will undoubtedly become a formidable force. However, he has taken Bell's words to heart as a founder. It is well understood that a self-created martial art typically begins with at least 9 forms. Even 18 forms merely denote proficiency, that a martial art with only 1 layer of practice is inferior to the essential iron shirt technique that every practitioner must learn. In a martial arts world, it may not even be worth practicing for low-level fighters. There's a saying that goes, when masters engage in combat, the ultimate contest is the mastery of internal energy. And his internal energy, fortunately, is balanced between internal and external cultivation, enhancing destructive power while providing protection against blades and bullets. If he could dedicate effort to refining his internal energy, he could undoubtedly create even more formidable martial arts. However, the principles of his internal energy were developed during his training in the 6 powers, and he remains uncertain of its underlying mechanics. But he should take the opportunity to ask Jonathan if he knows anything about it. The ranks of the Navy are filled with skilled individuals, and surely some have cultivated internal energy through the 6 powers. Just as Tang Ge is lost in thought, a massive ship reminiscent of a naval vessel arrives at Whaleport. Its sails emblazoned with the world government's intersecting cross emblem. The people from Judiciary Island have arrived. The iron gate of the Grand Base, recently repaired, was once again forcefully kicked open that a group of individuals clad in black suits from Judicial Island stormed in. Leading them was a young man dressed in a deep black long coat, his striking grayish-purple hair styled into a slick back, an unusual sight, adorned with an expression of utter disdain. What a filthy place. How can there be garbage everywhere? Just like the Navy here, they don't even know to come and greet me. The young man's voice, laced with indignation, echoed throughout the modest naval base as he rubbed his feet against the iron gate, attempting to rid them of the mud he had picked up on his way in. Finally, they had arrived. Such an arrogant bunch. Tang Ge's reverie was interrupted, his eyes narrowing with a glint of coldness as he turned towards the entrance. Who are you? It was a question posed with the knowledge of its obviousness. Each individual who had entered bore a cross pattern embroidered on their attire, a mark signifying their affiliation with the world government's direct departments. However, the young man seemed unfazed, instantly donning a smile as he approached Tang Ge. You must be Colonel Bell of Grand Base that I am Spandam, the officer of Judicial P5 to Spandam. A flicker of recognition crossed Tang Ge's mind. Bell had mentioned that the world government's intelligence agency, Cipher Pol, consisted of 9 divisions, numbered from 1 to 9, with higher numbers signifying greater strength and authority, P9 being the pinnacle of their power. This brash young man had achieved the rank of P5 at such a tender age. Such individuals either earned their position through merit or possessed formidable connections. Yet, in Tang Ge's perception, Spandam exuded no aura of strength. His combat prowess was even slightly inferior to that of an ordinary naval soldier. Hence, it must be the latter. The highest officer of Judicial Island was known as Spandane. It was unlikely that this arrogant Spandam was not his son. Noticing the gazes of the Navy personnel, Spandam's lips curled into a smug smile. Indeed, he was the son of Spandane, and due to this connection, no one dared to treat him with disrespect. Colonel Bell's background was also not to be underestimated, which is why he could afford to remain composed and articulate his purpose. This visit to Grand Island marked his first mission after ascending to the rank of P5, and any slip-up was absolutely intolerable. As you may have surmised, the highest officer of Judicial Island is my father. However, I have never relied on him. Ha ha ha. Despite claiming not to have depended on his father's power, his expression betrayed him. Culminating in a fit of laughter, my primary purpose for coming to Grand is to investigate the true cause of the former mayor's death, and I hope you can cooperate with us at Judicial Island. A cold glint flashed in Tang Ge's eyes as he remained silent. He was curious to see what tricks this officer's son had up his sleeve. Very well, I have received intelligence that the mayor's grandson is alive and has been rescued by the Navy. He is the most crucial witness in this investigation, and I hope you will hand him over to me for our inquiries. If it is confirmed that his grandfather did not collude with pirates, not only can we restore his family's reputation, but his crimes can also be pardoned. Observing the unyielding silence from the so-called Colonel Bell, Spandam assumed he had been intimidated by the reputation of Judicial Island and, without hesitation, revealed his ultimate goal. The task assigned by Spandam was to ensure that Dorn was brought back to Judicial Island. Dorn represented a stain on the justice of Judicial Island that needed erasing, while simultaneously solidifying the Navy's reputation for harboring criminals. This was the covert operation of Judicial Island. Leonard and Bell had underestimated the nefarious tactics of Judicial Island, audaciously targeting an innocent child whose entire family had perished. With a resigned sigh, Tang Ge shrugged and spoke. Alas, you have witnessed the state of Grand Island. Virians and the pirates were utterly deranged before their demise, setting fire to the island, leaving the coast in ruins. The Navy has not found that child you mentioned. In such a fierce blaze, he may very well have been reduced to ashes. The atmosphere grew tense with silence that I did not expect such a response. The inexperienced Spandam erupted in fury, his teeth gritted in an arrogant display in the past. Leveraging his father's authority and the public's fear of Judicial Island, he had always had things go his way. And those around him dared not oppose him in such an environment. He had developed an arrogant and impulsive demeanor. You bastard! How dare you mock me? I've already gathered the information. That child was rescued by the subordinates of Fiery Tiger and brought to the naval base. Surrender him at once, or once I find him, I will have you arrested for obstructing justice. When normal procedures failed, he resorted to threats. This erratic behavior was characteristic of a typical villain, likely to meet an early demise. Hey, speak your mind, but don't get too close. You are provoking me to slap you, he added, and do not underestimate my intelligence. Does Judicial Island have the authority to search a naval base? Indifferently, Tang Ge shrugged, extending his pinky to dig out a pile of powdery substance from his ear, blowing it casually, with a fair amount landing in Spandam's open mouth as he gaped in disbelief. That idiot Virians truly is a handful. Dismantling the base's fence and allowing this rubbish to intrude. You bastard. That child is undoubtedly hidden by you Navy. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? How dare you defy the operations of Judicial Island? Just wait. I will surely file a complaint with the Navy headquarters at that time. Even your esteemed Commander Ballon will not be spared, Spandam seethed, pointing accusingly at Colonel Bell, his face a mix of pallor and rage. In truth, how could he, hailing from Judicial Island, be unaware that P5 lacked the authority to search a naval base? The Navy, a colossal entity under the same world government, held far greater importance than Judicial Island. However, the special powers wielded by Judicial Island could instill dread in certain naval personnel, granting them an illusion of superiority. Yet, if it came to a reckoning, any admiral from the Navy could easily overpower Judicial Island time and again. Dealing with such an imbecile is a waste of time. Tang Ge sighed inwardly at a complaint. I hereby formally arrest you in the name of the Navy for the destruction of public property and threatening a naval officer. In an instant, his previously still form lunged forward like a cheetah, closing the distance to Spandam in the blink of an eye, his iron-like hand gripping the latter's neck. Stop! You bastard Navy! What do you intend to do to Lord Spandam? You are declaring war against Judicial Island. The intelligence personnel, trailing Spandam, shouted in alarm. Their threats were all too familiar, invoking the name of Judicial Island as a warning, yet they stood rooted in place. Motionless. The barking of the incompetent. Such matters are inconsequential, Tang Ge remarked with a cold smile, tightening his grip. Stop with the futile chatter. He is already an enemy of Judicial Island. There is no need for courtesy. Doing so would only invite discomfort. Spandam was gasping for air, desperately clawing at Tang Ge's fingers in a futile attempt to free himself, his legs flailing in the air without making contact. What do you intend to accomplish with such feeble strength? Are you merely scratching an itch? You seem oblivious to the reality that in this world, only strength matters. This was a character devoid of personal strength, yet bolstered by a powerful background. A weakling who, regardless of the setting, was destined to achieve little and cause much trouble. Raising Spandam's still struggling form to eye level, Tang Ge spoke coldly. I will say this one last time. There is no one here that you seek. Since you are intelligence personnel of the world government, go find him yourself. Should you trespass into the naval base again without permission, I assure you, you will not even have the opportunity to file a complaint. The nearly unmasked intent to kill surged forth, causing Spandam, whose combat abilities were inferior even to those of an ordinary person, to roll his eyes back in terror, almost succumbing to asphyxiation, with a casual toss. His frail body was hurled outside the base, skidding across the dirt-laden ground and leaving a trail over 10 meters long, ultimately crashing into a heap of charred ruins. Lord Spandam, the personnel from Judicial Island hurriedly pursued, unearthing a pitch-black figure from the debris. You scoundrel! The figure, face down in the soot, was grotesquely disfigured from the violent friction. After uttering those final words, he fainted from pain. Tang Ge had restrained himself during the altercation. Despite Spandam's insolence and his destruction of a grand door, there was insufficient justification to beat him to death or render him incapacitated. One man, clad in a white suit with a scar across his face, stepped forward and proclaimed, Navy, how dare you treat Lord Spandam in such a manner? Our Supreme Commander at Judicial Island will undoubtedly report this to the Navy headquarters. Prepare to be dismissed from the Navy. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he was struck by a fleeting shadow, embedding him into a protruding foundation of the ground. Crack, crack. The upper half of the foundation, already weakened by flames, crumbled, burying the suited man who had just issued threats beneath the debris. Such scum should not dare to be so arrogant. The gates to the world's pivotal center are being guarded by weaklings like you, which is a blatant disrespect to pirates and a dereliction of duty to those within. Tang Ge chuckled menacingly, his tone laced with disdain. The remaining personnel from Judicial Island dared not utter another word, stifling their anger as they extracted the trapped man and hoisted him onto their vessel. Half a month later, after the arrival of reinforcements from Judicial Island, Jonathan received a letter from the Navy headquarters. The letter conveyed that Grand Island would cease its autonomous status, now governed by the Navy base, and the handling of Tang Ge's case was as anticipated. Neither reward nor punishment was administered. His actions in apprehending Wilson and rescuing the suffering civilians of Grand Island were commendable. However, his unilateral execution of Wilson and the severe injury inflicted upon Spandam for Judicial Island were transgressions. Balancing merits and demerits, no commendation or punishment was issued. Finally, Jonathan issued a command. The Flame Soul shall return to port at once, and the Grand Navy base will be handed over to the officer dispatched by the Naval Baron. On the route from Grand Island to the Naval Baron stronghold, a warship cut through the waves, and alongside it, Tang Ge, clad in the Navy's Justice Cape, sprinted across the water's surface, utilizing a modified version of the Six Forms moonwalk. He was able to tread upon the sea, surpassing even the legendary feat of crossing a river on a reed. The density of seawater surpassed that of air, making it somewhat easier to traverse. With Grand Island now under Navy jurisdiction, as long as he did not encounter a Navy general like Nick, this outcome was quite favorable. Furthermore, it was surprising that Nick managed to evade culpability. What was the Navy headquarters thinking? This was Bell's voice as he held the latest news transmitted by Jonathan. After nearly 20 days of recuperation, his injuries had healed, and he was now accompanying Tang Ge's ship to bid farewell to Jonathan at the Naval Baron Stronghold. His forthcoming tenure at Navy headquarters for further training would undoubtedly be lengthy, and upon completion, better positions awaited him. Thus, this farewell was essential. Ultimately, fate rested in the hands of others, which was not a comforting thought. Even within the so-called righteous army, various personal interests intertwined, and with Wilson deceased and all direct evidence lacking, it was not surprising that he could escape responsibility. The prolonged strain of intense physical activity had left even the physically dominant Tang Ge slightly breathless. Yet his voice resonated clearly through the crashing waves, reaching Bell's ears. The former colonel of the Grand Navy Base, now the admiral of the EC Fleet, known as Fat Pig, Nick's evasion of responsibility did not astonish Tang Ge. Upon reflecting on Wilson's actions on Grand Island, the only charge that could truly implicate Nick was the cause of the former mayor's death. All other accusations could be deflected. Thus, it seemed that the intentions of those from Judicial Island were not merely directed against the Navy. They might have also aimed to shield Nick from culpability. But did a mere Navy colonel warrant such efforts from Judicial Island? It was undeniable that the depths of the Navy were indeed profound. Alas, to let such a scoundrel slip away was somewhat disheartening. The virtuous could not find peace, while the wicked evaded their due punishment. This world, Bell lamented. Precisely because of this, our steadfast pursuit of justice becomes all the more precious and meaningful. If we were ever to waver, then our current endeavors would render us laughable. Exhaling a deep breath, Tang Ge continued to exhaust every ounce of strength within him. His progress in martial arts had slowed, with his internal energy plateauing at covering 80% of his body for quite some time. Ordinary physical training could no longer elevate it. "Captain, there are the latest reports regarding the 7 warlords." Ganari shouted from the bow, holding a newspaper. Typically, it was Shelton's duty to present news to Tang Ge, but now that Shelton was preoccupied with caring for the children on their maiden voyage, this task fell to the comparatively idle Ganari. Beside him, Bell could not afford to remain leisurely. He attempted to snatch the newspaper from Ganari's hands. However, Ganari ignored him altogether, even casting him a disdainful glance. With a powerful stomp on the sea surface, Tang Ge leaped down in an elegant arc, landing on the deck, his muscular physique prominently displayed. He opened the newspaper Ganari had handed him, while Bell could only sulkily bend over and peer at the news alongside him. The surrounding Navy personnel paused their tasks, gathering around. This was the world's best-selling World Economic Journal, which headlined the latest movements of the 7 warlords. Moonlight Moria had vanished into the dense fog of the Devil's Triangle, and the death rate of pirate ships traversing the Devil's Triangle had doubled. Crocodile was spotted at the entrance of Reverse Mountain, with a noticeable decrease in the number of pirates pouring into the Grand Line. These were the principal contents of the report. Point 1 could only say that it was no wonder they were selected by the world government. Their ability to remain dormant was sufficient to outmatch the majority of pirates who recklessly squandered their newfound power. With a soft sigh, Tang Ge passed the newspaper to Bell and moved to a nearby table to drink from a large cup of water. Unlike most people's worries, Moria and Crocodile had not wreaked havoc since becoming 7 warlords. Rather, they actively fulfilled their duties to suppress piracy. This revelation astonished many, including Bell, who maintained a skeptical stance, convinced he would not misjudge the essence of the 7 warlords. Humph, they are not entirely foolish. They recognized that abusing their legal authority to plunder during this period would lead to being targeted by the public as opposition to the 7 warlord system. However, I still believe they harbor grand ambitions that will inevitably reveal their true colors. Only the cleverest survive long at sea. Clearly, the 7 warlords embody this very principle. Adjusting Doran's boxing stance slightly, Tang Ge noted the young lad's remarkable determination. His unwavering focus on training demonstrated his commitment to mastering the horse stance and honing his punches. Sweat matted his beautiful white hair, and despite his trembling legs, he remained silent. Like Tang Ge, he understood better than anyone else that only the powerful could effect change. The weak must submit. The members of the world government mistakenly believed that executing Roger would deter other pirates. Yet little did they realize their miscalculation. Roger's final words instead heralded the onset of this tumultuous pirate era. Now, in their arrogance, they had concocted the 7 warlords, hoping to diminish pirate strength while simultaneously curbing the ever-growing influence of the Navy. Such were their thoughts, perhaps. With an enigmatic glint in his eyes, Bell stood against the wind, exuding an aura of wisdom that left the surrounding Navy personnel speechless. Bell's thoughts drifted back to 9 years ago. Recalling the scene he witnessed in Rogue Town, the man, shackled yet still exuding the presence of a king, who laughed unabashedly in his final moments. The man who had once possessed the world's only great treasure. Unconsciously, he murmured the most famous last words in history. "Do you wish to claim my treasure? Then go forth and search, for I have placed everything in this world there. The only grand treasure of this world, one pie, unleashed a tremendous wave that shall never be stifled." The pirates, ever in pursuit of freedom and dreams, will not cease their relentless quest. They shall undoubtedly come to regret it. Though it may seem somewhat fabricated, the essence remains the same. Freedom and dreams cannot be shackled. Yet, it is not solely pirates who chase after dreams and liberty in this world. This must be the final words of the legendary pirate king before his execution, a statement laden with allure. Tang Ge gazed at Bell, who appeared lost in thought, increasingly convinced that this stout fellow held an extraordinary tale. Apart from a slight deficiency in strength, he possessed both cunning and responsibility. His potential seemed to surpass that of Jonathan. If only by a fraction. To be precise, Roger was not executed by the Navy. He willingly embraced death. Bell's words struck like a 10-point earthquake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves in the hearts of all present, eliciting a flurry of astonishment and inquiries. What? How could this be? The headquarters publicly proclaimed that they captured Roger. Bell gazed out at the boundless ocean. He too had found the truth difficult to believe at first. Yet facts remained immutable. The Navy's headquarters did not disseminate falsehoods. They indeed captured Roger at Marineford, though he did not resist at that moment. So, are we to conclude that Pirate King Roger surrendered? Why would he do such a thing? Even Tang Ge, with his resilient nature, was taken aback by Bell's earlier statement. Well, how shall I articulate this? What I just shared is classified information. He feigned an air of organization while his gaze fixated on the chilled fruit juice nearby. Gina, fetch him a drink. Seeing through this fellow's intentions, Tang Ge instructed Gina, who had previously paid little heed to Bell, to procure the beverage. Gulp gulp. How refreshing. After a hearty gulp, Bell expressed his satisfaction, licking his lips. He then recounted a confidential tale from his past. The story begins when I first joined the Navy, during a time when formidable pirate factions reigned. Roger, Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Big Mom, and Kaido. Each was a renowned figure in the annals of piracy. However, the Roger pirates initially triumphed over Gold Lion in the Battle of Edward, taking their first step beyond the Emperors. Subsequently, they announced that they had circumnavigated the Grand Line, achieving an unprecedented voyage and discovering the legendary singular treasure, one pie. The world was astounded by this revelation. And Roger was crowned king. Yet the world government and Navy headquarters reacted with trepidation upon hearing the news of Roger's ascent to the final island. Reflecting on the world government's reaction at that time can only be summarized in 2 words: fear. However, following Roger's coronation, he did not engage in any significant actions, and the Roger pirates swiftly vanished from public view. Until one fateful day in the year 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar. The long-missing pirate king Roger suddenly appeared alone at Marineford, where the Navy arrested him without resistance. The subsequent events unfolded as the world knows. Roger was executed by the Navy in his hometown of Logtown in the East Blue. And his final words heralded the dawn of the great pirate It must be said that Bell is quite the storyteller, and with his deep, resonant voice, he imbued the tale with an epic, mythical quality. Even those who had not witnessed that infamous execution were enveloped in a solemn, stirring emotion. "O you seek my treasure. If you desire it, I shall grant it all to you. Go forth. For I have placed everything in this world there." Bell reiterated the dying words of the Pirate King, lost in the grandeur of that historical moment. GOLD to Roger is undoubtedly one of the most illustrious figures in pirate history, even among the greats of world history. Before he uttered that line, the Navy believed they had triumphed in the war against pirates, even broadcasting it worldwide. Thus, his parting words spread like wildfire, causing a tsunami of influence. Countless men set sail for the Grand Line, pursuing their dreams, yearning to claim the treasure that holds the world. So, the Navy was outwitted. Ha. After the initial shock, Tang Ge regained his composure. The public execution, which showcased the might of the world government and Navy headquarters, transformed into a speech that unveiled the dawn of the age of exploration. Although their stances were opposed, it must be said that GOLD, Roger, the pirate, truly had a flair for theatrics. Indeed, among those present at the execution were the now famous young generation of pirates: red-haired Shanks, Hawkeye Mihawk, Crocodile, and Don Quixote da Flamingo. The fall of one pirate king gave rise to a multitude of formidable young pirates. Shaking his head in amusement, Bell reveled in the miscalculation of the world government. Such thoughts are rare and perilous for a Navy officer, especially one from a naval lineage. While a new generation of pirates emerged, the Navy suffered attrition during Roger's era. The young generation's strength is sorely lacking. The naval officers aboard the ship remained entranced by the tale, struggling to quell the excitement. The revelation that Pirate King GOLD, Roger, had surrendered. Was it true? Why did he do so? Questions like these flooded in after a brief silence. Overwhelming Bell, a look of embarrassment surfaced on his earnest face as he stumbled to articulate a coherent response. The reason behind the Pirate King's surrender puzzled all the Navy personnel. Roger had reached the final island, acquiring 1P, a treasure said to contain the greatest wealth in the world, one that could take a pirate crew a lifetime to exhaust. In terms of power, the Navy at that time lacked the capacity to apprehend Roger. Nothing seemed to explain his eventual surrender. Perhaps Bell harbored an immature hypothesis. Maybe it was related to Roger's ascent to the final island. Laugh tale. "Colonel Bell, please share more of Roger's tale with us," came a voice. Yes. Wasn't Roger repeatedly cornered by the Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp? "We wish to hear that." At some point, Sheldon, who had quietly been standing with a dozen Navy officers, raised his hand, fervently requesting another segment of the story. Under his lead, the other officers chimed in, eager to hear more about the tempestuous tides of the sea. Unable to refuse their enthusiasm, Bell steeled himself and began. "Since we were discussing Vice Admiral Garp, let us recount the Battle of Edward." Time swiftly passed as Bell wove his narrative, and soon the towering cliffs of Balron emerged on the horizon. Upon seeing the fortress rising from the sea, Tang Ge felt a sense of homecoming wash over him. It was a pleasant sensation. The warship glided through the gaps between the cliffs, and once everyone disembarked at Dock No. 3, Bell parted ways to bid farewell to Jonathan, while Tang Ge led the group straight to the base cafeteria. Not merely for a meal, he had brought back many children who had lost their parents, and they required suitable guardians. Tang Ge had already decided on the person for this role. "Jessica, I entrust them to you. They have all lost their families, so please take good care of them." Tang Ge bowed to Jessica, who had just emerged from the kitchen. "Sister Jessica, I implore you." All the subordinates, along with Dorn, bowed deeply. "What on earth are you doing? How could I possibly take care of children?" Jessica looked at Tang Ge and his entourage, her voice tinged with panic, her mind still buzzing as she struggled to digest the information she had just received. Given her acquaintance with Jonathan, she was well aware of Tang Ge's propensity for trouble. However, the notion of entrusting her, still unmarried, with the care of more than a dozen children was undeniably overwhelming. This abrupt imposition left her feeling utterly humiliated. A flicker of anger ignited within her, ready to erupt into a fiery tempest. Cough, cough. Tang Ge hastily cleared his throat, relaying a prearranged signal to the duo. The pair, guiding the children, approached Jessica, who, following Penny's prior instructions, began to wail, "Wah? Woohoo!" Jessica, unable to withstand the onslaught, felt her anger ebb away, replaced by tears welling in her eyes. This scene struck at her tender core. Without hesitation, she crouched down, enveloping the little ones in her arms, whispering soothing words to them. Observing this, Tang Ge recognized that the situation was nearing resolution. Although unorthodox, it was evident that Jessica was the most suitable guardian for these homeless children, once she accepted them into her heart. Her innate maternal instincts surged forth, prompting her to shout at Tang Ge, "What on earth are you making these children wear?" She then turned gently to the still sniffling kids, asking, "From today onward, this will be your home. What are your names? You fools, are you not feeding the children? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Have you eaten yet?" As Jessica flitted between stern reprimands and tender reassurances, it was as if she were a whirlwind of emotions. Wishing for a multitude of hands to manage the chaos, Point One could not help but acknowledge that Jonathan had indeed chosen a remarkable wife. Though her temper was somewhat volatile, she possessed a profound, nurturing spirit. Tang Ge bowed again in gratitude alongside his subordinates. It was certainly detrimental for a group of young children to be exposed to the harsh elements of the sea, and premature exposure to warfare would adversely affect their mental health. The fortress was undoubtedly the optimal environment for their growth. "You must be hungry. Let me take you to eat," Jessica said, demonstrating remarkable adaptability as she led the little ones to the kitchen. No longer casting a glance at Tang Ge and his crew. With a heavy sigh, Tang Ge felt an indescribable sense of relief wash over him. As for the headache the situation had caused, he would leave that to Jonathan. Perhaps this could even serve as a blessing in disguise, as the presence of these children would reduce the time Jonathan and his girlfriend spent together, potentially alleviating the strain of his intellectual decline. Indeed, this is a fortunate turn of events. With such thoughts, Tang Ge confidently led his entourage to the dining hall. "Brothers, feast to your heart's content. Tonight's expenses are on me." "Boss, long live, fool. It is Sister Jessica who deserves the accolades." However, all joy comes at a cost, and an unexpected surprise was looming near the Balon fortress by night. The Balon fortress lay quietly upon the gently rolling waves, akin to a beast that had retracted all its fangs. In the office of the central tower, Jonathan stood on the balcony, gazing at the lake under the cloak of darkness. Lost in thought, Leonard's report was thorough, yet limited by his capabilities, unable to perceive beyond his understanding. Through Bell's account, he had gained the most authentic perspective of the battle that transpired that night. The myriad twists and turns of that encounter sent a chill down Jonathan's spine. The White Killer. Yeti Losai had become an almost invincible presence at Balon, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, a testament to his prowess. Thankfully, that man had intervened, averting the worst possible outcome for the Navy. The strength and resolve of the fierce tiger no longer befit Balon. Marineford is where he truly belongs. Sighing, Jonathan recalled Bell's parting words. He could hardly be unaware of their implications. From the day that man had mastered hockey, the path to the central stage had been laid bare before him. Yet, how could he persuade him to go? Just as Jonathan found himself at a loss, a shadow pierced through the heavy night, descending from the moonlit clouds directly onto Balon Fortress, like a silent giant bird. The figure landed atop the central tower, its eyes seemingly able to penetrate the solid rock, precisely locating Jonathan's office in a flash. Accompanied by a barely perceptible sound of air displacement, it settled into the chair behind Jonathan's desk. "Who goes there?" Jonathan exclaimed in alarm. His instincts warned him of an unfathomably formidable beast that had suddenly appeared in his office, sending waves of danger coursing through him. "Oh, I didn't expect you to awaken your observation, Hockey. Now, I'm even more eager to meet the fierce tiger who has been making quite a stir lately," came a booming voice, rich and thunderous. The person did not conceal their presence, casually propping their legs up on the desk, holding a doghead mask. Upon hearing this voice, Jonathan, who had been practicing the 6 forms, abruptly halted, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. "You are Vice Admiral Garp," he swallowed hard, still incredulous that this legendary Navy figure had materialized before him. "Ha, Jonathan, it has been a while. It seems sending you to G8 was indeed the right choice." The tone, the laughter, and the omnipresent aura of authority unmistakably belonged to Vice Admiral Garp. "I apologize profusely. Had I known of your esteemed presence, I would have arranged for you to call ahead a formidable naval officer station in the region. Jonathan maintained a posture of utmost respect before Garp. It had become increasingly rare to witness Garp in action during Bell's generation. Yet, Jonathan knew all too well just how powerful this white-haired elder truly was. Had it not been for the incident you reported last time, would I have to resort to such stealth? Garp replied, his voice tinged with irritation. He had flown through the sky for quite a while to evade the watchful eyes of the world government. Without the record pointer for Balon in his possession, traversing the vast ocean would have taken him much longer. Did you come for Tang Ge? Jonathan queried, finally realizing Garp's purpose. It had been over 3 months since the incident, and he had presumed that Zephyr was indifferent to it. Oh, his surprise, the opposite was true. It was of utmost importance, warranting the attention of a powerhouse like Vice Admiral Garp. Besides him, who else could it be? Now that you've awakened your observation haki, you must understand just how significant the enhancement of haki is to one's strength. The Navy is vast, yet only a little over 100 have managed to break through their limits and awaken haki. If that young man's method indeed aids in awakening haki, it would undeniably bolster the Navy's combat capabilities, Garp stated solemnly. Having arrived with doubts, Garp's heart began to race upon witnessing Jonathan's awakened observation haki. Such talent truly existed in this world. Indeed, since awakening my observation haki, I can now defeat 2 or even more foes who have yet to awaken haki. The power of haki is the fundamental weapon against the abilities of devil fruit users. Jonathan affirmed that he had indeed turned misfortune into fortune. After experiencing that social death, he began to hear inexplicable whispers and could even sense the emotions of others at close range. Having studied at Navy headquarters, Jonathan understood that this was a manifestation of awakened observation haki. After diligently honing his skills, he had grasped that extraordinary power. Although his raw strength had not increased significantly, his capabilities had ascended to a new realm, sufficient to trample those who had yet to awaken haki. Thus, this matter could not be taken lightly. All right, now take me to meet that young man. The training ground number 1 felt rather cramped with an additional person training, making the confined space of dock number 8 seem insufficient. Tang Ge was here practicing alongside Dun. Dun's physique was undergoing a significant transformation during his developmental phase. With adequate nutrition, he had rapidly grown robust, a stark contrast to the frail figure Tang Ge had first encountered. Notably, his demeanor had brightened considerably. Remember, each strike must embody unwavering conviction, and every punch should be executed with controlled force, echoed Tang Ge's stern voice throughout the training area. Fool, it's not about gritting your teeth. He lightly kicked Dun's knee, yet the latter's body merely swayed slightly, his fist striking the air with muffled thuds. Continue practicing until you can wield your entire strength with precision, channeling it entirely into your fists. With a soft sigh, Tang Ge stepped aside to jot down the martial arts techniques he had recently devised in his notebook. My techniques are still rather rudimentary. He noted that his fist technique comprised merely 3 moves, 1 knife technique, and 1.5 horizontal techniques. Realizing he needed to accelerate the development of his martial arts, it is said that the founder is meant to be surpassed. And indeed, that holds true. Dun's talent was astonishing. In just over half a month of training, he had already reached the level Tang Ge had attained after 6 months of arduous practice. If he did not exert himself further, the apprentice might surpass the master, which would be quite disconcerting. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor outside the training ground, growing increasingly closer until a wooden door was forcefully pushed open. It was rumored that a fierce tiger was present here, and a robust man entered, donned in a dog-headed hood and a naval general's cloak, his voice booming. Jonathan cautiously followed behind. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge felt a slight jolt in his chest. That Major Baron, I have met the esteemed general. I dare not call him a fierce tiger in your presence. Tang Ge observed the shoulder insignia of the visitor, revealing a rank of Vice Admiral. However, the fact that Jonathan regarded him with such reverence indicated that he was no ordinary individual. It was prudent to adopt a humble demeanor, regardless of the purpose of their visit. One should not foolishly provoke others. No need for modesty. Your audacity befits the name of fierce tiger. The unfamiliar Vice Admiral laughed heartily, his hood obscuring all but a few grizzled strands of facial hair. Tang Ge, this is Vice Admiral Garp from headquarters, who has come specifically for you, Jonathan interjected, alerting Tanga. Carp, Tanga exclaimed, his admiration evident. The name of Vice Admiral Carp, a naval hero, resonated loudly. His title as the strongest in the Navy instilled fear in pirates. Your reputation is well-deserved. The title of the strongest Navy is not mere boast, but earned through formidable prowess. He acknowledged the man who stood before him, the only one in the Navy whose strength could be compared to the former pirate king, Joel Dita Roger, having repeatedly forced the latter into dire straits. This man was truly the pinnacle of naval combat strength. Worthy of admiration, Dahaha, you certainly made quite a ruckus on Grand Island, attracting considerable trouble. But it suits my temperament, Carp said, removing his hood and revealing a rather ordinary-looking elderly face, save for his exceptionally strong arms and a scar resembling a centipede across his forehead. The recent incident at Whale Harbor has drawn criticism from the world government. Had they not been preoccupied with the affairs of the 7 warlords of the sea, resolving it might not have been so straightforward. I could see the time. I only wanted to eliminate that scoundrel and did not think beyond that. Tonga replied, his expression one of guilt. The Navy is an organization of justice. If even the soldiers who uphold justice cannot be protected, then its existence is indeed unwarranted. Carp chuckled, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. To stand against the authority of the world nobles without fear is a rare quality. However, having lost face this time, they're the most vengeful. They will not interfere in Gran under the pressure of public opinion. But they can still make your life difficult within the Navy, so remain vigilant. Understood. Tonga responded loudly, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Carp's penetrating gaze had been overwhelmingly oppressive, revealing that his ulterior motives had been laid bare. Time is limited, so let us dispense with idle chatter. I have come to Major Barron specifically to confirm something. As he spoke, Carp's expression grew serious. He loosened his tie, tossed his cloak to Jonathan, and fixed his eyes upon Tonga with the intensity of a primordial beast, just standing there. An oppressive aura emanated from him, sweeping outward like a tidal wave. Jonathan's cloak billowed as if caught in a tempest, and the dust in the training ground was stirred up, rushing out through the doors and windows. Now, come at me. Let's see your strength. Carp's voice resounded like distant thunder, enveloping Tonga in an immense pressure. As the wind whipped up dust into his face, Tonga did not raise a hand to shield himself. Instead, he met Carp's gaze with excitement. Was this the power of the strongest Navy? He distinctly felt that Carp had done nothing. The palpable energy surged around them. Merely by ceasing to restrain his aura, Carp unleashed a tremendous force, akin to a colossal mountain intruding upon the space around them, displacing everything in its vicinity. Boom! Amidst this tumultuous atmosphere, another force suddenly erupted. Though faint, it stood firm like a rock amidst the ocean. Unwavering, Tonga's internal energy cascaded over most of his body, leaving only a few vulnerable spots. His entire being glimmered with a dark violet hue of internal energy. And he grinned widely, assuming a fighting stance. Vice Admiral Carp, I shall not hold back. Should you be defeated, I would be quite disappointed. He yearned to discern how far he was from the world and the vastness of it. Ha ha! Quite the audacious one. Come forth. Use all your strength. Carp bellowed, his grizzled beard trembling with mirth. This was more like it. Carp had yet to exert himself, and such a level of presence was merely intimidating to the weak. Show me the might of the strongest in the world. Tonga felt his blood boil within his chest, a manifestation of power reaching its zenith. He stomped heavily on the floor, propelling himself like an arrow shot from a bow straight at Carp. He prepared to unleash his most formidable punch, eschewing any flamboyance that might be deemed disrespectful to the strong. Prajna Vajra. His body, enveloped in dark energy, shattered the air, leaving a series of explosive sounds as he closed the distance to Carp in an instant. Impressive momentum, not bad strength. Carp's eyes glimmered slightly, his earlier disdain dissipating. However, he deemed this level of power insufficient to alter his stance, remaining stationary to meet the punch head-on. Bang! After this period of training, Tonga had tested his sheer strength, which was capable of tremendous destruction. Now, the force he wielded could upend a small warship. Combined with the kinetic energy gained from the distance covered, it struck Carp's chest with undeniable impact. The white energy at the forefront of his fist erupted violently, and within the confined space, it felt as though a hurricane had swept through. The confidence of being able to pierce through a steel wall met Carp with the weight of a leaden bull. Carp's body merely slid back slightly, leaving a mark of less than a meter on the floor. Tang Ge could sense that Carp had not employed any external reinforcement, nor had he dodged. He had simply absorbed the blow with pure physical defense. Was this truly the body of a man? Was this the ceiling of naval combat power, the pinnacle of strength in the world? Good power, but it seems to have had little effect. Now it's my turn. Had Carp's aura intensified, his gaze reflecting the ferocity of a wild beast. Cultivate such a degree of domineering presence at this stage is commendable. But it's far from sufficient. Young one, this sea is broader than you can imagine. Come, grasp the reality of this world. The more Carp spoke, the more animated he became, his grin widening ominously, raising his robust right hand. His entire fist shimmered with a disturbing black sheen. Hiss. This fellow is playing dirty. He didn't mention anything about counterattacking. Ignoring the old man, transforming into a raging beast, Tang Ge heightened his vigilance to the maximum. Aware that a blow from that fist could be fatal, he swiftly utilized the 6 styles of Soru to create distance. Darting about the training ground in terms of speed, he was confident he could evade the impending assault. Hey, you can't escape, Carp chuckled, bending his knees slightly. The ground beneath him shattered as he vanished from sight, moving faster than the eye could perceive. Danger! Quickly dodge! Standing nearby, Jonathan exclaimed anxiously. Just moments ago, the overwhelming aura emanating from Tang Ge had nearly made his eyes pop out. Yet such intensity was insufficient when facing Carp. And oh, sooner had he spoken than a thunderous explosion echoed throughout the training ground. Boom! As if he had anticipated Tang Ge's movements, Carp instantaneously materialized behind him. Leaving no time for reaction before delivering a powerful punch, Tang Ge's body was propelled into the ground, rocks scattering, dust billowing upward, and a massive human-shaped crater formed. With fissures radiating from its circumference, the ground trembled suddenly, akin to a localized earthquake. Pain, excruciating pain, was the sole sensation Tang Ge felt as he lay in the pit, the agony piercing his very soul. The martial skills he had once taken pride in crumbled before the might of Carp's fist, as fragile as bread, disintegrating upon contact. This force was akin to the distinction between a nuclear bomb and mere explosives. Carp had not exerted his full strength, and with his mastery over power, he undoubtedly retracted much of his force upon impact. Otherwise, the outcome would have been fatal, as his instincts had foretold. Such a disparity was truly despairing. This was the pinnacle of strength. After a moment, it was fortunate that Tang Ge's recovery was remarkable, and his physical constitution was commendable. The pain subsided rapidly. Speed, strength, mastery of the 6 forms, combined with his awakened haki. Indeed, in the waters of Balon, no pirate would pose a threat to him. Carp's booming voice resonated nearby. Haha, I'd be surprised if I believed you. You were utterly shattered by my punch. Not a shred of pride stirred within him. Tang Ge refrained from speaking. It seems I may have struck a bit too hard. How about we do it again? Carp chuckled, his laughter growing increasingly unsettling. What nonsense! If we do it again, will I still be alive? Tang Ge stood upright in the pit, responding swiftly, Vice Admiral Carp, you flatter me. Balon is merely a small locale, and we must strive for greater heights. Carp's eyes sparkled with interest, recovering quite swiftly. I see. Looks like my strength has diminished significantly lately, he remarked, glancing at the worried Jonathan. What is this? He asked, recovering splendidly. It appears your strength has waned. Tang Ge's expression darkened considerably, his respect for this naval hero dissipating rapidly. Carp was indeed a mischievous old rogue. What is haki? Tang Ge recalled the keyword Carp had mentioned earlier. What? Didn't Jonathan tell you? Carp turned his gaze toward Jonathan. This is the first time I've seen him use haki. To be honest, I was quite surprised that he awakened haki at such a young age. Thankfully. He asked with the Navy, Jonathan expressed, his lips curling into a proud smile. You two fools, do you expect me to starve through the night? Carp suddenly erupted, seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory. My apologies. I'll head to the cafeteria right away. Ultimately, Carp did not visit the cafeteria. Instead, he made his way to Jonathan's office. Sitting behind the desk, Carp devoured his food ravenously, occasionally dozing off drool trickling from his mouth, yet he continued to munch on his meal. The chefs constantly delivered more food, clearing away the empty plates. Carp's stomach seemed like a bottomless pit. Even Tang Ge, a notorious glutton, found himself humbled. Smack. Carp's drool bubble burst, and he awoke with a dazed expression, looking at Jonathan and Tang Ge with a sheepish grin. Did I fall asleep again? Old folks really can't stay up late. Now, where were we? Finally laying down his chopsticks, Carp spared the exhausted chef for Ballon. What kind of old man eats like you and possesses such strength? Tang Ge and Jonathan simultaneously scoffed internally. The atmosphere grew momentarily silent. Tang Ge's curiosity overcame his disdain for the old ITS hockey. Vice Admiral Carp. I remember now. Carp feigned ignorance, earning full marks for his antics. Setting aside his frivolity, Carp sat his chair, seemingly delving into long-forgotten tales. Hockey is the latent power residing within every human being. It exists in everyone. Breath and presence are innate qualities, representing two forms of hockey. However, most individuals remain oblivious or unable to harness it, living their lives in a state of mediocrity. Breath signifies observation hockey, while presence signifies armament hockey. There is also conqueror's hockey, a rare form found among the greatest figures of the sea. Tang Ge murmured, repeating, observation hockey, armament hockey, conqueror's hockey. The fog before his eyes began to lift. The mysterious veil surrounding the higher-tier powers mentioned by Zephyr in his diary was gradually unveiling itself, revealing the true nature of internal power. Observation hockey enhances one's ability to perceive the breath of others, allowing one to sense the positions and numbers of enemies beyond the line of sight, even predicting their next moves. The image of Carp anticipating his actions flashed through Tang Ge's mind, reminiscent of the terrifying intuition he had experienced on Grand Island. So that's what it was. Your ability to accurately predict my movements and paths is observation hockey, that you've awakened this ability, that your application still lacks refinement. What? You've even awakened observation hockey. Tang Ge remained relatively unfazed, while Jonathan erupted, his voice ascending several octaves. Initially, he thought he would be able to hold his head high before that brat after awakening the more challenging observation hockey. Yet in just over 3 months, he found himself facing an even more insurmountable peak. Remembering the arduous practice he had endured to awaken his own observation hockey, he realized this brat had already awakened 2 forms of hockey. Particularly with armament hockey, the level of strength was utterly disheartening. Genius, monster, he had encountered many, including some very close to him among the current admirals. However, he had never seen anyone like Tang Ge, especially someone who relished training to such an extent. How could he possibly be at ease as a commander? His subordinates were outclassed. Breath cannot deceive. Jonathan, Carp, oblivious to Jonathan's inner turmoil, laughed heartily. Armament hockey acts like an invisible armor. When it hardens sufficiently, it naturally transforms into offensive power, a formidable force that balances both offense and defense. Yes, it is the very power that envelopes your body. Tang Ge felt the currents swirling around his surface. Initially, he believed it to be a self-created form of internal power, only to discover it was a force inherent to this world known as armament hockey. The wonders of armament hockey extend beyond mere offense. It is the only true means of countering devil fruit users. Aside from sea stone and seawater, a powerful armament hockey can nearly overwhelm a devil fruit user, enabling even Logia-type users, who are nearly invincible in the first half of the Grand Line, to be struck physically. The fact that he could defeat Reginald indicated that his armament hockey had reached a commendable level. I see. No wonder I struggled to land a hit on Reginald's tough body at first. Once I applied a bit of armament hockey to my fist, I was able to break through after just a few strikes. Hockey could restrain devil fruit users. So, what use do they have? Sea stone, seawater, hockey. What about conqueror's hockey? Tang Ge was intrigued by this seemingly extraordinary form of hockey. Conqueror's hockey is the domain of those with kingly potential, an exceedingly rare ability. 1 in a million. Great figures of the sea are often endowed with this power, which cannot be enhanced through training. It is solely tied to one's innate. Carp mentioned conqueror's hockey. A furrow formed on his brow, seemingly lost in thought. Willpower? Tang Ge murmured softly. Vice Admiral Karp, how can one train observation and armament haki? He raised a hand in inquiry. Tang Ge glanced at Jonathan, who had spoken up. This was undoubtedly the wisest thing he had said all night in that brief moment. A long snore echoed across the expansive training ground as Karp suddenly puffed up another drool bubble and fell asleep. This old rascal. Surely this is intentional. His excessive drowsiness must be a sign of impending senility. These words can only be uttered as fierce curses in the recesses of one's mind, for one would never dare to voice them aloud. That last blow was excruciating. Whether it was the formidable prowess of Karp, which was already unmatched with just a hint of his abilities, or the limitless potential of haki. This cultivation system that offers tremendous power, it has undeniably broadened my horizons. There is no doubt that the true higher-level powers of this world have revealed only the tip of the iceberg. The inner strength of this realm is synonymous with the force known as haki. The powers derived from the devil fruits resemble flawed superpowers, capable of altering the very existence of humanity. Yet haki is distinct, that it is inherently a latent potential within the human body, and once awakened, its extraordinary capabilities surpass those of the devil fruit powers. However, my journey in mastering haki has encountered a plateau. Currently, I can only glean more information from Karp, including methods to cultivate haki. Previously, although I possessed an enhancement to my physical constitution, which granted me superhuman stamina and resilience, the direct augmentation of my strength was limited. No matter how robust my physique, if I faced an impenetrable foe, such as a user of natural-type abilities, boundless stamina would be rendered futile. Yet now, haki, a power capable of countering the abilities of others, fills that gap. Particularly, the armament haki, which provides both offense and defense, can strike the tangible forms of ability users. Boasting a remarkably high ceiling for potential IT allows one to maximize their advantages to the fullest. Haki is a high-consumption ability. For the average individual, even when mastering it, their limited stamina results in a restricted usage duration, coverage area, and intensity. However, for me, stamina is hardly a concern, and with the ability to further enhance my constitution, my proficiency in haki is significantly amplified. The path ahead has become crystal clear, as Karp's gaze appears somewhat hazy and bewildered. "Oh dear, my apologies. I must have dozed off again," he chuckled, his laughter devoid of genuine remorse. "Oh, this." Jonathan had long since grown accustomed, wearing a respectful smile as he inquired, "Admiral Karp, how should one cultivate haki post-awakening?" Well, Karp replied, "Once haki is awakened, it necessitates cultivation, and there are two primary methods. Point 1 involves constantly surpassing oneself in actual combat, honing haki through battles. This is the approach favored by pirates, hence why those who wield haki among them are exceptionally powerful." After a brief cough, Karp shot Jonathan a knowing glance. The other method is unique to the Navy, which, after centuries of exploration, has developed a more scientific and rational approach to cultivating haki. However, the world government only permits this knowledge to be imparted to those soldiers with significant achievements. We cannot share it privately. Karp then proceeded to dig into his nostrils, displaying his displeasure to a significant achievement. Does discovering a way to eliminate the flaws of the iron block technique count as such? Jonathan quickly interjected, "Is that so? If true, then it certainly qualifies." Karp acknowledged. The iron block and paper drawing techniques are essentially the rudimentary versions of armament and observation haki. Regrettably, the drawbacks of the iron block technique are exceedingly apparent. If someone could devise a solution to its limitations, it would indeed be a monumental achievement, immediately granting them access to the methods of cultivating haki. Karp nodded with a smile. "Oh, you have such a genius here." "Indeed, standing right before you," Jonathan replied, directing Karp's attention to the bewildered Tang Ge. "What the hell? So you two have been conspiring against me all along." Tang Ge felt an intricate mix of emotions, and a sense of pent-up frustration welled within him, leaving him speechless. These two had been eyeing his self-created martial arts techniques from the very beginning, akin to stealing someone's secret manual. A manual of supreme significance, no less. It was no wonder that a powerhouse like Karp would venture into such a remote corner in the dead of night. It all made sense now. Karp flaunted haki, and Jonathan seemed to be in perfect sync with him. So many coincidences happening simultaneously could no longer be described as mere coincidence. It was all a ploy to ensnare him. Yet he could not fathom why such elaborate efforts were necessary. Resolving the flaws of the iron block technique was not particularly challenging, and with the acquisition of armament hockey, the iron block's utility diminished significantly. Why, then, go through such lengths? What do you mean it's not difficult? For centuries, Navy elites have come and gone, and none have resolved it. Are you suggesting they're all worthless? Carp crosses arms defiantly, exuding an imposing aura, utterly devoid of guilt over his intentions of pilfering martial arts secrets. In this regard, Jonathan realized he had much to learn. It was no wonder he was merely a rear admiral. His face flushed with the shame of having committed an underhanded act. With millions in the Navy, yet only a scant few hundred capable of wielding hockey, the challenge of awakening it is abundantly clear. Take Jonathan, for instance. He spent 3 years in the Navy headquarters special training without awakening hockey, rendering him somewhat of a failure. Yet, after following your method for a time, he successfully awakened observation hockey. Thus, you understand? Are you implying that my method aids in awakening hockey? Jonathan, having felt a momentary vindication for being called a failure, quickly dismissed his earlier annoyance as thoughts of Tang Ge's accomplishments resurfaced. He had not anticipated that his half-finished martial arts technique would possess such utility. Having personally awakened both colors of hockey without much hardship, he had never considered it a difficult endeavor. Yet upon discovering Jonathan's 3-year struggle, he realized that this fellow was not merely a failure due to love. He had always been inept. His gaze toward Jonathan now bore a hint of pity and tolerance. What does that look mean? Jonathan, now sensitive to the emotional fluctuations of those around him following his awakening, felt both embarrassment and irritation. It's nothing. I previously misjudged you. You are not incapable, merely unable. Capability is a reflection of ability, while potential is a matter of attitude. Jonathan's limitations led to expectations that exceeded his capabilities. How can this commander continue? He thought, feeling conflicted as he considered how Tang Ge had awakened dual colors of hockey before even reaching 20. Jonathan's emotions were complex, beyond what ordinary individuals could comprehend. We shall set aside the trivial bickering for later. Let us address the matter at hand. The headquarters will ensure you are compensated fairly. You will be promoted 2 ranks, directly ascending to the position of colonel at the headquarters. Additionally, in exchange, you will receive a comprehensive guide to cultivating hockey that, if it proves that your method indeed facilitates the awakening of hockey, then countless officers at the threshold of awakening will be grateful to you. Carp, the old tyrant, stood nearby, visibly displeased with Tang Ge's attempt to shift the topic. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Ge replied, "Very well." The exchange of a half-finished martial arts technique for a complete hockey cultivation method was already a worthwhile deal. The foremost priority now was to master hockey. That I have one more condition. You certainly know how to time your requests. Go ahead. The Carp's face broke into a grin, his large hands playfully patting Tang Ge's shoulder with excessive force, creating a resounding thud should the conditions be too outrageous. He seemed prepared to take action against the one making the request. Damn this old rascal. Tang Ge inwardly cursed as he felt the blatant threat. His armament hockey flickered precariously, the force of the pats akin to hammering iron. Dorn, come here. Dorn, who had been shadowing Tang Ge, approached silently. Here's the situation. Dorn is a child I rescued on Grand Island. His family was slain by Whelans and pirates, and he currently bears a death sentence from Judiciary Island. I seek your assistance in resolving this matter. Tang Ge elaborated on Whelan's collusion with Nick to frame Dorn's family, deliberately omitting Judiciary Island's role, believing those present were astute enough to deduce the implications. Those scoundrels! They deserve to die. Carp's eyes widened with fury, his voice thunderous, his hair bristling like a lion in rage. Then his expression grew somber as he sighed heavily, his once mighty stature slightly slumping as he regarded Dorn with softened eyes. Leave this matter to me. I will bring to Sengoku's attention that if he intervenes, justice will surely be served for this child. The tragedy has already occurred. Executing Whelans is merely a remedial measure. Countless similar tragedies unfold across the globe, and the sources of such misfortunes leave one feeling utterly powerless. Thank you very much, Admiral Carp. As they spoke, Tang Ge retrieved the tome that chronicled all his self-created martial arts and handed it to Carp. The method you requested is recorded within, that it's no wonder Zephyr holds you in such high regard. You truly are of the same ilk, Carp exclaimed with a hearty laugh, dispelling the weighty atmosphere that had previously lingered. He then produced a booklet from his pocket, its cover emblazoned with the Navy insignia, and tossed it over. The foundational training method for hockey has been meticulously compiled by the Navy headquarters over centuries. It significantly enhances the quality of hockey upon awakening. Compared to the pirates who rely solely on practical combat for advancement, the Navy's approach is somewhat gentler, yet the results are comparably effective. This booklet must be handled with care, and it is advisable to incinerate it once you have perused its contents. Now, my time is quite limited, so if you two have any questions regarding your training, feel free to voice them. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Ge suppressed his urge to immediately delve into the newly acquired tome and promptly conveyed to Carp the challenges he faced in enhancing his strength, particularly the difficulties he encountered in hockey cultivation as he reached a bottleneck that he trusted that, given Carp's stature, he would surely comprehend the underlying reasons. While Carp skimmed through Tang Ge's martial arts manual, he replied, "Physical constitution equates to innate talent. You have reached the upper limit of strength permitted by your natural physique. The vast majority of individuals in this world can only attain the rank of Rear Admiral. And you are no exception. I simply did not anticipate that you would reach your limit so swiftly. It seems your qualifications are rather mediocre. Indeed, there once existed a classification of human physiques into 4 tiers: soldier, commander, admiral, and sovereign. The strength ceiling for soldier and commander physiques is capped at the pinnacle of Rear Admiral, dictated by innate physical conditions, which cannot be surpassed. If calculated by combat power, this limit is 5,000 combat units." "Ah, I see," Tang Ge murmured, understanding Carp's words instantly. Just like the multitude of Navy personnel beneath him, no matter how hard they trained, their strength improvements were inherently limited. Excessive training could even harm their bodies. They represented the most common and ordinary soldier-level physiques. He and Jonathan, however, likely belonged to the commander-level physiques. It was no wonder that so many consumed devil fruits, only to find themselves in a state of irretrievable stagnation, forced to rely on external forces for advancement. Fortunately, within his body resided an auxiliary presence. As long as the capabilities of the devil fruit were sufficient, he would inevitably tread upon the unprecedented path of ultimate strength. "Vice Admiral Carp, I have heard from Vice Admiral Jonathan about the combat power measurement system. However, after awakening hockey, combat strength can no longer be gauged by mere physical power. How then should one assess the strength of an adversary?" This was a persistent source of confusion for Tang Ge. With Carp, a figure at the pinnacle of the Navy, present, he naturally sought enlightenment. "You are quite the schemer," Carp scoffed dismissively. Prior to the awakening of hockey, the Navy, along with all departments under the world government, utilized the combat power measurement system devised by those scoundrels at Judicial Island, which becomes utterly useless after one awakens hockey. The Navy headquarters does not possess such precise evaluative criteria for hockey practitioners. For instance, taking an ordinary Rear Admiral who has just grasped the strength of hockey as a standard, a commander-level physique cultivated to its zenith would yield a hockey strength double that standard. 1 hour of hockey covering the entire body is a standard quantity, and the highest-ranking Rear Admiral would have 3 standard quantities of hockey. Currently, neither of you has even reached a single standard quantity. As for Jonathan, his hockey goes without saying. His observation hockey has only recently awakened and is still a distance away from even 1 standard quantity, while his armament hockey remains at 0. Tang Ge was slightly stronger, and with his remarkable stamina, his armament hockey strength could be considered as 1, but the quantity could only be rated at 0.8. His observation hockey had just awakened, and he had yet to dedicate any effort to its training. Ignoring the disheartened expressions of the two, Carr continued, "I must admit, despite your average talent, you possess a keen intellect. The idea of merging paper and iron to enhance the probability of hockey awakening remains to be validated. Nonetheless, your earlier punches were commendable. How about a trade?" Only a fool would directly flip to the pages. Having thoroughly examined the manual, Carp, with his discerning eye, quickly grasped the key to resolving the iron block's shortcomings and found the training methods recorded by this young man quite intriguing. How should one put it? The power of those punches was inconsequential in his eyes, yet the training methods and descriptions were rather novel. For those who had already undergone official Navy training, it might be redundant, but for individuals devoid of any martial arts foundation, it held significant value in terms of teaching. Zephyr was undoubtedly a paragon. Throughout the history of the Navy, no one was more suited for the role of chief instructor than he. However, even Zephyr's diary-style training methods lacked such specificity and detail, as this one was richly illustrated, allowing one to discern precisely the state of their training. These punches were haphazardly created and hardly merit your praise. What do you mean by trait? Tang Ge was uncertain of the old dragon's intentions and, sensing a sharp gaze, quickly redirected the conversation. Ha! Carp erupted into another hearty laugh, his white teeth resembling a beast's fangs, as his right hand struck against Tang Ge's shoulder with a resounding thud. Tomorrow morning, I shall return to the East Blue to visit my 2 grandsons, whom I have not seen in a year. I wish to present them with a gift, and your punches are quite suitable for novices. I shall teach you for 1 night in exchange for these few punches. Suitable for novices? The techniques I painstakingly developed are merely children's entry-level martial arts in your eyes. Struggling against the discomfort in his body, Tang Ge lowered his head under Carp's imposing presence. Receive your guidance is truly an honor. He conceded, unable to refuse. This old dragon's casual slaps necessitated the use of armament haki for defense, and his overtly aggressive demeanor clearly indicated that refusal would lead to dire consequences. Now, that is music to my ears. In the entire Navy, when it comes to strength, who dares to claim to be superior to me? The knowledge I impart to you is reserved for those who can master it, the admirals, Carp proclaimed, crossing his arms defiantly, exuding an air of arrogance. Tang Ge recalled hearing from Bell that Carp remained a vice admiral not due to a lack of strength compared to admirals, but purely because this legendary figure of the Navy preferred a leisurely life, eschewing the constraints that would come with a promotion. Such grandiosity seemed to hold a kernel of truth for him. Exchanging his self-created punches for the tutelage of a top-tier expert was undoubtedly a worthwhile trade. However, I must clarify beforehand that my punches embody the fist of justice. Should anyone wield them for unjust purposes, I shall be compelled to rectify the situation, Tang Ge stated solemnly. Having painstakingly crafted his own martial arts, he felt it necessary to instill protective measures for his intellectual property, an informal apprentice. If he were to stray from the righteous path, his master would certainly guide him back. With a resounding thud, Carp's fist struck Tang Ge, sending him crashing to the ground. What kind of attitude is that? He pounded his fist against his chest with a thunderous clap, steam billowing from his nostrils. My grandsons are destined to become the mightiest Navy officers. How could they ever commit any unjust acts? By laying a solid foundation for them now, I assure you they will never employ your punches for nefarious deeds. Though Carp wished for his grandsons to join the Navy, he harbored little confidence, as both had inherited their father's innate talents, particularly Ace, who had already claimed dominion over his territory during Carp's last visit to the East Blue. Alas, Ace, Luffy, you both must become Navy officers. Under the moonlight, like a waterfall spilling over the sea, the scene unfolded around a spacious patch of grass beneath the cliffs encircling Barren. The old dragon Carp, principal disciple Tang Ge, and the 2 audit students, Jonathan and Dorn, gathered together. It hurts. Why are your punches so painful? Even my armament haki cannot withstand them. The lamentation pierced the tranquil night. Before Tang Ge could even prepare himself, Carp's iron fist struck unexpectedly, landing squarely on his forehead, leaving a noticeable swelling. The pain reverberated through him, compelling him to roll on the ground several times before he could alleviate it. Carp, spitting out a flurry of words, bellowed, "Idiot, your sense of vigilance is utterly lacking. If you were to encounter a real enemy, you wouldn't even know how you perished. You must remember that this world harbors various devil fruit abilities, some of which may not even grant you the opportunity to activate your armament haki. Were it not for the fact that I cannot match your strength, I would truly desire to deliver a fierce blow to you. Moreover, how did you manage to approach so silently?" The extraordinary intuition bestowed by the observation haki was rendered utterly ineffective. Tang Ge continuously rubbed the spot where he had just been struck, feeling an immense sense of frustration. Yet he maintained a rigid posture, listening to Carp's lecture. You fool. What are you so pleased about? Carp swiftly moved beside the smirking Jonathan, brandishing a wooden stick approximately the length of a meter, and struck mercilessly. Thud! Jonathan, who had yet to awaken his armament haki, received a solid hit to the head, collapsing to the ground and remaining there for quite a while. You think mastering haki is that simple? Listen well, brats, tonight may be the closest you ever get to the pinnacle of this world, so pour every ounce of effort into it. This wooden stick will be imbued with a moderate degree of armament haki. Tonight, you will either be struck down by it or shatter it. Who do you think you are looking down upon, you old fool? Tang Ge thought to himself, yet he dutifully responded aloud, I will give it my all. Vice Admiral Carp, will I? Jonathan groaned weakly. Then let us begin. Carp noticed the dismissive glint in Tang Ge's eyes and grinned dangerously. In a split second, Tang Ge decided to take the initiative, and the sound of air being torn apart echoed as he appeared beside the stationary Carp. With a fist charged with armament haki, he launched a direct assault on Carp's wooden stick. Prajna Vajra. He unleashed his most formidable punch. The audacity of youth knows no fear, yet it was futile. Carp smiled faintly, and the wooden stick instantly turned jet black. With a swift motion, he countered Tang Ge's powerful strike. The two collided with a resounding thud. The stick remained unscathed, while Tang Ge's fist burned with pain. Feeling as though it had swollen in that fleeting moment, he comprehended that even the slightest of differences could form an insurmountable chasm. What are you dawdling for? You idiot. This is a battle. Daydreaming in the midst of combat is a surefire way to meet your end. Carp paid no heed to Tang Ge's expression. Before he could react, a blow landed on the very spot that had just begun to heal, causing a larger bump to swell. Ouch! Tang Ge writhed on the ground, cries of agony escaping his lips. That scoundrel deliberately targeted the same area. Although the force was not overwhelming, the unique true damage associated with haki was excruciatingly painful. Carp's lips curled into a smirk, unwilling to be underestimated. Listen closely, time is limited. The book contains the knowledge on how to master haki and enhance its strength and quantity. I shan't waste time on that. Tonight, I will impart to you two fledgling warriors the essence of advanced applications of armament haki. Advanced applications? Both of them brightened at this revelation, realizing that the main event of the evening was about to commence. For ordinary training, they could simply refer to the foundational manual of haki. But a legendary figure like Carp would not waste time on such basics. Armament haki serves as an invisible armor enveloping the body. Its quantity and strength will increase with your training, and a robust defense will naturally transform into offense. This is a principle you must remember. During battle, a fully enveloped body in armament haki can indeed withstand enemy attacks. However, this method of utilizing armament haki is not efficient. Many areas not directly under attack will only exhaust your stamina, yielding limited enhancement to combat effectiveness. The advanced application I speak of is the optimal conversion of armament haki into offensive power. In Wano, a region of the New World, the inhabitants refer to armament haki as flowing sakura, due to its fluid nature. The haki within our bodies is finite and can flow. During combat, most areas do not require defensive coverage. Thus, the effective deployment of armament haki to the appropriate areas is the hallmark of its advanced application. Buzz. The characteristics of armament haki on Carp's stick faded, and a vast amount of haki surged upon it, resembling ripples of flowing energy. Watch closely. He swung the stick like a spear, aiming for the towering cliff. Just a few inches away from the cliff face, he halted, yet the ceaselessly flowing haki surged forth like an electromagnetic cannon, penetrating the rock. Even a small amount of armament haki can amplify destructive power, and the haki Carp had applied to the stick was nothing short of immense. An indescribable force was concentrated into a single line, piercing through the rock formation. Boom! The void seemed to tremble, echoing a muffled sound above the barren fortress. A perfectly circular hole appeared in the cliff, at least 100 meters wide, as a violent gust of air, laden with an abundance of limestone dust, erupted from the other side of the rock. The barren fortress had been breached. This level of destruction, is this truly the realm of the immortals? After enduring numerous trials, Tang Ge believed his mind had become as tranquil as water, impervious to disturbances. Yet Carp's strike had firmly struck at his heart, shattering his narrow worldview. The world is vast, infinite. The journey begins with a single step. To witness such a tremendous alteration in terrain with a mere swing of a stick is a testament to the strength that stands at the pinnacle of the Navy. One cannot help but wonder what kind of devastation those who claim to possess the highest combat prowess must wield. The Baron, reputed to be an impregnable fortress, had merely never encountered a warrior of this caliber. Phew, such power is remarkable. That trade was undoubtedly worth it. Thankfully, it did not strike my body. Had it done so, I would have been gravely injured or worse. Taking several deep breaths, Tang Ge finally calmed down and glanced at the petrified commander beside him. That Jonathan's eyes bulged, staring dumbfounded at Carp, his mouth agape, seemingly choking on his own disbelief, producing a sound akin to fabric rubbing together. His confidence in the Baroness' ironclad defense had been utterly shattered by that single blow. Oh no. Oh no. I exerted too much force. Carp scratched his head, resembling an old man who had made a mistake, yet none present dared to challenge him, let alone criticize him for his actions. The potential of armament hockey is not merely limited to this. For you too, reaching this level is already sufficient to dominate the seas. Dominate the seas? Tang Ge's intensity surged as an unquenchable desire shone in his eyes. He felt a profound intuition that this was his path to becoming the strongest. Kid, mastering this technique is no easy feat. Every form of hockey takes years to awaken and master. Only through relentless training can one attain the pinnacle of strength. More than talent, becoming powerful relies on an indomitable resolve. Do you possess that resolve? A gentle breeze blew, the moon hanging high in the sky, as Carp's voice resonated with an overwhelming sense of authority. I shall become the strongest. Vice Admiral Carp, when Tang Ge declared this with unwavering conviction. There is no sense of arrogance or unrealistic shame, only a resolute belief. The sound of air being sliced through echoed again as he activated armament hockey once more, striking towards Carp's wooden stick. The arrogance and complacency born of his recent surge in power had been shattered. Now, all that remained was his fervent desire to become the strongest. Ha! Carp laughed heartily. A man should never be underestimated for declaring his dreams. Only those with dreams can achieve greatness, and Carp understood this better than anyone. The strongest must traverse the longest paths and endure the harshest trials. Now, let me witness your resolve to become the strongest. Kid-bam! Their hockey-infused fists collided with the wooden stick, producing a sound akin to iron clashing. Suppressing the pain radiating from his fist, Tang Ge relentlessly swung his arms, executing the 3 styles of boxing and the 6 forms with fluidity. Remarkable intuition, Carp praised as he continuously blocked with the stick. Jonathan, having regained his senses, joined the fray, his gritted teeth reflecting his determination to shatter the one responsible for the destruction of the barren fortress. Good momentum, but your speed is rather lacking. It's slow enough to make me want to doze off. As he spoke, Carp feigned sleepiness, even blowing bubbles from his nose. This fellow's ability to deliver a verbal blow was truly formidable. An opportunity. As they gazed upon Carp's arrogant visage, both Tang Ge and Jonathan felt their eyes redden with indignation. How intolerable. Both were masters well-versed in the 6 styles, and they unleashed a furious barrage of attacks around Carp. Their speed reaching the very limits of human endurance, their fists moving so swiftly that they appeared to leave afterimages. Yet it was all in vain. Carp, seemingly asleep, floated through their tempestuous onslaught with the grace of a dandelion, completely unscathed. This old rogue was demonstrating to them the true application of observation hockey. With a resounding clap, their strikes failed to make contact with Carp, but the violent movement of air caused his nasal mucus to burst, splattering onto his face. The dazed expression lingered only for a moment before his demeanor shifted to one of danger. Awoken from his slumber, Carp erupted in fury, transforming into a raging behemoth. You 2 brats. How dare you disturb my sleep? Do you not understand the importance of an elder's rest? Is this the attitude with which you approach your training? With a cacophony of screams following, Tang Ge and Jonathan found themselves sprawled on the ground, both bearing the remnants of their futile efforts. This old scoundrel still possessed a temper upon waking. After a night devoid of rest, the sunlight filtered through the leaves, finally bringing tranquility to the mountaintop forest. The reality was clear. You two were not geniuses, so do not be prideful or complacent. There are countless strong beings across these seas. Karp remarked, brandishing the intact wooden stick in his hand. Despite enduring a night of intense training while fending off their sporadic ambushes, he showed no signs of fatigue. In stark contrast, Jonathan lay on the ground like a parched fish, utterly motionless. He understood that such opportunities were rare and pushed his body to its limits in an attempt to catch up to that man. The harshness of reality slapped him in the face. He lacked the strength even to lift a finger, while that fellow retained his full combat capability. With a swift motion, Karp sidestepped an incoming punch and kicked Tang Ge, who had lost his balance during his assault, sending him sprawling. The sheer force caused Tang Ge's face to collide with the ground, scraping along the earth. Your stamina is indeed remarkable. Maintaining your armament haki for so long is no small feat. However, the rest of your talents seem rather ordinary. Under my tutelage, your mastery of armament haki has barely improved. Stroking his stubbled chin, Karp was most perplexed by Tang Ge's performance, despite possessing only a standard physique. His stamina was surprisingly robust. Even after a full night of exertion utilizing armament haki, he remained vibrant. Though not particularly gifted in the realm of haki cultivation, his rapid awakening of dual haki was attributed to his intellect and diligence. Yet, it was still insufficient. The location of Balan Fortress lay merely in the first half of the Grand Line. Such strength might be impressive here, but should they reach Marine headquarters or venture into the New World, it would not suffice to sway the outcome of a battle, and he was still a distance away from becoming an independent Marine. Spitting, Karp exclaimed that armament haki could only protect the face from injury, but could not prevent dirt and debris from entering the mouth. The self-invented method of using one's mouth to plow the ground was likely unique to Tang Ge. This rascal, spitting out the dirt that nearly entered his esophagus, Tang Ge's eyes became bloodshot, and he mentally recorded another offense against this disrespectful old tyrant. Competing with an aging elder in terms of strength did not define a true hero. However, did he not have two grandsons? Moreover, they were exceptionally gifted. All these grievances were noted against his grandsons. Alas, ignoring the glares of hatred, Karp sighed heavily, his gaze settling on Dorn, who had persistently continued his training. Few adults could endure such a night of intense training, yet this 10-year-old child had managed to do so. The pains of his childhood had endowed him with resilience and willpower far beyond the ordinary, coupled with an unwavering determination to grow stronger and a natural aptitude for combat. He would surely become an excellent Marine in the future. If only my two grandsons were as obedient as Dorn. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge felt revitalized, internally exclaiming that fortune was on his side. He was eager to learn more about Karp's family. How old are your grandsons now? He feigned casual conversation, seeking information. The elder is named Ace, currently 8 years old, while the younger, named Luffy, is already 4. I'm heading back to the East Blue to see them. Those two little rascals are exceptionally talented. With the potential to become admirals, Karp reminisced about his grandsons. A gentle smile crept across his face, revealing his softer side. Ace, Luffy. Tang Ge committed these names to memory. They were not so young anymore, and would soon be venturing out into the world. Well, that's acceptable. Boys are supposed to be a bit rambunctious. Being too obedient might squander their great talents. Not in that sense. Those two little rascals show little interest in joining the Marines that I want to cultivate them into the strongest Marine soldiers. Karp's frustration was palpable as he cursed the father of his grandsons for the umpteenth time in his mind. Those two rascals inherited none of the good traits, yet they had fully inherited the pursuit of freedom and dreams from their father. Do they not wish to become Marines? That is perfectly fine. They could become pirates instead. This is something you must teach them well. They're still too young to comprehend the world's perils. You must make them realize that becoming Marines is the best path. Tang Ge spoke earnestly. It appeared that this old tyrant's grandsons had entered their rebellious phase early. The more they were forced into the Marines, the less likely they would become one. Keep this note well. Dorn has already memorized it quite well. It would be just right for your grandsons to practice diligently if they do not excel in their training in the future. I shall not let it slide easily. All good things must come to an end. Tang Ge seized the opportunity to hand Karp his first martial arts manual. Within were 2 boxing techniques and a half layer of horizontal training. Previously, he had been uncertain about internal power or haki, so he had not documented any methods pertaining to haki cultivation. His ancestors had feared that their disciples might fall into the abyss of misguidance. Haha, with your talent, you probably won't have that opportunity. My grandsons are born with a king's disposition, and with my supervision of their devilish training, it's only a matter of time before they surpass you. However, I must say, you are quite to my liking. Once you arrive at Marine headquarters, I will find an opportunity to place you under my command. Carp laughed heartily, clapping Tang Ge on the shoulder with a firm hand. The manual contained methods not strictly regulated by the world government, so passing it to Ace and Luffy would bear no consequences. That I will definitely go to Marine headquarters. Tang Ge nodded slightly, mentally noting Carp's grandsons as possessing royal potential. The makings of an admiral, indeed. Thank you for your guidance. Without you, I would not have witnessed the vastness of this world, nor understood the power of haki. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I should be the one thanking you. If your methods prove effective, it would be a tremendous boon for the Marines. Now I must depart lest I miss the warship. Remember, haki is the mainstream of this world, and there are higher levels of both armament and observation haki. Once you reach Marine headquarters, you will see that this world is far larger and more magnificent than you can imagine. Carp, in a rare moment of seriousness, prepared to take his leave. You cannot undermine our commander's authority in our presence. I will strive to train in haki and aim to report to you at Marine headquarters as soon as possible. I dare not obstruct your journey to Marine headquarters, General Carp. Thank you for your guidance. Please send my regards to Teacher Zephyr, and I wish you a safe journey home. In terms of pleasantries, Jonathan was far more adept. Zephyr has indeed trained a fine disciple. I must take my leave now. With that, Carp produced a small piece of white paper and laid it in the palm of his hand. T then began to shift slightly, moving in a specified direction. Leaving? How do you intend to leave? Jonathan, won't you see him off? And how did you arrive here? I heard no news of a warship coming in. A flurry of questions filled Jonathan's mind as he watched Carp prepare to depart. What do you intend to do with that piece of paper? Despite understanding Carp's urgency to leave Balon, a series of questions still clouded his thoughts. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and the ground where Carp had stood was left with a half-circular crater. Merely through the naked eye, the only indication of his whereabouts was the soaring white aura, devoid of any human presence. What the hell? Tang Ge murmured unconsciously, gazing in the direction Carp had departed. Even Dun, who often dwelled in his own world, displayed an expression of shock and bewilderment. The spectacle of such ascendance left them at a loss for words. This world surpassed that of martial arts. It turned out to be reliant on the life card for navigation. No wonder they could locate warships traversing the vast ocean. In comparison, Jonathan fared much better, not rendered speechless by Carp's extraordinary flight. After a considerable pause, Tang Ge spoke. I know I appeared rather naive just now, so please refrain from laughing, Commander. What exactly is this life card you mentioned? And where is Vice Admiral Carp headed? Each time he found himself astounded. He wondered why this fellow seemed to revel in it, as if he had consumed honeybee feces. The life card is a technology exclusive to the New World, crafted from a person's fingernail mixed with certain materials. It is impervious to both water and fire, serving as a representation of the owner's vitality. Typically, when parting ways, individuals tear it in half to give to friends or loved ones, for no matter how far apart they may be. The separated halves will always draw towards one another, guiding many in their direction. Naturally, Vice Admiral Carp was headed for the East Sea. At this moment, his warship should be nearing the edge of the calm belt. Hence, he was eager to return, lest others discover he had left mid-journey. As they conversed, they walked through the opening Carp had created until they reached the cliff's edge, to the end of the passage. The undulating azure sea outside the Barren could be seen clearly, with the occasional patrolling warships sailing across the surface. However, that Barren was situated quite far from the calm belt, not to mention passing through it. Vice Admiral Carp often provided support on the battlefield in such a manner. Otherwise, do you think the Navy could deter pirates from patrolling such vast waters? It is strength, an unmatched, indisputable might. Jonathan's resonant voice echoed at the entrance. As a steadfast enforcer of justice within the Navy, he felt immense pride in having such a powerful vice admiral, that a true man ought to be like this. Tang sighed inwardly. swiftly traversing the sea of clouds. The only sound accompanying him was the howling wind. Carp was resolutely heading in a specific direction. There were some words he refrained from uttering at that Baron. If Tang Ge possessed the resolve to live with purpose, they would naturally meet again. Although that lad was incredibly perceptive, his talent was rather ordinary. His exceptional physical strength could not be translated into combat prowess if he could hone his armament haki to the 3 standard levels of intensity. His physical strength would transform into an absolute advantage. The advanced application of armament haki is powerful, yet it also consumes an immense amount of stamina when enveloping the body, when one's strength flows unceasingly. So too does the armament haki at that time. The lad would be well equipped to challenge the formidable beings of the New World. That would be the true fierce tiger, the legendary Navy man. Carp waved his sleeve and stepped into the void, leaving behind a blazing fire in Tang Ge's heart. Previously, he aspired to become the strongest, yet lacked a point of reference, yearning for strength without knowing its true measure. Now he understood. The legendary Navy, Carp, embodied the image of the strongest in his heart, capable of toppling mountains and traversing the skies. That was the essence of freedom, where the sea stretches infinitely, allowing birds to soar. Reaching a realm akin to Carp's, or even surpassing him. Jonathan, I shall enter a period of seclusion for training that I will transcribe that foundational haki training manual for you. The greatest taboo in martial arts is the desire for rapid success. The importance of foundational training is something Tang Ge held close to his heart without needing reminders from others. A brand new system of power unfolded before him, and the path to the pinnacle was faintly visible. Patrolling the seas once more, waiting for the emergence of capable individuals was already hindering his progress. After 3 diligent months of apprehending pirates, the number of brigands in the Barren Sea had significantly decreased, and capable individuals were even scarcer. Many pirates had ceased to traverse this route. Furthermore, the newly appointed warlord Crocodile had announced plans to cleanse the pirate presence at the entrance of the Grand Line, instilling fear in many pirates wandering the 4 seas, making them hesitant to step into the Grand Line. This resulted in a drastic reduction of pressure in the Barren. Simply relying on numerical superiority and equipment was sufficient to crush the remaining remnants of defeated foes. Mere small in fact, the once lawless pirate town of Magic Valley on Aya Island had recently seen a surge of courageous merchants taking residence, and the remaining pirates dared not plunder them, settling instead for normal trade. The area was now more orderly and prosperous than before. Thus, when Tang Ge proposed to focus on refining his haki, Jonathan voiced no objections. Certainly, Leonard, an experienced first mate, would assume the role of captain of the Fierce Soul during your training period until you officially return. To be honest, he envied Tang Ge's carefree attitude, being able to set everything aside and dedicate himself fully to training. Strength is the foundation of everything, and he understood that. However, as a commander tasked with safeguarding a territory, he could not afford such luxury. Managing the thousands of personnel in the Barren and maintaining discipline among the rebellious naval officers at various bases was no small feat, especially while still in the throes of a romantic entanglement. Thank you. I trust Leonard with those fools. I have complete confidence in him. There are no notorious pirate crews in the nearby waters now, so as long as we exercise caution, nothing should go awry. Tang Ge spoke softly. This was a form of unspoken understanding. Jonathan knew he was concerned about the safety of his subordinates and had deliberately appointed the steady Leonard to act as captain. Were an incompetent officer to be assigned, it could endanger the brothers who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. Such expressions of gratitude felt unnecessary. If you truly wish to express thanks, it would be better to support me with a bit of berries. Jonathan's initial statement was resolute, but the latter half carried a hint of embarrassment, his voice gradually fading. Tang Ge, I'm not exactly a child anymore. My relationship with Jessica is progressing rapidly as a man. I cannot shirk my responsibilities, can I? Responsibility implies marriage, and marriage is a one-time affair. It must not be taken lightly, right? Therefore, expenses related to the wedding trip, the engagement ring, the ceremony, the wedding dress, and the dowry all require a significant amount of berries, and my monthly salary barely covers IT. It was evident that Jonathan was utterly entranced by the sweetness of love. When discussing his future with Jessica, his previously exhausted demeanor brightened instantly. Moreover, he was meticulous, indicating he had long contemplated these matters. Indeed, weddings require substantial funds. Tang Ge was well aware of this. He had heard Jonathan mention before that if he married Jessica, he intended to take her to the renowned culinary city of Buki for a trip that it was said to be a veritable paradise for food enthusiasts. For a chef like Jessica, it would undoubtedly be a holy land. However, it was also an exceptionally expensive place. Without adequate funds, they would be unable to savor the culinary delights and would instead face considerable hardships. How much do you need? Just give me a number. Tang Ge's expression remained impassive. Over the past 3 months, he had captured so many bounty criminals that he could hardly count them. Just a few days ago, the headquarters transferred him 10 million berries in one go. Even after deducting taxes, this substantial sum made Jonathan salivate. He had long been mulling over how to secure a share, and if necessary, extorting a bit would suffice. At the very least, he wanted to gain some advantage. His own finances were limited, and most of the bounty he earned from capturing pirates was allocated to assisting the families of fallen Navy personnel. Yet as the moment approached, he hesitated, unsure of Tang Ge's true intentions. Weighing between being overly demanding and exercising caution, he finally hesitantly raised 3 fingers, 300 million berries. Is it? Fine, once I contact the bank for my residence, I will transfer 400 million to you. 100 million is for your wife, and she knows what's happening. After arriving in this world, Tang Ge, who previously only managed to meet his basic needs, had grown indifferent to wealth that was merely a collection of numbers and units. Becoming the strongest man was his true passion. 1 billion. For 100 million. Jonathan appeared utterly astonished by Tang Ge's generosity, his mouth agape, and his tongue flailing in disbelief. After weighing his options, he decided on a middle ground, which amounted to merely 30 million berries. Who could have predicted that this lad would suddenly offer 400 million? Wait, something feels off. What did he just say? 100 million is for Jessica, and she knows what is going on. After the initial shock, Jonathan felt a tightening in his chest. What had happened to Jessica? What did she know? What secrets were being kept from him by the two of them? His barrage of questions, laced with a tremor, revealed his distress. Poor Jonathan, who had experienced a blank slate in matters of the heart prior to Jessica, found himself in a state of confusion and panic, spiraling into wild thoughts that it was hardly his fault. So much had transpired from last night until now, and he had yet to see Jessica, leaving him in the dark about the unfolding events. What are you staring at me for? I haven't done anything. Faced with Jonathan's heartbroken yet furious gaze, Tang Ge instinctively took a step back. Let me assure you, my ambition is to become the strongest. Matters of the heart are not within my consideration. Done nothing. Then why are you hiding? Speak up. What on earth has happened? Jonathan's emotions intensified, yet his expression remained eerily calm. His fists seemed to harden like iron, and his observation skills were in full swing, attempting to delve into Tang Ge's inner thoughts. Hey, calm down. I assure you, there's nothing between me and your wife that I asked for what transpired. You can simply check the cafeteria for yourself. Tang Ge hastily replied. That's nonsense. Keeping a distance is a sign of guilt. While I haven't betrayed you, my actions are hardly any better, having inserted over 10 children between you and Jessica. These are a multitude of unwelcome distractions. It was evident that the time they could spend together as lovers would be drastically reduced. However, sometimes the more one tries to clarify, the murkier the situation becomes. Once someone falls into a misunderstanding, no amount of explanation can remedy it. Noticing the bloodshot look in Jonathan's eyes, Tang Ge decided it was best to make a hasty exit. Dorn, I must take my leave. I will come find you shortly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Jonathan's sight, leaving no trace behind. After a while, once he confirmed that Dorn was the only one scurrying away in a panic, a sly smile crept onto Jonathan's face. A little scheme indeed. He had no doubt about either Tang Ge or Jessica. He understood them well and held a profound trust in their integrity. He simply could not believe that either would wrong him. The earlier display of emotion was nothing but a performance. Who among them wasn't he, a skilled actor? Nevertheless, something surely had occurred, and he needed to rush to the cafeteria to uncover the truth. Upon hastening to the cafeteria, Jonathan was taken aback to find a large group of neatly dressed children in the kitchen area. His fiancée, he was busily attending to each child, completely oblivious to his presence. In the past, Jessica's eyes had always been for him alone. No matter where he was, her instinct was more acute than any observation skill, allowing her to notice him at the first opportunity. Now, however, Jessica had changed. She had devoted her attention to those children, and the feeling of having lost something weighed heavily on Jonathan's heart. He sensed that their future together would be shrouded in gloom. Tang Ge, how dare he? Gritting his teeth, Jonathan swallowed his words, tears streaming down his face. The small communication device emitted a soft alert. Reluctantly, Jonathan picked it up, and before he could utter a word, a sweet female voice chimed in. Dear World Bank user, your account has just received a deposit of 400 million belly. Please check your balance. Your current account balance is 430 million belly. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to contact us. We are always at your service. The alluring voice held no interest for him. The substantial bank balance ignited a fire in his heart, burning away his previous discontent. This sum could allow him to pursue pirates. Gathering such an amount over 3 or 4 years would be a perilous endeavor. Thus, he decided to temporarily forgive the scoundrel who had disrupted his romance. Darling, you've arrived. What's wrong? Jessica turned to see Jonathan, flushed and standing still. Darling, we are wealthy. A full 400 million belly. Almost shouting, Jonathan handed over his bank card. The infectious excitement in his voice made Jessica squeal in delight. 400 million belly. My goodness, where did you get that? Recently, no pirates have been captured. The people at Barren Fortress knew that only the fierce tiger had been hunting pirates lately, and Jonathan had never left Barren. Of the 300 million belly, 200 million was a sponsorship from that rascal Tang Ge for their wedding expenses. The additional 100 million should go towards these children. Upon seeing the children surrounding Jessica, Jonathan understood Tang Ge's intentions and the purpose of the extra funds. My dear, I apologize for not discussing this with you beforehand. However, they are orphans from Grand Island, and they are simply too pitiful. At this moment, Jessica realized she needed to address this matter, her face displaying regret. Well done, Jessica. It is precisely your kindness that makes marrying you my greatest joy. Now that we have this wealth, we can finally visit the culinary city of Buki you've always dreamed of. Jonathan held Jessica's hand tightly, gazing in her eyes with affection. And my dear, I think it's not just the two of us going to Buki, but all of us together. Jessica returned his gaze with equal tenderness. With such a fortune, her perspective had shifted. These children had just arrived at Barren Fortress and would undoubtedly require more care. Leaving them in someone else's hands was not an option. All of us. A sense of foreboding crept into Jonathan's mind, but he forced a smile. That I've decided. I want to take all these children to Buki. I can't trust others to look after them, Jessica declared, her expression protective, leaving Jonathan momentarily speechless. What's wrong? My dear, are you unwilling? Jessica raised an eyebrow, her tone slightly sharp. That, oh no, of course not. Let us go together, Jonathan replied, his thoughts swirling with uncertainty. How wonderful. Jessica had initially intended to give Jonathan a sweet kiss, but upon noticing the crowd of children watching, she abruptly halted. Is there no freedom left for us? Jonathan thought bitterly, stifling his tears as the children, unaware of what Buki entailed, cheered at the prospect of an outing in the distance. After wandering around for a while, Tang Ge began to feel something was amiss. He hadn't sensed any signs of Jonathan being ready to take action. That I've been played. He realized Jonathan was indeed a talented actor. However, this mattered little. After explaining to his subordinates at the Fearsole about his upcoming seclusion for training, he returned to his quarters. Instead of immediately diving into the coveted manual for advanced hockey training, he collapsed on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. The intense training he had undergone with Capt had drained him. Yet it was a trivial matter. However, it is the psychological setbacks inflicted by the relentless assaults of the old Tyrannosaurus, along with the mental fatigue stemming from the continuous activation of Kenbunshiko hockey, that require the most urgent recovery. Time shifts to the following day. Awakened from dreams of punching down the 7 warlords of the sea and kicking legendary marines, Tang Ge indulged in a hearty meal at the cafeteria before making his way to the cliffside that had been pierced by carp. The circular opening, with a slight adjustment, was just enough to shield him from the wind and rain. For the time being, he intended to engage in arduous training here. The sun shone gently, and a mild breeze wafted through, creating an ideal atmosphere for a man to study. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Tang Ge opened the book in his hands. The Basic Haki Training Manual is a limited edition publication compiled by the Navy headquarters, not available in the marketplace. The pages are made of an exceptionally resilient and translucent paper, with characters inscribed in a manner that remains clear even after a millennium. IT expounds on the origins and fundamental applications of Haki, as well as, most crucially, the methods of cultivation. Over the centuries, it has undergone numerous refinements and revisions, and the version in Tang Ge's possession is the latest edition from the year 1493 of the sea calendar, edited by the former Admiral Zephyr. Haki, a power that awakens upon surpassing physical limits, can also manifest unexpectedly during extreme emotional shift. That IT is primarily categorized into three types: Busashoku, Kinbunshoku, and Haoshiku. Busashoku Haki is a synthesis of aura and physique. The stronger the two, the more formidable the Busashoku becomes, initially manifesting as a remarkable defensive aura enveloping the body, a tangible manifestation of spirit that can be likened to an invisible armor, capable of warding off a myriad of bizarre abilities and even engaging with the tangible forms of Logia-type powers. Kinbunshoku Haki is a fusion of consciousness and sensory intuition, initially expressed as the ability to perceive the presence of all objects. Akin to a tangible awareness, the calmer one is, the sharper the perception becomes. Haoshiku Haki is the embodiment of mental will, which cannot be augmented through training. Only those with the physical constitution of warlord or above can awaken it. Those who possess Haoshiku Haki are referred to as having the qualities of a king, making it the most enigmatic and powerful of the three types. In the preface of the manual, Zephyr elucidates Busashoku and Kinbunshoku with great clarity and detail. However, when it comes to Haoshiku, he seems to possess little knowledge himself, or perhaps the depth of this ability is too profound to be easily divulged in a text, merely skimming over it. Although the power of Haki appears to be exalted, it is in fact omnipresent, including in the former world. To understand it in simpler terms, Kinbunshoku is akin to a sixth sense combined with direct observation. By observing an individual, one might discern that he is a special forces bodyguard, armed with weaponry, and that he seems aware of being watched, turning to cast a warning glare that is unmistakably understood. Thus, one realizes that this person is perilous. As for Busashoku, envision that same special forces operative, towering at 2 meters with explosive musculature, an adept fighter whose glances radiate lethal intent, causing those nearby to feel the instinct to keep their distance. Hence, one recognizes his strength. This is the essence of aura. Regarding Haoshiku, one realizes that this special forces soldier is not merely a soldier king, but for reasons unknown, has drawn his weapon and is charging directly towards you, instilling panic that compels you to dodge or even collapse to the ground in fear. This is intimidation. Such trepidation, strength, and the instinctive understanding of one's limitations are common psychological responses when faced with a formidable adversary. In that original, purely mortal realm, even the mightiest individuals could only impose a limited sense of oppression. After all, it is impossible to defeat a multitude with mere physical strength. A few gunshots could spell one's end. Yet in this world where individual strength escalates exponentially, once a certain threshold is crossed, aura, presence, and intimidation coalesce into an extraordinary power. Haki. Strength is power. Setting the book aside, Tang Ge began to distill some insights that IT is a positive feedback loop. The more powerful one becomes, the greater the enhancement of Haki, and the stronger the Haki, the mightier the individual. He had begun to grasp the essence of Haki. The next step was to explore the methods of its cultivation. This primarily divides into 2 categories: Kinbunshoku and Busashoku. Regarding Kinbunshoku Haki, Tang Ge was not inclined to delve deeply. Instead, he sought out the training methods for Busashoku. He meticulously examined each line and character, soon summarizing the key points. Individuals do not become formidable without reason. There are myriad paths to strength, with practical combat undoubtedly being the swiftest and most effective means. However, The majority of the Navy lacks extensive combat experience compared to the chaotic battles of pirates. Zephyr is rightly regarded as the most formidable instructor in Navy history. While he may not be the strongest, his teaching methods are undoubtedly effective, presenting concepts far more comprehensible than the diary-like reflections of his youth. Busoshoku is a synthesis of aura and physique, a form of haki that necessitates refinement through close combat experience, forged through life-and-death battles and trials of blood and fire, allowing both aura and physique to grow rapidly. It is no wonder that Karp remarked on the strength of Busoshoku among pirate elites. They emerge from a sea of corpses, inherently imbued with a ferocity surpassing that of the Navy, and their physiques tend to be superior. The vast majority of the Navy triumphs over adversaries through numerical and equipment advantages, with close combat being a rarity. TO compensate for this lack of hand-to-hand combat experience. Zephyr developed a training methodology for Busoshoku that is not inferior to actual combat. It is through this theoretical approach that, upon shifting his focus to cultivating reserve personnel, he produced a plethora of exceptional Marines with formidable Busoshoku haki, among whom Akainu and Akiji stand out as exemplary figures. The crux of this method can be distilled into 10 words. Iron is forged through 100 trials. Confidence is power. The text provides an illustration, recounting a Marine who initially set a mountain as his goal and spent a month flattening it. When he attempted to level a second mountain, the time required was less than half a month. Owing to the conditioning of his physique through the recoil experience during the endeavor, and his aura grew increasingly robust due to his unwavering confidence. Thus, the time taken to flatten a mountain diminished progressively until this Marine could obliterate a mountain with a single punch. Exhaling deeply, Tang Ge closed the book and entered a state of contemplation, his right hand gently massaging his temple. He had formulated ideas on how to hone his Busoshoku. Zephyr's methods are indeed remarkable in this era. By tempering the physique through rigorous training and instilling confidence through the accomplishment of seemingly impossible tasks. However, the strength derived from confidence, once subjected to a devastating blow, could lead to a debilitating fall. Even if not so severe, it would leave psychological scars, creating opportunities for others to exploit. Of course, this is also a process of refining true gold through the crucible of fire. Only those who persist through adversity can be deemed true warriors. The pressing question now is where to find so many mountains. This world is predominantly composed of islands. What towering peaks could be found on an island? Take Balon, for example. The surrounding cliffs are at most 100 meters high, and the widest face measures no more than 1,000 meters. Perhaps the broadest side is sufficient. Enduring for a few months would not pose a problem. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Tang Ge gazed at the thickest side of Balon. Boom! The intermittent rumbling resonated from the uninhabited mountainous region. A flock of startled birds spiraled in the sky, emitting sharp cries in protest against the disruptive noise that invaded their lives for the inhabitants of the Balon fortress. Such sounds had persisted for several days, and they had long grown accustomed to it. When the noises first erupted, some had ventured to investigate the source. It was the recently renowned Colonel Fiery Tiger making the commotion as he blasted through the mountain, declaring his intent to carve out a new passage for larger warships. The existing route of Balon was far too narrow, preventing the entry of large capital ships and hindering swift movement in emergencies. Nonetheless, the majority of the Navy remained skeptical. Were it not for Fiery Tiger's undeniable strength and his habitual ruthlessness towards adversaries, many would likely have mocked such an audacious endeavor. To think that one could single-handedly excavate a passage through the thickest part of a fortress is nothing short of fanciful. Despite the remarkable ascent of Fiery Tiger Tang Ge, who achieved the fastest promotion record at the Nabaran Fortress, rising to the rank of colonel at a tender age of less than 20, and single-handedly clearing the nearby waters of pirates, skepticism lingered in the shadows for only 2 days. The third day, when individuals ventured to the site where the Fiery Tiger had made his mark. They were astonished to discover a substantial gash carved into the fortress's once impenetrable cliffside. At this rate, the seemingly indestructible mountain would inevitably succumb. Was this fellow merely a human masquerading as a pangolin? No, he could not possibly be a devil fruit user. In fact, he was not one at all. In that moment, all the talents within Nabaran came to a startling realization. They had been cohabiting with a magnificent beast endowed with formidable power. Previously, aside from the Fiery Tiger Brigade, the rest of the Navy had acknowledged the might of Fiery Tiger, yet they remained oblivious to the true extent of his strength, assuming it was merely on par with that of a commander. Now, they understood. The rumors that had circulated within the fortress were indeed true. Commander Jonathan was no match for the Fiery Tiger. Otherwise, he would not have dared to intervene. Many breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they had kept their sarcasm to themselves, for they need not invoke the Fiery Tiger's wrath. Even the mere presence of his fiercely protective subordinates, those muscular gorillas, would be more than sufficient to inflict suffering upon any detractor. Thus, despite the daily disturbances from thunderous roars, the Navy within the fortress refrained from uttering a word, a testament to the deterrent power of overwhelming strength. On this exceptionally special day, the number of Navy soldiers within the base noticeably swelled. As groups gathered to engage in casual conversation, reflecting on the past year. Did you hear? It seems another formidable pirate is preparing to accept the world government's recruitment. Soon, there will be an additional member in the Shichibukai. Over the past year, discussions surrounding the Shichibukai had dominated the spotlight. The two previous members, once they assumed their roles, appeared to have entirely forgotten their identities as pirates, dedicating themselves to assisting the Navy in quelling the ever-growing horde of pirates. This shift in allegiance led many who had previously opposed the Shichibukai system to adopt a more neutral stance. At this juncture, someone brought up a name that instantly captivated everyone's attention. I also heard about it. Apparently, it's no Disasterdalis. What? It's actually him. That fellow boasts a bounty far surpassing crocodiles, reaching an astounding 230 million berries, 0.230 million berries. Why is such a notorious pirate still lingering in the first half of the Grand Line? Surely, the New World is where he belongs. In an instant, this unverified information spread like wildfire throughout Nabaran, and news of Snow Disasterdalis' exploits was unearthed by those well-informed. Hey, is this true? The world government actually intends to recruit such an individual into the Shichibukai, granting him legitimate plundering rights? Indeed, this man is exceedingly ruthless, having slaughtered countless civilians. Such actions are despicable even among pirates. This scoundrel is a disgrace, as the entirety of Snow Disasterdalis' information came to light. The Navy personnel were consumed with indignation. The reason for this pirate's exorbitant bounty is not solely due to his formidable strength, but also because he utilized the powers of a devil fruit to annihilate several densely populated towns. He has become notorious. To grant such an individual legitimate plundering rights, or even revoke his bounty, is something that the vast majority of the Navy cannot psychologically accept, or perhaps their threshold for acceptance was already quite nebulous. They seem to believe that the Shichibukai could only consist of individuals like Crocodile and Moria, and thus they would be able to accept it. Unfortunately, Nabaran remains somewhat distant from the World S Center, and much of the information is secondhand or even countless hands removed. The latest developments cannot reach the ears of the authorities within the world government, rendering the protests occurring here inconsequential. The clamor of discussions continued late into the night until the crisp chime of the clock resonated throughout the entire base, prompting the Navy to fall silent as they awaited the conclusion of the tolling. This was the sound of the clock. Originally, the clock was a sacred bell from the Navy's once highly active warship, the Uroys, which was later dismantled and relocated to the Navy headquarters at Oli Square. Each year, at the moment of transition between the end and the beginning, the clock located in Marineford would toll, its sound reverberating across the world via the din mushy dong dong. The melodious chime rang out a total of 16 times, 8 times to express gratitude for the flawless conclusion of the past year, and 8 times to pray for a prosperous beginning to the new year. Long live the new year! Long live the Navy! Justice will prevail, for the Navy at Nabaran, eagerly awaiting this moment, erupted into jubilant cheers, releasing the pent-up emotions they had harbored within. Fireworks, long prepared, were ignited, and tables laden with food and drink had already been set. This was a night of revelry, a night devoid of sleep. The year 1508 of the Sea Circle had officially arrived. Dawn. A tremendous heartbeat reverberated within Tang Ge's chest, even echoing outward, the muffled sound waves stirring delicate ripples as they radiated into the distance. Accompanying this was an intense sensation of pain, causing Tang Ge to involuntarily groan, his body drenched in sweat, consciousness unable to control his movements, compared to the first time he transcended his physical limits. This transformation was far more violent. His scorching blood coursed rapidly within him, making him feel as though he might dissolve in the icy sea. Sensing a looming threat of death, his Busashoka haki instinctively manifested upon his skin. As the Busashoka haki enveloped his body, the boiling blood seemed to find a target to expel its heat, intertwining with countless fine threads of haki, gradually merging together. This process did not last long. When his body returned to normal, Tang Ge slowly regained consciousness, glancing around to find himself submerged in the depths of the sea, standing upon an expanse of seabed that extended from the rocky walls. Sunlight refracting through the water in a kaleidoscope of colors. Fortunately, he awoke in time. Otherwise, he would have perished not in battle against an enemy, but rather drowned in the sea due to his own breakthrough. An embarrassing fate indeed. It seems that both breakthroughs occurred underwater. Next time, he must seek a safer location for such an endeavor. Propelling himself with urgency, Tang Ge shot towards the surface. Cough, cough, after expelling the seawater that had entered his lungs. He inhaled deeply the slightly briny air above the waves, reclining against the rocky wall, gazing up at the azure sky, his heart brimming with elation. He had achieved his first small goal. Zephyr's methods had proven remarkably effective. He had initially planned to enter seclusion for several months. Yet within just 3 months, he had already attained the first step of his objective, yielding unimaginable rewards. In the instant he broke through the rocky wall, his physique and momentum experienced a tremendous amplification, and the strength of his Busashoka haki ascended to a new level. According to the standard explained by Garp, his Busashoka haki's intensity at this moment was undoubtedly at least 2 standard levels higher. The magnitude of his gains did not end there. The most significant development lay in the transformation of his Busasho. The Busashoka haki spontaneously manifested upon his arms, the once purple-black currents shifting to a gray-black hue. Possessing an exceptionally textured appearance, if one were to liken it to a color found on an object, it would resemble the hue of sea stone. Indeed, it was sea stone. His Busashoka haki not only bore a striking resemblance to sea stone in color, but the very aura it emitted was akin to that of sea stone. This transformation was unforeseen even by him. To awaken haki through a single transcendence of physical limits, and then to further awaken it through a second transcendence. Emerging with such extraordinary traits, this world is replete with various devil fruit users, each possessing peculiar abilities, reminiscent of the superhuman seen in his past life, capable of performing astounding feats with a mere wave of their hands. Yet now, Tang Ge found no envy for their powers. Busashoka haki, a versatile blend of offense and defense, possesses a most remarkable quality. It can repel the diverse superpower attacks of devil fruit users. Presently, he sensed that this wondrous ability had evolved once more, now imbued with a hint of sea stone's properties, nullifying the powers of others. In the realm of martial arts, there exist individuals whose true energy is imbued with the chilling essence of ice, while others possess a searing heat within their inner force. Unexpectedly, he discovered that the armed color haki he awakened in this high martial world also bore unique characteristics, specifically the ability to nullify powers. Yet, the true extent of this nullification could only be determined through real combat. He imagined the expressions of those endowed with abilities as they realized their once prized powers were rendered significantly less formidable, or even entirely ineffective. Tang Ge could not help but chuckle at the thought that it would undoubtedly be a spectacle. After all, those with abilities are the very resources for self-improvement, and encountering more of them would only be advantageous. This mysterious external aid that accompanied him to this world was now finally revealing its formidable prowess, and in a manner that defied the heavens. What extraordinary abilities might haki awaken if his physical constitution were to improve once more, surpassing his limits for a 3rd time? And what of a 4th? The anticipation was indeed thrilling. However, as with all things, perfection eludes us, and there are always imperfections to contend with it. His body reached its limits again. The suffocating feeling of powerlessness, akin to a shackle, firmly gripped Tang Ge far more intensely than before. Karp was right. People vary in caliber. Some are inherently destined to become strong, destined to stand out regardless of their circumstances. Conversely, many are simply part of the vast multitude, indistinguishable from the crowd. Even if one surpasses their physical limits and awakens haki, the ceiling that binds them remains intact. Yes, with his current physical constitution, Tang Ge had already reached the zenith of his strength. Any further ascent was beyond the capabilities of his body. One could not train beyond this point, nor could one sustain a more powerful eruption of force. Without his external aid, he would inevitably follow the same path as the majority of vice admirals, either continuing to hone his haki or attempting to consume a devil fruit. The next level of physical constitution must be that of the sea warrior. It is no wonder so many fruits are required. According to Karp, the upper limit of the sea warrior's physical strength is exceedingly high. It is not inconceivable to reach the level of an admiral, with the crucial aspect being the ability to awaken the conqueror's haki. The armed color is the most suitable for him, while the conqueror's haki is the one he yearns to awaken the most. Its name alone carries an air of magnificence. He could sense that the strength of his armed color haki would become increasingly difficult to enhance. Reaching the 3 standard strengths would already be the pinnacle. The basic requirement for employing advanced arm color techniques is achieving these 3 standard strengths. They ask for whether arm color below the 3 standard strengths can utilize advanced techniques. The answer is, of course, yes. However, the potency would be significantly diminished. Lacking sufficient strength, the power could not be solidified. When unleashed, it would dissipate like a gentle breeze. The only recourse would be to elevate his constitution to the sea warrior level. Alas, Barong was still too small. To find a devil fruit user, he would need to venture to a grander stage. 2 locations echoed in his mind: Marineford and the New World. Tang Ge was well aware that his time in Barong was running short. Dong dong. The chime of the bell reached Tang Ge's ears, still immersed in training, causing him to pause momentarily, tilting his head to listen. Another year had passed. Each time this bell tolled, it signified the passage of a year and marked 2 years since his arrival in this world. He wondered how his family in the other world was faring. As the poem states, during festive occasions, one misses their family even more. And indeed, this sentiment rang true, even though he had previously paid little heed to such festivities. Memories of another world surfaced from the depths of his mind, flashing by like a fleeting panorama, blurring the line between reality and dream. Nonetheless, with his seasoned willpower, Tang Ge swiftly emerged for the immersive illusion. 2 years had passed without his notice. Penny and Shelton were likely cruising the seas, while Jonathan was probably busy preparing for his wedding. And Dorn. He should still be practicing his punches. Dorn had initially intended to retreat with him, but Tang Ge had insisted that Penny and Shelton take the little one along, patrolling the seas aboard the Flame Soul. The reason was simple. He had a premonition that his departure from Barong was not far off, and Dorn needed to remain there, as it was the perfect time for the little one to bond with the others. However, the thought of Dorn tirelessly training made Tang Ge take a deep breath, manifesting his armed color haki, which enveloped his body as he charged forward. Boom! The mountains within a meter radius trembled violently, a standard human-shaped crater forming at the epicenter, surrounded by a web of fissures. Crack! As the integrity of the structure was compromised, the mountains could no longer bear the weight, and the cracks began to widen, a layer of rubble cascading down, revealing Tang Ge trapped within. Shaking his slightly dazed head to regain focus, he charged at the mountain once more. Zifa's example of a naval officer inspired him to pioneer an even more extreme training method. Rather than pummeling the mountain with his fists, this method of bodily collision offered a greater impact area and a more substantial recoil force. The prerequisite was that his body could withstand it. Otherwise, he might fall apart before mastering the armed color haki. Fortunately, with the enhancements to his physique and the formidable defense of his armed color haki, he only coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood during the initial strikes, gradually acclimating thereafter. The results of this extreme training method were evident. His previously stagnant strength surged once again, bringing him a step closer to the ceiling of this physical constitution. Progress in his armed color haki was equally promising. Nearing the critical value of 2, after colliding for a spell, Tang Ge finally paused. Firstly, the night had deepened, and he did not wish to disturb the normal routines within the fortress. It was only due to the New Year's festivities that everyone had stayed up late, allowing him to practice until this hour. Secondly, his body could no longer endure. The limits of his constitution were finite, and continuing would only lead to internal injuries, a counterproductive endeavor. Next came the time to practice his swordsmanship, that he used the guise of creating a new passage for the fortress, ensuring that the debris from the collapsed rocks did not remain piled in the fissures. His black blade flashed swiftly, cutting the irregularly shaped stones into standard rectangular blocks with ease, which he then gently tossed to either side of the mountain. Perfect for construction material, by the time the sun rose over the horizon. The date had officially transitioned to the year 1508 in the sea calendar. This marked a new beginning. Among the 4 main sea routes of the New World, 3 had already determined their strongest contenders, with the sovereign's position remaining unshakable, while occasional audacious newcomers who dared to challenge quickly met with defeat. The remaining sea route hung in uncertainty, with various pirate crews engaged in relentless battles, staining the seas with blood in the first half of the Grand Line. Since the announcement prior to the new year regarding the induction of a new member into the 7 warlords of the sea, the world government confirmed shortly after the new year that Snow Disaster Dast had accepted their recruitment, becoming the 3rd member of the warlords, currently residing in Mariewa, having been mentally prepared for some time. The outcry from around the world had considerably diminished that, of course. Even amidst the uproar, the world government, in its unrivaled position, chose to turn a blind eye. Time quietly moved into March, and no one in Barong anticipated that the sturdy barriers surrounding the fortress would soon be breached under the impact of the Flame Tiger. Not even Tang Ge himself expected that using full-body collisions to break through would yield results beyond his imagination. The strength of his arm color was merely a step away from reaching 2 standard strengths, and he was on the verge of complete coverage. Just one final push remained. Under Jonathan's strict orders, few ventured to the newly opened passage to observe the spectacle, minimizing Tang Ge's troubles, standing at the very start of the passage. Tang Ge's spirit, will, and body had all reached their zenith. With a heavy step forward, the ground beneath him erupted, a crater riddled with cracks forming instantly. Utilizing the powerful reverse force, Tang Ge's body propelled like a round from an electromagnetic cannon, shooting straight down the passage toward the remaining 10 meters of rock wall. Boom! Boom! The passage reverberated with a series of explosive sounds. Accelerate! Accelerate! Even faster. The air was violently displaced, creating a visible airflow effect as his speed reached its limit. In an instant, boom! A dull thud resonated, reverberating across the solid ground, as though a cataclysmic tremor had erupted from the very depths of the earth. The thick rock wall, measuring over 10 meters, was breached as if it were mere paper. The explosive force radiated from the point of impact, fracturing the once intact wall into countless shards, which cascaded down like a multitude of tiny stones. In a world where no path existed, it was merely the perseverance of the first traveler that forged a way forward. After breaching the rock wall, Tang Ge found himself devoid of all kinetic energy, plummeting into the abyss of the deep sea in a parabolic arc just a hair's breadth away from enveloping his entire form in the protective armor of Haki. The final vestiges of progress on his external apparatus concluded, melding into a seamless whole, devoid of any flaws that moment. The physical prowess known as the general level was pushed to its utmost limits by Tang Ge. This extraordinary power, a confluence of will and strength, acted like a key, unlocking the shackles that bound the limits of his body. While physical prowess is innate, no one else could elevate their capabilities like him, transcending bodily limits to awaken Haki. But what of a second transcendence? The ancients were oblivious. Yet today, Tang Ge had gleaned the truth. Ever since he had targeted the Baron's cliff to hone his Haki, Jonathan had become increasingly rare in his appearances. Particularly after sensing that Tang Ge's Haki had surpassed the limits of general level, he was even less inclined to encounter this maniac obsessed solely with cultivation. After issuing an order prohibiting the Navy from approaching the fortress, he became a mere phantom, out of sight, out of mind, sharing the same general level. Jonathan had once believed he could eventually catch up to Tang Ge, even relishing a fleeting moment of pride. Little did he know, the heavens reward diligence. The The chasm between them not only failed to close, but widened exponentially. He wished to avoid Tang Ge, yet Tang Ge sought him out. Jonathan's office was centrally located in the tower, where he had recently enjoyed a rare period of leisure, all thanks to Tang Ge. Inside the fortress, with Jessica now burdened with a multitude of children to care for, she had little time to attend to him, allowing him to savor the last vestiges of his premarital freedom. There he sat, donning a sun hat he had yet to remove, comfortably perusing a newspaper behind his desk, a finely crafted fishing rod resting in the corner. As he read, anger suddenly surged within him. He slapped the table in frustration, rising to pace back and forth. The audacity of the world government to engage with such scum of the seas was madness. In what was once his solitary office, another calm voice emerged. Unsurprisingly, the world government merely sought pirates who possessed both strength and notoriety, disregarding all else, and such individuals were indeed more suited to their agenda. Once they outlived their usefulness, eliminating them would quell the public's ire. Moreover, wasn't Crocodile thriving under such circumstances? His vigorous performances had allowed the barren situation to remain stable for over half a year. Pirates will always be pirates. They would never willingly accept subservience, and a significant upheaval was undoubtedly on the horizon. Jonathan scoffed at Crocodile's maneuvers, articulating his skepticism. From the outset, he had harbored little trust in the 7 warlords of the sea. The Voice's owner nonchalantly approached the desk, picking up the unfinished newspaper to peruse it. Humph! Jonathan glared at the visitor, snorting derisively. It was indeed a rarity for this cultivation fanatic to come by for idle chit-chat. Surely he and T suffered some bodily malfunction. The visitor was none other than Tang Ge, whose method of treating his body as a projectile left Jonathan both astonished and apprehensive, with a hint of concern. He inquired, "If your body were to fail, how could I remain unaffected? You claim to be busy preparing for marriage, yet you find time to fish. Should I mention this to Jessica?" Tang Ge peeked out from behind the newspaper, casting a sidelong glance at Jonathan. "If I had time, it means I've already completed my tasks." "What do you mean by that?" "I recall you began chiseling at the mountain 2 months ago." Jonathan paused, his attention sharpening, a look of disbelief crossing his face. Having not visited the site in several days, he was unaware of the accelerated progress. That section of the rock wall was the widest, extending over 1,000 meters, far beyond his belief that anyone could manually carve through such a length in just 2 months. The mountain has been breached. With a little refinement, it could accommodate ships. What was this fellow up to? Was his comprehension deteriorating? He had heard that Jessica had also been too preoccupied to attend to him. Thus, was he simply overestimating his own abilities? Jonathan found himself speechless. One moment, he vanished from the room, and without needing to guess, it was evident he had gone to verify Tang Ge's claims. In under 10 minutes, just as Tang Ge reached the last article of the newspaper. Jonathan returned, utterly bewildered. "How did you accomplish this? Even Carp, that old tyrant, didn't he grant this kid any special favors? Why is it that, despite studying the same material, this young man excels so remarkably? Is it even feasible for a person to achieve such feats?" He had carved out a passage measuring 1,000 meters in length, a width of at least several meters, and a height exceeding 100 meters. "It's simply a matter of activating my haki and charging through." Jonathan clearly struggled to grasp this, staring blankly at Tang Ge, rendered speechless. The magnitude of his progress had transcended his understanding. It wasn't due to his laziness or neglect of cultivation. Once upon a time, their cohort within the Navy had been brimming with formidable talents, not to mention the 3 monstrous figures who had been exceptional even during their soldier days, but also the elite commanders now stationed at fortresses worldwide. None had ever matched this individual, who had ascended an entire tier of strength within a mere 3 months. Reflecting on his own journey, he had devoted over 6 years to perfecting the 6 styles, and 3 more to awakening haki, with mastery of dual-colored haki still a distant goal. Truly, one is driven mad by comparison, and goods are discarded when compared. "You must share your training methods with me." He assumed Tang Ge had devised some innovative technique to enhance the efficacy of haki training. Sure, without a moment's hesitation, Tang Ge agreed, his attention captured by the world news Jonathan had tossed onto the desk. In an inconspicuous corner of the newspaper, an article caught his eye. On January 9, 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, a rebellion erupted in the kingdom of Sandora in the East Sea. The insurgent organization, self-styled as the Revolutionary Army, is led by a figure named Dragon, who claims that overthrowing the tyrannical rule of the Sandora king aligns with the will of the people. This article, located at the very end of the newspaper, struck Tang Ge's mind like a thunderclap. The times breed heroes. Without a doubt, this individual named Dragon would undoubtedly rise to prominence in this era teeming with remarkable figures. The world government had yet to recognize Dragon's influence. But how could they be ignorant of the magnitude of a force that could be dubbed revolutionary? Dragon had even asserted that the king's authority must stem from the people and be subject to their oversight. Such avant-garde ideas would ignite like a spark, rapidly spreading through this world dominated by the world government as monarchy. Once the consciousness of the populace began to awaken, true rebellion would ensue. He could even foresee that once the seeds of insurrection were sown, the tide of revolt would rise ever higher, ultimately toppling the decaying world government at the hands of the Revolutionary Army. The winds rise from the tips of the green reeds. Tang Ge could not help but exclaim, "Dragon! That fellow has always been ambitious and critical of the world government's actions. I never anticipated he would possess such resolve." Jonathan, noticing Tang Ge's apparent interest in Dragon, softly inquired, "Do you know him?" "Of course, he is the son of Vice Admiral Karp, who in the upper echelons of the Navy is unaware." Jonathan revealed an answer that nearly caused Tang Ge's eyes to pop from their sockets. Damn, Karp, that old rogue, managed to father such a perceptive son. They say dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. How did Karp, with his character, produce such an exceptional individual? Furthermore, if the higher-ups in the Navy were all aware, how could that old coot remain so leisurely within their ranks? It was understandable that someone of Jonathan's stature failed to grasp the extent of Dragon's influence. However, it is inconceivable that the individuals at headquarters remain oblivious to Dorag's actions, which are clearly undermining the world government. The upper echelons of the world government would certainly possess the discernment to recognize such a threat. Tang Ge took several gulps of water to digest this news. Pondering the sole possibility, the depths of the world government and the Navy headquarters run far deeper than one might imagine. Indeed, how could the Navy, which has gathered a plethora of heroes and legends in this tumultuous era, remain passive in the face of changing tides? With this thought, the fervor he had just experienced swiftly dissipated. Discretion is the true path forward, just as you have completed your seclusion and training. There is a matter that requires your attention. Jonathan extracted a report from the neatly arranged stack of documents on his desk. A few days prior, while God of Water Akula Lagna was traversing the Nabaran Sea, several naval vessels, unable to retreat to the stronghold in time for cover, sustained significant damage. Fortunately, casualties among the personnel were minimal, though the ships themselves were grievously harmed. Having spent time in the repair dock, you are aware that the Nabaran dock is only capable of minor repairs. Any severe damage must be sent to a large repair yard. Ordinarily, I would lead this operation, but with the culinary festival in Food Town Buki approaching, I must accompany Jessica and the others there, so I must entrust this task to you. Tang Ge raised his head, slightly surprised. "Humph, you haven't forgotten the good deed you did, have you?" Jessica is terribly worried about that group of little ones and insists on bringing them along to Buki. Tang Ge indeed underestimated the formidable power of a woman's maternal instinct once awakened, and could only muster a modicum of sympathy for Jonathan's dismal post-marriage life. Very well, if that is the case. Please inform me of the location for the repairs, and I shall lead the team there. The naval vessels in this vicinity will all be sent to the Water City for repairs. Water City? Water City is already situated at the very heart of the world, requiring a full 2 weeks' journey from Nabaran to reach. Amidst the azure waves, a line of white sails appeared, as over a dozen naval warships sailed slowly across the sea. Within the fleet, a few vessels bore particularly severe damage, relying solely on the towing of the ships ahead to continue their journey. At the forefront of the fleet was the brand-new Flame Soul. Ever since Tang Ge rejoined the ranks, the spirit of everyone in the Flame Tiger Brigade has transformed remarkably. Each member is now fully prepared and eager to embark once again on their invincible campaign to sweep through the Nabaran Sea. I have heard that Water City is exceptionally vibrant, a grand metropolis built upon water, renowned as the world's shipbuilding center, boasting the most advanced shipyards and superior shipbuilding techniques. The vessels of world dignitaries and nobility are constructed there. The masked carnival of Water City is also world famous. On specific days each year, everyone dons exquisite masks and weaves through the crisscrossing waterways, a sight truly breathtaking on the deck. Know-it-all Shelton began to enlighten those around him, his talent lying and vividly depicting even the things he has never seen, instilling in others a sense of yearning. How impressive! It is no wonder that even a single island near the world's center possesses such a grand reputation. Most of the sailors aboard the warships are stationed in the Nabaran Sea and have never ventured to distant islands. Yet they were captivated by Shelton's descriptions, expressing their admiration with spontaneous exclamations. After spending time together, a significant portion of the crew aboard the Flame Soul had become devoted listeners to Shelton. This made Shelton quite pleased, while Penny looked on with envy. Don beside them listened intently. In a short span, he had gradually come to appreciate the simple and straightforward nature of the Flame Tiger Brigade, and the psychological scars he once bore were slowly healing in the joyful atmosphere of Nabaran. The children who had come with him were now well cared for by Jessica, their faces adorned with smiles. He had grown fond of this brigade. Woo-woo! The sharp, piercing sound of battle alarms shattered the tranquility of the fleet. Attention! Combat detected in the waters ahead. The lookout at the top of the mast broadcasted to the entire fleet via the transponder snail. Without the need for excessive repetition, the Flame Soul, positioned at the forefront of the fleet and assigned combat duties, accelerated ahead, breaking away from the sluggish vessels and racing toward the distant sound of cannon fire. The Flame Tiger Brigade proved itself to be an elite unit, transitioning swiftly from a leisurely sailing state to a combat-ready posture. It had been quite some time since Tang Ge had heard such a thrilling sound on the flagship deck. Tang Ge was engaged in a game of chess with Jonathan, listening to the familiar rumble of cannons while inhaling the scent of burning gunpowder that wafted through the air. The long-awaited atmosphere of battle ignited his blood, leaving him slightly entranced. The exhilaration of enhanced strength through diligent practice was captivating, yet the thrill of combat was far more delightful. This battle enthusiast elicited a shiver from Jonathan, who shifted his gaze toward the impending clash in the distance. That aren't you concerned? The pirates that roam these waters are no ordinary foes. Their strength is not comparable to those who merely loiter in Nabaran. Having relinquished the pursuit of Tang Ge, that anomaly, he quickly recognized the advantages of having such a formidable subordinate. No worries, an overwhelming sense of security. Usually, he was either accompanying Jessica with the children or fishing and playing chess. Utterly relaxed. Rest assured, we are still within range. Tang Ge discarded the chess piece in his hand, gazing toward the battlefield engulfed in cannon fire. After a period of secluded training, his strength had ascended to a new level, making the distance from the warship to the battlefield a mere trifle to traverse. In the fray, 3 ships were engaged. A large merchant vessel adorned with an anchor emblem was being relentlessly pursued by a pirate ship displaying a skull flag. Fortunately, the vessel's protective forces were not mere fodder. They valiantly resisted, preventing the pirates from fully seizing control of the merchant ship. It was merely a matter of time, as thick iron chains extended from the pirate vessel, their ends securely clasped to the merchant ship. Agile pirates were continuously boarding the merchant vessel via the chains, and just as they appeared on the verge of devouring this plump cargo-laden target, the sudden arrival of the Navy took them by surprise. Several cannonballs struck the pirate ship's hull, and within moments, thick smoke began to billow, turning the tide of the situation dramatically. Even more urgent was the sight of the Navy fleet swiftly closing in on the pirates. However, as they journeyed along the Grand Line, the strength of the pirates displayed a rising curve, indicating that those who dared to appear in these waters were indeed formidable. They retaliated against the Navy's cannon fire while the pirates boarding the merchant vessel began to withdraw, attempting to escape before the Navy fleet's arrival. Whizzing sounds echoed as cannonballs soared through the air, producing chillingly sharp noises. Most of the projectiles missed their targets, plunging into the sea and sending up towering sprays of water. The naturally adversarial forces of the Navy and the pirates clashed upon the waves, leaving only the prospect of battle. Leonard's command abilities were remarkable. Relying solely on firepower, the Flame Soul, a small vessel intended for patrol, was no match for the heavily armed pirate ships, well-versed in naval tactics. He capitalized on the ship's advantages, moving swiftly while harassing the pirates' retreat, as long as he could delay until the main force arrived. This band of pirates would find it impossible to escape. The sea belongs to the Navy. No pirate would dare engage in a prolonged or attrition battle against them. Bravo, Leonard, the acting captain, is performing splendidly. The pirates are struggling to hold on. They can only abandon their comrades on the merchant vessel to flee. Jonathan praised, "It's too late. The pirates won't escape." Tang Ge replied with a smile, his palm unconsciously rubbing his chin. Another warship in the fleet had unknowingly blocked the escape route of the pirate ship, and the next steps would involve encircling and defeating them. Compared to this captain, who preferred solitary combat, Leonard proved to be far more competent, as another warship, under his cover, effortlessly maneuvered to the rear of the pirates. However, this sudden display of military acumen, coupled with an ingrained composure, piqued Tang Ge's interest in Leonard's background. Jonathan, observing the situation, emitted a grave sound through his nose. "What is it?" Observing Jonathan furrow his brow, seemingly verifying something through the telescope, Tang Ge inquired. "What is it?" To his dismay, Jonathan sighed heavily, realizing he had encountered the very situation he wished to avoid. The distant cannon fire had ceased, and the main mast of the pirate ship lay shattered, rendered powerless. Strangely, the two naval vessels refrained from continuing their assault or issuing orders for the pirates aboard to surrender, instead positioning themselves in a blockade. This scene caused Tonga's eyes to narrow slightly. He understood that Leonard and his crew were facing a formidable challenge. The Seven Warlords? Tang Ge quickly turned his gaze towards the pirate ship. Riddled with bullets, he had not paid close attention earlier, but as the flagship drew nearer, he recognized the familiar Jolly Roger hanging from the severed mast. The menacing skull adorned with a crown resembling snowflakes stood out vividly against the myriad patterns of the pirate flag, making it unmistakably identifiable. This was the crew of Disastered Alice. Ever since this scoundrel was recruited by the world government to become one of the Seven Warlords, a multitude of ruthless pirates had flocked to his banner, leading to a significant surge in his power and territorial expansion. It was unexpected to encounter Dallas's subordinates here. Jonathan gritted his teeth in frustration, despite the disdain from other pirates for becoming a warlord. Many still eagerly accepted the position due to the privileges it conferred upon them, namely, the legal right to plunder. This was precisely the situation Jonathan dreaded. Pirates under the Seven Warlords enjoyed legal protection as direct agents of the world government, making it a widely accepted fact that the Navy lacked the authority to apprehend or eliminate them. Consequently, the encircled pirates, having initially displayed panic, quickly regained their composure and brazenly remained in place. "You bastards in the Navy, what are you doing? Don't you know this is a ship of the Seven Warlords? You fools, where did you come from to dare attack Lord Dallas's vessel?" The audacity of the pirates was emboldened by the title and privileges of the Seven Warlords, as they shouted defiantly at the naval fleet that had surrounded them. Shichibukai Crocodile and Moonlight Moria were two notorious pirates who had retreated from the New World. It was rumored that their original crews had perished, leaving them to fend for themselves. Since becoming Seven Warlords, they had not recruited new crews. The only pirates brazenly pillaging across the seas under the Seven Warlords banner were the newly appointed warlord Disastered Alice and his forces. Fate is indeed capricious, Jonathan mused, for it constantly evaluates the value of human existence. Unfazed by the pirates' taunts, Tang Ge displayed not a hint of anger. "What are you planning to do?" Upon hearing this seemingly irrelevant exclamation, Jonathan felt a chill run down his spine, as a wave of cold surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He understood all too well that the man before him was singularly focused on strength in combat. While others would be dismayed by the name of the Seven Warlords, this individual only yearned to test their mettle. In this vast ocean, fate had conspired to bring them together. Was this not a splendid opportunity? The ideal chance to gauge the Navy's stance towards the Seven Warlords. Damn fate's arrangements. You, of all people, believe in destiny. Jonathan suppressed his urge to retort. Tang Ge's final words stirred something within him. The existence of the Seven Warlords had become an immutable fact, yet the stance of the righteous Navy must remain unequivocal. This truly was the perfect opportunity for a trial. Noticing Jonathan's silence, Tonga's primary concern rested on one matter. Is Dallas, known as Disaster, an ability user? Newspapers seldom reported on the abilities of pirates, yet the Navy's intelligence division was no mere facade. They undoubtedly possessed accurate information on Dallas, a commanding officer stationed in a pivotal location. Jonathan certainly had the right to know that, of course, he is not only an ability user, but also one of the rarest, an elemental user. What are you planning? Don't act recklessly. The world government will not permit any incidents involving the recently appointed warlords, especially at the hands of the Navy. Jonathan cautioned. As for the strength comparison between Tonga and Dallas, he had never doubted the outcome. Simply put, any pirate who had not ventured into the New World, regardless of their abilities, would not stand a chance against Tonga. Elemental users. Tonga licked his lips. Ability users were not commonplace, and he had encountered paramecia and zoan types, but the elusive and supposedly invincible elemental users remained beyond his grasp. To enhance his physical prowess, he needed either a devil fruit or to defeat an ability user. Now, with an opportunity presented before him, how could he let it slip away? As for the title of 7 Warlords, that was merely a deterrent for gatekeepers. It would not intimidate a tiger descending from the mountains to hunt. With a swift motion, he pressed down on the hilt of his sword. The blue blade flashed like a swallow, skimming the ocean's surface, leaving a straight wake in its path. The pirate ship trembled violently, cleaved in two from bow to stern, as the waters engulfed the remnants. The 7 warlords are not permitted to attack the Navy. Capture them all and send them to impel down. Before the stunned pirates could react, they plummeted into the depths, swallowed by a whirlpool generated by the flooding of the ship's hold, which voraciously consumed everything in its wake, including lives. Once the surface settled, the Navy lowered lifeboats to rescue the fortunate few who managed to escape. Even then, the surviving pirates gazed in terror at the Navy officer standing aboard the flagship. How dare he? And how did he sever such a massive vessel with a single stroke? The battle was becoming increasingly tedious. Tonga mused, hoping that the 7 warlords backing them would merit the bounty placed upon his head by the Navy headquarters. He withdrew his hand from the black blade as if it had never been drawn. By the way, Jonathan, why is there no naval presence in this area? He pointed toward a merchant ship struggling to extinguish a fire aboard. This merchant vessel had also failed to signal for help. It is well known that the Navy's supremacy relies on its numerous bases scattered throughout the world's oceans. Each base governs a specific maritime territory, and any merchant ship under pirate attack would invariably send distress signals or contact the Navy for assistance. Upon receiving such signals, the Navy would converge continuously until the pirates were eliminated. However, the recent battle had been peculiar. The merchant ship's escort had held out for an extended period, yet no naval support appeared. This was the world's central maritime zone, home to numerous prosperous islands. One would expect ample naval defenses. Jonathan stroked his mustache, appreciating Tonga's inquisitive demeanor. That is because, centered around Mariewa and bordered by Judicial Island, this vast expanse of ocean contains only one naval base, Marineford. Marineford? The Navy headquarters, Marineford, was a name that instilled fear in the hearts of pirates. Situated almost at the world's center, it served as the strongest fortress guarding these waters, a sacred place for the execution of justice. Jonathan continued to elucidate Tonga's confusion. Firstly, you must understand that the Navy is not the world's Navy. It is the Navy of the world government. While it is widely accepted that the world government comprises over 170 nations, this is not entirely accurate. The world government is a singular nation, the most powerful on Earth, and merely comprises the World Conference with the other 170 nations, from our current location all the way to the foot of Mariewa. This entire area is under the direct jurisdiction of the world government, as evidenced by the nomenclature of the islands in this vicinity. The world government believes that having Marineford as its sole naval base within its territory suffices. The merchant ship did not send a distress signal simply because it would be futile. The Navy at Marineford could never arrive in time. Tonga, I know your time at Balan is limited, but Marineford is where your talents can truly shine. However, never underestimate the world government, regardless of the time or place. Jonathan articulated a multitude of thoughts, yet the crux of his message remained singular. The world government has governed the globe for 8 centuries. Flourishing with branches and leaves, its roots deeply entrenched, harboring an unfathomable power on the succinct map issued by the Navy. The islands in the forward maritime region bore the names St. Fataru, St. Poplar, the town of Spring Queen, and the culinary town. Saint signifies the surname of the creators of this vast kingdom known as the world government. From these names, it is evident that these islands are either the territories of the world's aristocracy or towns under the jurisdiction of the world government. In contrast to most nations that claim dominion over a single island, the world government, with its expansive reach, truly epitomizes the strongest force in the world. The Navy is merely a formidable institution subordinate to the world government. Unless one were to betray the Navy, compliance with the commands of the world government is imperative. This served as Jonathan's cautionary note. Hey, why so serious all of a sudden? I have no intention of provoking the world government, Tang Ge remarked, shrugging with a smile. The Shichibukai system was instituted by the world government that if someone were to challenge it at this juncture, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the world government. Even a mere test, if not conducted with discretion, could lead to reckless Navy soldiers being unable to safeguard themselves, even against the Navy headquarters. Jonathan gazed into Tang Ge's eyes, relieved to ascertain that his previous words had resonated. Through their interactions over the past couple of years, he recognized that this young man possessed talent and an unwavering resolve for justice. Undoubtedly, in due time, he would emerge as an exceptional naval officer. However, he also discerned the stark differences between Tang Ge and the rest of the Baroque works, including himself, along with a subtle hint of ambition. The world government has stood for 8 centuries, its authority, rewarding the compliant and vanquishing the defiant, etched into the hearts of all. Yet in Tang Ge, he saw no trace of such reverence for the world government's authority, only a profound respect for its formidable power. When the strength is diminished, what then of the latent power that lies beneath? Jonathan remained uncertain, hoping that time would yield the correct answers. At this point, both men fell silent. Shortly thereafter, Leonard, having finished clearing the battlefield, boarded the flagship, prompting Jonathan to smoothly retreat to accompany his wife. Colonel Tang Ge, the owner of the merchant ship we rescued, wishes to meet with you both. That he claims to be the proprietor of the shipyard in Water City. Shipyard? Jonathan, although the nominal commander of the fleet, had reclined into a passive role, entrusting all matters to the capable Colonel Tang Ge. Indeed, he asserts he is the owner of the 4th shipyard in Water City. It is precisely this identity that Leonard has come to report. While we are grateful for the Navy's assistance, what he truly seeks is to secure a lucrative deal with us. The Navy fleet was laden with numerous damaged ships, a fact easily discernible to any reasonable person, let alone a professional. Let him come. We are unfamiliar with Water City, so having someone as a guide would indeed be beneficial. Understood. Jonathan would not accompany the fleet to Water City. He intended to enjoy a honeymoon with his wife, parting ways with the main force in the forward maritime region. Their destination was the culinary town of Buchi. It was indeed necessary to find someone well acquainted with Water City. Before long, a balding middle-aged white man, accompanied by Leonard, boarded the flagship, his elegantly tailored tailcoat marred with soot and scorch marks. It was evident that the recent pirate assault had been fierce. He was Abdin, the owner of the 4th shipyard in Water City. Although Tang Ge was a savior, Abdin's gaze frequently wandered to the severely damaged warships, clearly captivated by them. Abdin was considerably more forthright than the average merchant, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he approached Tang Ge. Esteemed Colonel, I am Abdin, and you have saved my life. Had you not arrived in time, we would have succumbed, but he was well aware of the flag that had flown from the pirate ship. The supplies he had wagered his entire fortune on had not yet made it back to Water City before falling prey to the Shichibukai. His luck was undeniably poor. Fortunately, the skilled shipwrights from a shipyard had accompanied him, and through their desperate resistance, they awaited the serendipitous arrival of naval support. This could be considered a stroke of fortune. This is our duty as the Navy. There is no need for gratitude. I hear you're the owner of the shipyard in Water City. I happen to have a batch of warships that require repairs. Tang Ge was fully aware of Abdin's eagerness, and he had no intention of playing hard to get. Proactively broaching this subject, yes. Abdin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded promptly. My company specializes not only in shipbuilding, but also in repairs. We can restore the warships to their former glory." His tongue trembled with exhilaration, and his face flushed with anticipation. Fortune had finally turned in his favor. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of the Shichibukai, he was now presented with an opportunity to resurrect his beleaguered shipyard through the repair of these naval vessels. Very well. The cost for repairing the warships would not come out of personal pockets, as the Navy headquarters would cover them. Tang Ge readily agreed. However, the repairs would take a considerable amount of time, and there were no accommodations for their contingent in Water City. Given the lack of a naval base, lodging had become an issue. "Leave that to me. When it comes to ship repairs, our shipwrights in Water City are second to none. And we dare not concede the top spot to anyone else. Even the fourth shipyard is confident in our capabilities." Obden noted that they already had spacious and comfortable quarters set up in the docks, and he would promptly make arrangements for them to be cleaned, that he had counted 2 heavily damaged warships and 3 with lighter injuries. With the Navy's deep pockets, this would undoubtedly result in a significant profit for him. Currently, with rampant pirate activity affecting the shipbuilding industry in Water City, many employees had sought other opportunities, leaving the once crowded factory with ample space for the naval personnel. "Excellent. I will instruct Captain Leonard to coordinate with you. We will cover the meal expenses ourselves." Tang Ge was quite pleased. At his core, he was a man who despised complications, preferring straightforwardness over protracted dealings. "Thank you very much. Should you require anything in Water City, please do not hesitate to ask me to repay the favor of saving our lives. I will do my utmost to assist you." Obden expressed his gratitude once more, sensing Tang Ge's lack of interest in further discussions, and wisely took his leave. Arriving with trepidation, he departed with a spring in his step, his spirits exceptionally high. Entrusting the warships to Obden for repairs was merely a fortuitous coincidence and did not weigh heavily on Tang Ge's mind. The fleet continued its voyage towards Water City, accompanied by Obden's merchant vessel. Half a day later, the fleet arrived at a lighthouse built upon a reef, its cylindrical structure adorned with several arrow-shaped signs. City of the Spring, Queen St. Poplar, Culinary Town Buki, Carnival City, St. Fu, Seven Waters City. This lighthouse served as a navigational beacon upon the sea. On the flagship, Jonathan appeared quite at ease, having exchanged his usual naval attire for a smart casual suit. Jessica, too, had changed out of her chef's uniform, donning a fashionable dress that accentuated her stunning figure. Shedding this military garb feels unprecedentedly liberating. Jonathan was about to continue when Jessica, lacking patience, interjected, "Stop dawdling and come over to grab the things." Their belongings were not numerous, but with the additional items Jessica had prepared for the children, they amounted to quite a collection, stacked high enough to leave Jonathan momentarily speechless. "Dear, we are going on a trip. Not moving house. What do you know? We cannot be careless with the children's things. What if we cannot find them in Buki? Less chatter. Hurry up." The ship was about to set sail. Jessica, with her arms crossed, accentuated her perfect curves to a nearby merchant ship, designated for transporting individuals to the culinary town, sounded its horn in urgency. "Understood. In no time." Jonathan hoisted the towering pile of packages onto his shoulder, responding with a careful smile. "I'll leave the fleet in your hands. I have no concerns. Water City is within the jurisdiction of Judicial Island, so be cautious. Rest assured. Enjoy your honeymoon trip." Tang Ge nodded, suppressing the urge to laugh. "Darling, quit stalling." Having already changed ships in advance, Jessica stood with her hands on her hips, a perilous signal. Jonathan hastily shouldered his belongings and jumped onto the reception vessel. The weight of such items posed no challenge for a naval commander endowed with extraordinary strength. My dear, I have arrived. Words fail me." Tang Ge shook his head. The once formidable Jonathan had become overly cautious since falling in love. However, they were now close to their destination, according to Obden, upon reaching this reef. It would take roughly another hour to glimpse the City of Water. Set sail, steer the course, destination. The City of Seven Waters, the City of Water, also known as the City of Seven Waters, derived its name from the confluence of 7 ocean currents from the world as 4 seas. Boom, boom, boom. With the thunderous sound of crashing water, an island that would forever be etched in the memories of all present emerged on the horizon. This was the City of Water. Viewed from above, the city resembled an enormous fountain shaped like a hill, with a colossal jet of water erupting from its summit, cascading down through 7 expansive troughs into the sea, while many winding smaller channels branched off in between. Serving as the transportation waterways of the city, countless red-roofed buildings stood amidst these troughs, encircled by towering gray brick walls with only 7 outlets from which mighty columns of water surged forth. As the crowd gazed at this magnificent city, their excitement rendered them momentarily speechless, all gathering at the bow of the warship. What a colossal fountain! Tang Ge was the first to regain his composure, unable to suppress his admiration. This world is truly beyond words. A city worthy of being called miraculous. How could such a fountain come into existence? It is far more than merely a fountain. It is the very lifeblood that sustains this city, one of the greatest wonders in the world. No matter how many times he beheld this scene, Abdin felt an overwhelming pride for the city. To ensure that this lucrative client was not snatched away by others, Abdin enthusiastically returned to the naval vessel. After a period of observation, he noted the multitude of warships within the fleet, several officers holding the rank of colonel. However, all of them seemed to defer to the colonel he had first encountered. Thus, he trailed closely behind Tang Ge like a piece of taffy. What do you say? The City of Water was a city built upon water, with all travel relying on the crisscrossing waterways, while that grand fountain served as the driving force behind all the channels. The 7 large troughs directed water surging from the seabed back into the ocean, which then branched into countless intersecting smaller channels. The entire transportation system of the city depended on water. Pointing toward the increasingly near City of Water, Abdin spoke with familiarity, having lived in the city since his youth and possessing an intimate understanding of its affairs. "And what is that?" Tang Ge inquired, observing an object rapidly approaching the surface of the water, segmented like a centipede crawling across the sea. Whoosh, a familiar sound, billowing white steam from a smokestack, coupled with its shape, unmistakably resembled a train. The only difference was that this contraption bore no resemblance to any train he had known, for it traversed the surface of the sea. What on earth is that? Abdin's eyes nearly popped from their sockets, his tongue tying itself in confusion, unable to articulate a coherent response. Whoosh, clunk, clunk. As the vessel sped past the warships, the object emitted a warning blast from its horn, resonating with rhythmic thuds. Once it drew nearer, everyone could see clearly. For the inhabitants of this world, it resembled a steamship gliding across the sea, albeit with a rather peculiar shape. Tang Ge. This form was all too familiar. From the once green train to the subsequent high-speed rail, they all shared this design. However, he had never witnessed one operating on water. Truly, it was a marvel of advanced technology. Calming himself, he gazed at the surface of the sea, where a track resembling a railway was indeed laid about a meter beneath the water. Whoosh! The train glided past the side of the fleet, and heads popped out of the windows, with many people shouting excitedly. Incredible! It's truly running on the water. This is faster than a steamship. Mr. Tom is simply magnificent. Once the train had moved on, Abdin snapped back to reality from his astonished state. He had succeeded. The City of Water was saved. Within the sounds that had emanated from the train, he had caught the name of a pivotal figure. Tom. Mr. Abdin. Who is Tom? Tang Ge queried. Having overheard, he harbored curiosity and a hint of admiration for this individual capable of creating such a marvel. A true world changer. Cough, cough. Collecting himself, Abdin straightened his attire. Mr. Tom is the foremost shipwright of the City of Water. Indeed, the finest in the world. He glanced at Tang Ge's naval uniform, carefully selecting his words. However, he was sentenced to death for committing a grave crime. And during his trial on Judicial Island, he was granted a reprieve for proposing a design for a train connecting the islands. Who could have imagined that after many years, he would actually construct a sea train? Abdin's face was filled with a mixture of awe and nostalgia. Tom was an idol among the shipbuilders of the City of Water, himself included. Yet, when Tom had proposed the sea train concept, even he had doubted its viability, believing it to be merely a stalling tactic. Just moments ago, that swiftly moving train on the water felt like a resounding slap to his face. The sea train. He mused, is an apt name. What crime did he commit? Tang Ge casually inquired, but Mr. Tom was sentenced to death for his assistance in constructing the pirate ship for the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. After saying this, Abdin cautiously glanced at the nearby young naval colonel, whose presence felt as imposing as a tiger. The pirate King Roger was a taboo subject. Following his execution, all those associated with him faced extreme retribution from the world government. It was already a stroke of luck for Mr. Tom to have been granted a reprieve, and he feared that this naval colonel might jeopardize that judicial island. Pirate King Roger. What a small world. Indeed, their affairs seemed to permeate every corner. As the warship approached the city of water, the towering walls surrounding it appeared especially grand, with only 7 openings marked 1 to 7, directing the immense water columns cascading from the fountain into the sea. Surrounding the walls was a town entirely constructed upon the water, with spacious and convenient waterways, the building bases elevated over a meter above the water, connected by wooden planks forming walkable paths. It resembled a luxurious version of waterborne Venice. Yet, Tang Ge felt a stark contrast between this place and the bustling shipbuilding center Jonathan had described. Not to mention, many of the buildings bore signs of neglect, and the streets were rife with emaciated, unemployed workers and inebriated individuals sprawled in drunken stupor. This was a city on the brink of desolation. Under Abdin's guidance, the warship entered an ascending waterway beneath the 4th numbered wall. Before long, they arrived at a sprawling shipyard. The shipyard employees, having been alerted by Abdin, gathered eagerly in the yard, their eyes fixated on the damaged warships as they slowly docked, culminating in a dull thud. "What are you standing around for? Get to work," Abdin commanded like a triumphant general. "Oberon, take your team and inspect all the warships. I want the most detailed inspection report within the hour." He bore no resentment toward his subordinates for their state of disarray. The shipbuilding business had been in dire straits, and it had been ages since so many vessels had operated simultaneously. Understood, a tall, slender white man flashed a bright smile, leading several shipwrights aboard the damaged warships. "Let us get to work." The shipwrights, having received their orders, finally broke into smiles, racing to their respective stations. You could see that moment. They truly believed that what was happening before their eyes was real. Abdin had mortgaged his company to raise funds to venture into the open sea for supplies. Not only did they return safely, but they also brought back substantial contract from the Navy. This is truly exhilarating. The Navy is not short on funds. Repairing these warships will undoubtedly provide a significant influx of belly to the beleaguered shipyard, potentially breathing new life into it. With this thought in mind, the ship workers burst forth with renewed enthusiasm. In no time, the previously desolate shipyard was bustling with activity as various machines roared to life. "Colonel Tang Ge, over there is the accommodation I arranged for the Navy personnel. The conditions may not rival a hotel, but I have ensured it has been cleaned thoroughly twice," Abudin remarked, gesturing toward a series of single-story brick buildings situated away from the repair area of the shipyard. They appeared neat and tidy. Abudin's claim of having cleaned them twice seemed credible. "That's quite all right. We are not here for a vacation. Having a place to settle so many of us is sufficient." Tang Ge replied with a smile. He firmly planted his feet on the ground, relishing the solid and grounded feeling after days of life at sea. "Leonard, please coordinate with them. And while you're at it, find a decent restaurant. I'm treating tonight. Long live Colonel Liehu." The sailors, having drifted at sea for several days, were already longing for a good meal. Upon hearing of the legendary wealthy Tang Ge treating, they eagerly shouted his name. This group of men reminisced about the first day with Jonathan. When that fellow was around, Tang Ge had nothing to worry about, allowing him to focus solely on his training. Now, with so many people's needs to address, it was overwhelming. Were it not for Leonard, his capable assistant, he would be utterly swamped. Compared to Tang Ge, the hands-off manager, Abudin was far more thorough in his oversight. His sole task was to diligently cater to this large contingent of naval officers, leaving the rest to his capable ship workers. "Mr. Liehu, the Water City's specialty, the water meat, is renowned far and wide. Even the chefs from Gourmet Town frequently come to procure it. I have already sent someone to buy it. Tonight, I'm treating." It was evident that someone who owned a shipyard in the Water City could not be as simple as he appeared. Merely repairing warships was not enough to justify such lavish expenditures. He had high hopes for Tang Ge. Liehu, the rising star of the Navy, If nothing unexpected happens, he would at least become a vice admiral commanding his own territory. Establishing a good relationship with such a promising naval asset would surely lead to a steady stream of business in the future. This little scheme was almost transparent on Abuden's face. Haha, Mr. Abuden, we can't have meat without wine. How about this? You provide the wine, and I'll handle the meat. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Tang Ge could discern that Abuden's shipyard was on the brink of collapse. Yet, in such a predicament, to still host a dinner for so many, it spoke volumes of his business acumen. However, he underestimated Abuden's financial struggles, as well as the audacity of a businessman. Abuden's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands together in delight. Plenty of wine. Thank you for your generosity. We are truly grateful. He had planned to invest significantly, but found that he could save a considerable amount for the wine. He had recently constructed a luxury vessel for a wine merchant, only for that merchant to go bankrupt, leaving him with a ship full of wine as payment. He was at a loss for storage. Fearing the wine would spoil, after a round of pleasantries, Abuden accompanied Tang Ge as they toured the shipyard until the white ship worker leader descended from a warship. Boss, here is the assessment report for all the damaged warships. 2 of them are severely damaged and require major repairs, for others have moderate damage and only need parts replaced. This is a detailed report of the damage. Oblongs handed a stack of papers to Abuden. The Water City was renowned for its shipbuilding prowess, and within an hour, the detailed condition of all the warships had been thoroughly investigated. Moreover, their reports were objective and fair, not exaggerating the damage due to the shipyard's financial woes. Abuden trusted his subordinates' professional standards. He merely glanced at the total repair cost noted at the report's endpoint 170 million belly. What a windfall! Even at the lowest profit margin, it would yield substantial gains. Enough to sustain them for quite a while, of course. This required the Navy's approval. His heart raced as he composed himself to hand the report to Tang Ge. Colonel Tang Ge, here is the report for your review. After all, once the inspection was complete, it was customary to present it to the paying customer. Tang Ge had no time for such formalities. He had not engaged in any serious physical activity for days and felt utterly lethargic. Leonard, he called out, seeking advice from Leonard, who was a jack of all trades. Leonard, who had just settled all the naval personnel in a temporary barracks, briefly stiffened at the call. He sorely missed Commander Jonathan. In the past, such matters would have been handled by Jonathan. But now they had fallen to him. Exhaling heavily to release the pent-up frustration, Leonard approached with a stoic expression, casually taking the stack of reports. I'll leave it to you. Tang Ge said this one line before swiftly disappearing from sight. Having not exercised in so long, he decided to check out the fountain. Leonard's expression was somewhat fearsome. Poor Abuden, he could only wish for the best. Indeed, after Leonard pointed out numerous discrepancies in the report, Abuden's initially smiling demeanor gradually stiffened, his smile fading. This fellow a devil. The sea was boundless, and darkness was infinite, yet only Judicial Island was favored by the heavens, basking in eternal daylight. In the spacious hall atop the Judicial Tower of Judicial Island, there was nothing but a table, a chair, and a sofa. Sitting behind the lone table was a middle-aged man with a grim countenance. His black and white hair slicked back. He was Spandane, the highest authority at Judicial Island and the head of the world government's secret agency. CP9, standing beside him was his son, Spandam. Father, this is a golden opportunity. With Jonathan gone to Buj, we can finally bring that damned Navy to justice. Spandam's eyes burned with resentment, fury bubbling just beneath the surface. As he spoke, the pain from his shattered cheekbone, inflicted by Tang Ge, flared anew. Only after the fact did he realize that the individual he met on Grand Island was not Colonel Bell, but the Navy officer known as Liahu Tang Ge. The physical pain quickly healed, but the humiliation he endured tormented him day and night like 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. With Judicial Island adjacent to Water City, any disturbance would not escape his notice. News of Tang Ge leading a naval vessel to Dock 4 reached Judicial Island swiftly. Spandane's expression was as still as water, resting his chin on his hands as he glanced at his seething son. Spandam, calm down. Compared to Spandam, Spandan's demeanor was more sinister. In a low growl, Spandam fell silent, his ire quelled. He's merely a Navy colonel. Since he dares to provoke the authority of Judicial Island, he is already a dead man. The only question remains. He is still a Navy officer, a rising star recently recognized by the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, I would have crushed him without a second thought. The final sentence was nearly ground out through clenched teeth. The muscles in his grim face twitching, enhancing his menacing appearance. The incidents on Grand Island, compounded by the blow dealt to his only son, felt like two slaps on his face, driving him into a frenzy of rage. Damn Navy star, just a mere learner. Spandon's words prompted a flicker of reaction from one of the two men seated on the opposite sofa. One of them, clad in a pink leather jacket, casually sat with a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, clearly unimpressed by the moniker Leo. The man he referred to as Lucci appeared to be around 16 or 17. Of average build, dressed in black, with a white dove perched on his shoulder. Ugh, the dove mimicked. Your foul mouth has finally uttered a correct statement. There's no need to distinguish between the two of you, as you are both weaklings. The dove gestured with its wings toward the recently speaking man. Put away your tricks, you bastard. What did you just say? You are nothing but a pathetic weakling, akin to that insipid Navy. The one making noise may appear to be a pigeon, yet the man clad in a pink jacket is vociferously cursing at Lucci Gugu. The pigeon flaps its wings, as if saluting like a soldier. Do not bark like a wild beast, he exclaims. You are merely a fool who relies on external strength, and today I shall certainly eliminate you. Who are you calling a beast, you scoundrel? I can no longer endure your insolence. He roars. The man in the pink jacket's eyes blaze with a bloodthirsty red glow, and two sharp fangs erupt from his mouth. His body, originally around 2 meters, rapidly expands to more than double its size. Covered in a layer of golden fur, the horrific roar of a beast fills the air, emanating an overwhelming sense of dominance characteristic of apex predators. He is a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Has consuming it caused your intellect to regress? I am speaking of you. Lucci stands defiantly, a cold light glimmers across his form, as if enveloped in a solid layer of iron, exuding an equally formidable aura, cold and merciless. The two powerful presences clash violently within the hall, invisible currents swirling and dispersing outward. Spandam is paralyzed with fear, while his father, Spandane, remains unfazed. Enough, Faz V. Rob Lucci, Spandane states, his narrow eyes slightly widening, displaying impatience. These two are the most gifted men in P9 for centuries. Yet they are inherently antagonistic. Whenever they encounter one another, disputes arise, escalating to physical confrontations at times. The man clad in the pink jacket is named Faz V, who recently completed a secret mission assigned by the world government. Due to his exceptional performance, the world government bestowed upon him a powerful Zoan-type devil fruit. After acquiring this ability, he has harbored the intent to suppress his nemesis, though Spandon's combat prowess is negligible. He serves as a loyal lapdog to the world government, wielding absolute power within P9 that when he speaks, combat cannot ensue. The two fierce individuals, after exchanging a glance, return to their seats. That Navy is our true enemy. Upon witnessing their truce, Spandane's fingers tap rhythmically on the table, producing a tap-tap sound. Compared to both of you, Tang Ge, who has only learned the 6 styles from Jonathan, is undoubtedly a weakling. Yet he has not only defeated Reginald, but also slain Yeti Lucci. His strength should not be underestimated. The Gugu is merely competent in that little place called Barong. The white pigeon mimics the act of speaking once more, its face adorned with a look of disdain, rendering it remarkably lifelike. Regardless of that scoundrel's strength, should he dare to defy our judicial island, he will face a punishment that etches itself into his very soul. Spandam grits his teeth, harboring an ocean of hatred for the person known as the official of P5. Spandam should not have the privilege to repeatedly express his opinions in this scenario. Yet his unique status allows for it. Indeed, the authority of Judicial Island, the face of dark justice, is not something a mere Navy can trample upon. On this matter, Fosvi and Rob Lucci are in complete accord. Excellent. This is precisely the outcome Spandane desired. To deal with him, we cannot act directly, but someone else can legitimately confront him. Are you referring to Dallas? The intelligence network of the P organization spans the entire vicinity of Judicial Island, particularly right under their noses. The information regarding the annihilation of Dallas's forces by that Barong Navy cannot escape their notice. Dallas is a user of a Logia-type ability. That Navy, possessing only a few rudimentary techniques from the Six Styles, stands no chance against him. Phosvi understands all too well what it means to be a Logia user. This ability is nearly insurmountable, at least until one masters Haki. He does not believe that Navy possesses such mastery. He is doomed. It is precisely Dallas who is humiliated by the capture of his subordinates under his banner. Such indignity would hardly be no disaster anymore. He chuckles darkly to ensure that Dallas swiftly and accurately learns of who apprehended his subordinates. The intelligence personnel of Judicial Island have contributed significantly, while the seemingly invincible nature of Logia users is formidable. Capturing a Six Styles practitioner is not without its challenges. Rob Lucci's abdomen subtly expands, and the pigeon perched on his shoulder mimics speech once again. Dallas is merely a fool used to distract the Navy. The more chaos he creates, the better for us. Our true objective remains to obtain evidence of sheltering criminals of the world government. At that point, we can justly execute this fool, and the Navy headquarters will have no grounds for objection. Spandane's face contorts as his malice becomes apparent. He harbors an intense hatred for Tang Ge, who dared to openly challenge the authority of Judicial Island. Lucci, this task shall be entrusted to you. It is a directive from above, and upon completion, you shall receive a special reward. Upon hearing this, both men on the sofa cannot help but feel a heaviness in their breaths. They are acutely aware of what the so-called special reward entails, particularly Phosvi, who had recently received a devil fruit after completing a task assigned from above, subsequently gaining an upper hand over Rob Lucci. Damn, could it be that this fellow will obtain a fruit even stronger than mine? Phosvi and Rob Lucci, these two prodigies, are renowned as the most gifted individuals in P9 over the past 8 centuries. Their physical forms, talents, and tenacity are nearly indistinguishable, with the potency of their devil fruit abilities determining their superiority. Understood, Rob Lucci rises from the sofa, his physique not overtly imposing, yet his cold words resonate with unwavering resolve. He is the sharpest blade of Judicial Island, executing orders from above without hesitation, a harbinger of justice lurking in the shadows that, of course, even a clay figurine retains some ire. Phosvi's newfound strength after acquiring a Zoan-type devil fruit has led him to seek trouble with Lucci on numerous occasions. After this mission concludes, the true measure of genius shall be revealed. Father, I request to accompany Lucci to Water City. I wish to witness with my own eyes the demise of that contemptible navy. Spandam promptly interjects. With a warlord and the most gifted individual in P9 for 8 centuries, he believes victory is assured. His thoughts drift to Water City, envisioning Tang Ge pleading and weeping before him. Begging for mercy, he is not alone in this sentiment. Everyone present perceives no possibility for the Navy for Barong to turn the tide. Very well. To ensure the mission proceeds smoothly, I will have Bruno accompany you. Once is stripped of his military garb by the Navy, I shall ensure he is sent to marry Geos as a slave. Spandane's boisterous roar reverberates throughout the heights of Judicial Tower. I will make that Navy aware that offending the wrong individuals leads to dire consequences. Haha. The Navy's military strength has burgeoned to a level that even his superiors cannot ignore in the wake of the Great Pirate Era. There have even been incidents involving high-ranking Navy officials assaulting Mary Geos, a situation that the higher-ups cannot tolerate. This time, seizing the opportunity presented by the conflict between the Navy and the warlords. They aim to admonish the Navy headquarters and solidify the standing of the warlords, which aligns with the higher-ups' intentions. The warlords, the Navy headquarters, and the rulers of the New World seek to establish a balance among themselves. In other words, the warlords and the Navy headquarters are meant to stand on equal footing, a message the higher-ups wish to convey to the Navy headquarters that they ask for a mere Navy colonel. He is but an insignificant pawn in the power struggles between these factions. After the departure of the cold and silent Rob Lucci and the haughty Spandam, Spandan's gaze shifts to Phosvi. Foz, there is now a directive from the highest level. The highest level? Phosvi immediately sits up straight. Being part of P9, a direct subordinate of the world government, he knows precisely where the highest level resides, an echelon that demands utmost diligence and respect. Witnessing the once rebellious Foz V now compliant as a kitten, Spandane displays a satisfied smile. Power is the ultimate force. What does genius amount to? They must still bow and obey. Listen closely, this mission is a secret task, as well as a long-term endeavor. The objective is to locate a devil fruit that, if it is consumed by someone, then return its host. This is the appearance of this devil fruit, as well as its name in the devil fruit compendium. Eliminate all individuals associated with this fruit that you understand. Spandane handed over a picture placed on the table. Understood. Fuzz Fu dared not be careless, although he could easily eliminate Spandane with a single strike. He refrained from doing so, for this man was the representative of supreme authority. Rubber? Paramecia type? Gazing at the image of the purple devil fruit adorned with spiral patterns, Fuzz Fu was filled with numerous questions. Why, for the sake of a mere paramecia devil fruit, were commands issued at such a level? Furthermore, there was no time limit or clear geographical location provided. To locate a devil fruit based solely on a single illustration was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, he dare not question further and could only depart silently. Once everyone had left, Spandane retrieved a pardon decree issued by Admiral Sengoku of the Navy from his drawer, recently sent from the Navy headquarters. The contents were striking. It pardoned Don of Whale Peak Town on Grand Island and recognized his naval identity, demanding that Judicial Island rescind its judgment against him. What does it matter? Even if he is an admiral? At this juncture, do I still need to care about that? He was about to be transferred to a secret department in Marie Joy's WY then. Not only admirals, but even the fleet admiral would be under his command. Moreover, the rescission of a judgment by Judicial Island required procedural adherence. During this interim, a criminal remained a criminal, and Judicial Island retained the authority to act. He did not disclose the existence of this pardon decree to Rob Lucci, as someone would need to bear the brunt of the Navy headquarters' wrath afterward. Rob Lucci was a splendid choice. The colossal sea current erupting from the depths surged upward, guided by the intricate waterways designed by the founders of Water City, providing a continuous source of power for the entire city. Donga stood at the edge of the Grand Fountain, overlooking Water City. The deafening sound of rushing water echoed in his ears, with the entire city sprawling beneath him. His knees slightly bent before straightening, his body shot into the sky like an arrow, soaring like a seabird as he swiftly swept across half the urban expanse. The wind brushed against his ears, filling his heart with a sense of unrestrained freedom. Woo! His exhilarated cries reverberated beneath the vast sky. News of the successful trial run of the sea train breathed new life into this long-declining shipbuilding center. The inhabitants of this city possessed a modicum of understanding. They all recognized the significance of the sea train. Early in the morning, even those who were perpetually intoxicated rose to take action, spontaneously organizing to construct a station for the sea train at the main entrance of Water City. The outskirts of the city, known as Wreck Island, buzzed with activity as throngs of people transported materials for the station's construction. It was said that the sea train had already connected to St. Fadru, where the locals were so astonished by the sight of the sea train that they believed a new sea king had emerged from the depths. Such a bunch of overreacting fools. Once the sea train's tracks connected the nearby islands, iron and timber would flow in abundance, and the shipyard's business would flourish once more. Indeed, this was all thanks to Mr. Tom. The populace spoke with hope and anticipation for the future, a stark contrast to the pessimism that had pervaded the entire city until just yesterday regarding Water City's fate. It was Tom and his groundbreaking invention that had transformed everything. Speaking of which, the judicial ship from Judicial Island should arrive today. Indeed, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, the judicial ship would publicly hear Mr. Tom's case regarding the expiration of his 10-year probation period. One could only wonder how Mr. Tom would be treated this time. But had Mr. Tom not already created the sea train? Why should he still be apprehended? Was it not due to his unforgivable pirate conduct in aiding the Pirate King? How infuriating! Cursed pirates! Even in death, they drag Mr. Tom down with them. We cannot allow the judicial ship to take Mr. Tom away now. We must testify on his behalf that I will go too. So will I. While their hearts brimmed with hope, a sense of unease lingered within them. Wreck Island, described as an island, indicated its vast area on the opposite side of Wreck Island, lay a spacious area that was cordoned off. Occasional murmurs from the populace would reach this place. Iceberg found himself furrowing his brow unconsciously, distracted as he tapped away on the ship. His heart was filled with anxiety over the impending trial. The shadow of that scene from 10 years ago had yet to dissipate completely. Bang, bang, bang. Just offshore, a small combat vessel clashed with a massive sea king, the thunderous cannon fire further agitating Iceberg's mood. Idiot Frankie. This fellow, aside from engaging in serious work when constructing the sea train, spent his time creating powerful weapons. This only exacerbated his concerns. Splash! The Sea King lunged toward the human who dared to provoke it. Crashing through the surging waters, abandoning all other functions, the small combat vessel, optimized for weaponry, was clearly no match for the Sea King in a single strike. The ship was thrown high into the air by the wave, its tremendous inertia tearing it apart midair as it plummeted toward the shoreline. Move aside, Iceberg. This dreadful wail from above was something Iceberg had to endure daily, and he was no stranger to it. The recently nailed ship's base was smashed to pieces by a boy who tumbled headfirst, prompting Iceberg to transform into a creature with jagged teeth and a furious demeanor. What are you doing? Frankie, the pent-up anger and anxiety found an outlet in that moment. You, who do not assist in shipbuilding, what are you doing here? Engaging in such dangerous pursuits. The boy buried in the ruins finally managed to lift his head, only to hear that furious roar, igniting his rage instantly. How infuriating! It has nothing to do with you, idiot Iceberg. This is my precious battleship Frankie Battle that I spent an entire week constructing. I care not what it is called. I will destroy it all before anyone gets hurt. No more of this construction. I can build whatever I choose. Just wait and see. Next time, I will create a battleship capable of defeating sea kings. Impossible. You will certainly be devoured. I will succeed. No way. Absolutely. The two engaged in a fierce dispute, with neither able to convince the other. They resembled the responsible elder brother and the rebellious younger sibling in household. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the Sea King, incensed by the cannon fire, was returning beneath the wave as it neared the shore. Its enormous, grotesque form suddenly emerged from the sea, startling the two bickering boys into a sitting position on the ground, trembling in fear. Just as the centipede-like Sea King's gaping maw was about to engulf the purple blue-haired brothers, a series of exhilarated cries, pulled by the wind, echoed through the air. The centipede Sea King's head was struck by a descending figure, shattering upon impact, its massive body half buried in the ground while the other half remained submerged in the sea. The two, having narrowly escaped disaster, barely had time to ponder how the Sea King had suddenly crashed onto the open ground before they resumed their quarrel. Idiot Frankie, it's all your fault for constantly provoking these Sea Kings. How much trouble do you intend to cause before you grow up? Iceberg, mind your own business. Sooner or later, I will construct a battleship capable of defeating Sea Kings. Just wait and see. Ha ha, how amusing. A figure clad in a white cloak of justice, seated atop the Sea King's head, witnessed this scene unfold. The two purple-blue-haired youths reminded him of two other lively characters, and he even assigned a nickname to this duo, the Purple-Blue Human Brothers. Ah, who are you? The Navy. What are you doing here? The irritable younger brother charged forward, pointing at the figure that had suddenly appeared atop the Sea King, adopting an aggressive stance. Idiot Frankie, stop. He is our savior. The elder brother, often the more meticulous and understanding of the two, stepped forward to restrain the headstrong blue-haired boy. Though he voiced those words, his tense posture and vigilant gaze indicated that his stance was no different. The appearance of a navy at this critical moment was not necessarily a good omen. I am Tang Ge, a figure exclaimed, grinning broadly like a crescent moon. A righteous naval officer, seated atop the head of a Sea King, wore a radiant and gentle smile. Yet his violet-haired companion appeared far from cheerful. Tang Ge, are you the infamous fierce tiger of Nabaran? The attentive Ice Mountain was the first to react, astonished. Oh, my reputation has reached Water City. Has it? Ha, it's merely a hollow fame. Tang Ge dismissed it nonchalantly. However, being labeled as the fierce tiger of Nabaran felt like a significant downgrade. Ahem, perhaps, Ice Mountain replied, his tone slightly awkward. The title of Nabaron's fierce tiger, mentioned only in obscure tabloids. hardly held weight among the myriad of formidable talents in the Grand Line. Yet, after today, it seemed that no one in Water City would remain oblivious to this Nabaron's fierce tiger. He was indeed a veritable tycoon. Last night, a grand gathering took place at Docknota Fort. It was said that a street's worth of water meat was consumed, and mountains of empty bottles were left behind. All expenses were covered by this Nabaron's fierce tiger, Tang Ge. Puffed. Is he really that big spender? Huh. The irritable young man rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach, laughter spilling from his eyes, with Abuden's clumsy skills. Only he would appreciate them. Fool, can you not do something serious? Observing the naval officer's face darkening, as if he had consumed a fruit of transformation, he swiftly appeared on the ground beside him with a whoosh. Such ghostly speed of movement. Ice Mountain's fist struck the young man's head, causing a meat bun to swell up. Let him laugh. Let him speak. Tang Ge gritted his teeth, his expression unusually grim. A big spender? Could he endure this? Through the irritable young man's narration, Tang Ge finally grasped the situation. It was all due to Dock No. 4's owner, Abuden, who, in a state of drunken revelry, boasted shamelessly about his company's shipbuilding prowess being the finest in Water City. Expressing high hopes for Dock No. 4's future, and the gathering was meant to thank him for his company's exemplary service. That night, the employees of Dock No. 4, having endured many days of tightening their belts, not only brought their families to the grand naval gathering, but also spread Abuden's drunken boast throughout Water City. Thus, keywords like Nabaron's tycoon, the big spender Abuden, and other such phrases circulated among the observant, overshadowing even the news of the maritime train's passage to Mr. Tang Ge. In truth, Abuden's shipbuilding skills are quite commendable. You need not worry. Frankie did not intend to belittle him. Ice Mountain cautiously added. Abuden, having narrowly escaped disaster, received a major order, giving him a chance at revival, which only increased the pressure and envy among the other docks. Some unfavorable remarks fell upon Tang Ge, and this is the situation with Abuden. Tang Ge mused, holding his forehead in exasperation. Last night had merely been an internal naval gathering. However, Abuden's warm hospitality included complimentary drinks. It would have been impolite to refuse him, right? He came, bringing his subordinates along, making it awkward to send them away. Little did he know that these individuals, unaware of the last time they had a proper meal, ultimately brought their families for a feast. It turned into a gathering of over 1,000 people. Truly a big spender. Amidst everyone's flattery, Tang Ge found himself somewhat intoxicated by the praise, uttering pleasantries, only to realize too late that Abuden had exaggerated his words, spreading them throughout Water City. This is quite the absurdity. Tang Ge concluded with a deep sigh. However, noticing the still uproarious laughter of the irritable young man, his gaze turned dangerously sharp. What was his name again? Frankie. Bang! The classic move of the old dragon carp resurfaced at that moment, as a heavy punch landed on Frankie's already swollen head that a sugary meat bun puffed up. Ouch! That hurts, you bastard! The pain is insane! Frankie curled up on the ground, clutching his head, his face twisted in agony. Feeling slightly relieved, Tang Ge understood why Carp enjoyed hitting heads. He turned to the violet-haired young man. What is your name? Ice Mountain. My name is Ice Mountain. Ice Mountain's wariness peaked. He hadn't even seen what happened before Frankie was struck. This naval officer was formidable, Nabaron's fierce tiger. Just then, the ground trembled rhythmically, akin to a giant's footsteps that a true man must give his all. A brawny figure declared, striding forward, his upper body impressively muscular, a three-masted ship hoisted upon his shoulders. With a grunt, he hurled the hefty wooden galleon, easily 20 meters long, across the air, splashing down into the nearby sea with a colossal splash. Another sturdy vessel successfully launched. A sense of gallantry radiated from this man, who turned to Tang Ge, flashing a smile that why two foolish apprentices haven't caused you any trouble, have they, Colonel? Mr. Tom, this is Colonel Tang Ge, who just saved me and Frankie, Ice Mountain hurriedly explained. Tang Ge? The one who treated Dock No. 4 to a meal, the Nabaron's fierce tiger, the man named Tom, renowned throughout Water City, paused briefly, then squinted his eyes and burst into hearty laughter. I must have misunderstood. It's not easy to encounter an interesting naval officer these days. Hey, was that pause serious, What does interesting naval officer even mean? Tang Ge was taken aback to find that even the illustrious Tom had heard of his name in such a manner. Just a trivial matter, yet it seemed the world-renowned shipbuilder, the designer of the maritime train, was aware of it. Perhaps those expenses were worth it after all. The best way to diffuse awkwardness is to share it with everyone. Tom was undeniably the world's foremost shipbuilder, a universally acknowledged fact. However, being addressed directly as such was a first. Tom quickly waved his hand, his greenish skin flushing red. "Oh no, not at all. I'm just an ordinary guy." Besides his gallantry, he exhibited an unexpectedly bashful demeanor. Gazing at the broad-shouldered Tom, who was easily twice the width of an average human, feigning shyness felt utterly incongruous within the simple surroundings of Waste Ship Island. The four of them sat atop discarded barrels, engaging in lively conversation. One must admit that legendary figures earn their titles for a reason. They exude an extraordinary aura, charisma, and persuasiveness. This essence emanates from their every action and word. Tom embodied such a legendary presence, an imposing, solid man. Only great heroes possess the authenticity that distinguishes true gentlemen. Observing the boisterous laughter of Tom, Tang Ge felt a profound resonance, although burdened with the death penalty. Today marked a pivotal moment in his fate, yet this man remained entirely unaffected. Even when discussing such topics, Tom laughed heartily. "What are you laughing at, horned raccoon?" Tom remained unperturbed, while the irritable young man Frankie could not tolerate such nonchalance and shouted in anger at Tom. "The 10-year probation period is ending. If your crimes are not revoked this time, you'll face execution." "Haha, a true man must boldly confront his future." Frankie's concern only fueled Tom's laughter. "Fool, your attitude makes it even more intolerable." "Fool, who are you addressing with that tone?" "This is Mr. Tom." The iceberg hastily grasped the nearly rampaging Frankie. In the end, burdened by heavy worries, Frankie lowered his head and departed alone. "Mr. Tom, your apprentice truly embodies a person of passion." Tang Ge remarked softly, gazing up at the considerably more robust figure before him. "I have a question. Do you regret building a pirate ship for the Pirate King?" Tom was not human, but a fisherman, a race capable of thriving both in water and on land. Due to their ability to traverse the deep sea and withstand immense water pressure, their natural physical strength was tenfold that of ordinary humans. With particularly gifted individuals achieving even greater feats, Tom's astonishing strength was a testament to his being a bull-headed fisherman. Regret? Tom was genuinely amused, to the point where tears of laughter streamed down his face. After a while, he spoke in a serious tone. "Regardless of the ship's nature, there exists no distinction between good and evil. The creator of a ship, regardless of whom it may harm, even if it brings about the destruction of the entire world, must cherish it. Only the creator is forbidden from denying or blaming it, that a man must face boldly what he has wrought." His resolute words conveyed an attitude of unwavering conviction, as long as there is no regret. The name of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, is inescapable in this era. Even the Marine headquarters has not stripped him of that title, yet few truly understand him. From different perspectives, even Tang Ge could not overlook the brilliance of this man. What sort of person was Joel D. Roger? To have a Marine ask such a question is a first for me. Roger possessed a presence, a charisma, and a demeanor befitting a king, having forged an era unlike any before, infusing this dreary world with newfound vigor. It is this legacy that ensures he is remembered. To be able to contribute in some way to a man like Roger fills me with immense pride. As a Marine, I do not wish to witness the era he has created. Tang Ge gazed out at the sea, his pupils reflecting the tainted lands of Maya Island, Magic Valley Town, and Grand Island, which had been ravaged by the pirates. "Roger, alas, you have departed this world, and the era you birthed is far from ideal. All feasts must come to an end, especially when perspectives have diverged." Rising to his feet, Tang Ge's expression softened. "Mr. Tom, the smoke train is a groundbreaking masterpiece that I hope to witness even greater works emerge. It is not I who decide such opportunities. Upon returning to dock, no." For Tang Ge received a call from Jonathan. This fellow must be reveling in merriment. Was he calling to boast? "Tang Ge, I have good news for you. You aren't about to tell me Jessica is pregnant, are you?" Tang Ge replied irritably. The voice on the other end was filled with raucous laughter. Brimming with J-O-Y.it was clear that the old rascal was having a splendid time with Jessica and the others. Fool! It's not that, Jonathan bellowed. The familiar feeling returned, just a day later, but the sensation of impending aneurysm remained unchanged. Not? After all this time, you haven't gotten her pregnant? You wouldn't be incapable, would you? I suppose we need to arrange for some health supplements for you. You scoundrel! Observing the phone insect's expression twist in fury, Tang Ge casually inquired. What is this good news about? Humph. Jonathan huffed, his frustration palpable that if he could defeat this scoundrel, he would strike tenfold harder than Garp. Admiral Sengoku has sent a special pardon for Dorn to Judicial Island. His status as a Marine has been resolved. I'll make a long story short. I don't want to deal with unnecessary anger. That is indeed good news. Please send me a copy of that pardon. I shall inform Dorn right away. Thud! What a mannerless rascal! Tang Ge muttered to himself as he observed the phone insect returning to normal. Jonathan acted swiftly, and soon after, the special pardon signed by Admiral Sengoku was faxed over. Wonderful! Dorn is now a Marine. Indeed, he no longer has to live in fear. Upon receiving the news, Penny and Shelton jumped up joyously. Hand in hand out of course, the event's protagonist, Dorn, now a budding young man, wore a relieved smile on his previously stoic face. All right, now that we have finally arrived in Water City, why don't you two take Dorn out for a stroll? After the duo excitedly led Dorn out, Tang Ge turned to the silent Leonard. What you perceive? Leonard, the strategist, was undoubtedly exceptional. His demeanor spoke volumes. Captain, there's an issue with this pardon. The pardon issued from headquarters was not in question, but it required the court of Judicial Island to announce it for it to take effect, a procedure established by the world government to balance the power of its three major factions. Given the timing of Admiral Sengoku's issuance, it should have been yesterday. However, we have yet to receive formal notification from Judicial Island. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge understood. Judicial Island. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Grand Mobile Court of Judicial Island docked majestically in the river, with the audience seats in the courtroom filled to capacity, all awaiting the final verdict, in the square of the town hall. Even more citizens gathered to support Tom. The success of the sea train had illuminated their hopes for the city. Standing beneath the judgment seat, Tom wore shackles on his hands, yet his demeanor remained composed, as if the one on trial were not himself. Thud silence. The judge, with a full white beard and a grave expression, confirmed the time with his assistant before striking the gavel, his authoritative voice echoing throughout the chamber. Shipwright Tom, for constructing a pirate ship for the Pirate King, ought to face the death penalty. However, after observing Tom's design of the sea train, this court has specially issued a 10-year reprieve, allowing Tom to construct the sea train. Now that the sea train has officially set sail and is deemed safe and reliable, upon Tom's further application, the court announces a 4-year extension of his reprieve to lay the tracks connecting Water City. Judicial Island, St. Poplar, St. Willow, and St. Fardrew. Thud. The gavel struck again, officially enacting this judgment. Before the judge could leave the bench, the audience inside the courtroom and the crowd gathered in the town hall square erupted in cheers. The opening of the sea train had garnered Tom immense popularity. The people wholeheartedly embraced this shipwright who had brought hope to Water City. It was foreseeable that in the near future, once the sea train's tracks connected with more cities and islands, everyone would be able to set sail that as a result, Water City, as the birthplace of the sea train, would flourish once more. Another 4 years of reprieve. Tang Ge, accompanied by Leonard, was also present in the courtroom. Leonard, it's your turn to take the stage. Understood. Clad in a finely tailored Marine uniform, Leonard strode directly toward the judgment seat, the main entrance of Water City. A wooden framework had already been erected, and the station's design plans had been drafted in a remarkably short time. The majority of people had gone to the town hall to observe the proceedings, leaving only a few to continue constructing. Hey, did you feel that? It suddenly got cold. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way that I thought I was the only one feeling this. Look, it's snowing. How could that be? It's not the season for snow. Suddenly, the murmurs of the crowd seemed to hit the pause button as they stared blankly at the fleet appearing on the sea. Dozens of diverse galleons bore sails emblazoned with a skull crowned in ice and snow. It was the pirate fleet of the warlord of the sea, Snow Disaster Darius. What could they possibly want here? I heard that Obdin encountered Darius's ship at sea. After a brief pause, a wave of unrest and panic surged through the crowd, causing them to scatter in fear, unwilling to linger any longer. The warlord of the sea, a pirate faction directly under the world government, was authorized to pillage. Thus, news of the warlord's arrival in Water City swept through the city amidst a clamor of panic and fear. The pirate ships brazenly docked at the main entrance of Water City, the temperature plummeting, with snowflakes beginning to fall from the sky, and the surrounding sea surface gradually forming a layer of ice due to the drop in temperature. Is this Water City truly a beautiful city? After a swirling blizzard swept through, it unveiled the pirates ensconced in the snow. At the forefront stood the newly appointed warlord of the sea, Snow Disaster Darius. Towering over 3 meters, he was a stout figure with a square head, adorned with a crown of ice crystals connected by snowflakes atop his green hair. He raised his gaze to survey the fountain from which torrents of seawater gushed forth. Akin to a master inspecting his domain, his eyes brimming with fervor and avarice. Indeed, Water City is a splendid place. It serves as the shipbuilding center of the world, replete with affluent shipbuilding companies and a feeble defense force. Why should we not seize this opportunity to establish our stronghold here? Prior to his arrival, Darius had been filled with wrath, driven solely by the desire to confront the navy that dared to apprehend his subordinates. However, upon witnessing this miraculous city with his own eyes, he began to entertain different thoughts. Were he an ordinary pirate, such ambitions would be unattainable. The Navy headquarters would never permit a pirate to dominate such a pivotal city on their doorstep. Yet, as a warlord of the sea, as long as the world government remained silent, even if he chose to linger in Water City indefinitely, the Navy would lack the authority to challenge him. Admiral Darius, what a splendid idea this is. Once we seize Water City, we shall construct countless pirate ships, recruiting a multitude of crew members, and our fleet will swell tenfold, 100-fold, when the time comes. As we venture into the new world, even the pirate emperors will be compelled to submit to your might, exclaimed a raspy-voiced pirate standing behind Darius, riding on the coattails of Darius's reputation as a warlord of the sea. A multitude of expendable pirate crews flocked to join his ranks in a short span. They burgeoned into a large pirate crew, boasting dozens of ships and thousands of men, Darius's stature soared, and he proclaimed himself an admiral of pirates. The raspy-voiced pirate, known as Silver-Tongued Marlow Brack, was the most sycophantic among the newly allied pirates, with a bounty of 13 million with DeMarlow leading the charge. The rest of the pirates promptly showered Darius with a deluge of flattery, extolling his brilliance and martial prowess, deriding the Navy as mere lackeys, and asserting that even the Pirate King would be no match for him. "Ha ha, Brack, you speak true. That is precisely how I feel." Darius reveled in the adulation of his subordinates, buoyed by their praises. Once merely an inconsequential pirate, his strength and notoriety had been bestowed upon him by fortuitously acquired Logia-type devil fruit. Yet he lacked the mindset of a true powerhouse. Once we have taken Water City, I shall lead you into the new world and reign supreme over the Grand Line. The pirates, even before setting foot in Water City, envisioned it as already theirs, indulging in fantasies of dominion. Let us go and eliminate the navy that dares to provoke the dignity of the warlords. The jubilant atmosphere among the pirates was abruptly interrupted by the gurgling of a transponder snail in Darius's grasp. With an expression of displeasure, he lifted the receiver, in even more arrogant voice than his own echoed from the other end. "So, Darius, the navy that captured your subordinates is at the town hall. You fool, hurry over." The line went dead without affording Darius a chance to respond. Veins bulged on his broad forehead as he gritted his teeth. Ever since acquiring his Logia powers, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even when the world government had recruited him as a warlord, they had been exceedingly polite. "If I discover who that imbecile is, no matter where he hides, I shall turn him into a snow sculpture." As a novice author, I have yet to find a suitable platform for my work. To facilitate your reading experience, I have taken the liberty of typing out an overview of the increasingly chaotic power dynamics within the pirate world. With the manga updates reaching their current point, I sense ominous signs of a potential collapse in Oda's narrative. However, as his work serves as a wellspring of inspiration, I shall refrain from criticism. I shall categorize the power levels in this narrative, corresponding them to physical prowess. The first level is soldier, with a power level of 10 or less, exemplified by Luffy flinging hundreds of foes with a mere swing of his arms. The second level is officer, with power levels ranging from 10 to 500, aptly illustrated in the fierce battles for Robin on Judicial Island, corresponding to bounties of less than 10 million, where consuming a devil fruit offers minimal enhancement. The third level is captain, with power levels from 500 to 3,000. The lower tier includes characters like Arlong and Buggy, while the upper limit features Gabra, a devil fruit user. The navy at this level is scarcely represented, aligning with ranks of commander and vice commander, with several characters on Judicial Island possessing power levels below 3,000, corresponding to bounties from 10 million to 100 million for non-devil fruit users. In the upper three tiers, the Logia users reign supreme. Thus, Smoker is excluded from consideration. The next few levels are less distinct in terms of power levels, particularly considering the rapidly evolving new generation of criminals. The fourth level is Elite Vice Admiral, with power levels exceeding 3,000. The lower tier includes Kaku, who gained devil fruit powers on Judicial Island, while the upper echelon is represented by Virgo, clad in Haki. This level corresponds to bounties ranging from 100 million to 300 million, with the protagonist currently positioned at the pinnacle of this tier. The lower tier includes figures like Gecko Moria, Green Pepper, Diamante, Pika, the Wano Samurai, and the Mink Tribe, with the exception of Katakuri, along with notable figures like the Empress and Jinbei, while the apex is occupied by the Tyrant Kuma, corresponding to bounties between 300 million and 1 billion. The subsequent three levels are characterized by mastery of advanced Haki and awakened devil fruit powers. The sixth level is Admiral, beginning with Zephyr, slightly stronger than Doflamingo, followed by Marco, the false mythical Zoan, and Jinbe, with the highest combatant being Katakuri and Kizu. The seventh level is that of the Emperor's first mate, starting with figures like Odin, Barrett, and Akiji, with the top echelon potentially being Mihawk or one of the admirals. This level's bounty cannot be easily quantified, similar to Law and Kid, especially Law, who was unable to defeat Doflamingo during the Dressrosa arc, but became formidable after awakening his powers on Onigashima. The eighth level comprises the Emperors, starting with Sengoku, followed by Big Mom, Carp, Kaido, and Shanks, with Blackbeard being more ambiguous. Young Whitebeard and Roger are likely to be closely matched. There are several characters not included in this overview, and updates will follow. These are merely personal opinions for reference to in this vast aquatic metropolis. The news of Warlord of the Sea, Snow Disaster Dollars' arrival in Water City, spread like a contagion, reaching even those concealed within a hotel. Ha ha ha. A perfect plan. Let that fool Dollars intercept the Navy while we head to shipyard number 4 to find that brat. When the time comes, I shall make that wretched Navy grovel and plead for their lives. Spandam concluded the call. There had always been intelligence operatives in Water City, keeping abreast of the movements of Doflamingo's group. The raucous, arrogant laughter of Spandam grated on the nerves of Rob Lucci, who stood nearby. What a loathsome individual! Had it not been for Spandam's special orders designating Spandam as the highest officer for this mission, I would not have bothered with this fool. Moreover, it was reliably reported that upon Spandam's promotion to Mariewa, Spandam would become the next highest officer of the organization, making it unwise to offend one's future superior. Sir, is it really necessary to go through so much trouble to deal with a mere Navy colonel? Spoke a flamboyantly dressed man. Lion's embrace, his face painted white like a theatrical character, his pink hair swaying melodiously as he spoke. Hey, embrace. While you're at it, could you keep your hair from flailing about? It's rather bothersome, grumbled the man beside him, pushing aside the strands of hair that moved like worms. You wound me with your words. I shall honorably commit seppuku, Lion's embrace declared, brandishing a small dagger as he aimed it at his abdomen. Before the blade pierced, the entire body had already unleashed the 6 forms of iron blocks. The short knife snapped with a clang. The lion, Jiayong, swayed its head and began to sing theatrically, exclaiming, "Oh, compared to certain individuals who shamelessly exist after being rejected, it seems I cannot perish just yet." You scoundrel! What are you babbling about? How do you know I was dumped? The man, who had just scorned Zhaoyong, flushed with anger, jumping up and down in a fit of denial. It was I who revealed that Gabra was rejected by Biliana. And the entire judicial island is now aware. His inability to keep secrets and his penchant for honesty were his defining traits. Oh, it was you. Gabra, infuriated, moved with a flash, delivering a whip kick directly into the body of the eagle-headed man. His spherical form rebounded off the walls of the room several times before coming to a halt. The eagle, Inwu, remained unscathed, fingers moving in quick succession as if engaged in some calculation. Gabra, your power level has reached 1. After this mission, your probability of becoming a formal member of P9 is 100%. This is merely child's play. His gaze, directed at Rob Lucci, brimmed with a sense of provocation. You ought not to compare yourself to Lucci. His power level was already tested at 3,000 a year ago. What? 3,000? Is that even a value attainable by humans? Gabra's mind struggled to comprehend, genuinely believing he had misheard a 0. The power level, a unique strength evaluation system of Judicial Island, designated a fully armed naval soldier with a power level of 10. Those with superhuman abilities reached extraordinary levels, yet no one had ever reached 3,000 since the establishment of P9. This was why Rob Lucci was deemed the most gifted individual in the 800 years since P9's inception. That a calm male voice echoed in the room, elusive yet omnipresent. Bruno, stop your theatrics. Have you uncovered any useful intelligence? Spandam, already inflamed by a few unruly subordinates, responded without courtesy to the voice's owner. Air gate. A door frame appeared in the invisible air, and a sharply dressed man in a black suit stepped through. Emerging directly from the atmosphere, news of the 7 warlords' arrival on the island had spread throughout Water City, and the group led by the Fierce Tiger was en route back to Shipyard No. 4, with Dallas also on the move. This was another formal member of P9. Bruno. The plan is flawless. Let us head to Shipyard number 4. Blinded by hatred, Spandam kicked over the coffee table in the room. Eager for revenge, wishing he could teleport to Shipyard number 4 immediately. What a foolish pig of a man. Rob Lucci, expressionless, let out a sigh within. The plan was riddled with errors. It was uncertain whether Dallas would even follow the directions given by this imbecile. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Even if this so-called fierce tiger of the Baron Navy were present, how could a second-rate user of the 6 forms pose any real threat? Let us move. Damn it, scum, do not let me discover your identity. Dallas seethed with fury. That inexplicable phone call had soured his mood, causing the temperature around him to drop further. Positioned at the city's forefront, a pirate fleet of over 1,000 had just landed, plundering nearby shops and residences, leaving the populace in dire straits. The meager treasures amassed could hardly satisfy Dallas and his crew. Having arrived in this prosperous water city, how can we leave empty-handed? The wealthiest here must be the shipyard owners. Dallas transformed his lower half into a swirling tornado of snow and wind, wreaking havoc all around. Resistance had been attempted, yet his body was like a bottomless pit. Bullets and cannonballs fired at him vanished without a trace, causing no effective damage. Those unwilling to be pillaged turned into snow sculptures, many brutally toppled and shattered. Admiral Dallas, shall we not seek trouble with the Navy now? The pirate who posed this question was immediately met with Dallas's fierce glare. Upon realizing it was a newly joined pirate captain, a cruel smile crept across Dallas's face. Why should I heed the words of that scum? The tornado encircled the pirates, and a chilling voice resonated from all directions. N01 may interrupt my speech until I've finished. I am the sole commander of the Dallas pirate crew. The pirates could not respond. Their faces, transformed into snow sculptures, retained expressions of horror. What a delightful expression! Would you not agree, Black? Your taste is always so extraordinarily unique. Dameron Black, drenched in cold sweat, wore a humble, obsequious smile. He recognized the pirate from earlier, with a bounty of 63 million, and held a degree of contempt for the newly empowered Dallas. Listen well. That fool had it coming. There's only one head in the Dallas pirate crew, and that is Admiral Dallas. Understood? Opportunities are often to be seized, with Dallas's murderous reputation bolstering his authority. Dameron Black bellowed to the other pirates. He had evidently become Dallas's most trusted confidant, the second in command of the Dallas pirate crew. Understood. The pirate with a bounty of over 60 million was effortlessly dispatched, and the once disorganized pirates were now intimidated, responding in unison. All right, our target is shipyard number 1. Let's move. Shipyard number 1, undoubtedly the first and the richest. Dallas's intentions were straightforward. As for that earlier phone call, what a foolish thing. Who do they think I am? I am none other than the 7 warlords of the sea, Dallas. The more others attempted to command him, the more he rebelled, entering a severe phase of defiance. Tang Ge had taken only a few individuals to the judicial shipyard, leaving the majority of the navy behind. News of the 7 warlords of the sea. Dallas, attacking Water City, swept through the navy like a hurricane, instilling considerable panic. Just yesterday, they had sunk a pirate ship bearing Dallas's flag and were holding many of his subordinates captive. Now, with their mainstay Tang Ge absent, should Dallas advance, they would be doomed. Panic was unavoidable. Reality proved their fears were both warranted and unwarranted. The unwarranted aspect was that Dallas had gone to shipyard number 1. The warranted aspect was that another group of uninvited guests had kicked open the doors of shipyard No. 4. The massive steel door, forged of pure steel, crashed to the ground with a dull thud. Who goes there? The station Ganari looked on in terror toward the entrance. The falling door created a strong wind that kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring the Navy's view, revealing only vague silhouettes. It was not a large pirate force, merely a handful of individuals. Aha! I have awaited this day, bellowed a voice filled with resentment. The laughter pierced through the haze, unmistakably emanating from a figure of vengeance. Another gust of wind swept through, unveiling a few individuals standing at the shipyard's entrance. At the forefront stood Gabra, having kicked down the steel door, effortlessly dispersing the dust. Showcasing his overwhelming strength, facing the well-prepared navy, armed to the teeth, he showed no signs of fear, crossing his arms and scanning the crowd. Spandam of Judicial Island. Ganari recognized Spandam among the newcomers, though his face was concealed by armor. His rare hair color and arrogant tone made him easily identifiable. Recalling the last time this man had been beaten and humiliated by their boss, he glanced at Spandam's entourage, each exuding an imposing aura. It was clear what Spandam intended to do. Aha! To the Navy inside, I am Spandam, Commissioner of Judicial P5. I am here under orders from the world government to apprehend fugitives. Any who obstruct shall face consequences. Spandam laughed triumphantly as he leapt atop the steel door, shouting at the armed Navy. The notorious reputation of Judicial Island had spread far and wide. Upon hearing Spandam's declaration, some Navy soldiers displayed hesitance. Do not be afraid. How could there be fugitives among the Navy? This is their slander. Moreover, the inhabitants of Judicial Island have no right to storm a naval base. Gannery and Johnson shouted in unison. Under the influence of Leonard, the two had acquired a modicum of useful knowledge. With their leadership, the dispersed Tiger force within the Navy echoed their sentiments, continuously boosting morale. However, the fundamental issue remained unresolved. Colonel Tiger would soon return. As long as he was back, the people of Judicial Island would not dare to act recklessly. Indeed, upon hearing this, the morale of the naval soldiers surged. Tiger, he won't be coming back. Ha! This is all the result of that idiot's arrogance, provoking a natural type 7 warlords. Even if he barely escapes under Dallas's command, the backup for Judicial Island will ensure that the damn Navy meets a grave end. Spandam's gaze, filled with a fierce and cruel glint, rested on the Navy soldiers still pointing their guns at him. Gabura, Weichi, and Eagle eliminate these bothersome Navy members. The authority to assess the probationary members lay with Spandam. Yet the Navy was unlike others. The 3 probationary members of P9 involuntarily glanced at their true pillar of support, Rob Lucci. The Navy, devoid of expression and hesitation, did not differentiate between the orders of Judicial Island and those of the nefarious pirates. To this killing machine, they were all the same. Receiving this affirmation, the 3 chorused, "Understood. Shave, shave." No sooner had the words left their mouths than 3 figures transformed into black shadows, dashing towards the naval camp in a triangular formation. 6 styles, Gannery and Johnson's expressions changed dramatically. This mode of movement, which they had witnessed in Tang Ge, was beyond the capability of their rank within the Navy to withstand. Nevertheless, their battle-hardened resolve prompted them to react. Open fire! In an instant, bullets whizzed through the air, and cannon fire roared. No speed could evade an overwhelming assault. Iron block. Among the three probationary members of P9, the strength of Lion Weiqi and Soundless Eagle was somewhat lacking, barely reaching 500 power and stepping into the realm of superhuman. Faced with the Navy's overwhelming attack, the two employing the six-style shave could not evade entirely and had to resort to the iron block for defense. The bullets clanged against their iron-like bodies, rebounding off with a resounding din. The two, using iron block, found themselves unable to move freely, becoming passive targets for the onslaught. Triple shot. Continue firing. Maintain fire suppression. Seeing this, Gannery felt a slight relief. As long as they kept up the fire suppression and prevented any breakthroughs, there would be no immediate danger. Hey, Navy, aren't you being too naive? Moonwalk. Wolf's dance. The air erupted in successive explosions as Gebura, the strongest among the P9 probationary members, zigzagged through the air. The dense barrage of bullets posed no threat to him as he swiftly closed the distance to Gannery. Not good. Gannery's mind went blank, helplessly watching as two hands reached out, forcefully pressing down on his raised arms to the commendable reaction, but alas, still too weak. Gebura applied more force, directly pinning Gannery's entire body to the ground. Gale kick. Pack of wolves. Gebura's toes struck in rapid succession, unleashing four wolf-shaped air blades that surged toward the main body of the Navy. Boom. The ground erupted, rocks flying, and shadows of people tumbled in anguish in an instant. The formation of hundreds of Navy soldiers was completely shattered. Ordinary naval troops were utterly powerless against the might of a six-styles master. Even Gannery, who appeared somewhat robust among the ordinary, was unable to resist, spitting out copious amounts of blood. Navy, surrender. The fate of defying Judicial Island is singular. Gebura's foot rested on Gannery, towering over him with a frigid tone. Aha! We are the soul of the tiger. How could we engage in such spineless actions? Gannery forced out a complete sentence from his throat, smiling as he cast a sidelong glance at the man who had so effortlessly defeated him. We are the elite of Nabaran. We are the soul of the tiger. Swept away by the shockwave of the gale kick, Johnson staggered to his feet, singing the song of the tiger force within the Navy. Spurred by the battle song, stood up in unison, raising their guns once more, aiming at the people of Judicial Island. Fire! What a bunch of tiresome weaklings! At the entrance, Rob Lucci, who had remained motionless, furrowed his brow and vanished from sight. Shave! When he reappeared, he was already behind Johnson, gripping a bloodied, robust AR-M.IT belonged to Johnson. With Gannery captured, he was the highest commander, yet before he could even finish issuing the order to fire, Rob Lucci severed his arm, causing him to faint from the pain on the spot. Gannery! Johnson! Bastard! How dare the scum of Judicial Island treat Johnson this way? The two captains of the Tiger Force, one captured and the other gravely injured and unconscious, left many of their crew wounded as well. Faced with such a formidable foe, other naval forces would have ceased their assaults. But this was the Tiger Force. Fire! Fire! The vice captains of Gannery and Johnson immediately seized command, shouting at all the Navy personnel, and no matter how weak, one must possess the courage to confront the enemy. This is the soul of the tiger. Bullets whistled past, brushing against cheeks as Rob Lucci slightly leaned aside to evade the cannon fire. His murderous intent burned fiercely, his gaze icy. Those who defy the world government and Judicial Island, even if they are Navy, must perish. Gale kick. Bird of prey. A bird-shaped air blade, over 10 meters long, descended with a buzzing sound, generating massive wind pressure as it lunged towards the regrouping Navy. The length determined its destructive power. The previous long wolf-shaped air blade had already inflicted significant damage, and this bird-shaped air blade was over twice as potent. Once it fell, the consequences would be far more severe than mere injury. In a moment of dire urgency, zing! The formidable bird-shaped air blade collided with a single hand, spiraling with relentless force and producing a piercing screech. Crack! A phantom of a tiger's roar flashed across the palm as it suddenly clenched into a fist, crushing the bird-shaped air blade into a burst of blue light points that shot forth from his palm. In the wake of the dispersing airflow, Tang Ge swiftly surveyed the situation of his subordinates. lingering particularly long on the unconscious Johnson. He had actually transformed the slash into mist. Gaburo was stunned, disbelief etched in his eyes. It had already been hard to accept that Rob Lucci's power level had surpassed 3,000. Now he realized the might of Rob Lucci's slash, capable of cleaving even a warship in two. The leap from 2,000 to 3,000 was not merely quantitative. It represented a qualitative transformation in strength. And that man, who could crush a slash with a single hand, is a monster. Not good. Gaburo felt a shiver run down his spine as he noticed that monstrous man looking in his direction, accompanied by the urgent calls and warnings of his comrades. Gaburo, be careful. Get out of the way. A sixth sense of imminent danger surged within his mind. The sixth form of shaving erupted with frenetic energy, and in an instant he had shifted positions more than a dozen times, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Gaburo swore that his current speed had surpassed his limits. Yet, that deadly sense of crisis clung to him like a relentless shadow, an affliction that could not be cast off. The adversary was also a practitioner of the sixth form, and their mastery undoubtedly eclipsed that of these self-proclaimed purveyors of the sixth form. P9, despite his eyes widening to their fullest, he could discern no tangible entity. All he could hear was the swift sound of air being torn apart. The rustle of garments caught in a tempest, as an iron fist abruptly pierced the void, hurtling toward Gabra's chest with blinding speed. Black Tiger's heart extraction, iron block, with no retreat and no means to evade. Gabra, a warrior forged through countless battles, made the most prudent decision in this perilous moment. He executed the iron block of the sixth form, bracing himself with the strongest defense for this assault. Hoping to buy time for his comrades to rescue him, his hands crossed before his chest, his torso slightly inflating, a fleeting glimmer of dark cold light flickering ominously. When Tang Ge had first trained in the sixth form, he recognized that while the iron block appeared formidable, its shortcomings were manifold. The inability to move freely was one. Being forced to passively endure against a more potent force was another. Gabra found himself confronting precisely this predicament. Clang! A mere straightforward punch shattered his last vestige of confidence, as the iron block met an unparalleled force that snapped his arms as if they were twigs, and he was struck squarely in the chest. Crack! Accompanied by the excruciating sound of bones fracturing, Gabra's legs carved two charred trails into the ground, like cannonballs, directly colliding with the incoming soundless eagle. A cacophony of collapsing buildings erupted as the two men spewed blood, crashing through several walls before finally halting. Gabra, Eagle, the lion, Wei Chu, trembled all over, his pink hair billowing silently as he swiftly moved to Rob Lucci's side, as if facing a grave threat. Only in this manner did he find a semblance of security within himself. The two comrades, stronger than he, had been severely injured in an instant, a sight that was almost beyond belief. Tang Ge did not take advantage of the downed opponents. Instead, he gently assisted Nari. Captain, I brought shame upon you. You are the pride of the fierce tiger's soul, and my brother, Tang Ge. Anyone who dares to harm my brothers shall meet their reckoning. Leave the rest to me. Tang Ge patted Nari's shoulder, stanching the tears of the robust man. Understood. Nari, eyes reddened, led all the Navy personnel away from the combat zone. The ensuing battle was beyond their capacity to engage. I admit my folly. Tang Ge silently approached the wary P9 crowd, his expression unchanging. Like an abyss concealing a tempest, outwardly serene, I underestimated the resolve of your judicial island, and this disdain cost my subordinates dearly. A lesson I shall carry for a lifetime. The phantom of a fierce tiger roared into the heavens, shrouded in shadow, revealing a gravely serious Rob Lucci. Merely through sheer momentum, such an illusion manifested, such strength. Fool! This is the consequence of provoking Judicial Island. Do you understand? Ahaha! The only individual oblivious to the mounting pressure was Spandam, who relished in Tang Ge's suffering, reveling in the pain of his mortal enemy. Hey, Rob Lucci, that fool Dallas failed to intercept them. It's now your turn. Show this country bumpkin from Naburo the strength of the strongest. In his view, Rob Lucci could never falter. After all, how could the most formidable genius of the past 8 centuries, P9, be matched by a mere rustic from Naburo? Rob Lucci, the lion, Wei Chu, this dim-witted oaf. Ah, Gabra and the soundless eagle, bleeding profusely in the corner to ha. What a foolhardy individual. Tanga's legs slightly bent, the ground beneath his feet fracturing in layers. Whoosh! Debris flew up from the ground as Tanga vanished from sight. Charging directly at Spandam. Delusional. Moonwalk shave. The only one capable of keeping pace with Tanga's movements, Rob Lucci, also vanished, positioning himself in Tanga's path. Stormleg. Chaos feather, countless smaller blue blades of light, like a flock of birds entering a forest, surged toward Tanga, who made no attempt to conceal his trajectory. In terms of attack density, it surpassed the previous naval bombardment. Life return. Binding technique. The lion, Wei Chu, grew in stature, his pink hair rapidly lengthening behind him. Moving with extraordinary agility, weaving a net in mid-air, waiting for Tanga to ensnare himself. Flamboyant skills. Hokushin. Armed. A vortex of black energy surged around Tanga, a tremendous force dispersing the two's sixth form attacks. Shattering the air blades and severing strands of hair, he stepped heavily forward, cracking the stones beneath his feet, increasing his speed once more, and in a flash, he breached their defenses, arriving before the terrified Spandam. I also underestimated you. I did not anticipate that you possessed such resolute means that I afforded you this opportunity. However, you shall not have another. With a single hand clasped around Spandam's neck, Tanga's demeanor was unprecedentedly cold and resolute. Spandam struggled for breath, instinctively thrashing about, desperate to escape Tanga's grasp. Sensing the unwavering killing intent emanating from the Navy officer, he finally panicked. Do you know who I am? I am Spandam, the heir of Judicial Island. Let me go, and I shall never trouble you again. Please, as Tanga held this quivering figure, tears and snot streaming down his face, even his lower garments dampened, he remained expressionless. I told you back on Grand Island that identity, status, power, and wealth cannot be relied upon, yet you still fail to comprehend. You shall never have the chance to understand. The sound of vertebrae cracking and grinding echoed. He cast the now limp body against the steel door, reducing it to a bloody pulp. Tanga looked at the P9 crowd, a grin spreading across his face. Now, tell me, who was it that severed my subordinate's arm? The bustling shipyard of the #1 shipbuilding facility had transformed into a winter wonderland, with over a dozen humanoid snow sculptures standing amidst the cold. What a ridiculous world. The center of shipbuilding is so impoverished, Dallas fumed, casually shattering another snow sculpture. His pirate subordinates remained silent, too intimidated to speak, as they had not anticipated that the so-called center of shipbuilding, Water City S #1 shipyard, could excavate less than 100 million berries in cash and gold. This fell drastically short of Dallas's expectations. A series of explosions echoed from the distance, with flames visible even from afar, smoke billowing upwards. That Dallas's savage gaze turned in that direction. Hey, where is that? In the icy expanse, a small, bearded man emerged, head bowed and trembling. Sir Warlord, that is the #4 shipyard. Dallas intended to turn those audacious shipbuilders who dared to attack him into snow sculptures, while leaving the remainder to continue their work. The trembling, small, bearded man was the owner of that shipyard. #4 shipyard? I recall a fool mentioning that the group of Navy officers was captured there, right? Admiral Dallas. Indeed, it seems that the Navy there is currently under attack. Why not the second-in-command, the #1 sycophant? Damaro Black spoke without restraint, awaiting Dallas's decision. Dallas appreciated this about him. Perfect. New grievances and old scores shall be settled together. Let us go and slay those wretched Navy officers. Dallas was brimming with pent-up rage. Fueled by the hatred of being chased by the Navy at sea and the anger of his subordinates being captured, it was time to settle the score. This was about to go terribly wrong. Leonard, who had just arrived at the #4 shipyard, had a meticulously styled hairdo completely soaked, and he couldn't care less about its disarray. Johnson lost an arm. There are countless wounded. Tanga's fierce protectiveness and violent tendencies had been evident to him during their time on Grand Island. With Spandam's demise, it seemed the others from Judicial Island were also doomed. The pressing question was, how would this all conclude? Navy, do you know what you're doing? Rob Lucci's brow was furrowed to the point of breaking, as an unprecedented emotion of fear surged within him. Gabra had his arm shattered with a single blow, and even the eagle-headed figure suffered severe injuries from such power. Nevertheless, as an embodiment of the dark justice of the world government, he had no choice but to stand firm. The death of Spandam was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the disdainful attitude displayed by the Navy, nearly disregarding Judicial Island entirely. Judicial Island was a banner of the world government. Were they attempting to oppose it? So, you admit it was your doing? How bold! Tang Ge squinted at the man, exuding an aura of cold ruthlessness, his inner killing intent boiling. It wasn't it you who opposed the world government. You brazenly attacked the Navy at their base, resulting in severe casualties among my subordinates. Now, I shall eliminate you one by one. That hardly seems excessive, does it? Leonard, filled with anxiety, secretly gave a thumbs up, nearly bursting into applause. Chaos reigned. The people from Judicial Island clearly lacked proper authorization to launch a surprise attack. The Navy was merely defending itself. Even if the world government sought accountability, the Navy headquarters had ample justification. Clearly, look, they have admitted it themselves. Leonard, document all this. When the world government arrives to collect their dead, we shall hand it over. Truly, receiving a salary, yet performing double the work makes being a righteous Navy officer exceedingly difficult. Damn it, you harbor fugitives and dare to kill Admiral Spandam. How could the world government take your word as a Navy officer? Gabra, whose arms were twisted unnaturally, could not help but roar in fury. Anger surged, and blood sprayed from his mouth. That earlier black tiger pouncing hard had robbed him of his fighting ability, though, I must say you're quite strong. To withstand my blow and still speak, you are the first. Tang Ge seized every opportunity to strike the enemy. Damn it, just as Gabra opened his mouth, enraged, he coughed up more blood. Hey, if he dies from blood loss, the world government won't blame me, right? Tang Ge, Leonard, words are futile. Attack. Under the oppressive aura of Tang Ge, Rob Lucci, feeling immense pressure, commanded, and the two figures beside him flickered before reappearing before Tang Ge. Life return. Lion's finger gun. The lion, roaring furiously, charged toward Tang Ge's chest with wild, iron-like hair. Be secret. Eagle's chaotic fist. The soundless eagle created several clones, iron fists striking from all angles. Their first moves were their most potent killing techniques. I asked that all? Just this? All these flashy six-style techniques. No wonder you let a weakling lead. A useless leader commanding a group of useless individuals. Judicial Island should be renamed Wasteland Island. The seemingly impregnable attacks all fell short against Tang Ge. The gateway to the world government guarded by you weaklings? What do you have to defend with such frailty, worthless trash? Put in some effort. You rubbish. Can't you see I'm nearly dozing off? Although Tang Ge spoke with ease, his expression remained unchanged throughout. Damn it, the finger gun cue. The lion's body suddenly thinned as all power concentrated in his fingers. A single point released, creating an invisible air current. Crack. It was as if he had struck an iron mountain, fingers breaking at the joints. Embrace of super spin. Iron block, jade. The soundless eagle, witnessing this, spun rapidly, his round head like iron, crashing in from the side. So weak. Their coordination was impeccable, and they had mastered the six styles proficiently. Yet before Tang Ge, it was insufficient. Even without haki, he was more than capable of handling them. Tang Ge's palm resembled a blade, blue air blades emerging from the edges, surpassing the eagle's reaction speed as he swiftly struck the soundless eagle's neck. The rapidly condensed iron block reached its strongest state. Steel, instantly breaking through defenses, his vision blurred. How could he be this strong? The body of the soundless eagle crashed heavily to the ground. This was his last thought before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the lion, preparing to retreat, was struck by a whip kick, sent hurtling like a cannonball toward the shipyard. Boom! In mere seconds, two of the P9's reserve members lost consciousness. One rolling his eyes, while the other appeared similarly incapacitated. The disparity was too vast. Mastering haki and lacking it were two entirely different tiers, even relying solely on the six styles and his physical strength. Tang Ge, who had fully grasped the essence of the six styles and possessed physical prowess akin to mastery, was beyond their reach. This was a dual disparity of quality and quantity. The weak lie down. The strong reign. Such is the world. Gabra, who had lost his fighting capability from the outset, could only offer verbal support. Feeling exceedingly anxious, he never expected that, despite being users of the six styles, the authentic members of P9 would be utterly crushed by the counterfeit of Baron. This was a monumental irony and blow to the P9 members, who had departed with unwavering confidence. Raging Foot, Thunderbird. Rob Lucci leapt into the air, his body spinning ceaselessly, blue blades of light slicing down heavily. Excellent! Finally, someone worth watching. Tanga's eyes brightened slightly as his robust physique expanded. This must be Rob Lucci. Indeed, he was the strongest genius of P9 in centuries, with speed, strength, and fighting spirit far surpassing the previous opponents. In terms of combat prowess, Lucci was undoubtedly the strongest adversary Tanga had encountered thus far. Too bad he was still a weakling. Raging Foot, Door Breaker, the blue air blade roared like a fierce tiger. Charging skyward, the air blades of the 2-6 style users collided violently in midair, exploding into countless blue glimmers that scattered across the surroundings, creating ripples of invisible waves that expanded wildly. Shave! Rob Lucci flickered in the air, drawing an orthogonal afterimage, instantly descending to the ground. This was a combination technique of moonwalk and shave. In his mastery of the six styles, Rob Lucci had undoubtedly reached an exceptionally high level. Finger Gun, Yellow Lotus. Rob Lucci's muscles rapidly expanded, power surging and concentrating his index finger, transforming into a torrential downpour of strikes aimed at Tanga. Each finger bore the penetrating power to pierce through steel pillars. Too light. Tanga did not evade. He simply braced against it with iron block, his body sliding along the stone slab under the tremendous impact, leaving a black streak from friction. Good. Lucci, you truly are the strongest genius. Gabra watched as Tanga was finally pushed back, his spirits lifting, seemingly convinced of Rob Lucci's impending victory. However, Rob Lucci knew that each of his strikes felt as if they were hitting an alloy pillar harder than steel. His index finger already hearing faint cracking sounds. His upper body swelled again, fists clenched tightly, his body shaking violently. Essence of the Six Kings, gunned at a powerful shockwave, surged toward Tanga, sending his entire body flying backward. Just relying on iron block to defend against that last strike was somewhat taxing. Yet that was merely the extent of it. This move was good, but still too light that a trickle of blood flowed from Tanga's mouth as he brushed off his clothes not far away. A clear fist imprint visible on his chest. That last strike bore some semblance to the shadow of hockey, the powerful shockwave targeting his internal organs. The fact that Rob Lucci could develop such a technique based on the six styles only underscored his talent was not exaggerated. Whoosh! He vanished instantaneously from his position. Compared to the shave of the P9 members, Tanga's speed was evidently faster and smoother. Iron block, Black Tiger pouncing hard. As two iron fists collided, they unleashed an extraordinary flurry of punches, moving at such an incredible speed that they became imperceptible to the naked eye. The force of their impact reverberated through the ground beneath them, causing the solid bricks to shatter into fragments, leaving behind two distinct footprints etched into the rubble. Rob Lucci's teeth nearly shattered as he roared towards the heavens, yet this could not alter the undeniable fact that he was utterly suppressed, his body sliding backward uncontrollably. His opponent also wielded the six styles, yet completely dominated him. Boom! A cacophony of punches erupted, their sounds merging into a single explosive roar as a howling gale swept the surroundings. Rob Lucci was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a collapsed structure, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. The six styles, the Navy's six styles, yours at Judicial Island, are woefully inadequate. I end his confrontation with these P9 agents. Tanga refrained from employing hockey for either offense or defense. This was a battle to vindicate the six styles, which is superior, the P Organization S six styles or the Navy S. The outcome is evident. The victor stands strong, while the vanquished are deemed the outlaws. Yet it was not over. Trapped amidst the ruins, Rob Lucci struggled to rise. Is this the so-called strongest genius of P9 from 800 years ago? Pathetically weak. How exactly do you calculate those 800 years? Tanga observed the rising Rob Lucci, still undeterred. Not finished yet. Fierce Tiger Tanga, though Rob Lucci's words came out in fits and starts, persisted, we bear the justice of the world government. How could it be easily dismissed by you? Blood dripped from his arm onto the floor, his skeletal frame groaning under the unbearable strain. Lucci, Gabra, momentarily disregarding his disdain for the stoic man, rushed to call out to rob Lucci. Lucci is no match. Continuing this fight could be fatal. Tang Ge narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the trembling figure before him. The justice of the world government? If such a concept truly existed, pirates would not roam the seas. It is a tragic irony, unable to perceive the true nature of the world. An unfortunate frog at the bottom of a well. The weak possess no dignity. Upon hearing Tanga's words, Gabra instantly comprehended. The so-called strongest of P9, wielding the ultimate weapon of dark justice. Rob Lucci, who at merely 13 years old had already claimed the lives of soldiers from the kingdom of Shome. His pride could not bear it. The fact that the fierce tiger Tanga, whom he deemed a weakling, had utterly crushed him. Life return, shave. Rob Lucci dashed forward like lightning, his upper body swelling significantly, fists clenched together as he bellowed. Ultimate technique. Greatest circular 6 king spear. This was the most potent attack he could muster. Regardless of the cost, even if it meant sacrificing his life, he was determined to strike at a commendable resolve. Sensing the conviction behind this move, Tanga steeled himself. Iron fists like mountains, the second move of his self-created martial art. Overwhelming force. Bang! It was as if a naval cannon roared, creating a shockwave that expanded outward, releasing its pent-up power with abandon. Rob Lucci was instantly sent flying, rebounding with even greater force. Boom! The earth erupted. Stones flying chaotically, blood spraying forth, and a massive human-shaped crater formed on the ground, surrounded by a spiderweb of cracks. An overwhelming blow. I truly wonder where you derive your confidence to come here and court death. Your intelligence is severely lacking. Tanga had no inclination for dawdling. He believed in total annihilation of his foes. In a blur, he unleashed a series of blue energy blades. Time to send you on your way. Raging winds door break. 4 air blades descended from above, vanishing in an instant. Such is the irony of life. Within shipyard number 4, the battle of the Navy against the 6 Isles of Judicial Island had just concluded. Outside the shipyard, blizzard rampage, a torrent of snow surged forth, targeting Leonard, who was unable to approach the Navy due to the ongoing battle. Snow, no matter how light, can become lethal in overwhelming quantities, especially when it is not ordinary snow. One slash becomes a stairway. The black blade was drawn, its shimmering light cleaving through the oncoming snowstorm. Tanga suddenly turned around to face behind him, in the air near the P9 group. A glowing portal materialized. Through it, a horned man was anxiously dragging Rob Lucci inside, while Gabra, with his arms broken, exerted the last of his strength to bite onto the nearby clothing of the soundless eagle, desperately leaping into the light. And a nearly expired Lion King, Wei Chi, struggled to crash through as well for the already deceased Spandam. He was ignored, a devil fruit user. Unexpectedly, one person from P9 had remained hidden. Concealed from his perception, a crucial presence, a devil fruit user, appearing at this life-and-death moment to rescue his comrades. Cackling, the blizzard's rampage intensified, the operator of the storm enraged, unleashing an even greater torrent of snow like a river breaching its dam. Tanga, poised to pursue, had no choice but to turn and defend. The blade of light sliced down in layers, parting the snow torrent, allowing Leonard to rush to safety. Temporarily halting the blizzard's assault, Tanga swiftly followed up with a strike. One slash becomes a stairway. This brief delay allowed the portal in the air to close, the P9 members vanishing from sight. Buzz, the black blade zipped through the air, cleaving off an arm from the operator. Blood spilling profusely as he retreated. Tanga glared at the instigator of his thwarted pursuit, the Shichibukai, Blizzard Dallas. Your self-sacrificing spirit is commendable. However, I suggest you possess more adept means of escape, with his subordinates injured. Tanga's fury reached its zenith. Now a devil fruit user was escaping right under his nose. His wrath could no longer be contained. The Shichibukai must die too. Cackling, escape? What are you saying, you fool? Have you been scared silly by me? Dallas, commanding the swirling blizzard, remained blissfully unaware, still brimming with arrogance, his pirate crew behind him exuding a menacing aura, guns and cannons leveled at Tanga. Navy, if you wish to avoid any more holes in your body. Raise your hands, kneel, and quickly apologize to Admiral Dallas. The numerous expendable pirates clamored, igniting sparks within this imminent powder keg. Tang Ge, regaining his impassive demeanor, raised a hand, signaling his subordinates not to assist as he advanced alone. This is bad. Leonard's heart sank at the sight. The pirate crew that had perished at the captain's hands numbered no less than dozens, if not 100, yet he was not a bloodthirsty individual. In fact, compared to those officers who favored indiscriminate bombardments, he had already slain relatively few pirates. However, now that the Judicial Island agents, who had initially been on the captain's hit list, had escaped, he would hold this troublesome Shichibukai accountable. Sacrificing oneself, exchanging life for life, coupled with Dallas and his subordinates, who were notorious for their brutality, frequently slaughtering towns and cities, encountering the captain would surely lead to their demise. The Shichibukai are not easy to kill. Recently appointed by the world government. Moreover, this Shichibukai intends to engage in verbal sparring, cackling. Upon Dallas's utterance, the pirates promptly fell silent. You must be that damned fierce tiger. Kneel and apologize for releasing all my subordinates. And I might consider sparing your worthless life. Dallas's narrow eyes gleamed with mockery as he fixed his gaze on Tang Ge. Defy the dignity of a Shichibukai. This Navy officer would undoubtedly meet his demise, even if he knelt. However, witnessing a Navy officer begging for mercy would be a rare spectacle, an excellent piece to behold. Hey, you idiot, stay away from me. Have you eaten feces? Why does your breath stink so badly? Accompanied by disdainful demeanor and tone, Tang Ge even took a small step back, as if Dallas truly reeked. How can you pirates endure this pile of green excrement? Perhaps Dallas's unpopularity had led to such a humiliating statement resonating with many pirates, who began to regard him with disdainful eyes. Caw. A series of high-pitched shrieks pierced the sky as Dallas's fury threatened to scorch the heavens, the gaze upon his back driving him to madness. You bastard Navy! I shall end your existence, dismembering you into 1,000 pieces. What? You dare to demand an apology from me, and even kneel in supplication. How can you, a member of the Seven Warlords, stoop to such a disgrace? Tang Ge feigned disbelief, casting a look of contempt akin to that of a fool upon Dallas. Go to hell, you scoundrel. Blizzard flow. A torrential wave of blizzarding snow erupted from Dallas's body, swirling violently with howling winds to form a rapidly rotating wall of snow, with Tang Ge at its heart. The heavens unleashed a blizzard, causing the temperature around the shipyard to plummet as snow accumulated on the ground in mere moments. The fierce winds, propelled by the tempest, toppled numerous frail red brick structures, such as the might of a user of a natural-type devil fruit. Die, blizzard snow wolf! Dallas's voice ebbed and flowed amidst the raging snowstorm. Emerging from the swirling snow wall were numerous wolves crafted from snow, converging upon Tang Ge from all directions. Boom! A colossal phantom tiger roared skyward, cleaving through the air with multiple blades of light. The surging pack of snow wolves, along with the surrounding snow wall, was shattered into fragments, collapsing with a thunderous crash. After a series of swift movements, Tang Ge landed upon the steel gates of the shipyard. Surrounded by a blanket of pristine snow, he bent down and unearthed a lifeless body from beneath the snow. Leonard, a pirate attacking the Navy, resulting in fatalities. What should be the legal consequence for this? He presented the prop, Leonard. Before he could utter a word, Dallas erupted in furious roars. I shall not only kill him, but I will also eliminate every last one of you Navy scoundrels. Dallas, seeing the corpse clutched by that wretched Navy officer, assumed it was a hapless victim crushed beneath his blizzard, and thought little of it. Rage had clouded his judgment. Just admit it. A slight smirk graced Tang Ge's lips as a member of the Seven Warlords. Dallas, you have attacked the Navy, causing the death of Admiral Spandam at Judicial Island. I hereby announce the revocation of your title as a warlord and sentence you to death. Spandam? Who on earth is that imbecile? Dallas, having failed twice in his assaults, hardly paid attention to this name, his mind racing in circles. In the grand scheme of things, fate has its designs. Had Dallas known that Spandam was the fool who had called him out of the blue to berate him, he might have been tempted to strike a few more blows. Death sentence. Do you think you're addressing someone insignificant? I am the warlord, Snow Disaster Dallas. More snow erupted from Dallas's form, layering upon the ground in chilling mounds. Boom! Ah, the strength of a natural type ability truly is formidable. Tang Ge stood firm, observing the once familiar square now transformed into a vast expanse of white, and the tempestuous Dallas, awash in blizzard fury, lamented the simplicity of altering the environment, an effortless task for those of the natural type. Within his observation, he discerned two types of snow. One, the ordinary snowfall of nature. The other, the very snow that constituted Dallas's fluid form. Regardless of the type, both were under his control that, of course, my ability is invincible. As the snow swirled around him, Dallas's form shifted and flowed, rendering ordinary attacks utterly futile against him. Blizzard rush. The snow upon the square began to flow like a river, churning restlessly. Moreover, the snow formed a massive vortex, intent on dragging Tang Ge down into its depths, gradually consuming him. Yet Tang Ge stood resolute atop the flowing snow, for with his mastery of moonwalk, this was a trivial challenge. The fluidity of the natural type and the ability to manipulate the environment opened his eyes wide. However, recalling that this fool had caused him to lose a devil fruit ability, Tang Ge's gaze turned cold, and disdain crept onto his lips. Invincible. You are nothing more than a jester if you were truly strong. You would understand that even if I merely stood here, you would never be able to defeat me. Moreover, you are a waste of space. To misuse a natural type ability in such a manner and still claim invincibility? Scoundrel Navy! The blizzard swirled around Dallas, his teeth grinding in frustration. The surrounding snow, seemingly responding to his fury, transformed into a tempest of rage, swirling upward to coalesce above Tang Ge, the snow dome, a snowy mountain. A colossal dome of snow enveloped Tang Ge, rapidly layering upon itself, resembling a small mountain. Inside the snow dome, blue blades of light sliced through, collapsing one layer of snow after another, yet there remained more. The shattered snow cascaded downward. Dallas moved within the snow wall, mocking, "Ha! You foolish Navy, it is you who are the waste. Each layer of my snow dome possesses the strength of steel, and now I have created 10 layers. You shall not break through this. Perish." This fellow was indeed cautious. Every time Tang Ge shattered a layer, he would conjure another, were it not for the limited capacity of the structure to bear weight. He could easily have fashioned 100 layers that and then what? Do you think this will trap me? A mere waste of a warlord. The threshold for becoming one is alarmingly low if you are representative of such incompetence. Tang Ge remained calm, opting not to attempt to collapse any further layers of the dome. This remark struck a nerve with Dallas. His individual prowess was mediocre, and his current renown stemmed purely from this ability. Veins bulged on his forehead as his square face twisted in rage. Scoundrel Navy, die. Ice spear. Countless ice spears coalesced upon the dome's summit, their tips glinting with a cold light. Crack. The ice spears began to rain down like arrows. Yet Tang Ge moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, evading each one without a single touch. Can you be any more pathetic, Dallas? Do you not see that I am nearly dozing off? Tang Ge feigned a yawn, a tactic that had proven effective time and again. Indeed, you scoundrel Navy, Avalanche, Snow Wolf King. Dallas's face twisted in hatred, his voice hoarse as he bellowed. For those like Dallas, who appeared strong yet were truly weak, words could sometimes inflict greater damage than physical attacks. The snow dome rapidly morphed, and the surrounding snow began to converge at a snow wolf, larger than the steel gates of the shipyard, took shape, casting an enormous shadow over the land. Exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, with a mouth full of glistening icy teeth, it lunged forward. At last, something interesting has arrived. Tang Ge stood motionless, allowing the swirling snow to bind him to you shall regret your arrogance in the depths of hell. Navy, transformed into a colossal snow wolf, Dallas stirred 1,000 layers of snow, fiercely lunging at Tang Ge's head, engulfing his entire being in an unending tempest of wind and snow. The sheer mass of snow, with its oppressive weight, would have overwhelmed any ordinary warrior. However, Tang Ge was no ordinary foe. Within the maw of the great wolf, Tang Ge's body was suffused with black armament hockey, the wolf's teeth. As hard as steel, met Tang Ge's haki and were swiftly reduced to snow, then water, evaporating into the air in an instant. How is this possible? This scenario surpassed Dallas's comprehension. He trembled and roared. For his natural type ability had been his strongest pillar of support. Now, that very pillar was crumbling, and the reality before him shattered his worldview. Under the weight of fear and regret, he yearned to flee. Indeed, the awakened armament haki effectively nullified the powers of devil fruit users. Tang Ge's heart surged with certainty. His recent hypothesis had been confirmed, and he had not anticipated the nullification to be this potent. The constructs created by Dallas, relying on his natural type abilities, were insignificant against Tang Ge's armament haki. Sensing Dallas's intent to escape, Tang Ge would not let this devil fruit user slip away. Through the instinct of observation, he discerned Dallas's flowing form had fully entered the snow wolf. The true weakling is you, fool. Haki. 1 slash to ascend. 10,000 carvings to Buddha. The armament haki that could nullify a user's abilities could be wielded for defense. But it could also serve as a weapon. The black energy surged into Tang Ge's black blade, showcasing the complete form of his first blade technique, revealing its fangs, with a thunderous roar of a mighty tiger. A blade of light imbued with tendrils of black energy erupted from the great snow wolf's body, soaring into the sky. Boom! The colossal body of the snow wolf erupted with a thunderous explosion, sending a massive avalanche crashing down around it, accompanied by a resounding roar at a multitude of pirate henchmen, caught unawares, were buried beneath the snow. Dallas manifested in physical form, a slender red line appearing in the center of his being. And this time he could not evade his fate. The powers of the natural element could not save him from death. As 2 pieces of his body plummeted into the snow, Tang Ge also descended. Coming to a standstill, those who fancied themselves invincible within the realm of nature often met swift ends. Yet lamentably, there would be no opportunity for correction that a warm, soothing current surged through his arm into his mind. The plus sign on his external interface completely filled, indicating an ability to augment. Allocate points. Tang Ge decisively clicked without hesitation. This moment. The town of Buki was in the midst of its annual culinary festival, attracting affluent elites from around the globe who indulged in the finest delicacies. Jonathan and Jessica were thoroughly enjoying themselves alongside a group of children, thanks to Tang Ge's generous provision of bountiful berries. Ensuring their experience in this extravagant locale was far from constrained. For Jonathan, the only drawback was the complete absence of private moments with Jessica. They were relegated to separate accommodations, leaving him to share a room with the boys. Blurb, blurb. The transponder snail rang several times before Jonathan, busy shopping with a large entourage, finally answered. What are you doing running around, Leonard? Why are you the one calling? Just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, Leonard hesitated, reluctant to disturb the commander during his honeymoon. Surely, it couldn't be that Tang Ge had stirred up more trouble. Jonathan chuckled to himself, fully aware of Tang Ge's penchant for causing chaos. It seemed inevitable that he would conjure some mischief every so often. Yet fortunately, these incidents were rarely of grave consequence. You truly understand the captain well, Leonard thought to himself. Realizing that this particular crisis was beyond ordinary, he decided to convey the events succinctly. Spandam from Judicial Island had come knocking with P9. And then Spandam met his demise. My goodness. The rising pitch of his voice, heavy breathing, and a heart racing to the brink were all testing Jonathan's composure. Leonard, adhering to the principle of short pain over long suffering, delivered the news all at once. The warlord Dallas had also arrived, and he too was dead. That Jonathan's pupils dilated to their maximum as these 2 pieces of news detonated in his mind like nuclear bombs, leaving him in a state of stunned disbelief. Darling, what's wrong? Please don't scare me, Jonathan. Alas, such misfortune. After a cacophony of busy signals followed by screams from the transponder snail, Leonard could only empathize, if given a choice. Jonathan would undoubtedly have refrained from bringing Tang Ge back to that cursed barong. Alas, the situation on one end appeared dire, while the instigator on the other remained unaware of the unfolding chaos. Just as 2 intense battles had recently concluded, Colonel Tang Ge found himself in an inexplicable state. If one were to call it a faint, it was not quite accurate, for he remained standing. He bore no injuries. Having been subjected to a one-sided onslaught from both Judicial Island and the warlords that is he all right? It seemed unlikely. His muscles felt as if countless tiny mice were scurrying within, while black ichor occasionally erupted from his pores, accompanied by the unsettling sound of cracking bones. Particularly, his heart thudded like a drum that moment. The Navy personnel moved Tang Ge into a well-preserved building within the shipyard. Penny and Sheldon were anxiously pacing nearby, while Little Dunn diligently wiped the blood oozing from Tang Ge's wounds with a damp cloth. Outside the Essence Book Pavilion, Navy soldiers formed several protective layers, wary of any potential attacks, neglecting even a handful of fleeing pirates. What a situation! Leonard felt utterly drained. The one most concerned with appearance now sported disheveled golden locks, his military uniform, and tie askew. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long before the transponder snail rang again, revealing Jonathan's raspy voice, laden with a myriad of emotions. What has become of that rascal? What of the soldiers? Colonel Tang Ge is in decent condition, uninjured, though he is currently unable to take calls to alleviate Jonathan's concerns. Leonard began with the matters that troubled the commander. Most .13 soldiers had sustained serious injuries, and Jonathan's arm had been severed by Rob Lucci from Judicial Island. Who would have thought Spandam would be so resolute as to even deploy Lucci? Jonathan's head throbbed painfully as he emitted a groan of distress, fingers digging into his hair. It was painfully obvious that the people from Judicial Island and the warlord Dallas had come seeking vengeance. That troublemaking scoundrel. How is this to be resolved? Are we to allow that rogue to defect from the Navy? Commander, the situation may not be as dire. We, the Navy, stand on the side of justice. Leonard stated earnestly. What transpired? Speak. Jonathan's quick response indicated he understood Leonard would not speak without purpose. Leonard began recounting the events surrounding Judicial Island's P9, detailing the entire incident to Jonathan while interjecting his own thoughts. Jonathan's expression transformed from pale and weak to increasingly animated, ultimately revealing a flicker of a smile. Very well. Let it be as you say. I shall report this to Navy headquarters. It is utterly outrageous that we, the Navy, should be subjected to such bullying that I demand to know whether the world government will take action. Having said this, Jonathan hung up the phone, pushed aside the damp cloth on his forehead, and rose from the bed, pacing briefly before dialing another number. Sakazuki. It's me. Don't hang up. I have something important to report. I must lodge a complaint. Judicial Island has gone too far, showing utter disregard for Fleet Admiral Sengoku and even sending P9 to attack the Navy, resulting in heavy casualties among my subordinates, who are heroes that have shed blood for the just cause of the Navy. At this point, Jonathan's voice was infused with 7 parts anger and 3 parts sorrow. About on the other end of the line, the cold and silent Vice Admiral Sakazuki furrowed his brow like a sharp sword. Furthermore, the warlord Snow Disaster Dallas took advantage of the chaos, launching an unwarranted assault on my subordinates after P9's unreasonable attack, leading to the tragic demise of the Judicial Island commander Spandam, who did not have time to retreat. Even if Judicial Island was in the wrong, my subordinate, Colonel Tang Ge, acted under the pretext that Spandam, despite his crimes, was still a part of the world government. Thus, he struck down Dallas, yet he himself lies gravely injured and unconscious. It is an insurmountable challenge for a mere colonel to face so many formidable foes. Sakazuki was no fool. In fact, he was sharper than Jonathan. He discerned the underlying implications of Jonathan's words. Are you here to file a complaint, or are you seeking someone to clean up your mess? However, understanding the truth of the matter did not change anything. While Jonathan might embellish certain details, the essence of the facts remained intact. Judicial Island's P9 and the warlord's audacious assault on the Navy's stronghold had turned the Navy into a mere target. The world government's folly in establishing the warlords now presented an opportunity for rectification. The air crackled with intensity as Sakazuki rose, a banner behind him boldly declaring absolute justice. They deserve their fate. The events unfolding in Water City would soon ripple through various channels, stirring up another wave across the world. For the time being, Tang Ge remained detached from it all. He was ensconced in a dream, one that was exhausting yet liberating. In this dream, he transformed into a small fish, freely swimming through rivers and seas. However, Wei yearned to glimpse the world above the water's surface. He found himself utterly unable. Thus, he leapt from the depths repeatedly, striving to catch sight of the true beauty of the world above. Leaping and leaping until he discovered he had returned to his human form, capable of standing upon the water surface. The dream abruptly ended. It was evening outside, and the sunset in Water City was particularly pure. Under the soft, rosy light, everything appeared exceptionally tranquil. As he opened his eyes, Tanga's consciousness swiftly returned, and he stretched languidly. Ah, how refreshing! Where are my clothes? Did I lose them due to this breakthrough not occurring in the water? Givdon handed over a cloak to help Tanga wipe off the copious blood oozing from his wounds, as he remained completely bare. Although they were all men and quite familiar with each other, such candor still brought a slight blush to their cheeks, prompting them to hastily don their garments. "Captain, you are finally awake. We were all quite worried." The duo was present, with Sheldon theatrically dabbing at non-existent tears. The sentiment was genuine, yet the tears were mere illusion. This moment, Tanga's vision surpassed that of an eagle, and his perception was as clear as if it had transitioned from ultra-high definition to 4K Blu-ray. He could discern the blood vessels in Sheldon's eyes with utmost clarity, let alone any tears. His first inquiry was, "How long have I been asleep? Has anything significant occurred?" He feared that an extended slumber might have heralded impending danger. The trio, unsure, exchanged glances, and Penny promptly summoned Leonard, who took it upon himself to relay the good news of the captain's awakening to the rest of the Navy. "Captain, it has been less than 6 hours since you fell into a coma after slaying the 7 warlords. I have already briefed Commander Jonathan on the events that transpired." Leonard finally resumed his usual demeanor, meticulous and uncompromising. This, however, did disrupt his honeymoon plans. For this, Tanga felt a rare pang of guilt, as such an opportunity might not present itself again in a lifetime, he remarked, in such a brief span. "A multitude of events can unfold, much like my own transformation, which has been particularly profound." His stature had increased, now reaching the 3-meter mark, complemented by a physique brimming with explosive power and strength. Exuding an air of dominance, his body's density had evidently ascended a level, while simultaneously, a sense of lightness enveloped him, and his perception sharpened and clarified. In summary, the transformation could be encapsulated as achieving equilibrium after transcending limits and breaking free from shackles. It was a state of balance. The hallmark of Vice Admiral's physique is its powerful yet balanced nature. Even with rigorous training, the previous body had been somewhat unbalanced, inevitably leading to a top-heavy disposition, where the internal organs could not keep pace with the explosive strength. It resembled an assembled machine, where some hardware outperformed while others lagged, and the software system was misaligned. Ultimately, this resulted in an overarching imbalance, which might not manifest in the short term, but would become a vulnerability against formidable foes. Yet now, every aspect of his body, as well as his consciousness and perception, felt as though they had been forged in a crucible, achieving a state of optimal configuration and absolute harmony. Breaking free from shackles had even altered his very form of existence. The limits on his strength had been entirely shattered after the last enhancement. His threshold had increased tenfold, reaching 50 tons. This time, however, the limit seemed to exceed 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times, rendering any semblance of an upper limit completely invisible. Tanga reveled in his bodily metamorphosis. Leonard divulged the plan he had formulated with Jonathan. "Captain, I took the liberty of acting without your consent." "No, you did remarkably well," Tanga exclaimed, abruptly interrupting Leonard's self-reproach with a wave of his hand. Leonard, it seemed, possessed a talent akin to that of a cunning strategist. His preemptive strike against the world government was indeed masterful, serving as a substantial dose of medicine for them. If executed properly, it could render the world government speechless, considering the Navy was undeniably the aggrieved party. If the Navy headquarters were truly so impotent as to falter at such a time, it would be better to sever ties altogether. Departing from a Navy would not extinguish the spirit of justice or the resolve to grow stronger. Not at all. This is all due to your leadership. Captain, you have decisively struck down the judicial elite and slain the natural-type warlord, earning the title of a supernova within the Navy. Leonard beamed. That I suspect you were speaking in sarcasm, yet I lack evidence. Ahem. Let's maintain a low profile, Leonard. Subtlety is paramount. Tang Ge coughed to mask his discomfort at the excessive flattery. Holding a firm belief in his own capabilities, this time, in a fit of rage, he had delivered a stinging slap to the face of the world government, inflicting considerable pain. Not only had he eliminated the dregs within their ranks, but he had also dispatched the freshly recruited warlord. The vindictive world government was unlikely to suddenly adopt a magnanimous attitude. They were probably convening in some corner to plot retribution against him. However, as the saying goes, when the soldiers come, the generals resist. When the water rises, the earth is shielded. Sensing the potential harbored within this body, he recognized it as the makings of a vice admiral, a life with external advantages. How formidable! I am no longer a fragile weakling who can be easily crushed. Tang Ge smiled modestly, devoid of ostentation. By the way, how are the injured? What of Johnson? The injured have been cared for and are stable. As for Johnson, you should see for yourself, Leonard replied. Somewhat helpless, he had done his utmost to offer counsel, yet seemed to bear little fruit, all while preaching moderation. Yet his demeanor practically screamed, "If you have the ability, come and kill me. Otherwise, I shall continue to stir up trouble." Such matters were best left for Commander Jonathan to contend with him. Had the bushy-browed, wide-eyed Leonard also learned to hold back, Tang Ge stepped out of the room. The furious roars echoed from the top of the judicial tower, as everything Spandane could move was shattered. What nonsense! The strongest genius in 800 years, a bunch of useless fools. Useless warlords, all of them. He overturned the desk before him, scattering documents across the floor, his eyes bloodshot and breathing heavily. The events unfolding in Water City had just reached his ears. P9's entire team had been defeated, Warlord Dallas slain, and his son Spandam killed. Each of these calamities left Spandan's carefully laid plans in tatters, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. That accursed navy possessed such strength. No, Judicial Island was no longer safe. He must hasten to Mariewa. Moreover, he dared to defy Judicial Island, harbor criminals, and had even killed a warlord. There would be no mercy for him. With these thoughts, a blend of rage and panic coursed through Spandane. Yet a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. It is all your fault. You worthless fools. Go accompany Spandam in death. Outside, remnants of snow lingered in the corners, the last vestiges left by Dallas. Upon hearing of Tang Ge's awakening, the Navy soldiers relaxed their highest state of alertness and gathered in curious clusters. Johnson, enduring the pain of a severed arm, displayed no signs of despair. Instead, he was engaged in combat with Gunnerai, his bare torso glistening with sweat. This was a tradition of the fierce Tiger Corps, where the 1st and 2nd Divisions selected their 2 strongest members for a duel. The victor would lead the combat unit, while the loser would manage the ship's logistics. Until now, Gunnerai had consistently emerged victorious. Yet to everyone's surprise, Johnson, even with his severed arm, was holding his own. Big guy, try the fist I fashioned for you and defeat this gorilla. A discordant voice rang out from the crowd, exuberantly cheering as Johnson pressed Gunnerai down, easily distinguishable by his striking blue hair. He was Tom's disciple, Frankie, known affectionately as Cardi Frank. Good, Johnson grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Where his arm had been severed, a full metallic prosthesis now connected, culminating in a hammer-shaped fist exuding sheer brute force. He had long awaited this day, as the 2nd Division of the Fierce Tiger Corps had been yearning for a challenge against the gorilla. Iron fist extraction, he unleashed a powerful blow with his mechanical arm, the massive iron fist launching forward, tethered by an iron chain, moving with incredible speed and force, startled by the overwhelming impact of the iron fist. Gunnerai found himself momentarily breathless. Though the blow was formidable, it rendered Johnson's movements somewhat cumbersome and slow. How could he continue to fight with such a massive projectile? The iron chain rattled, and the control mechanism for the iron fist swiftly closed the distance to Gunnerai. The immense inertia sent Gunnerai crashing to the ground, declaring Johnson the victor of this fierce contest. "Ha! Weakling, is that all you've got? From now on, the battles aboard the ship will be entrusted to us. You lot will be relegated to mere sailors." Johnson received a significant power boost from Tang Ge's verbal assault, and in his newfound position, he unleashed a torrent of merciless mockery. After delivering his biting remarks, he raised his mechanical arm, displaying it with a sense of pride. The slow-witted Narai, with steam billowing from his nostrils, flushed a deep shade of red. "You bastard," he thought, turning his gaze towards Cardi Furan, contemplating whether he should also procure a more formidable mechanical arm from him. So, it was because of this fellow that Johnson managed to emerge from his despair. Tang Ge remained a silent observer, gently stroking his chin, where a faint stubble had begun to sprout. Johnson, brandishing his new arm with flair, bombarded the sturdy men of the first team with coarse invectives, clearly having moved past the agony of his severed limb. And that mechanical arm, needless to say, was a marvel of advanced technology, far surpassing the legendary exoskeleton armor. It required no neural connections, and concerns about wound infections were entirely unnecessary. Indeed, his name was Cardi Furan, a true genius. Leonard furrowed his brow, acknowledging Cardi Furan's talent, while expressing a strong aversion to his avant-garde attire. Prior to arriving here, Dallas had plundered 3 shipyards, inflicting severe damage on Water City. Upon hearing of injuries within the Navy, he rushed here, crafting that mechanical arm in just 1 hour. Truly, Tom's apprentice was a remarkable individual. Could we perhaps make Johnson's equipment more widely accessible? Tang Ge suggested with a smile. Cardi Furan proceeded to disassemble Johnson's arm for inspection and modification, revealing a surprisingly simple internal structure. This straightforward mechanical assembly had elevated Johnson's combat prowess to a whole new level, igniting a bold idea in Tang Ge's mind. With Johnson's enhanced strength, the escalating caliber of their adversaries posed an increasing threat to the ordinary sailors of the fierce Tiger Brigade, raising the danger quotient significantly. The inherent limitations of ordinary soldiers prevented them from mastering the intricate combat techniques like Rokushiki, making cutting-edge technological gear all the more invaluable. Leonard contemplated seriously for a moment. This did not violate Navy regulations and could be considered. Then go discuss it with Cardi Furan. Don't worry about costs, Tang Ge remarked, striving to minimize his presence. Regardless of how matters in Water City concluded, he could no longer remain in that barren. Neither the Navy headquarters nor the world government would permit it. Unlike him, Leonard needed to perform some good deeds to establish authority among the brawny men of the fierce Tiger Brigade. Understood, Leonard replied, fully aware of the situation. Until the results of the high-level deliberations came to light, maintaining distance was the best form of protection. In the Holy Land Mary Geos, the Water Palace served as the office of the highest authority of the world government. The palace, constructed upon a vast artificial lake, boasted a towering circular dome adorned with exquisite engravings, while the surrounding walls displayed portraits of the 20 kings who established the world government. This moment, representatives of the world government's supreme authority were confronting the high-ranking officials of the Navy across the lake. The cause of this confrontation was, of course, Spandam's accusations, arriving at Mary Geos ahead of others. Spandam placed all the blame squarely on Tang Ge's shoulders. The Navy officer from the Barren Branch, Tang Ge, not only sheltered criminals, but also obstructed the enforcement of justice on Judicial Island. And for no justifiable reason, he had killed the Shichibukai